In the Starry Empire, during a live broadcast where Qianhe showcased the planting of dogtail grass, the perceptions of two civilizations simultaneously collapsed. The interstellar audience fervently bid for the green plants, while the netizens of Blue Star mocked the subpar special effects. As the pot of restorative abilities replaced an entire planet, and the beast army disbanded amidst the fragrant vegetation, this broadcaster, who traversed through time with relics, unexpectedly ascended to the throne, gazing at the blue planet blooming in the cosmos. The new empress smiled at the camera, proclaiming, "Welcome to the era of the Plant Alliance." Chapter 1. A physical confrontation with the supervisor Qianhe. "You are to escort Mr. Wang home," Chen Songyun urged, pushing her toward a corpulent, greasy middle-aged man. The pungent odor of alcohol assaulted Qianhe's senses as Mr. Wang, with his lecherous gaze, caressed her hand. It was evident that this was far from a mere escort home. The middle-aged man's drunkenness reeked of decayed hormones, repulsive and nauseating. Qianhe did not succumb to the urge to vomit. Instead, she extended her delicate hand and slapped Mr. Wang across the face, and before anyone could react, she delivered a series of resounding slaps to Chen Songyun. "I resign." With that, she turned and strode away. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to respond as she reached the door. Chen Songyun, his face flushed with humiliation from the slap, rushed to seize her hand. "Qianhe, how dare you strike me? You must not want this job anymore." Qianhe yearned to strike this insufferable man again, and without hesitation, she did just that. The sound of her slaps echoed, evening out the blood marks on his cheeks. I said I resign, that if you can't comprehend, take a left out the door and get yourself checked to see if you're even human." Chen Songyun was momentarily taken aback by her sarcastic words, allowing Qianhe to exit the room unimpeded. As Qianhe made her escape, Chen Songyun was consumed by a fury that left him clenching his fists, yearning to retaliate against her. Yet his fist froze mid-air, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he realized that just half a centimeter beneath his knuckles lay a sharp kitchen knife. The blade glinted menacingly against his throat, sharp and frigid. "As for myself, I have no elders or dependents, and I tend to act rather extreme, so I hope Manager Chen can bear with me," Qianhe said, tracing the knife along his neck with a gentle smile. This time, as she exited, no one dared to stop her. Chen Songyun collapsed to the ground, his heart racing and cold sweat pouring down. Who would dare intervene? She was a madwoman. He needed to call the police. The surveillance cameras were watching. He was determined to ruin Qianhe's life. However, he suddenly remembered that this room, designated for their illicit rendezvous, had been specifically chosen for its lack of cameras. Regardless of Chen Songyun's regrets about not being able to imprison Qianhe, she reveled in a long-lost sense of liberation amidst the bustling crowd. In that small company, the workload was overwhelming and the pay meager, with promotions and raises being mere illusions, while the alcohol-fueled gatherings and clique-driven harassment of women thrived unabated. Qianhe had had enough. She was done. If need be, she would return to her rural hometown to till the land. Speaking of the countryside, Qianhe suddenly remembered that in a few days it would be the anniversary of her parents' and sisters' deaths. She opened her phone to check the calendar, but a WeChat notification from her uncle appeared first. "Qianhe, where are you living now? I have a relic of your parents that I will send to you." A relic? Her parents had died in the city, and her uncle was far away in the countryside. How could he possess something belonging to her parents? Moreover, given his character, he hadn't kept it for himself. Was the sun rising in the west? She needed to retrieve her parents' relic. Since she had just resigned, Qianhe replied, "No need to send it, uncle. I will come to collect it in a few days." "All right, just make sure to come quickly. I'll only hold it for a day. After that, I will send it." Qianhe was briefly puzzled by her uncle's eagerness to send it. He had never been this proactive before. Then it struck her that her uncle, being superstitious, likely wanted to rid himself of anything associated with the deceased. However, if he hadn't been bothered, she might never have known about the existence of that relic. Upon returning to her rented apartment, where she had lived for 2 years after graduation, Qianhe found the sparse furniture to be both clean and cozy, making it easy for her. To tidy up, she packed a suitcase with a few clothes needed for her return. After a hot shower, Qianhe lazily lay on her bed, booking a flight ticket back to L County for the next day. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber. However, Her sleep was not peaceful. Within her dreams were the haunting images of her mother, father, and twin sister, all having perished in a tragic accident. 16 years ago, her twin sister, Lu, had a high fever in the middle of the night, and their parents drove her to the hospital. Tragically, their car was struck by a sociopathic driver and plunged off a bridge, resulting in a joint suicide. It took over 10 days for the bloated bodies of her parents and the sociopath to be recovered, but her sister's body was never found. Everyone said that a child's small frame likely meant her remains were consumed by fish. It had been a long time since Qianhe had dreamed of them. She wiped her tears and made her way to the airport, passing through ticket checks and boarding the flight to L County before noon. By the afternoon, she found herself standing on the vast land of her hometown. The tender grass brushed against her ankles, and the fragrant aroma of flowers and fruit trees enveloped her, purifying her body of the city's pollution. This is the elderly, white-haired grandma. Lu squinted to recognize the young woman before her. Who was this familiar little girl? Lu grandma. Adjusting her reading glasses, Grandma Lu finally recognized the long-lost neighbor. It's Qianhe. What brings you back? Qianhe smiled sweetly. I came home to visit the graves of my family. Oh, right. Soon it will be the anniversary of your parents and sister. Such a tragedy. Grandma Lu's heart ached for the family's misfortunes. Have you seen your uncle? He was just mentioning you yesterday. You should go visit him. He misses you dearly and worries about whether you are eating enough and staying warm. Qianhe, your uncle is your only relative. Please don't grow distant from him. Qianhe could only chuckle inwardly. If he genuinely cared for her, he wouldn't have hoarded most of her parents' inheritance after their deaths. Her uncle had always been an opportunist, deceiving neighbors and even making her believe he genuinely cared for her during her childhood. It was only in college that she realized he was merely a refined, self-interested individual. Just as she was reflecting on this, her uncle appeared. Qianhe, you finally decided to come back and see your dear uncle. Come, let's go home for a meal. The robust man, dressed in an elegant suit and wearing an expensive watch, waved at Qianhe. He closely resembled Mr. Wang, the middle-aged man with a beer belly from yesterday's dinner gathering. Qianhe felt as though her recently purified self was sullied once more. Chapter 2. The relic connecting the stars. After distancing herself from Grandma Lu, Yikong shed the amiable facade of a kind elder, adopting a mocking tone. So, you haven't returned home in so long. Is it because you don't miss your uncle or your parents? Ah, how my poor brother cared for you. And yet, after just 16 years, you've completely forgotten him, running off with some wealthy man. Qianhe interrupted him. Where's my parents' relic? What kind of expression is that? Do you think your uncle would hoard your parents' belongings? Qianhe, with a mocking expression, retorted, have you not taken enough for yourself? She gestured toward her uncle's opulently decorated villa and the flourishing fruit trees behind it, all acquired from her parents' inheritance. Not only have you taken it, but you have also become a nationally renowned wealthy individual thanks to my parents' legacy. Uncle, should I wish, I could easily take a megaphone and shout your deeds from one end of the village to the other. With her jet-black eyes fixed coldly upon him, Qianhe displayed an audacious disregard for her elder. The sight of her defiance incensed Yikong, who ground his teeth in frustration. Given his understanding of Qianhe, he knew she was heartless enough to act on such threats. He maliciously thought, in just a few days, you'll be wed to the young master of the Wang family. Let's see what ripples you can create then. L County enjoys a temperate climate throughout the year. As one approaches the villa, a sweet fragrance of ripe fruits wafts through the air. Apple trees, pear trees, cherry trees, kiwis, bananas, and honey plums flourish in the woods, but to Qianhe, the chirping of birds and the scent of flowers were nauseating. Yikong felt similarly repulsed by her presence. He retrieved a simple blue stone necklace from beneath a statue at the doorway. The necklace, while unadorned, emanated an inexplicable aura of mystery and nobility. Yet, to Yikong, it was nothing more than a monstrous entity that had begun to haunt him. A week prior, he had unlawfully entered Qianhe's home and taken this necklace from her parents' room, after which he was plagued by distressing nightmares. He dreamt of his deceased brother and sister-in-law, and most horrifically, Qianhe's unfortunate little sister, who seemed to open her gaping maw to devour him. The village's renowned shaman visited him, claiming he was possessed by a ghost. Terrified, Yikong discarded the necklace, believing it would end his torment. However, to his horror, the very next day, The blue stone reappeared by his pillow. No matter how far he threw it, the necklace would always return to him by morning, an unrelenting specter. He tried smashing it with a hammer, melting it with fire, and exhausting every possible means, yet the necklace remained intact in the dead of night. He even heard the necklace emit a chilling, childish voice, chanting, "Ikong, Ikong, you stole, I shall consume you, he." In a panic, he messaged Qianhe, urging her to return home immediately and reclaim her parents' possessions. In a state of distress, he thrust the necklace into her hands. Take it away quickly," he exclaimed, desperate to rid himself of the cursed object. As he left, Qianhe encountered her cousin Qianhe, a social media influencer, who derisively remarked, "Oh, weren't you going to sever ties? What brings you back? Hoping to ride on someone else's coattails?" Qianhe, with a smile concealing her daggers, replied, "I cannot compare to a highborn influencer who climbs the ranks on the backs of others' parents." After leaving, she did not witness the rage boiling within Qianhe, whose eyes brimmed with hatred, only to vanish in an instant, replaced by a sinister smile. Enjoy your last few days of freedom. Once you marry into the Wang family, Upon returning home, the clock struck 7, and her stomach growled, having only eaten breakfast that day. The small garden beside the door had been neglected for years, overgrown with weeds. Yet, amidst the thicket, Qianhe discovered a few blooming cabbages. After washing them in the kitchen and slicing them into pieces, she was startled when a warm, furry creature pressed against her ankle. The sudden fright caused her to cut her hand, drawing forth crimson blood. Gazing down, she found a charming calico cat, its head tilting curiously at her. "Little kitty," she uttered, momentarily disarmed by the cat's cuteness. As she reached for a tissue, a drop of blood fell onto the blue stone necklace around her neck. With a soft drip, the vibrant blood mingled with the blue gem, emitting a dazzling white light. When the brilliance faded, the human who had just been in the kitchen vanished without a trace. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. The startled cat bolted, seeking refuge beneath the cupboard, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. In the blink of an eye, Qianhe found herself in an unfamiliar place, gazing at towering edifices, hovering vehicles, and spacecraft, none resembling anything from her home. Interstellar broadcasting is about to commence. Identity verification complete. System activated. Selected broadcasting location. Qianhe Empire. Selected viewers. Huawei from Blue Star. 100,000 points to expand the audience. The natural flora of the Qianhe Empire has perished, and the X virus ravages humanity, placing them in dire peril. Please, noble and benevolent host, utilize natural plants to eliminate the star beasts and assist them in rebuilding their homeland. The I Am Broadcasting Plants in the Galaxy channel is now live and will be distributed to major streaming platforms in Huawei within 3 seconds. This broadcast task: disseminate one green plant 1/0. Completion of the task will grant you passage back to Blue Star. Qianhe's mind momentarily faltered as she hastily inquired, "Are there genuine identity protection measures?" A soft, adorable voice of the system resonated in her mind. "Indeed, host, but once activated, others will not know that the broadcaster is you, which will limit your rights." And status on Blue Star.Qianhe replied, "If I do not activate it, my status on Blue Star is merely that of a specimen awaiting dissection in a laboratory." The system envisioned the gruesome scene of Qianhe being dissected and shuddered at the thought. Too frightful. It did not wish to be the first system whose host met a tragic end. A flash of white light enveloped Qianhe, and when it dissipated, her black eyes had transformed into a striking blue. Her hair remained black, and her face bore slight alterations, yet still resembled her former self. The most significant change was that she had become slightly shorter and donned a trendy outfit. Qianhe fell silent, pondering, is this identity protection measure truly reliable? Did the system believe the entire populace of Blue Star was blind or foolish? The system, sensing her skepticism, fervently implored, "Please do not doubt my capabilities. I am the top system of this new batch." Chapter 3. What broadcaster? That is the defendant. This body has been crafted based on the global average beauty standard of over 70, combined with your original physical data. Rest assured, should anyone investigate, they will find countless individuals around the world resembling your face, the system earnestly asserted, even using its fingers to calculate for Qianhe. especially in Huagua, with a population of 1.3 billion. Over 100 million people share your appearance, and 98 of influencers can replicate your look with makeup. Qianhe was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether the system was complimenting her beauty or suggesting she had a generic face. But why must I be 5 centimeters shorter? She had diligently maintained a height of 1.7 meters through early mornings and a glass of milk, only to lose it. System. Data indicates that 1.65 meters is considered the ideal height by most women in Huagua. Do you not take personal preferences into account? The system whimpered, but I have run out of points. Restoring your height to 1.7 meters requires 10,000 points. If you wish to regain it, please strive to disseminate plants in the galaxy. Forget it, this will suffice. Being shorter might be advantageous. Humans can increase their height, but cannot decrease it. With fewer doubts and more safety, Qianhe consoled herself. She glanced around the streets of the exceptionally advanced Xinghue where the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had surged to over 300 million. The various comments flooded the screen, half of which were derogatory. Qianhe, intrigued, spoke leisurely. Welcome to the host's live broadcast room, where I will take you on an immersive journey through the stars. Today marks my first visit to this interstellar realm known as Xinghue, which is separated from our blue star by 1,000 superclusters. Have I blacked out your phone/computer/Tianxiao watch? Surprisingly, the system had even forced the Tianxiao watch. With a sweet smile, Qianhe swiftly changed the subject, saying, "You can simply click to exit. My task is to spread plants throughout Xinghue. Today's mission is to disseminate this white cauliflower I hold." With a flourish, Qianhe displayed the golden yellow cauliflower that had traversed the stars with her. What an eye-opener! I never knew cauliflowers could bloom. If cauliflowers don't bloom, where do you suppose the seeds come from? How touching! I've longed to witness such a live broadcast of interstellar nature, and to think someone has actually made it happen. Host, don't ignore me. How dare you invade my computer? Does the law of Huagua no longer apply to you? Great one. Can we exchange some hacking techniques? This cauliflower looks ancient. Who would want it? Even my 80-year-old grandmother finds it unappealing. It's a setting, a scenario where the dissemination of plants occurs in a realm where they are remarkably rare. Qianhe replied, "Indeed, the interstellar realm I am in is one where plants are exceedingly precious. They are nearly extinct." Audience member, this backdrop is quite a sci-fi vibe. Where are you filming? Qianhe, in the stars. I have traversed to the Xinghue, naturally filming here. Audience member, stop joking. Which film studio is it? Or where are you filming? Ha ha ha. Host, don't immerse yourself so deeply. Can we truly believe you've crossed into another realm? Such plots only exist in novels. Qianhe communicated these thoughts through her consciousness to the audience, lest she be deemed insane by the people of Xinghue. Ignoring the barrage of skepticism, she surveyed her surroundings and spotted a man under the shade of a tree, holding a bouquet of artificial flowers. His eyes crinkled in a smile as he chatted on the Star Network. From her 2 decades of unrequited love experience, Qianhe concluded that he was undoubtedly conversing with someone he cherished. She approached the man. "Hey there, handsome, would you like some flowers? They are real plants." Zhu Xing looked up and glanced at the cauliflower. This artificial plant was quite unsightly. With a resigned tone, he replied, "Young lady, do you take me for a fool? Even a simpleton would not believe your flowers are real. Real flowers were monopolized by nobles and the wealthy. They would not be found among the common folk. Those that did escape into the wild were poorly kept and had perished. Moreover, the artificial flower was truly ugly. If one were to deceive, they might as well choose a more appealing imitation. Never mind, I'll buy it for 1,000 star coins." Zhu Xing glanced at Qianhe, who resembled his crush, and a hint of pity arose within him. He sighed. "Accepting the cauliflower, miss, perhaps you should find a proper job and refrain from swindling others." "You are the one swindling." Initially, Qianhe only intended to spread natural plants as per the system's instructions without any monetary exchange. But now, feeling indignant, she changed her mind. She decisively accepted his 1,000 star coins, her lake blue eyes serious as she declared, "This is a genuine plant. I offered it to you for just 1,000 star coins because I felt we had a connection. Otherwise, even a single leaf would be beyond your means." She emphasized a truthful plant without deception. Zhu Xing, "Oh, targeting adults like me, are we?" Qianhe, "But foolish mortal." Host, don't laugh. Do you realize you smile more creepily than a ghost? In 3 minutes, I want all his information. Ha ha. The host's expression is priceless. Compared to the flowers in his hands, the cauliflower is utterly pitiful. Who on earth came up with the notion of a cauliflower for this storyline? As the 1,000 star coins were exchanged, the live broadcast mission was completed, and the system indicated that she could remain until the next task commenced. Qianhe had no intention of lingering. She replied to the latest comment. Where is the host broadcasting from? I am in the stars. Oh, you think I'm deceiving you? I am indeed in the stars. No falsehood here. Don't believe me? Need proof? Apologies, but I cannot provide it. The facts speak for themselves. Farewell, dear viewers. I am signing off. With that, Qianhe swiftly ended the broadcast. The system summarized today's mission: disseminate 1 green plant 1/1. Congratulations on completing your task. Reward: round cleaning robot ball X1. Teleportation countdown: 3, 2, 1. In a whirlwind, Qianhe opened her eyes again, returning to the kitchen. Only 10 minutes had passed. Qianhe exited the system interface and saw: main quest: purify Xinghue Digua. Current progress: 0. Unlocked: 1. Cauliflower flower. Current points: 100. Second live broadcast countdown: 1,600 hours. Qianhe pondered, what benefit do I gain from this live broadcasting? Do I get paid? Surely. I'm not meant to be a free laborer. The system replied, no payment, dear, but you can exchange points for money. 1 point equals 100. At calculating, Qianhe realized that after a lackluster live broadcast, she had earned 100 points, equivalent to 10,000 yuan. In just a few dozen minutes, she had earned what would take her a month and a half at her previous job. Money makes the world go round. Any conspiracy theories involving extraterrestrial forces instantly dissipated. The more she examined the system, the more she appreciated its wondrous existence. Live broadcasting from the stars was a joyful and delightful new occupation. With a contented heart, she continued to stir the cauliflower, heating oil, adding the vegetable, and sprinkling salt. Noticing the colors were lacking, she tossed in a few slices of red chili. She also fished out some noodles from the pot, 1 serving for herself and 1 for her cat. The calico cat meowed, cautiously emerging from under the cabinet, eagerly devouring the noodles. Now that we have no meat and even less cat food, make do with this. Meow, meow, meow. The calico cat rubbed against Qianhe's leg. Cauliflower paired with clear broth noodles. Humans paired with cats. A warm and delightful day was drawing to a close. Meanwhile, in the distant city, Qianhe posted to share the live broadcast recording, inquiring of the omniscient denizens. Does anyone know where this was filmed? A friend of mine is eager to visit such a sci-fi style place. In the comments section, didn't that host claim she crossed the stars? Of course, it's filmed in the stars, winking. Ha ha ha. After years of reading interstellar live broadcast novels, I never expected someone would actually bring it to life. It seems so real. If it weren't for my intelligence, I might have almost believed she truly crossed into another realm. What host? Clearly, she's the defendant, having blacked out electronic devices nationwide. The next live broadcast theme will surely be daily life in prison. Shi Yao's mouse hovered over this comment as he gently rubbed his temples. Still no leads? Shi Yao shook his head, and the others in his office followed suit, some even angrily pounding their keyboards. Half an hour had passed since a significant portion of Huagua's electronic devices had been invaded by this sensational live broadcast room. Though the broadcast could be exited at any time and had not infiltrated critical electronic devices, it was an outright mockery of Huagua. The most humiliating part was that this group of the nation's top information technology experts had witnessed the entire live broadcast, from start to finish. The live streaming room cannot be silenced. And what is even more infuriating is that no clues related to this room have been uncovered. The leadership is filled with anxiety, questioning, is this the work of Xinghua? Among all the nations on Blue Star, Xinghua possesses the most advanced technology and is the most antagonistic towards Huagua. Each year, they engage in numerous covert operations, hoping for the downfall of Huagua. Shi Yao shook his head. No, Xinghua would not go to such lengths merely to orchestrate a live interstellar broadcast against us. And he continued, moreover, this system is entirely different from the current mainstream systems. Although the system diverges significantly, it is evident that the method of invasion is at least a century more advanced than that of Huagua, presenting an unimaginable gap. The leadership inquired further, Can we locate that streamer? Shu Yao retrieved photographs of 1 million individuals, stating, "This set bears a resemblance of 70%. He then produced another set of 500,000 photographs, saying, "This set shows an 80% resemblance." Finally, he presented 100,000 photographs, declaring, "This set exhibits a 90% resemblance." These 160,000 individuals could easily be made to resemble that streamer with a bit of makeup. Should we examine each one individually? The faces of these 160,000 young women appeared almost indistinguishable from one another, akin to products on an assembly line, with only slight variations. The leadership, upon viewing this, nearly succumbed to face blindness, exclaiming in exasperation, "It's futile to even consider it." With so many seemingly identical individuals, uncovering the true identity would indeed be a stroke of luck. That streamer is truly malicious. Chapter 4. Patricide and Usurpation of the Qianhe Empire. Zhu Xing glanced disdainfully at the grotesque yellow cauliflower. Its lower half was round and plump, while the upper half sported only a few clusters of small yellow flowers. To praise its cuteness would be disingenuous. Yet, it commanded a price of 1,000 Xing coins. It was better to consider it an act of charity. Zhu Xing carelessly tossed the cauliflower onto the passenger seat, while he cradled the lifelike flowers he had purchased for his secret crush in his lap. The disparity in treatment was utterly outrageous. However, who could blame him when the two bouquets were of such contrasting beauty? As for Qianhe's claim that it was a natural plant, he was merely jesting. Only a fool would believe such nonsense. 3 centuries ago, the inexplicable invasion of star beasts besieged the Qianhe Empire. These creatures carried the X virus, which wreaked havoc on humanity during the 1st century, causing grotesque mutations, death, or transformation into aberrations that feasted upon their fellow humans. The struggles of the living rendered any concern for plants utterly negligible. Little did they know that the X virus had an even greater impact on flora. For them, both air and soil were toxic, and the surviving plants had nearly lost their capacity for reproduction. Presently, all natural plants were sequestered within tightly guarded laboratories and the homes of the elite, breathing air that had undergone 100 meticulous purification processes, with soils specially formulated for nourishment. Ordinary people regarded the preserved specimens of natural plants in museums as rare treasures worth extolling for centuries. Naturally, the more precious the plant, the more it was coveted. While common folk could not afford genuine plants, they could pursue their artificial counterparts. Thus, the Qianhe Empire excelled in the technology of lifelike plants, boasting vibrant colors, delightful scents, and realistic textures, often surpassing the authenticity of the real thing. They could even sprout from a single seed and age gracefully. Scammers like Qianhe who claimed to possess natural plants were aplenty, and shockingly, there were indeed fools who believed them. Zhu Xing, thoroughly bored, pondered the hope that his 1,000 Xing coins might improve Qianhe's circumstances, ideally leading her to a moment of epiphany, realizing the folly of her deceit, viewing it as his good deed for the day. Therefore, when Zhu Xing picked up the golden cauliflower and observed a petal fall off, revealing a bruise beneath, he did not doubt its authenticity. He even gave it a thumbs up, exclaiming how remarkably real this artificial flower was, worth at least 300. Zhu Xing approached a magnificent estate. A row of imposing, cold robots stood guard at the entrance, far from mere artificial intelligences. These robots, produced by the Mengluo Group, possessed intelligence on par with, or even superior to that of natural humans. Their formidable, intricately designed bodies were a fusion of technology and extraordinary abilities, silently deterring any would-be thieves of genuine plants. The estate belonged to the esteemed Tu's family of the Qianhe Empire, serving as the private manor of the young miss. Qianhe. It was a beautiful place, known only to a select few as a breeding ground for genuine plants. The pristine white villa served as a vast laboratory, where Zhu Xing worked as a researcher. Unlike ordinary researchers, he had been Qianhe's butler prior to the establishment of the laboratory. He followed her instructions but remained loyal to her father, the authoritative figure of the Tu's family, true to Tu's. Additionally, he harbored a secret affection for the young miss. Qianhe. Zhu Xing changed into a lab coat and entered the laboratory, carrying the flowers. With his striking looks and amiable demeanor, he often assisted other researchers, earning the affection of his peers. "Oh, Zhu Xing, have you brought flowers for the young miss again?" Bai Lingxian teased, and the researchers engaged in their experiments joined in a chorus of laughter. The atmosphere was filled with joy, and although Zhu Xing recognized their good-natured banter, he couldn't help but blush. His secret crush was known to everyone but the young miss herself. Bai Lingxian sighed, her expression clouded with worry. "The young miss is in the glass flower room, but she has fallen ill again today and seems rather down." "Thank you," Zhu Xing replied, holding the artificial flowers as he made his way to the small garden to find the young miss. After a few steps, for reasons unknown, he turned back to gaze at the cauliflower on the table, pondering if its quirky charm might bring a flicker of joy to the young miss. Exiting the laboratory, he navigated the path lined with artificial plants, gradually inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of genuine flora. Verdant and lush, the real plants surrounded the glass flower room, within which stood a tall, blonde youth with golden eyes. She possessed hair that shimmered like the sun, and her golden-hued eyes, a hallmark of the Tu's family, radiated a sense of tranquility. Upon seeing Zhu Xing, she offered a faint smile, which was soon followed by a bout of coughing. "Young miss, here are the flowers I brought for you," Zhu Xing said with concern, noticing that her condition seemed to have worsened. She shook her head. "I'm fine. It's always like this." She cradled the flowers Zhu Xing had given her, her voice ethereal. "Thank you for the flowers, but you need not bring me any more. Father has found a powerful healer for me, and I will be undergoing treatment, but I want to be back for a while." Truda cherished his youngest daughter dearly, relentlessly seeking out powerful healers each year to treat Qianhe's congenital ailments. Treatments could last from a few days to several months, yet throughout her life, no healer had ever fully cured her. The best they could do was provide a brief respite of a week or two. Everyone claimed that her congenital condition was untreatable, and in an era where interstellar life expectancy reached 300 years, she might only live to see 40. This year, the young miss had already turned 24, and as that thought crossed Zhu Xing's mind, he felt a pang in his heart. "I will wait for your return." Qianhe's pale skin appeared almost translucent under the sun's rays. Zhu Xing envisioned a pair of snow-white wings unfurling from her back, lifting her soul into the sky. Such a beautiful angel, yet cursed with congenital shortcomings, destined for an early demise, evoked deep sorrow. After a brief exchange, Zhu Xing took his leave. Once he departed, a man with deep blue hair emerged from the shadows of the flower room, muttering to himself that he alone had always believed in her congenital deficiencies. Indeed, the young miss of the Tu's family, Qianhe, was never merely congenitally deficient. She bore a far more severe affliction, infected with the SSS-level X virus. Observing she is standing just a step away from the flower room, Yin Fan disapproved. "I would advise against leaving the flower room now." He used a mutation degree tester on Qianhe, which displayed a blood-red reading of 30. "I hope you are aware of the risks of being infected by the SSS-level X virus carried by the star beasts. Without the suppression of these genuine plants, your mutation degree could rapidly exceed 50 and climb towards 60. At a mutation degree of 40, rationality begins to wane. One can still manage it with suppressants. But surpassing 60 is irreversible, leading to a swift escalation to 100, resulting in a loss of sanity and transformation into a mindless aberration that preys upon humanity. Qianhe, I will return safely when you reach 50. Yin Fan, you have only just returned from the Fringe Star a month ago, and you're already planning to leave again? Do you think they would be obliterated without you?" She shook her head. "No, this time I want to be returning to the Fringe Star." Leaning against the glass wall, Yin Fan pressed, "If that is the case, may I ask, my esteemed young miss, what could possibly be more important than your mutation degree?" Patricide and Usurpation. Chapter 5. Unification of the Blue Star. Her golden eyes sparkled with determination. Her father was aging, and if she did not act soon, the Tu's family would fall into her brother's hands. Very well. Yun Fan wove a garland of climbing ivy and roses, placing it atop Qianhe's radiant golden hair. The continuous vitality from the garland flowed into Qianhe's body, suppressing the volcanic eruption of the X virus within her. "I feel quite well now," Qianhe remarked with a smile. If you were still in the flower room and your health were not improving, I would have to prepare a coffin for you. I want a cremation urn. A water burial then, with a playful banter with Yin Fan. Xia stepped out of the flower room, adorned with a floral crown and cradling the flowers gifted by Zhuxing. However, she suddenly froze in place. Yin Fan took a few steps back and aimed his gun at the back of her head, questioning the distortion level exceeding 60. No, can't you think something nice about me? Xia produced a distortion level tester, and the reading quickly dropped from 29, 28 to 25, then halted. This marked the first time since she contracted the SSS level X virus that her distortion level fell below 30. Sierra contemplated deeply. Yin Fan, what could cause a rapid decline in distortion levels? Distortion suppressants, he replied. To be precise, is it down to 25? Natural plants from the old world, of course. The quickest solution is that your eyesight has failed you. Xia discarded the floral crown atop her head, tossing away the simulated flowers gifted by Zhuxing, ultimately retaining only a bouquet of cauliflower. The golden cauliflower exuded a vitality more potent than that of 10 small gardens, suppressing the surging X virus within her. Yin Fan, it seems I have encountered the natural plants of the old world. Are you joking? Yin Fan grasped the cauliflower, astonished. This overwhelming vitality was something that no supernatural ability, technology, or unscrupulous means could counterfeit. Only the natural plants from 3 centuries ago possessed such genuine, pure, and vibrant life force. As Yun Fan descended from the second floor of the laboratory, Zhuxing was instructing a new intern in conducting experiments. The young intern, rather forgetful and inattentive, did not seem aware of how he caught the young lady's attention. Indeed, he had begun to zone out again. Senior, that is, the intern exclaimed excitedly, wanting to shout but hesitating to confirm. Having spent over 2 years in the laboratory, Zhuxing calmly stated, Yes, Yin Fan, the one you are thinking of, let me introduce him. He is the head of our laboratory. Yin Fan, a prodigy who gained fame at a young age, made remarkable contributions to the field of research by the age of 24, leading many within the Starry Empire to speculate if he had somehow linked himself to advanced technology. The intern had initially prepared himself for a life of mediocrity, never expecting that a seemingly obscure laboratory would host such a prominent figure. This laboratory is indeed fortuitous. Yin Fan typically assigned tasks and rarely engaged unless approached. Zhuxing initially thought Yin Fan was merely conducting a routine inspection, but unexpectedly, Yin Fan approached him, his blood-red eyes fixed on Zhuxing, holding the cauliflower he had purchased from Qianhe. He inquired, Where did you obtain this bouquet? Zhuxing replied, By the roadside. He recounted to Yun Fan the circumstances of buying the flowers from the young girl, feeling guilty for taking advantage of her innocence. Could that woman be a business rival's arrangement? Does this bouquet carry a virus? A listening device? A camera? A supernatural ability? A weapon? A series of conspiracy theories collided in Zhuxing's mind, his face turning pale as fear gripped him, concerned that the young lady might be harmed due to his impulsive purchase. Find that woman. Yun Fan's gaze sharpened. I have just dropped a bombshell. This is a natural plant from the old world. Zhuxing, other researchers. A natural plant from the old world? All eyes turned to Yun Fan, eagerly anticipating his next words, yet simultaneously fearing he might utter, I was merely jesting. Ever since the appearance of the star beasts 300 years ago, the X-virus they carried not only infected all of humanity, but also obliterated nearly all natural plants. The few surviving plants were exceedingly rare, confined to sterile environments, and consisted of only a handful of species. To discover that there were still pristine natural plants from 3 centuries ago, untouched by the X-virus, was a revelation of astounding implications. Everyone struggled to envision the transformations this could bring to the entire Starry Empire. Zhuxing was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could not articulate his thoughts. After Zhuxing left, he hurriedly opened the laboratory's single room, intent on contacting Truditul's, determined to persuade the clan leader to mobilize all resources to locate that girl. Just as he closed the door, a gun was pressed against his temple. In the orange-hued twilight, the sun dipped below the horizon, with a faint moon imprint adorning the sky. The wind rustled the curtains, casting shadows over Yun Fan's deep blue hair his blood-red eyes squinting, glistening in the dimness. Shoo! Do not tell anyone. On Blue Star, the morning was tranquil, with birds chirping, when a scream erupted from a certain house. "Oh, what is this?" Qianhe, clutching a pillow, pointed at the round, rolling, robotic ball that was entangled with a calico cat, her wide eyes reflecting sheer astonishment, as if she had encountered an extraterrestrial being. And indeed, it was a creation of aliens, a product from another planet. The pristine white robotic ball had raindrop-like eyes, emitting a whirring sound as it spat out a mouthful of cat hair and dust towards Qianhe. Cough, cough, cough. Qianhe was choked by the airborne dust, exclaiming, "Where did you gather all this dust?" Drawing back the curtains, she suddenly noticed that the house had been revitalized. Not a speck of dust remained. Qianhe has solved the mystery. It was all the dust in the house. She vaguely recalled having cleaned thoroughly the previous day. The round robotic ball nudged against Qianhe's thigh, its eyes pleading for praise. In truth, she did not need to clean so meticulously, as she had only returned to the countryside to retrieve her parents' belongings. In a few days, she would have to head to the city to seek employment, likely never to return. "All right, thank you for tidying up." Qianhe picked up the round robotic ball, which cozily nestled in her embrace, its sapphire eyes blinking at her like a kitten, calling "Master, Master" in standard Mandarin. "Besides cleaning, do you have any other functions?" V50, Ball will assist you in unifying Blue Star. Chapter 6, Even If I Crawl Out of Coffin. Qianhe was taken aback. "Aren't you just a cleaning robot?" The round robot puffed up in pride. Being merely a cleaning device is too degrading for Ball. The technology on Blue Star is outdated. The most powerful weapons are only nuclear arms. Ball can control the world's nuclear weapons at any time. With its sparkling sapphire eyes fixed on Qianhe, it eagerly declared, "Master, just provide me with 50 credits of energy, and the world shall bow before you." "Not needed," Qianhe coldly set it down, "just clean." "Understood." The ball left with a tinge of regret. Its lower half emitted a blue glow, consuming all the trash in its path, which was then decomposed into elemental components within its body, effectively addressing pollution. Where the ball passed, no trace of contamination lingered. Advanced robots often require only the simplest of functions, Qianhe mused. Before her, an interface materialized. Host, Qianhe. Main task, purify the Starry Empire. Current progress, 0. 5. Current points, 100. Next live broadcast countdown. 400. Can carry 2 types of plants. Unlock plant. 1 cauliflower. Next live broadcast reward. Mysterious unknown gift. The purification level has risen to 0. 5. Has someone discovered the real plants? Setting aside the purification level for now, Qianhe inquired, "Unknown gift?" "The system believes you will find it intriguing." Qianhe remained skeptical, but acknowledged the importance of the live broadcast. The second reason was the modest sum of 100 points. The third reason was that it connected to a galactic broadcast. Who wouldn't yearn for a glimpse into the vast and profound universe, where advanced technology lay just a glimpse away? And the most crucial first reason, a live broadcast visible to all of Blue Star, capturing the attention of the entire world, would immensely satisfy Qianhe's long-held desire for performance. Who among us, in our childhood, has not fantasized about suddenly acquiring extraordinary powers, becoming a creator deity, or transforming into a demon or angel, and reveling in our might upon the blue planet? The sky unfolds like a delicate tapestry. Qianhe arrived at the back mountain, armed with a small shovel, and uprooted 6 vibrant pink rain lilies, Fenulon, along with a generous handful of flourishing with sorrel, Kuji and Ko, adorned with petite yellow flowers. The rain lily, also known as the rain lily, is a charming and easy-to-care-for plant, often found in gardens and green spaces. With sorrel, commonly referred to as clover, is known for its lucky variant with 4 leaves and can be cultivated in small pots, adding a delightful touch to any setting, and even possesses edible qualities. Qianhe chose these 2 plants for 3 primary reasons. Firstly, they are commonly found even in forest gardens and sidewalk cracks. Secondly, they require no monetary expenditure as they can be foraged freely. And thirdly, their aesthetic appeal may garner admiration in the interstellar realm, and if not, it would merely reflect a lack of taste on the part of others. Most importantly, This choice effectively eliminates the possibility of being tracked down through the platform Pinduoduo. You are the beginning of faith, the essence of poetry, and the fairy tale's protagonist. Qianhe nestled the two plants into a black bag, humming a tune as she made her way home. However, midway, her melody came to an abrupt halt. Standing at her doorstep was Qianhe, wielding a hammer to crack walnuts. With each strike, she cast a glance at the fluffy head of a calico cat, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace. Qianhe sensed that her cousin's true target was not the walnut, nor the cat's head, but rather her own. The calico cat huffed at Qianhe. Upon noticing Qianhe's return, scampered over with an exuberant meow. "Are you here to commit a crime?" Qianhe scooped the cat into her arms, her gaze fixated on the walnut, silently accusing Qianhe. "You are the one committing a crime. Besides, this walnut was given to me by fourth aunt. It is not yours." Fuming, Qianhe tossed aside her hammer and handed Qianhe an invitation. "In 15 days, there is a banquet in Jiang City, courtesy of my father, and you must attend." This was likely just another extravagant gathering hosted by the wealthy. Since the death of Qianhe's parents, Kong had thrived and developed a penchant for such events. Qianhe's private social media was filled with images of extravagant feasts. Yet, Kong had always treated Qianhe as if she were invisible. Was the sun rising from the west? Why was he sending her an invitation to a banquet? Qianhe suspected ulterior motives. In defiance, she tore the invitation to shreds right in front of Qianhe. The insufferable cousin glowered at the torn paper, her slender, aloof eyes reminiscent of an infamous streamer who had disrupted Qianhe's meticulously planned live broadcast just the previous day. Indeed, those we despise often bear a striking resemblance. Qianhe, suddenly devoid of any desire to converse with Qianhe, spat, "15 days from now, no matter where you are, even if you must rise from your coffin, you shall attend this banquet. Once this gathering is over, I will see how you continue to live so leisurely." Oh no, she had nearly forgotten her promise to live stream her rural life for her fans. Qianhe donned a stunning outfit, set up her live streaming equipment, and chose the perfect angle. With a sweet smile directed at the camera, she greeted her audience. "Hello, my darlings, welcome to..." Suddenly, her phone screen went black, then illuminated again. But her stream had been replaced by that of the notorious streamer from the previous day. How infuriating! She has sabotaged my stream again. How has she not faced consequences for blacking out the entire internet? It wasn't just Qianhe who nearly suffered an internal crisis. The competition among online influencers was fierce, and a streamer capable of blacking out the internet and compelling the entire nation to tune in was a devastating threat. Amidst this invisible turmoil, Qianhe cradled the rain lilies and would sorrel in their small pots. Was the day's task for the streamer also to sell flowers? As the computer was once again compromised, Yao vigilantly monitored the live stream, swiftly posting the first comment. The streamer is here to spread the blue planet's flora across the stars. Emphasize spread. The 1,000 star coins from yesterday were merely an anomaly. A cluster of psychologists hovered in the live stream's chat, observing Qianhe's every move, inquiring about the streamer's name. When naming, individuals tend to favor words or phrases they cherish. And surely there would be traces of this online. This could prove to be a significant breakthrough in uncovering the identity of this enigmatic streamer. Name? I do not wish to name myself. I request a collective naming from everyone. The psychologists were astounded. Qianhe stood on the street where she had last appeared, the bustling thoroughfare alive with activity. A figure sat upon a hovering carpet, akin to Aladdin's magical ride, zipping past her. No pressure. No pressure. What sorcery is this? How are they soaring through the sky? Is it magnetic levitation? Excuse me, has human technology advanced to such an extent without my knowledge? How infuriating. I will compete with you wealthy individuals. Qianhe found herself equally intrigued, pondering the nature of vehicles in the interstellar age. Comments from netizens flooded in. Don't be ridiculous. Streamer, it's more likely that AI is involved than you actually traversed into the interstellar era. This is hilarious. Which interstellar vehicle resembles a carpet? Do they also watch Aladdin's magic lamp? Qianhe contemplated whether perhaps a time traveler had once shared this tale with them. The online community reacted. Do we appear to be so easily deceived? Chapter 7. Nonsense. After responding to her viewers, Qianhe ceased to monitor the live stream. Someone was watching her, following the gaze. She recognized the individual from the previous day who had accused her of being a fraud. That person, separated by a street, anxiously regarded her. Wait a moment. Zhu Xing had spotted Qianhe from afar. He had spent the entire day wandering this street, convinced she would return. Upon seeing her, he felt a rush of excitement. But when he noticed the green plants in her arms, his heart nearly stopped. Is this how you treat natural plants? Natural plants, precious natural plants. How can you treat them as if they are mere scraps of metal? Qianhe looked up to find Zhu Xing gazing eagerly at the plant she held, his eyes alight with fervor, as if he had just won a fortune. Are these natural plants as well? Qianhe shook her head. No, they are not real. Zhu Xing's expression fell, but he quickly reconciled with the reality. If she were to present genuine natural plants, the citizens of the Qianhe Empire would rally behind her, and Qianhe would ascend to the throne the very next day. Then, my dear lady, might you accompany me for a moment? The Tull's family wishes to compensate for the price of the natural plants from yesterday. The Tull's family, one of the most prominent noble houses in the empire, was not an entity one could easily refuse. With a smile, Qianhe thought, am I to be the one deceiving or the one being deceived? Zhu Xing opened the car door for her, and as the sunlight glinted off her earrings, he regretted not having given himself a slap for his previous actions. The last time he beheld such exquisite, radiant, and high-quality earrings was on the ears of a young lady. This person was undoubtedly a highborn daughter, experiencing life outside her privileged existence. How could such an individual engage in deceit? This young lady had utilized her influence to comb through the entire Qianhe Empire, yet had unearthed no information about herself. Her initial appearance was just yesterday, when she descended with a bouquet of cabbage flowers. One who possesses genuine plants cannot possibly exist without a trace in this world. She must have a powerful backing concealing her presence. The imperial family? The Menglu group? The black and white society? The rebels? Or perhaps Jiansheng? Who could it be? Streamer, what have you done? That person's gaze is growing colder by the moment. Little beauty, what brand is this car? It must be capable of at least 300 kilometers h. Look at my title. Qianhe replied, live streaming the interstellar experience, the vehicles of the stars. Do you think I am a fool? Do you truly believe you have crossed over? Wang Shi's eyes stared angrily at Qianhe's live stream, convinced it was a fabrication, a mere gimmick to attract attention. Little did he know that this very broadcast had kept him from watching his beloved female streamers for 3 consecutive days. The beautiful hosts had been completely duped by this charlatan, abandoning their streams to tune into Qianhe's. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He promptly dialed 110, reporting the blatant slander of a live stream host who had tarnished the entire internet. Why hasn't she been banned? He demanded. The police, however, replied with regret, explaining that she was abroad and thus beyond their jurisdiction. Wang Shi's accused them of being in league with her, calling them a pack of scoundrels. It was no wonder there was such a commotion if she had yet to be apprehended. The police listened to his complaints with a heavy heart, but indeed, Qianhe was not under their purview. With thousands of reports flooding in, they traced the IP to the Qianhe supercluster, a realm far removed from their own jurisdiction in the Lania Chaos supercluster. The officers there had little authority over matters pertaining to the Qianhe supercluster. Host, the flowers in your hands are clearly real. Why do you claim they're fake? Qianhe blinked, responding that he was accused of trickery. Holding on to his grudge, Qianhe followed Zhu Xing to a white villa. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he first noticed a row of cold, expressionless humans standing around the villa. They bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, even their blinking synchronized. Are these 20-some identical triplets? Where did the host find so many lookalikes? They stand so rigidly, motionless. With a live stream, this chaotic, inner fish should take notes. Help! Does no one else find them terrifying? They don't look human. Upstairs. Aye. I have enough material for nightmares tonight. Influenced by the comments in the live chat, Qianhe glanced at these figures and quickly realized that they were utterly devoid of breath. Zhu Xing assumed she was intrigued by the latest iteration of Dream Luo Group's humanoid robots, designated as Model 114, boasting intelligence equivalent to that of a human, exceptional combat capabilities, and even extraordinary abilities. As he spoke, Zhu Xing straightened his posture with pride, declaring that their estate was among the first to afford such robots. Qianhe could not help but touch the robot closest to her, noting that its skin was even warm to the touch. If not for its hollow gaze, it would be indistinguishable from a real human. This natural person requests that you refrain from any harassing behavior. The robot turned its eyes towards her, its voice a chilling electronic tone, laced with an undercurrent of menace. Qianhe withdrew her hand quietly, observing Zhu Xing's astonishment as he asked, "Do you like this kind of robot? Is that not acceptable?" She replied, "Not at all. It's just that Model 114 robots are typically designed for protection. Their appearance is intentionally generic, and their personalities are quite dull, not even on par with companion robots. I simply cannot fathom anyone finding such an unremarkable robot appealing. Nevertheless, each individual has their preferences, and I respect them all. The young lady has gone to tend to her ailments, so all matters within the estate fall under Yunfan's purview." Zhu Xing discreetly messaged Yunfan, suggesting that Qianhe was a mechaphile and proposing to send her a few Model 114 robots to win her favor. Qianhe followed Zhu Xing into the laboratory of the estate. With each movement she made, the Blue Star live stream erupted repeatedly. "Is this a robot? Are you telling me that robotics have advanced to this level? I refuse to believe it. It must be a real person in a robot suit. This is definitely a live stream. It is well known that live broadcasts cannot be faked. So how did that chunk of meat in the jar grow into a giant beast in just 30 seconds? Host, if you truly have traversed the stars, just blink. So many handsome men and beautiful women. But what are they doing with those animals and a bottle of blue liquid? Are those animals regressing to their juvenile forms? Can anyone clarify whether the host has genuinely crossed interstellar space? No way, no way. Surely no fool believes the host has traversed the stars. I mean, if you have such technology, why not use it for something better instead of scamming people? Hilarious. It's 2024, not 4202. If such technology existed, wouldn't you be winning countless Nobel Prizes? I'm out. This live stream is simply treating everyone like fools. The system inquired whether to ban these individuals. No need. I relish watching the doubts of others. Qianhe remained unfazed. While Fan, he was unable to stay composed. This is incredible. I've never thought of it this way. Fan He, an expert in limb regeneration, had toiled in this field for decades, yet progress had always been stymied at a crucial juncture, just when he thought he'd never witness significant advancements. This notorious live stream showcased a scene strikingly similar to his own theories regarding limb regeneration. An epiphany washed over him, as if all his meridians had been opened. "Shall you record this segment of a live stream? We will follow this approach for our next steps." The students gasped in horror. "Professor, you cannot. This is clearly fake. The current fabrication technology is far too advanced. Please do not be deceived." Their anxious, terrified expressions made it seem as though he were an elderly man vulnerable to internet scams. Fanny laughed heartily. "What are you thinking? I would never genuinely believe in such nonsense. It merely provided me with a spark of inspiration. Interstellar travel? That is sheer folly." Chapter 8. As long as I live, miss, please. After passing through the laboratory, Zhu Xing led Qianhe to the second floor of the villa, standing before a door whose upper half was blood red, as if it were weeping, while the lower half was pitch black. Gazing at the door felt akin to staring into an abyss. Zhu Xing awkwardly chuckled. "Our leader is named Yunfan, indeed, the renowned scientist. One of the most famous figures in the Starry Empire, often referred to as the god of clouds, although his aesthetic sense is rather unique. He is exceptionally gentle and kind." Zhu Xing was uncertain whether Qianhe believed him, but he himself had his doubts. He felt nauseated thinking of how Yunfan had playfully shot at his head twice yesterday, and had threatened him with a smile not to inform the clan leader about the young lady acquiring natural plants, or else he would become the subject of experimentation. Zhu Xing's teeth chattered at the thought of it. What kind of legitimate scientist threatens people with guns? Indeed, those with extraordinary powers are all a bit unhinged. Zhu Xing knocked thrice on the door. and only when a cold voice from within invited them and did he hesitantly lead Qianhe inside. The interior was a private laboratory filled with various bottles, jars, machines, and skeletal specimens. A pale-skinned young man of similar age to Qianhe was reading a book by the window, with orange sunlight cascading over his deep blue hair. He set the book down and approached Qianhe, introducing himself. "I am Yunfan." Luo. Qianhe casually fabricated a name, intending to place the plants down and shake hands with Yunfan, only to be stopped. Yunfan restrained himself to glance at the two small, adorable plants. "There is no need to accommodate me with such precious natural specimens," Zhu Xing quickly explained. "God of clouds, these are merely artificial flowers, not natural plants." Yunfan looked incredulously at Zhu Xing, hardly able to believe that someone who could not differentiate between natural and artificial plants could be present here. He apologized to Qianhe. This person is a relation, but his understanding is limited, unable to distinguish between natural and artificial plants. Qianhe smiled. "It's fine. I was the one who deceived him into believing they were artificial plants." You. Are these really natural plants?" Zhu Xing exclaimed, pointing at the two pots. His voice distorted as he recalled that they had been exposed to unpurified air for over an hour. Zhu Xing's expression transformed into one of sheer panic. "How would you dare to leave natural plants in the air? How could you?" Qianhe found it rather perplexing. Why the reluctance? After all, any mishap would result in a significant loss for the entire empire. Yunfan waved him away. Once the door was closed, Yunfan's expression turned grave. "Missin, are you aware that the plants you've brought are not deterred by the air and can thrive in soil? Although I understand this is a script, can we not consider that without plants, where would the oxygen come from? And what do they consume? Only animals? And what do the animals eat? If plants cannot survive in the air, shouldn't humans perish as well? Be bolder. Let everyone rely on photosynthesis." "Denizens, a new age mouthpiece," she calmly stated. "All my plants are like this." Yunfan seized upon the crucial point. "Are there many natural plants from the old world within your faction?" The Xinghue Digua collectively refers to the world 300 years ago, before any cataclysm, as the old world. Only in the old world would untainted plants thrive in the exposed air and soil. While Qianhe spoke of home, Yunfan misinterpreted it as a faction, which fortuitously aligned with Qianhe's intentions. Having a powerful backing is completely different from lacking one. The quantity depends on what you can afford. Qianhe rubbed his hands together. After all, he never engaged in unprofitable ventures. Yunfan regarded real plants as humanity's treasures, worth any price. "What do you desire?" "Xingbi." Yunfan's eyes widened slightly. "Confirming, you seek only Xingbi? What? Can you not afford it?" "Surely not. With such a vast estate, you must be able to afford Xingbi." Qianhe's skepticism was palpable. Yunfan affirmed, "We can afford it." He was merely astonished that an organization capable of acquiring such precious real plants would request something as mundane as Xingbi. In that moment, Yunfan had already conceived a scheme to smuggle various illicit products, weapons, spacecraft, potions, that her faction desired, or perhaps covertly grant her power. He had never anticipated that the request would be for something as straightforward as Xingbi. Yunfan asked Qianhe to present his Xinguang payment code and promptly transferred the Xingbi. Qianhe Xinguang was akin to a system, capable of maintaining confidentiality, ensuring no one could trace her. Ding! 2 million Xingbi arrived in the Xinguang. Qianhe was taken aback. She knew the plants of the Xinghue Digua were precious and that the Tsi family was undoubtedly wealthy, but she never expected them to possess such wealth. To so casually produce this much Xingbi, 2 million, even with inflation, is a significant sum. Unaware of Tuer's ownership of hundreds of planets, and entirely ignorant of Yunfan's status within the Xinghue Digua, Qianhe marveled internally while maintaining an unblinking facade, barely managing to respond. She pushed 6 pots of Funyulan and 1 pot of Jiang Cao towards Yunfan. Yunfan, relieved, felt a weight lift. Although he was anxious about parting with 2 million Xingbi, his recent financial situation had been dire. Fortuitously, this mysterious woman's faction was amenable to negotiation. After completing her task for the day, Qianhe vanished on the spot. In the interstellar age, Teleportation had already been established, though it was primarily popular among the affluent. This further confirmed that Qianhe had a substantial and wealthy backing. Yunfan extracted 4 yuan and half of the Zhujiang Cao. He then patted the nearby, sweeping robot ball, which opened its mouth, revealing a hand that took away the 4 yuan and half of the Zhujiang Cao. Subsequently, a purple head emerged from the robot ball, tearfully exclaiming, "Master, the new human you captured has escaped." Yunfan closed the sweeping robot ball and reopened it, this time revealing a white head that frantically declared, "Master, the human you captured has blown up your home." Yunfan took a deep breath and closed it once more, switching to a green head that assured him, "Rest assured. Master, as long as I live, the beautiful, pure, and precious natural plants will remain intact." Yunfan closed it again, reverting the sweeping robot ball to its normal state. He cradled the remaining 2 yuan and half of the Zhujiang Cao as he made his way to the small greenhouse, solemnly presenting them to Xia. The seller of these plants is called on Luala. She brought these this time. Xia caressed the 2 types of plants, and upon contact, a surge of vibrant life energy flowed into her being. She marveled, "Yet another entirely new natural plant I have never encountered." Yunfan spent 60 million Xingbi on the plants. "Excellent," Xia responded. In the next moment, 60 million Xingbi arrived in Yunfan's Xinguang. Yunfan sincerely grasped Xia's hand, stating, "My esteemed young lady, when you eliminate your father, remember to take these real plants along to suppress the mutation levels. You are my dearest friend. Should you perish, I would be profoundly saddened." Chapter 9. Transformed into a fly, the second live broadcast has been successfully completed. Unlock plants. 1. Cabbage, flower. 2. Yulan. 3. Zhujiang Cao. Current points, 300. Countdown to the next live broadcast. 10 days, 3 plant types permitted. Mainline task, purify the Xinghui Di Gua. Current progress, 08. This live broadcast reward, a mysterious, unknown gift, has been sent. Please explore it yourself. Qianhe pondered as she glanced at the purification level. A cabbage flower gave 0. 5. 6 yuan and 1 pot of Zhujiang Cao together accounted for only 0. 3. System, be honest, confess freely. Are you withholding my purification points? The system replied, "Please explore it yourself." Qianhe's gaze shifted downward. What could this mysterious, unknown gift be? System, can you provide a hint? Please explore it yourself. Are you only capable of saying explore it yourself? The system abruptly changed the subject. Host, would you like to return to Lanxing now or explore the Xinghui Digua? You have 6 hours of stay time. Xinghui Digua. Take me to the library. Certainly. The library. Qianhe found it unbelievable. No way you can't do that, can you? Absolutely. The system, sweating profusely, though it had only known her for less than 2 days, had secretly observed her for 17 years. Over those years, the system was entirely certain that its host was not a lover of information. Why the sudden desire to visit the library? The system hurriedly opened the teleportation channel and frantically activated the Xinghui Di Gua Lanxing language translator according to the instructions. Adhering to the second rule of providing thoughtful service to the host, the teleportation channel opened, and Qianhe found herself inside the library. She made a beeline for the first area of the Science Museum. In a live broadcast room, viewers from Lanxing Huagua began to inquire, "Anchor, what brings you to the library? Do you feel that being an anchor lacks prospects? Planning to work, read, and pursue graduate studies?" Cries. The life of Huagua people is bound by bureaucracy, yet none of the examinations pertain to science. Qianhe offered a benefit. Viewers in the live broadcast room began to question whether they had missed some crucial plot point. Where's the benefit? What benefit? This library hasn't given out any eggs. Qianhe disdainfully replied, "We truly lack rapport. Don't play the blame game. We've only known each other for 2 days. Where's the rapport? Or is it forced affection? Haha, that's hilarious. No problem. Forced viewing of the live broadcast is indeed a form of forced affection." Qianhe, with a cold expression, conceded, "All right, my fault. It's all on me." She clarified, "I meant I'm providing you all with a benefit." The majority of the audience from Huagua seemed to have fried their CPUs. What did she ever grant us a benefit? She merely strolled through the library, right? We didn't see any benefits. Which library is this? It's enormous. At least 10 times larger than my city's municipal library. Furthermore, all the books are unfamiliar. Could it be that the anchor truly traversed the stars? The host, you surely cannot be treating these books as mere perks. Although your team has worked tirelessly to create content for traffic, it is inappropriate to regard this as a benefit. The leader forcefully patted Shi Yao's shoulder, anxiously urging, do not suppress public opinion. Quickly take a screenshot. Capture the contents of the book in her hands. It must be high resolution. Which one? All of them. Qianhe simultaneously flipped through 3 books. Holding one titled Ibaiga Yujo Wei, Jieji Mi in her left hand, another titled Cai Meiyou Xiang San, Funzhong Xue in her right, and the third, Dingjian Yining's De Bagua Richang, positioned between them. To be frank, they all appeared rather frivolous, particularly the first one, whose title resembled the pseudoscientific literature popular during elementary school. Each character seemed to narrate absurd tales of a man witnessing a UFO in the dead of night, a woman abducted by aliens for experimentation, and a child recalling a past life to locate his bones from 1,000,000 years ago. Most ludicrously, the text was in a foreign language, yet the live stream displayed familiar Chinese characters. As Shi Yao captured screenshots, she could not help but express her disbelief. You cannot truly believe this is real, can you? This is outrageous. If only they had a modicum of common sense. How could the leader possibly take screenshots and search for manufacturers that copied these books? A colleague could not refrain from marveling at how competitive today as hosts had become, creating their own texts and content for the sake of authenticity. With such determination, they could achieve so much more than engaging in deception. As for the veracity of these contents, the colleague had never even considered that possibility. Discussions of treatments for ailments such as AIDS, cancer, and ALS aside, the book Cai Meiyou Xiang San, Funzhong Xue casually presented over 10 methods for a complete cure for diabetes. If this were true, the colleague would do a handstand while washing their hair. The network technician worked diligently, capturing screenshots. Qianhe and the audience were thoroughly engrossed in Dingjian Yining's De Bagua Richang. Wow, even in space, there are emperors and saints? This script is absurd. The saint was even picked up from a river. Oh my, isn't that mansion owned by the Tulls family? Its patriarch has over 300 children. Not even pigs could reproduce as prolifically. After being infected with the X virus, the ability user Meng Shuang publicly kisses their nemesis. How absurd. Rivals turn lovers? A fierce battle ensues, both infected, both perishing. Aren't you all going to glance at the 2 adjacent books? I did, but they are filled with made-up technical jargon by the hosts. Their efforts are commendable, but lack the intrigue of gossip. Exquisite, truly exquisite. However, as she turned the page, an unexpected calamity occurred. The sound of a book falling echoed alongside the anguished cries of a small girl throughout the library. Qianhe looked over to find a little girl who had fallen from a ladder, clutching her abdomen, moaning pitifully, writhing on the floor like a maggot. What has happened to this little girl? Her entire body is turning purple. Is it a sudden illness? Medical students claim they have never encountered such a condition. Host, no matter where you are, call the police immediately. That child appears to be in grave danger. Forget the live stream. Human life is at stake. Exactly. Hurry and call for help. I refuse to believe anyone would still want to watch your stream if a child dies here. Is this part of the host script? She sprouted wings. Why are so many purple spots suddenly appearing on her face? Is it contagious? She is growing hair. The special effects are far too realistic and grotesque. Every spot, every droplet of blood is vividly visible. It will give me nightmares. The host cannot possibly be orchestrating something so realistic. Mom, help! She has turned into a fly. Chapter 10. Is it not the illness that is afflicted? The girl lying on the ground had purple skin, emitting painful moans. Her frail back sprouting a pair of bloody, transparent purple wings. She was a grotesque creation, her purple mouth twisting into an inhuman shape. Her once vibrant human eyes transformed into those of a fly, occupying 3/4 of her face. Her face was covered in dark purple spots, reminiscent of daisies blooming in spring. Within moments, this 7 or 8-year-old girl morphed into a creature resembling a fly, dragging human limbs behind her. The monster extended a purple hand toward the onlookers, emitting pitiful sounds that vaguely conveyed, "Help me, save me." However, the corpulent middle-aged man she approached immediately retreated 3 meters, muttering, "X-virus. How can there be someone with a mutation degree over 60 in Central City?" The others, too, wore expressions of terror, retreating several meters as a group, surrounding the little girl in a circle, whispering among themselves. "Where are the child's parents? You let a child with such a high mutation degree enter? If we all become infected, how will you compensate us? This must be the X-virus carried by the F-level winged beast. She resembles a purple-winged insect. Should we give her an inhibitor?" The young man in green rolled his eyes in response. "Look at her condition. She has at least a 90-degree mutation. What good would an inhibitor do? Is there no hope?" Qianhe invited, leaning closer. The young man in green shook his head. "There is no hope. Not even a saint could save her. I called the ability management department. They said they would arrive in 2 minutes." No sooner had he finished speaking than he was surrounded by the parents of the transformed girl. "You called the ability management department? How could you do that? This is murder. Murder. Xiaoyi still has hope. She can still be saved." The young man in green, Xia Yinqing, frowned at the pair of parents grasping at his sleeve. He had seen countless similar individuals on Bingxing, those who, after their loved ones were infected with the X-virus and exhibited a mutation degree over 60, quietly concealed their relatives. They all believed their loved ones would endure the mutation and become ability users. However, the number of those who could survive such mutations was exceedingly rare, a 1 in a billion chance, and ultimately, they all transformed into aberrations, harming more humans. Xia Yinqing felt no sympathy, only weariness. "Your daughter has already become a mutant. No longer human." He quickly redirected the conversation. "As for you, it would be wise to consider how to explain to the mutation response personnel why you brought a child with a mutation degree over 60 to the library. She was clearly unwell just moments ago." The creature that the girl had transformed into let out a scream, a sound that seemed to oscillate between pleasure and agony, her dark green eyes resembling an abyss, fixating intently on her parents. They were paralyzed in fear under her gaze, wanting to approach yet unable to, merely watching her writhe on the floor. Xia Yunqing lamented the fortune that this was merely a worthless F-level mutant. Had it been a D-level, they would be facing a lifetime in confinement. Xia Yunqing's eyes widened as he watched a drop of blood-red tear trickle from the creature, its purple transparent wings abruptly transforming into gold, its body expanding fourfold in an instant. A colossal sea-level mutant materialized in the air, gazing down hungrily at the humans below. Qianhe heard Xia Yunqing softly murmur, "Sea level. Sea level mutant. Sea level mutant. It has evolved into a sea level mutant. Run." The crowd, no longer leisurely spectating, turned to flee. An F-level mutant is a harmless lamb, but a sea-level mutant can obliterate an entire town. Yet, this sea-level mutant's speed was astonishing. It expelled venom towards the crowd. The live stream erupted with excited shouts. "This monster looks so real. It has a cinematic quality." The actors delivered their performances with such vividness that I truly felt the terror. It deserves an accolade. The streamers should reconsider their career. They are far too talented to remain confined to this role. They are akin to a celestial star descended upon the film industry. The purple venom appeared remarkably realistic, as if it were plummeting right before my eyes. Indeed, it was genuinely descending. The sorrows of humanity are evidently not shared. At the moment the venom was expelled, Qianhe wished for the system to transport her back to the Blue Star. As an ordinary human, utterly powerless, was she merely a dish for this monstrous creature? A mass of water appeared in the sky, enveloping the toxic mist emitted by the aberrant creature. Xia Yunqing manipulated the water imbued with venom, solidifying it into pillars that rebounded towards the C-grade aberration. However, upon impact, the creature's exterior was merely corroded to reveal tender flesh beneath. Xia Yunqing then condensed the ambient water into ice spikes, aiming precisely at the creature's wings, yet it deftly evaded the attack. Once more, he concentrated the surrounding water into ice spikes, which struck the C-grade aberration, tearing a substantial piece of flesh and causing torrents of dark crimson blood to flow forth, even fracturing its wings significantly. Xia Yunqing furrowed his brow as he sensed a shift in his consciousness. The concentration of the X-virus in the air intensified, and the creature's level of aberration rose. Being a native of the border star, he was far more aware than the majority of the imperial citizens who had only encountered aberrations in literature. He understood that these aberrations, infected by the X-virus carried by stellar beasts, were themselves hosts of the virus, continuously dispersing it with every breath they took. The blood of the aberration was so saturated with the virus that it subtly permeated the air with a suffocating stench of decay. This C-grade aberration was raising the level of aberration in the air, aiming to infect them all. Xia Yunqing could not fathom the consequences if anyone were to sustain injuries or if their physical condition were to falter. The excessive use of his abilities left him gritting his teeth, with a resolute gaze fixed upon the C-grade aberration. He recalled that the human body is composed of approximately 70 water, and this creature was once human. Its venom also derived from water. His ability to control water was precisely what he needed. He concentrated his mind to manipulate the moisture within the C-grade aberration, striving to eliminate it from the inside out. He succeeded. The aberration's expression contorted in agony as it plummeted from the sky, wailing in despair. Just as he focused his power to extract every drop of moisture from the creature's body, it suddenly broke free from his grasp and lunged towards Qianhe. Caught off guard, Qianhe's mind went blank. Thoughts raced through her head. Why was this monster suddenly charging at her? Was it deranged? Was it determined to take her down with it? Her phone was still not formatted. She needed to evade. Xia Yunqing's expression darkened as he shouted at Qianhe. Stuck in place, she was momentarily paralyzed, forgetting even to command the system to transport her back to the Blue Star, instinctively raising her hands to shield her head. In a daze, she noticed the audience in the streaming room fervently urging her to run. Xia Yunqing cast a sorrowful glance in her direction, while the others hiding in the library peeked out, seemingly eager to witness her tragic demise. The harsh sunlight spread across the world, and clusters of sour clover sprouted on her wrist, extending towards the C-grade aberration, taking root and blossoming. Chapter 11. Sour clover. The delicate and fragile sour clover proliferated rapidly on the C-grade aberration. As they gradually constricted, the aberration disintegrated like a doll made of cotton, shattering into countless pieces. The library fell into an eerie silence, the air thick with a metallic scent of blood, splattering even onto Qianhe's clothing. Staring at the grotesque purple chunks of the C-grade aberration scattered across the floor, reminiscent of butchered meat, she murmured, "System, are you there? I have always been here." The system responded, "Did I do this? To slay such a terrifying C-grade aberration? Could this truly be within the capabilities of someone like me, who struggles with their physical fitness?" Qianhe suddenly realized she was not entirely human. The system interrupted her chaotic thoughts. "Indeed, do you recall your mysterious gift? Although you have yet to return to the Blue Star, you have unmistakably completed your second live-streaming mission, earning a mysterious reward that awakens your abilities." "All right. The plan I spread will dictate what my abilities are." Qianhe resolved to articulate that in advance next time. "Maintaining an air of mystery will enhance the element of surprise in your rewards," the system noted. This only led her to conjure fantastical notions that she was an extraterrestrial from the Qianhe Empire, traversing to the Blue Star, destined to be the chosen one of this world, or perhaps even a deity. Qianhe Empire's central city is distant from the border star, which harbors a higher concentration of the X-virus. This place is in close proximity to the capital star, boasting commendable security measures. The concentration of the X-virus in the air is as low as 6, only slightly higher than the capital star. Nonetheless, even under such circumstances, the Aberration Handling Department under the Ability Management Association received reports today of 10 individuals mutating into aberrations, necessitating immediate action. Of course, this is quite common within the Qianhe Empire, as every breath people take is saturated with the X-virus, which is omnipresent. Most of these aberrations are individuals with pre-existing health issues who have fully transformed. As humans, they were weak, and as aberrations, they remain unchanged. They typically become F-grade aberrations, easily subdued by even slightly stronger adults. However, Today's emergence of 10 aberrations, as opposed to the usual 1 or 2 over a fortnight, was somewhat unusual. This resulted in a temporary shortage of personnel within the aberration handling department. Thus, when Faye Shire arrived at the aberration handling department and confirmed that the aberration level was within safe limits, the department head, Audrey, cheerfully inquired whether he was interested in handling an aberration, a mere 2,000 meters away in the library, an F-grade aberration. Faye Shire pondered that his spaceship ticket was for the next day, allowing ample time, and since he had nothing else to do, he nodded in agreement to assist his benefactor. He bid farewell to Minister Audrey and brushed past an employee. The employee curiously asked, "Minister, who was that? You treated him with such special attention." Minister Audrey proudly replied, "He was a child I once found and cared for a while in the Border Star. I had no idea he would grow up to become an A-grade ability user." Wow, the employee marveled. What a remarkable student, with a population exceeding 7 billion. The Qianhe Empire has a quarter of its populace as ability users, with over 170 million being E and F-grade users. It is said that there are only about 100 million A-grade users. The employee turned to look for Faye Shire, whose striking blue eyes had already vanished from sight. Minister Audrey boasted, what great teaching. I merely lent him a hand. Who would have thought this young man would have such a promising future? For an ability user, a distance of 2,000 meters is merely a matter of 2 to 3 minutes. Before Faye Shire could reach the library, he sensed that the concentration of the X virus there was beyond what an F-grade aberration could generate. Those fleeing the library exhibited expressions of terror. Don't go to your doom. C-grade aberration. This only fueled his resolve to enter. Faye Shire's expression grew serious. The consequences of a C-grade aberration escaping the library were unfathomable. Upon presenting his temporary credentials from the aberration handling department, a woman cautioned him, "Prepare yourself mentally. Inside. Is a tad bloody." Faye Shire asked, "Were many people injured?" "Not particularly. The aberration, well, it is a tad bloody." The library staff hesitated, their demeanor suggesting they were more contemplative than fearful. In the realm of sea-level aberrations, astonishingly, no one was injured. Faye was mentally prepared for the possibility of dozens of casualties within the library. As he walked inside, he pondered the terrifying nature of these aberrations. During his time on Bianxing, he had encountered many grotesque star beasts, some of which resembled horrifyingly human-like aberrations, evoking the uncanny valley effect. Many who visited Bianxing for the first time and beheld these creatures often felt nauseated. Having grown up on Bianxing, Faye believed himself to possess a strong mental fortitude. However, upon entering the birthplace of the aberrations, he was taken aback by the pools of dark red blood, dismembered pieces of aberration flesh scattered about, and the gory sight of eyeballs dislodged from their sockets, staring unblinkingly at him. Faye exchanged a silent glance with Qianhe, the girl closest to the aberrations, whose hands still bore the remnants of her powers, a cluster of green plants with 3 leaves, stained with the blood of the sea-level aberration. The first lesson for those with abilities is to minimize bloodshed and injury when confronting aberrations, especially in crowded areas. The stench of the decaying X virus in the air reminded him of his time on Bianxing. Qianhe, standing firm, declared that as a newly awakened ability user, she had not yet learned this lesson. Indeed, it was commendable that she had slain a sea-level aberration on her very first day of awakening. Faye retrieved an X-virus cleaning sphere from his spatial storage, a close relative of a robotic vacuum, yet worth several hundred times more. Its base revealed an opening, which ingested the mangled remains of the aberrations, rendering them unrecognizable, and purified the air by reducing the X-virus concentration to a safe level of 10. Once the air was thoroughly cleansed, Faye cheerfully inquired, "May I ask how to address you, Miss?" "Anluoluo," she replied. "Then, Miss Anluoluo, would you accompany me to the Ability Management Association? You have just slain a sea-level aberration and are eligible for a reward of 500,000 star coins." 500,000 star coins. Qianhe's interest was immediately piqued. According to interstellar knowledge gleaned from gossip columns, ordinary individuals who visited the Ability Management Association typically underwent ability assessments and registered their powers. This was an ideal opportunity for her to discover the nature of her abilities. She nodded to Faisier and pointed to the side, indicating Xia Yunqing, stating, "He assisted me in defeating this aberration. In that case, both of you shall accompany me to the Ability Management Association," he affirmed. He then turned to the distraught parents clutching the X-virus cleaning sphere, their pleas for the return of their daughter resonating in the air. "And you as well." As they boarded the vehicle heading to the Ability Management Association, Xia Yunqing messaged his employer, indicating he had encountered a minor complication. He cast a thoughtful glance at Faisier, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the ability user. "Is the benefactor planning to send someone to assist you?" "No need for assistance. It's just a minor issue," Xia Yunqing replied. "How many illegitimate children do you have?" "Never mind," he remarked dismissively. Chapter 12. Transform, O Streamer. On the journey to the Ability Management Association, Qianhe closed her eyes to rest. "Speak your mind," she urged. The chat room erupted in excitement. "You gave me a fright. The special effects were too realistic. When that aberration's heart flew out, I nearly lost mine." "Seriously? You didn't need to make it so bloody for a performance. That's bordering on adult content. I just learned the streamer's name is Anluoluo. Having just finished a horror film, I suddenly find the ghostly sister remarkably gentle. Is this considered murder? That little girl turned into a monster. Can she still be deemed human? Streamer, please transform. With you around, how can Huawei's film industry not dominate globally? Yes, please transform. Being a streamer is a waste of your talent. And your actors, their expressions are so vivid they surpass countless stars. Bring them all as extras." Qianhe felt wronged, having been attacked by the aberration. Yet the viewers only cared about revitalizing the film industry. "Don't cry, darling. Let us revitalize the industry first, then you can weep. I understand your grievances, but hold off on that. Come work for my company with a 6-figure salary." What a fine girl she is. Neglecting her duties to seek marriage and instead exposing herself in live streams. What a negative influence on young girls. This channel should be shut down. Day in and day out, engaging in such unrealistic pursuits. Now, they've made it so bloody. What if it leaves my daughter with psychological scars? The first moderator sighed as they hung up on yet another report from a 21st century Qing dynasty individual, lamenting, "It's not that we wish to close it. We simply cannot. Enluo should thank us. Without us, her streaming channel would have become a sprawling online stronghold for Qing dynasty individuals." The second moderator deleted yet another insulting comment, feeling a sense of agreement. In a small streaming room, over 100 moderators viewing together is quite explosive in the streaming community. "Hey, do you think she might have actually crossed the stars? There's so many novels about protagonists traversing into alien live streams." The third moderator quietly distanced themselves from the second. "You can't seriously believe she crossed the stars." The fourth moderator chuckled, not blaming the second. The background of her stream appeared so real, almost like a live-action scene. Not just the second, even I hope this stream is genuine. The high technology it showcases could benefit so many. Reflecting on a brother who had lost a leg and wallowed in despair, the fourth moderator sighed. "I used to hold on to the hope that this was real until today when she showcased an ability. I should have known better." Sighs echoed from the first, second, and third moderators. The fifth moderator received a message from higher-ups, exclaiming, "Why the sighs? The higher-ups want us to tighten control over this streaming channel. Let me see the directives. Do not belittle or excessively praise streamer Anluo. Maintain discussions in the streaming room, ensuring every word conveys that crossing the stars is a fabrication. Anyone who believes it is a fool. Most importantly, it should resemble a normal streaming room." The fifth moderator sighed. What's going on? Why the need for such control over public opinion? After pondering, the fifth moderator decided to take a jab. "That man named Faisier is too handsome." The moment he appeared, I suddenly felt Xia Yunqing looked unattractive. The chat room erupted in confusion. 111, agree. Clearly, Xia Yunqing is more attractive. Those black golden eyes. What a bunch of tasteless individuals. In an instant, the comments shifted from urging her transformation to a comparison of Faisier and Xia Yunqing's attractiveness. How fickle the online audience can be. Qianhe mused. Why not passionately debate whether I'm truly traversing the stars? That's undoubtedly false. Don't be absurd. Which star system has mysterious powers like this? How can a 1.4-meter human transform into a 3-meter aberration in 3 seconds? What the law of conservation of matter? The modern scientific framework would collapse in the streamer-S channel. Even Newton's coffin couldn't contain it. Indeed, the streamer-S special effects are truly remarkable. So the streamer should join the film industry. Without you, it's as if humanity has lost air. Despairing. Emiluo, wake up. We've arrived. Qianhe closed the barrage of comments and followed Faisier as they exited the vehicle and entered the Ability Management Association. The building of the Ability Management Association boasted a spire reminiscent of a medieval cathedral, each brick gilded in gold, showcasing the empire's opulent wealth. It was enough to make one's hands itch with desire. On the door of the Ability Management Association, an abstract carving depicted a girl with wings. It is said that this is the statue of the current saintess of the Qianhe Empire. Here, Faisier led Qianhe to the front of the ability detection machine, and Qianhe placed her hand upon it. The machine emitted a cheerful sound, congratulating her on the detection of an A-level unknown ability. Qianhe turned her head to see the surprise reflected in Faisier's eyes. Is there a problem with this unknown ability? Faisier, with a twinkle of mirth in his sky-blue eyes, replied that it is somewhat rare for someone to awaken an A-level ability after reaching adulthood. His expression remained remarkably composed when discussing unknown abilities, indicating that such phenomena are not uncommon in the galaxy. A nearby staff member could not help but comment. Yet another unknown ability. The abilities nowadays are truly becoming increasingly bizarre. Just today, someone discovered a power that causes hair loss upon staring. Indeed, that is quite peculiar. Faisier, what shall we name this new ability? Stare and strike. Limited edition explosive jellyfish Cthulhu. Lucky 4-leaf clover. Qianhe, feeling a bit exasperated, suggested, let us simply call it green growth, a straightforward name for a green organism, apt for most plants. Xiaoyinqing, green growth? That is a lovely name. Your botanical ability is indeed full of vitality. Qianhe nodded enthusiastically, affirming that this was her intention. After naming the ability, Faisier swiftly took her to the distortion handling department. An elderly man with white hair gasped as an F-level distortion species unexpectedly evolved into a C-level distortion species. Fortunately, with the presence of both of you, otherwise, the entire library would have been in peril. Audrey, still shaken, generously split the 50,000 reward, giving one half to Qianhe and the other to Xiaoyinqing. On behalf of the entire central city, I must ask. Audrey adjusted his glasses, puzzled. Haven T, I seen you somewhere before? Qianhe shook her head affirmatively, insisting she had not encountered him. She had only recently traversed from the Blue Star to the galaxy, and the number of people she had met was minimal, certainly not including this elderly gentleman. I can't shake the feeling that you seem familiar, as if I have seen you before. Audrey ruminated, recalling over 300 individuals from his 200-year memory who bore a resemblance to Qianhe. He studied her closely, noting her beauty reminiscent of those he remembered. Indeed, it seems that beauty often bears a resemblance. Audrey remarked, turning to Faisier, Phase, leave the parents of that distortion species to me. You escort these two. Xiaoyinqing hurriedly exited the Ability Management Association, bustling away while speaking into her phone, affirming to her boss that she would ensure everything was taken care of. She resembled the diligent worker Qianhe had been just days prior. Qianhe inquired, Faisier, will the parents of that distortion species face any punishment? Not at all. Faisier replied, as long as they did not intentionally allow their child to become a distortion species, in most cases, they will simply be checked for distortion levels before being released. After all, no one wishes for their child to turn into a man-eating distortion species. And distortion levels are beyond human control. Ah, the vehicle has arrived, miss. Until we meet again. Qianhe boarded the interstellar bus and disembarked at a random location, requesting the system to transport her back to the Blue Star. After her journey, she felt both mentally and physically exhausted, lying on her soft bed with her 3-colored cat in her arms while scrolling through her phone. Opening her social media, the top trending topic read, shocking. Scientist Fong he finds inspiration from a live broadcast and successfully develops limb regeneration technology. Chapter 13. Limb Regeneration Technology. Qianhe's eyes widened in disbelief. She clicked on the trending topic, where the first entry was a promotional video from a press conference. A middle-aged man in white rushed out of the laboratory, his expression fervent and frenzied. I did it. I did it. I have developed limb regeneration technology. Thanks to the live broadcast. Thank you, and Luo. Ha ha ha. Old Fong, calm down. Watch your step, Old Fong. The state has already debunked it. That live broadcast is fake. Your success is due to your years of hard work. Without the inspiration from that live broadcast, could I have broken through the final key technology? Fong, he pushed aside the obstructive security personnel, excitedly addressing the live stream. Tomorrow afternoon from 6 to 8, I will showcase my results at Friendship Square in City J. The video abruptly ended. However, Fong He's elevated emotions resonated with all viewers, flooding the comments section with excitement. Limb regeneration? Is it the same limb regeneration I imagine? Huagua forever. Is this real? My father broke his leg 3 years ago. Is there hope for him to stand again in his lifetime? Absolutely real. That's Fong He, a renowned scientist. He claims he was inspired by a live broadcast. What kind of live broadcast is that? So powerful. It must be a scam. Shocking. The person above hasn't seen a live stream from the interstellar plant broadcasting? No. I exit immediately whenever it pops up. I prefer reading books over watching internet celebrities. You missed out on fortune. This isn't just any internet celebrity. This is the one and only interstellar traveler. An hour ago, the state just debunked that it was a fake crossing. 10 minutes ago, Old Fong learned about limb regeneration technology from that live broadcast. Did anyone even listen to what Old Fong said? He mentioned that the live broadcast provided inspiration. Inspiration, not technology. Exactly. It was merely inspiration. Why do you speak as if in Luo really crossed the galaxy? 111. I was frightened into thinking that in Luo really did traverse the stars. The special effects from that live broadcast are incredibly realistic, surpassing numerous science fiction films. It's understandable to provide a bit of inspiration. It is an honor to provide inspiration to Old Fong. It is an honor to provide inspiration to Old Fong. It is an honor to provide inspiration to Old Fong. Qianhe wondered, is there a possibility that the streamer truly crossed the galaxy? Within a minute, 99 replies came to Qianhe's comment. Little friend, how old are you? In middle school? Please don't believe that in Luo truly crossed the galaxy. Little one, don't idolize that streamer just because of the inspiration. Inspiration can come in many strange forms. Old Fong is the impressive one, able to seize that thread of inspiration. After all, an apple inspired Newton. Qianhe gritted her teeth. She changed her position on the bed and opened the ticketing app, purchasing a high-speed train ticket to City J for the next day. Suddenly, tickets for the high-speed train to City J were significantly more expensive than usual. Within 2 minutes of her purchase, the tickets were sold out. Dad, please just accompany me to City J. The renowned scientist Fong, he has developed limb regeneration technology. It can definitely heal your leg. No, this is all a scam. Do you think I am unaware of the current state of scientific progress? Not just in Huagua, but across the Blue Star, there is no limb regeneration technology. Li Jinrong shouted desperately, stop wasting money on this useless person. Because of me, Xiao Wang will cheat. Because of me, your brother cannot get married. It's all because of me. All because of me. Dad, don't say that. Without you, Wang Zhuo would still cheat. Dad, not getting married is due to my looks and lack of ability. It has nothing to do with you. Li Jinrong, however, would not listen, lamenting, why am I still alive? Why do I deserve to live? He screamed, wishing for nothing more than to pass away at that moment, ultimately collapsing in sorrow, allowing his tears to soak his lower half, where his clothes should have draped over his legs, now hanging empty. 3 years ago, driven by a sudden whim, Li Jinrong took his wife and children for a mountain hike, but on that fateful morning, rain had fallen and not dried. While climbing, he stepped on moss and slid down the mountain. After awakening from a coma, Li Jinrong discovered that he had undergone amputation, and from that moment onward, he was condemned to a life confined to a wheelchair, unable to care for himself. Moreover, his husband, Xiao Wang, who had shared a loving relationship with their daughter for many years, grew resentful when she resigned from her job to care for him, ultimately leading to their divorce. Their son, transitioning from campus life to the workplace, found his relationship with his girlfriend doomed due to familial disapproval stemming from his circumstances, resulting in a painful breakup. Later, when he sought a match through introductions, prospective partners also deemed him unsuitable upon learning of his plight. To alleviate the financial strain on the family, his elderly wife, in her 60s, took on arduous and poorly paid work. Despite numerous attempts, all they encountered were failures that drained the family's already limited resources. A once comfortably middle-class family had fallen into ruin because of him. Li Jinrong was consumed by hatred. Hatred for himself for choosing to hike that day, for failing to notice the slippery moss beneath his feet, and, most tragically, for not dying in the fall. In a state of deep despair, he was lost in his own world until he realized that his children were kneeling before him, pleading, "Dad, please, let's try one last time. Just this once. Old Fong is different. He would never deceive us. Moreover, he is offering this opportunity for free. Please, Dad." As he looked upon his children, their eyes filled with hope and desperation, tears streamed down Li Jinrong's face. He finally relented, agreeing to this final attempt. "I am over 60, close to the grave. If it cannot be cured, I shall never seek treatment again." Across the vast expanse of Huagua, similar tragedies unfolded in many homes. Countless individuals with amputations and disabilities pursued the ethereal hope of recovery, bringing their families to J-City. Friendship Square in J-City was hastily prepared for an impromptu press conference, with thousands of police officers dispatched to maintain order. Their caution was warranted, for the invention being revealed was truly groundbreaking: limb regeneration. Yu recalled the astonishing scene he had witnessed not long ago, his body trembling at the memory. A man born with a missing arm had ingested Fong-He's regenerative serum, and within just 4 hours his arm had regrown. He exclaimed, "Fong-He, this year's Nobel Prize is undoubtedly yours. You will be immortalized in the annals of human history." Upon hearing this, Fong-He reflected on the years of frustration he had endured while grappling with this crucial technology and could not help but lament, "Who would have thought that my years of struggle would be resolved by a mere special effect in a live stream?" In the laboratory during Qianhe's first live stream, Fong-He had received the final spark of inspiration for his long-sought-after limb regeneration technology, a moment of clarity that liberated him from years of vexation, simultaneously improving upon previous methods. With glee, he held the vial of regenerative serum, envisioning a future where countless individuals with disabilities could restore their limbs in just 4 short hours. Overwhelmed with excitement, Fong-He felt that his lifelong efforts had finally borne fruit. You imagine the accolades, wealth, and societal standing Fong-He would achieve both domestically and internationally in the days to come, and felt a pang of envy. He resolved to create a grand display, emblazoned with Fong-He's name for the world to see. Fong-He laughed indeed. We should also include the name of that streamer, and Luo. He nearly forgot this vital detail. As he took out his phone to make the arrangements, he was perplexed. Why mention that streamer? She'll overshadow you. How could that be? Fong-He replied, astonished. This is a wonderful story. Besides, it was in her live stream that I found my inspiration. But when everyone's attention shifts to Luo, who will remember your relentless hard work? He urged. This technology is your creation. Don't let someone else take credit for it. Fong-He insisted. Surely no one could forget my contributions. The country will remember. He countered. People will only focus on the streamer. And if you don't mention it, who will know where your inspiration came from? It's far more admirable to claim it as your own. Fong-He was taken aback by this perspective, struggling to comprehend how his friend could think so. How can you say such things? How can I be ungrateful? This is a beautiful story. Fong-He stormed off, while Yui dismissed his outrage, envious of the missed opportunity to have discovered the live stream sooner. Had he known about it when it first appeared, perhaps the inspiration for the limb regeneration technology would have been his. Unlike Fong-He, he would never mention in Luo, for sharing credit meant diminishing one's own accomplishments. In a harsh reality, if he remained silent, how would the streamer ever realize her role in providing inspiration? The internet is a blank canvas, and she would surely excel at marketing. Soon, the world might believe that Fang He's success was solely due to her. Alas, Fang He was too naive, failing to consider his own interests. He opened Qianhe's live stream, wondering why the streamer had yet to go live after several hours of waiting. He was eager for inspiration. "Qianhe, are you leaving again?" Grandma Lu adjusted her glasses and counted on her fingers. "You just returned 3 days ago. Why are you leaving so soon? Stay a few more days." "Grandma Lu, I have to return to work. Otherwise, I might lose my job." Yes, dear girl. A stable job is essential. While you're young, earn as much as you can. It ensures security for the future." Grandma Lu, in her confusion, had almost forgotten that Qianhe needed to return to work. She handed her some oranges for the journey, reminding her to be safe. Qianhe grasped her suitcase in one hand and carried the cage containing her calico cat in the other, casting a final glance at Grandma Lu's waning figure. Meow. The calico cat, now confined, questioned the human who had abducted it. The little creature was oblivious to the fact that its owner lamented that she might never return to this place again, reflecting on the kindness Grandma Lu had shown her in her childhood. The high-speed train arrived at El City, announcing a 5-minute stop. Passengers were advised to disembark quickly and take their belongings while boarding passengers formed a queue for car. Found it. G seat. In the corridor of the high-speed train. Qianhe locked eyes with Qianhe, both astonished by the other's presence. Qianhe took the initiative. "Are you following me?" Qianhe was taken aback by her audacity. You, Qianhe, don't flatter yourself." With an air of understanding, Qianhe replied, I see. I understand everything. Why else would you be on the same train as me?" Qianhe felt nauseated at the thought. "Indeed, my dislike for Qianhe is well-founded." She huffed and angrily took her seat in. Calm down. Don't let this annoying person upset you." "Excuse me, may I pass?" A timid male voice inquired. It belonged to a young man with brown hair, leaning on a cane and missing a leg. His features were strikingly deep, bearing traces of East Asian descent, clearly marking him as a handsome mixed-race individual. The social media influencer, Qianhe, immediately brightened at the sight of him, rising to her feet to assist the young man in taking a seat in the middle at position F. One must admit, after years of being a prominent online figure, Qianhe had not been outdone. She possessed a remarkable knack for engaging with others. In no time, she managed to extract the man's name and even discerned his destination. "Qianhe, are you headed to the Friendship Square?" Qianhe widened his eyes in curiosity, asking, "How did you know?" Qianhe chuckled shyly. There seemed to be an unusually high number of disabled individuals on this bus today. "Are you all going to see old Fang for treatment?" "Yes," Qianhe replied, his eyes gleaming with hope. "Old Fang mentioned he would draw 50 people tonight at Friendship Square, and I hope to be one of them." "Are you also going to the Friendship Square?" "I have a relative with a mental disability, but I don't know if old Fang can help." Qianhe interrupted. "A mental disability?" Qianhe hesitated for a moment. "Yes, a mental disability. Does that count as a physical ailment? You might consider bringing your relative along. Perhaps there's a chance." Qianhe inquired curiously. "Who is it?" Qianhe's relative was, in fact, her cousin, but all her relatives were in good health. She casually gestured towards Qianhe, saying, "That's her." Qianhe, you're the one with the problem," Qianhe exclaimed, playfully lunging at Qianhe, only to be deftly pushed aside and nearly toppled to the ground. She stared incredulously at Qianhe, unable to believe how easily she had been shoved aside. Was this truly her seemingly incompetent cousin? Qianhe was equally astonished. She had not anticipated being able to push Qianhe away so effortlessly. Though Qianhe was slender, she still weighed over 90 pounds. Concurrently, she sensed a surge of energy coursing through her, a power she had obtained in the Starry Empire. Could her abilities manifest on Lanxing as well? Qianhe gazed out at the expansive fields racing by outside, contemplating the need to find a safe place to test the extent of her powers on Lanxing. Qianhe, clutching his cane, hesitantly glanced to his right at Qianhe and then to his left at Qianhe, feeling as though he ought to remove himself from between them. He belonged beneath the bus. Nervously, Qianhe opened the chat group on his phone. Group chat. Shadow Black Lighthouse. Has the Shadow Demon entered? Pink Toy, now corrupted master. I'm still on the bus. Expected to arrive in an hour. Shadow Demon. No one has discovered you are my toy, right? Pink Toy, now corrupted. Rest assured, master. The foolish mortals on the road remain as oblivious as ever. Shadow Demon, splendid. This crucial step for our Black Lighthouse's invasion of this world is entrusted to you. Pink Toy, now corrupted. Yes, for the future of the Black Lighthouse. Shadow Demon, for the future of the Black Lighthouse. What utter humiliation! Qianhe recalled how, just a day prior, his superior had handed him a plane ticket back home. Speaking earnestly, Qianhe, the future of the new nation rests on your shoulders. After 20 years of relentless effort, he had finally garnered his superior's attention. The thought of completing this mission and obtaining permanent residency filled Qianhe with excitement. Yes, he had replied. His superior then continued, come, let us learn our newly developed encrypted language. Tears of gratitude streamed down Qianhe's face. How fortunate he was to learn this sophisticated encrypted language, crafted by the nation's best minds. His life felt fulfilled. Yet, upon seeing the intricacies of the encrypted language, he was overwhelmed with emotion. It was a product of talented individuals across the nation. It was also rooted in the nefarious research of dark minds on the other side of the ocean. He had stopped engaging with such things since he was 13. Humiliated, Qianhe closed his phone. Did his superior not feel any shame? As dusk fell upon the new nation across the ocean, his superior felt no shame. In fact, he viewed himself as a genius. Gripping his phone tightly, he found himself in Qianhe's live stream. Yet a pop-up appeared demanding a Huagua ID, requiring him to be within Huagua's borders and complete 100 political ideology questions before gaining access. The technological prowess of the new nation crumbled under such bureaucratic hurdles. His superior's eyes darkened with mockery and scorn as he thought, ah, Huagua, I shall see what you are up to with this tight grip on the internet during this time. The new nation watched with keen interest, while Huagua remained oblivious. Reporters, media personnel, and onlookers had gathered at the Friendship Square, where people thronged in droves. In the blink of an eye, Qianhe noticed that Qianhe had vanished. Resolutely, Qianhe opened Qianhe's live stream, discovering she had already secured a seat in the front row. Qianhe smiled slightly, addressing her followers, good evening, dear fans. Tonight, I bring you along to witness the groundbreaking technology of limb regeneration. As you can see, the Friendship Square is absolutely packed today. I arrived an hour early and had to ask friends to save a spot for me in the front row. There are still thousands of people behind me without seats, forced to stand. As the camera panned, viewers in the live stream observed numerous individuals with various disabilities, all filled with hope as they awaited the commencement of the event. How tragic. I hope this limb regeneration technology is real. I cannot bear to see such suffering. Do you think this is just hype? It has been silent until now. Suddenly claiming success. Is such a breakthrough truly so easy? It must be real. The state is overseeing it. If it were fake, it would tarnish the nation's reputation. Exactly. Regardless of its authenticity, we will find out in an hour. Hey, host, someone is approaching you. Huh? Qianhe looked up to see Qianhe, who was equally surprised to encounter her amidst the bustling crowd. The beauty shone even more radiantly under the lights, stirring a ripple of admiration within him. What a stunning individual. How wonderful it would be if she were his wife. The thought of the rewards after completing his mission caused Qianhe to reconsider. Lost in thought, he waved at Qianhe with the hand that supported his cane. Qianhe beamed back at him. Your profile looks stunning, Snow. You are breathtaking. Wifey, I love you. Hello, madam. I am a shark mesmerized by your beauty. May I take a photo with you? Your profile bears a resemblance to Enluoluo. Don't be ridiculous. Enluoluo is just an average beauty. Those who resemble her can be found from France to Paris. Who is this rogue man? Furious. They only want to swindle your money, but I am different. I only wish to steal your heart. This man isn't bad-looking, the lively, cheerful rich young lady versus the disabled magnate who only smiles for her. How amusing. Friends in the live stream began to ship the couple, unable to sit still as they witnessed Qianhe potentially falling for a man. She still needed to drive her Ferrari to support them. One of them pulled Qianhe back, exclaiming, "Snow, the opening ceremony is about to begin." Turning her head, Qianhe spotted Fong, he stepping up to the podium. She directed the live stream camera towards the stage. "Fong," he proclaimed passionately, "today we gather to unveil this epic-making limb regeneration technology. Many online have questioned my integrity, but I assure you, I would stake my reputation on its authenticity." He waved the vial of serum in his hand, declaring, "This is the culmination of over a decade of struggle by my research team. I extend my gratitude to all members who fought alongside me, and a special thanks to the streamer and Luo from the Interstellar Plant livestream. Your special effects inspired us." As the crowd expressed their astonishment at the contributions of the streamer who had blackened Huagua's online presence, Fong, he produced a list filled with names of those who had applied to participate in the demonstration of the limb regeneration technology. He intended to select 50 individuals from this list for a live exhibition. Fong, he was so exhilarated that his palms became sweaty. He scanned the sea of eager faces below and, with barely a word, declared, "Let us commence the selection of participants for the demonstration. Those whose names are called, please come to the stage. Chu Ziquan, Xie Duo, Yang Subai, Han Yen. Please let be Dad. It must be Dad." The number of disabled individuals in Huagua was countless, and the list of applicants was extensive. As the 50 slots were gradually filled, a pair of children, both in their teens, fervently prayed to have their father, Li Jinrong, selected. Even their 3-year-old granddaughter chimed in with her innocent voice, "Pick Grandpa, pick Grandpa." Li Jinrong gripped the armrests of his wheelchair tightly, his gaze fixed on the diminishing slots on the screen. 20 slots left, 15, 10. Yet his name was still not called. Overwhelmed by despair, he felt tears welling up. He was simply a born unfortunate. How could someone like him be chosen for such an event? His children comforted him, saying, "Dad, if you're not selected, no matter the cost, we will buy the technology for you." Li Jinrong shook his head. "Your filial intentions are sufficient, but this technology must be extraordinarily expensive. It is simply beyond what our family can bear." 47 participants had already been selected. Now, let us see who the final 3 fortunate individuals will be. Li Jinrong began to gather his belongings to prepare for the journey home. Staying here would only add to his worries. Yet, his eyes could not help but glance at the 47 fortunate individuals shining on the stage. Qi Xian, Yu Qiao Qiao, and Chapter 16, his CPU was overheating. And then, Li Jinrong. Let us extend our warmest congratulations to these 50 individuals. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, reverberating through the hall, as colorful glow sticks flickered in a dazzling display. Li Jinrong stood in a daze, his mind exploding with disbelief. His daughter was the first to react, embracing Li Jinrong, her voice breaking with excitement. "Dad, you were chosen. You were chosen. You're the 50th. Yes, I was chosen." Li Jinrong murmured, tears cascading down his cheeks. His son pushed the wheelchair to the stage, where the disabled participants greeted him with smiles. Once everyone was gathered, Fong he announced, "We will now begin the live demonstration of the limb regeneration technology. Please drink the regeneration potion." The hostess brought a tray to each participant, presenting a vial of the clear, odorless potion. With hopeful hearts, the disabled individuals raised their heads and drank the potion. After consuming it, however, there were no further instructions. The potion, akin to plain water, was tasteless, and the participants were left bewildered. Was that it? No next step? Is this really limb regeneration technology? Or is it a hoax? A foreigner laughed derisively from the audience. "These Huagua scientists are risking their reputations for public humiliation? I overestimated Huagua." Days earlier, he had found himself locked out of the internet while all Huagua citizens were watching something. He had thought Huagua had developed some secret weapon, only to discover it was a deception. Florence posted a video online showing the participants after consuming the potion, with the caption, "A fraudulent scientist, just like his nation." Within a minute, the video went viral. Florence, a well-known foreign influencer, gained followers by disparaging other nations, and this video would be the beginning of his derision toward Huagua. As he recorded the audience's ignorant expressions, he quickly hit send, lost in his own delusions. Florence failed to notice that all Huagua's citizens were gazing in shock at the stage. The gaps where limbs had been missing began to regenerate slowly, initially imperceptibly, but soon the growth was visible to the naked eye. The once empty, drooping garments were now supported by flesh and blood. Li Jinrong felt the most profound change. His lower limbs had grown back to his toes. With tears clouding his vision, he beheld his fully restored legs, feeling as though he had transcended time. Supported by his children, he trembled as he stood. The audience held their breath, watching him gradually stabilize, and moments later, he stood unaided and even executed a few squats. Heavens! This is real. It truly cured him. He was running faster than he ever had, completely forgetting he had only possessed an upper body hours earlier. Can I exchange my old legs for a brand new pair? While some rejoiced, others lamented their misfortune. I thought it was a scam and didn't apply. It's actually true. How could they be selected and not me? I have contributed more to society. Shouts of fraud. This is blatant fraud. Erupted from the crowd. Someone even stood up, exclaiming, "What is the price of this potion? Is it free?" A participant who had previously lost both hands executed a backflip on stage, moving with the grace of someone who had never been impaired. The intense discussion snapped Florence back to reality, and he stared in disbelief at the suddenly transformed 50 individuals, feeling as if his CPU had burned out. Have Huagua people truly become this formidable? Oh my God, are they performing magic? Clearing his throat, Fang He waited for the audience to quiet down before announcing, "Thank you all for traveling so far to attend the launch of the limb regeneration technology. As you can see, all 50 selected individuals have fully restored their bodies. Regarding the price, due to the high cost of production materials and the inability to mass produce it yet, we are currently limited to selling 1,000 doses per day at 100,000 per dose. Purchases require identification." With Fang He's final words, the demonstration of the limb regeneration technology officially concluded. While the reality of the event was just beginning to unfold, the online buzz was only starting to escalate. 100,000 per dose is exorbitant. Exorbitant? 100,000 for fully functional limbs is a bargain. Many prosthetics cost several times more, but it can't be taken abroad. I wanted to bring one for my relatives overseas. What if it gets copied abroad? Has this technology been patented? Fang Lao is incredible. This technology could surely win a Nobel Prize. Does anyone have a recording of Nluolua's live stream? Especially the one where she read in the library. I want to study her original texts. I will be the next Fang Lao. He. What daydreaming is going on upstairs? Fang Lao draws inspiration from his vast knowledge. While you probably can't even distinguish which parts of the streamer's original work are real and which are fabricated. Ha. My medical school roommate is also lost in such daydreams. He copied content from Nluolua's original book and was scolded by the teacher. It was hilarious. There were so many microorganisms, raw materials, and instruments that simply do not exist. Host, they do not understand your good intentions at all. The system was indignant, struggling to comprehend why so many Huagua citizens believed our livestream had a script. What part of our livestream isn't genuine? It hardly feels like interstellar travel. If it were her, she wouldn't believe it either. But that was not something to mention to the system. Standing with the system, Qianhe thought they simply lack vision. As Qianhe followed the crowd out of the launch event, she instructed the system, "Please withdraw 2,000 for me." Understood. The system deducted 200 points from Qianhe, and her phone instantly displayed a message indicating that a company named Shuangming had sent her 2,000, supposedly as salary. Upon searching for Shuangming online, Qianhe discovered it to be an overseas entity, yielding nothing more than its name, devoid of any additional information. Suddenly, a person stumbled ahead, prompting Qianhe to close her phone, revealing it to be the mixed-race man named Qianhe. He too seemed to be among those selected. Qianhe noticed that Qianhe's previously injured leg had healed, yet he still walked awkwardly. Qianhe, having fallen, was assisted by Yishuawei. Qianhe overheard Yishuawei asking, "Qianhe, may I escort you out?" Qianhe expressed immense gratitude, responding, "Thank you. Could you please take me to cafe number 11? My leg is still a bit uncooperative." However, compared to Li Jinrong, who was over 60 and disabled, Qianhe, a mere 20-something with only one leg impaired, appeared to fare worse. He even performed a backflip. Was this merely individual variance? Unbeknownst to her, Qianhe quietly trailed behind the pair. Chapter 17. What does the new nation think? Pink toy, now corrupted, Lord Demon. I have obtained those vile angel's feathers. Requesting extraction. The shadow demon has done well. I have instructed the fallen puppy to await you at cafe number 11. Pink toy, now corrupted, obeys Lord Demon. Pink toy, now corrupted, by the way. I have brought a girl with me. I wish to take her back. Across the ocean, the shadow demon in the Mediterranean gazed darkly. Worthless beings incapable of passing the test, but for the greater good. He typed, the shadow demon agrees. Deliver the potion to the fallen puppy, and I will arrange everything for you. The system invading Qianhe's phone rapidly captured screenshots, voicing its disdain for the human known as Qianhe. Handsome in appearance, yet possessing a disturbingly juvenile mindset and harboring intentions to abduct a young girl. The system recalled content seen while browsing the Huawei network, suddenly becoming excited. Host, you are a walking fortune of 500,000. You are about to strike it rich. Huh? Host, what are you doing? On the cement ground, an oversized, oval cabbage unexpectedly sprouted, causing Qianhe to trip and fall. Unable to contain his curses, he lamented the excruciating pain from his untreated foot. As he struggled to rise with Xue's assistance, he internally cursed the so-called regenerative technology that had purportedly healed him. It had restored him to 999. Yet his big toe remained neglected. Qianhe refrained from mentioning his covert effort to save a sample of the regeneration potion for the new nation's research. He maliciously pondered how Huawei seemed to conspire against him. Ah, you're injured. Xue gently wiped the scar on Qianhe's face with a tissue while picking up the oversized cabbage from the ground. Who would be so cruel as to discard a cabbage on the road? Indeed, who would be so thoughtless? If I catch that person, they will beg for mercy. Qianhe glared menacingly at the cabbage, wishing to toss it into a frying pan. Yet, maintaining a gentle smile, he remarked, it's likely someone dropped it accidentally. There is a farmer's market nearby. True, but that person must be incredibly careless to lose such a large cabbage without noticing. The cabbage, approximately 35 centimeters long, gleamed white as jade and green as emerald, exuding a rich fragrance. It was undoubtedly the most exquisite cabbage Xue had ever seen. The owner must be heartbroken over its loss. The more she inhaled its enticing aroma, the more she admired its beauty, inching closer, tempted to take a bite. This cabbage is so beautiful and fragrant. It must be incredibly crunchy and delicious. It felt as though it was beckoning her to taste it. Suddenly, her teeth grazed the vibrant green leaves of the cabbage. Ah! Qianhe was once again tripped and fell to the ground. He erupted with curses, pulling at the clusters of wild clover that had caused his stumble. Where did this wild grass come from on the main road? Xue's enthusiasm for the cabbage was interrupted as she glanced at the clover Qianhe had uprooted. Oh, it's just clover. Well, it's no surprise that wild clover is growing on this bumpy road. Wait, here, a four-leaf clover, Xue exclaimed, joyfully discovering the rare leaf amidst Qianhe's grasp. They say four-leaf clovers bring good luck. Qianhe pouted, good luck? I think it only brings misfortune. Considering I've tripped twice already. Look at it from another perspective. Before you encountered it, it had already exhausted today's share of good fortune for you. After all, you were only 1/50th of Fong Lao. Reflecting on his recent string of fortunate events, Qianhe grudgingly accepted this notion, believing that his luck had merely been preemptively spent. The warm sunlight bathed the earth, prompting a smile to form on Qianhe's lips as he cheerfully declared, today will surely be splendid. His expression abruptly shifted as he tripped again. What now? More wild grass. This wild grass looks oddly familiar. Qianhe carefully examined the tiny white and pink flowers, realizing they resembled the fenouil from Nlola's livestream. Cabbage, clover, and now fenouil. These were all items featured in Nlola's broadcasts. A chill ran down Qianhe's spine. Was this a divine message? You really are quite unfortunate, Xue remarked, helping him up for the third time, sensing something amiss. The more she observed Qianhe, the more suspicious he appeared, enveloped in an ominous premonition. Trusting her instincts, she felt it prudent to leave. What? My father says I must return home immediately. All right, I'll hurry back. Qianhe hurriedly sent a voice message to her alternate account, then anxiously explained to Qianhe, I'm so sorry. My father needs me urgently. You should find someone else to help you. Wait. Qianhe reached out, but Qianhe had already sprinted away 100 meters. Cafe No. 11 was a trendy spot, bustling with patrons. Following the navigation, Qianhe arrived at the reserved room, cursing as he opened the door. This woman who cannot share in adversity. Thank goodness I saw her true colors early on. What use was she anyway? Qianhe stood frozen, aghast at the sight before him. Anyone would be stunned to witness their companion transformed into a vegetative state, pleading for help. Ugh! The fallen puppy, bursting from its attire, had sprouts of green clover covering its entire body, expelling Finulan from its mouth, an unmistakable vegetable state. Qianhe covered his mouth, instinctively wanting to flee. However, turning around, he found himself detained. You are under arrest. Name? Qianhe. The officers, not wishing to trouble a vegetative individual, inquired, What is the name of your companion? Qianhe. The fallen puppy. The officer looked at them incredulously. Why didn't you finish the potion? Qianhe shook the colorless, tasteless regeneration potion in his hand. It tastes terrible. I can't drink it. The officer rolled his eyes internally. The potion merely tasted like boiled water. Who was he trying to fool? He pressed on. How did your companion end up in this state? I don't know. I've told you I don't know. You've asked me these questions dozens of times. Please stop asking. I truly do not comprehend why the fallen puppy has suddenly turned into a vegetative state and developed a flower vomiting syndrome. Nor do I understand who in Luo truly is. If you wish to investigate, do so into Qianhe. Qianhe abruptly realized something and exclaimed, Yes. Quickly investigate Qianhe. I arrived at Yi Square with her today. Is this not akin to a criminal returning to the scene of the crime? She took me to Cafe number 11, where I was tripped by 3 kinds of plants along the way. I only informed her that I was going to Cafe No. 11. She resembles in Luo and is also a streamer. She possesses supernatural abilities. She was the one who tripped me. She transformed the fallen puppy into a vegetative state. Hurry and apprehend her. I do not wish to become a vegetable. Officer number 2 glanced at Qianhe, who was rambling in the sealed glass room, and felt he deserved his fate. He stared at the phone confiscated from Qianhe, observing his glaringly inappropriate dialogue with his superior, and reflected on Qianhe's incessant soliloquy on the street. He felt concerned about the discerning eye of the new nation. How could they select a delusional individual as a spy? What kind of reasoning is this? Officer number 1 commented that according to surveillance, Qianhe left with her cousin, Qianhe, right after the press conference. After calling her cousin, Qianhe even provided the ticket for their journey home. Qianhe's father, Kong, stated that his daughter had not gone out since returning home. How could there be time to take him to Cafe number 11? Officer number 2 added, moreover, Qianhe is an influencer with over 100,000 followers. What benevolence would compel her to escort a stranger she has just met? Officer No. 3 dismissed it as mere self-delusion of a typical man. Qianhe was momentarily stunned, confronted with 2 video segments, one of Qianhe returning home with Qianhe, and another of himself talking to himself on the street. He began to question his own sanity. However, it cannot be. Fraud. This is deception. The videos are fabricated. You are attempting to trick me. Officer number 1 inquired how to proceed. Officer number 2 lamented. With a superior inspecting, they looked at the fallen puppy, his head filled with dark thoughts about how the new nation could possibly think like this. Selecting an eccentric person as a spy, strip him of his sorrel attire, and that wind and rain orchid he speaks of, tear it away. It is one thing to wear sorrel as clothing and swallow the wind and rain orchid, but the crucial point is that he cannot swallow it. It is lodged in his throat. Is he playing cosplay? Does he fancy himself a vase? Does he fear being insufficiently conspicuous? What is the new nation thinking? Chapter 18. Qianhe, to the joyous laughter of the banquet, fell silent the moment Qianhe entered, as all present adorned smiles like masks. Gazing at her, her father's current wife, Su Shi, hurried over to inquire about her well-being, expressing her concern. Xia, how did you get out of the flower room? Are you feeling better? Her 7 half-brothers abandoned their beautiful partners, anxiously surrounding her like courtiers vying for favor, all with tearful eyes, fretting over her frail condition. Little Xia, you seem even weaker? Xia felt their concern was not genuine, but rather implied. You are so weak, how are you still alive? She shook her head, responding, thank you for your concern, I am fine. She searched for Luda.2 at the banquet. Where's father? He is in the study discussing business. Sushi forced a smile, knowing Luda was not one to sacrifice enjoyment for work. What serious business could he be discussing at this hour? However, she dared not convey this to Luda's cherished little daughter. In the past, she would never have contradicted Luda at such a time. But this time, she seemed oblivious to Sushi's insinuations and ascended the stairs. Her elder brother, who was older than her, had to call out to her little sister, Father is currently occupied with important matters. Could you please amuse yourself in the living room for a while? Your best friend, the Saintess, has also arrived. Xia insisted, but I miss father and have something important to tell him. How significant could your important matter be? Did you witness something extraordinary that you wish to share with Luda.2 this old man? Did you paint a beautiful picture to present to him? You think he misses you? No, he may indeed miss this naive daughter. It is unknown why, among Luda's numerous daughters, he favored this foolish one. However, if she truly wished to go up, he would not stop her. In fact, he somewhat hoped she would lose favor with her father due to her audacity. This younger sister had already received enough love and privileges. As Ulysses pondered, he grasped the hand of the Saintess, Bai, whom he had painstakingly invited. The current Saintess, like her predecessor, possessed naturally pink eyes, her face bearing the identical smile of generations of saintesses. With the corners of her eyes slightly curved as she teased, Miss Xia, you are indeed the beloved of the 2 family. Ulysses felt goosebumps all over. Being the only girl in the family, she had inevitably been spoiled. She will come find you to play soon. So please excuse her. Not all. She was merely the only daughter acknowledged by Luda. They had over 100 sisters. And the thought of the expenses for raising this group of illegitimate children weighed heavily on him. Ulysses felt a pang in his heart. He sincerely wished for Xia to pass away soon, as she was the one who cost the most. Just a few days ago, she had directly spent 60 million star coins. He had no idea what it was spent on. Luda.2 seemed unfazed by it. Thus, it was better for Luda.2 to die quickly. His future family business was at risk of being squandered by this money-draining father-daughter duo. Ulysses' eyes darkened. Luda.2 had already lived for 280 years, completely oblivious to what his eldest son was thinking. Meanwhile, Luda.2 was joyfully playing games with the maid. His aged and withered lips pressed against the soft and fragrant lips of the 20-year-old maid. Ignoring her reluctance, Luda pinched the maid's soft cheeks. But just as he was about to deepen their interaction, a loud knock echoed at the door. Distracted, Luda.2 opened the door without even putting on his clothes, furious at the interruption. I want to see which blind fool dares to disturb me. Be careful, or I may just throw you out. Huh, Xia, did you not go to your little estate? His youngest daughter's beautiful golden eyes were round, glistening with tears, reminiscent of his long-deceased beloved. Luda's voice softened involuntarily as he approached Xia, his large frame leaning closer to her. Why are you crying? Who upset you? Please tell Daddy, will you? Overwhelmed with emotion, Xia suddenly embraced Luda.2. Her warm body pressed against his, her golden eyes, so similar to his lost love, gazing at his aging, unattractive form. Luda felt a flush of embarrassment. My dear, my little princess, wait for Daddy to get dressed, and we will think of ways to punish the one who made you cry. All right? Just then, a sharp pain struck from behind a long, sharp sword formed from supernatural abilities, piercing his heart, swirling like minced meat. Luda.2 let out a blood-curdling scream, instinctively attempting to use his powers, only to find them crushed at the moment of manifestation. There was a supernatural ability inhibitor here. This was a premeditated assassination. Qianhe, his little daughter, was merely an ordinary person without powers. Who was this person? Taluda too stared at Qianhe, and he was compelled to admit that this person was indeed his daughter. The more advanced the ability user, the stronger their physique, even with his heart turned to pulp. As an SS-level ability user, Taluda too could still push Qianhe away and lean against the wall to stand. His complexion was a ghastly hue of blue and purple. Taluda too fixed his gaze upon his daughter, the one who had plotted to assassinate him. His heart heavy with sorrow yet resolute as he crushed a space teleportation talisman. For specially trained Esper assassins were summoned into the room. Eliminate Qianhe. All 5 of these assassins were classified as Grade A Espers. Toxic Mist, Sonic Assault, Clones, Bullet Rain. Their powers unleashed upon Qianhe unceasingly. Simultaneously, Taluda darted toward the doorway, hoping to escape unnoticed while Qianhe was distracted by the barrage of abilities. To call it fleeing might sound harsh, yet it was indeed the truth. Once the most renowned SS-grade Esper in the Empire, Taluda too now feared even an individual of unknown power level. As he flung open the door and stepped outside, the joy of evading death was abruptly stifled. Taluda too was horrified to discover another cage behind the door. A dark energy formed a square space, hollow and devoid of life within, yet he felt an ominous chill beneath his feet. His very existence was fading. Turning to escape, he found that no matter how fiercely he kicked at the dark square, it remained immovable. The Esper shield that had been activated during the turmoil of his heart still held its power. Even with all his might, he could only emit a faint glimmer. Once a 2S Esper, known as Holy Radiance, his powers had severely diminished, now reduced to a level inferior to that of an F-grade Esper. No, this cannot be. You are not an ordinary person, are you? Taluda too fixated on Qianhe's pure golden eyes, the hallmark of the too lineage. It was precisely because Qianhe had inherited this pair of eyes, appearing as an utterly harmless ordinary person, that he had accepted her back into the family. Yet now, Qianhe had activated the ability S-Cage. Taluda too could hardly believe that his daughter, whom he had always perceived as merely ordinary, had transformed into an Esper, and he could scarcely fathom that his cherished child had turned against him with the intent to kill. He pressed his face against the wall of the S-Cage, tears streaming down his face. Qianhe, why must you kill your father? Have I treated you poorly? Please tell me, who has coerced you into this? I will punish them. I will never blame you. Chapter 19. Events from 17 years ago as Taluda too pleas for mercy fell upon deaf ears. Qianhe radiated a yellow glow, while the dark energy consumed the relentless attacks of the 5 Espers like a black hole. Despite her solitary struggle, some of the bullet rain still struck her, and the ensuing toxic mist exacerbated her wounds. Gritting her teeth, she eliminated the closest clone Esper. With one down, the remaining assassins intensified their onslaught, and under this relentless assault, Qianhe sustained further injuries. Yet, she felt no awareness of pain. Instead, it sharpened her focus. The silent S-Cage unfolded once more, quietly engulfing the Esper, manipulating toxic mist. The remaining Sonic Assault and Bullet Rain Espers exchanged glances before launching their attacks from either side. Qianhe emanated a profound black glow once again, and rather than evade, her cold golden eyes locked onto the Bullet Rain Esper. Her serpentine gaze instilled a momentary dread in him, and the S-Cage devoured him like a black hole. Within the confines of the S-Cage, he found himself face to face with the trembling Taluda too. You useless fools. Break this ability. He cursed at the Bullet Rain Esper. Yet, as the Esper activated his power, the bullets fired, only to turn and strike Taluda instead. The cage reproduced a smaller cell that enveloped him. The Bullet Rain Esper screamed in agony as the small cage vanished, leaving only a pool of blood behind, devoid of life. Taluda too's face turned pale with terror. He finally comprehended that his survival was not due to the S-Cage being incapable of killing him, but rather because Qianhe simply did not wish to end his life yet. As she captured the Bullet Rain Esper within the cage, Qianhe was struck by the Sonic Assault Esper. The buzzing sound pierced her mind like needles, an excruciating pain that awakened the dormant X-virus within her. The X-virus stirred, and Qianhe felt an itch throughout her body, her skin beginning to distort. If an X-virus detection device were present, it would surely indicate that she was on the brink of level 59. The cacophony of the sonic assault continued. The Esper was a fragile mage, keeping his distance from her. Blood streamed from Qianhe's eyes as she concentrated, deciding to take decisive action, launching herself toward the sonic assault Esper. Caught off guard, he was unprepared for her ferocity and received a knife thrust to the neck. Though the strike was slightly off, he still clung to life. The sonic assault Esper, eyes fierce, pooled all his energy, determined to kill this girl. He gathered the most powerful sonic assault of his life, but just as he was about to unleash it, his mind was filled with the buzzing of a mantra. There was another Esper hidden here. This mysterious Esper was also of the mental type. Voices like demons filled his head, chaotic and tumultuous. As he struggled to regain clarity, the mysterious Esper's voice echoed, "Be a good person in your next life. Being a villain leads nowhere. Just look at you, a living example, dying young, what a pity." His head throbbed with rage. Qianhe seized the moment to deliver a fatal blow, and the sonic assault Esper's mouth moved, yet he could not finish his sentence before he succumbed to death. Impossible. How could this happen? Toluda trembled as he witnessed the demise of the 4-grade Espers he had meticulously cultivated, unable to even stand. Tears streamed down his face in terror as he maintained his paternal authority, addressing Qianhe. "Little Qianhe, my darling, who has threatened you into this? Please, tell your father. No one forced me. It was I who wished to kill you. Since I was 7, I have dreamed of your demise." Qianhe coldly regarded Toluda, who lay utterly defeated on the ground. His eyes, bloodshot and incredulous, bore witness to the madness and liberation radiating from the daughter he had once cherished. As she plunged the knife into his heart once more, stirring his crimson heart as one would churn milk. Amidst the excruciating pain, he heard Qianhe whisper in his ear, "Do you remember? 17 years ago, in winter, you killed my mother in front of me. 17 years ago, in the last moments of life." Toluda recalled the winter when he murdered several ordinary people, only to be dispatched to the border star by the short-sighted emperor under the guise of tempering his character, yet truly motivated by personal disdain to see him suffer. In the frigid winter, he had set his sights on a woman with striking blue eyes who refused his advances. In a fit of rage, Toluda killed her, knowing that amidst the chaos of the border star, untimely deaths were commonplace. But that woman had only one son. A realization struck Toluda, and he glared at Qianhe, spitting blood as he breathed his last. In a mere 30 minutes, 5 corpses littered the room. The maid, her heart racing, covered her mouth in terror, fearing that the bloodthirsty Qianhe might turn her into a victim as well. "Is there still a living soul here?" The maid's eyes widened as she saw a figure suddenly appear beside Qianhe. It was none other than Yunfan, one of the greatest scientists of their time, a star they often saw on the starnet. The maid, tears streaming, pleaded with Yunfan, "Please, spare me. I was coerced. I did nothing." Yunfan cast a cold glance at her, one that felt as if it were directed at an inanimate object, sending the maid into a state of icy despair. In that instant, the maid realized they were in league together. It was over. Her demise was imminent. "My esteemed young lady, how shall we deal with this person? Spare her." Qianhe knelt down, wiping away the maid's tears of terror, gentle radiance emanating from her hands, urging her to forget it all. "Yunfan, all you need to remember is that someone came to assassinate Toluda, clad in black attire adorned with the emblem of the anti-human organization Qianhe." Qianhe reiterated Yunfan's words, and after the maid fainted, she inquired, "Is it truly wise to frame Qianhe for this? Regardless, each individual among them deserves 1,000 tortures. So one more accusation matters little. Your reputation, however, is of greater consequence." Standing upon Toluda's lifeless form, Yunfan's eyes reflected a crocodilian pity. An SS-class ability user met his end so easily. Life is indeed fragile. Yet, if his demise paves the way for your future, he dies with honor. Qianhe frowned. "Do not call me young lady. That title is quite distasteful." With a hand behind his back, Yun Fan bowed gracefully, saying, "My esteemed patriarch of the Tull's family, might I request that your 7 brothers join us?" Chapter 20. The third live broadcast. Qianhe. "I have a question for you," Qianhe said. Qianhe, in a flurry of edits, sent a message asking, "After the release conference for the regeneration technology, will I be purchasing a ticket back with you?" Qianhe replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a casual inquiry. Don't take it to heart. Also, about the invitation to the banquet my father previously extended to you, though you tore it up. If you wish to attend, you may enter directly." With that, Qianhe logged off abruptly. She was still perplexed as to why the police sought her for questioning, why she had encountered Qianhe, who was akin to a walking 50,000, and most importantly, why she had failed to seize that 50,000. 50,000. Furthermore, although she had departed with Qianhe, the surveillance footage showed her leaving with Qianhe. Qianhe rubbed her cushion, utterly baffled. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the 3 plants she had tripped over while encountering Qianhe. Had she perhaps met in Luoluo? Qianhe covered her mouth, her eyes alight with fervor. Qianhe beckoned to the round, cleaning robot. The robot promptly arrived, ready to serve her. "You are wasting your talents. Sunflower seeds. I need them shelled." The robot, swallowing its pride, extended its claw-like appendage and diligently shelled the seeds for Qianhe. "My master, you are my most esteemed and magnificent master. At your command, the Forbidden City, the White House, Buckingham Palace, the Kremlin, and the Palace of Versailles await your favor. 70 billion people worldwide line up to shell seeds for you. How can you reside in this meager 10 square meter rental, lost in dreams? Adjust the card drawing probabilities. I want a soul-stirring experience. How could I descend to such petty thievery? It is utterly barbaric. Such injustice. Unforgivable." The SSR on her phone gleamed, and Qianhe embraced the robot, saying, "What do you say, my dear? Your existence is the most magnificent thing in this world." The robot blushed, asking then, "Would you bestow upon this great me an entire blue star?" Qianhe coldly pushed the robot away, causing it to lament. "How would you treat me this way? If I were to obtain a blue star, what cards would you wish to draw? I would buy an entire gaming company to provide you with one-on-one service. What style of flowing acrylic standee do you desire? I would commandeer an entire neighboring nation to produce them for you around the clock." Oh, I've been so wronged. Qianhe felt a flicker of emotion, then dismissed the robot and picked up the potted orange tree she had purchased at the flower and bird market yesterday, its branches laden with golden fruit, while her other arm cradled a pot of strawberries topped with a small cactus bristling with thorns. Countdown to live broadcast. 10, 9, 8. This time, you may carry 3 types of plants. 3, 2, 1. Destination: Qianhe Empire, star number 117. The system reminded her, "Please ensure your personal safety." A flash of white light enveloped her, and in the next moment, Qianhe found herself in the Qianhe Empire. The barrage of comments flooded in. Host, your live broadcast effect have inspired Fong Lao. You have some talent after all. Where is this? It's south, not the same street as last time? No matter. Let me closely observe the host's effects. I want to have a moment of inspiration and ascend to the Nobel Hall. Huh? Is this interstellar? This can't be interstellar. Where are my skyscrapers, hovering cars, and teleportation effects? Host, why have you adopted a war-torn aesthetic? Qianhe was equally astonished. This landing site appeared ravaged by war, with ruins scattered everywhere and various colors of blood staining the ground. The air was thick with a sordid, decayed scent, reminiscent of the odor that lingered when she had slain that C-class aberration in the heart of Star. However, this stench was even more potent, almost nauseating, as if she were amidst a landfill. It bore the ambience of a dystopian world depicted in interstellar novels, a place where the grassroots protagonist emerges from the slums. In the distance loomed a massive, dark spaceship, where many stood in long lines as enforcers clad in deep blue uniforms registered the refugees' information. Only those with a mutation degree below 40 and in relatively poor health could board the ship. My mutation degree is only 20. Why am I not allowed to leave? The wavy-haired enforcer patiently explained, "You are not injured, and there are many with lower mutation degrees who are injured. They need to leave more urgently. Do I not need to leave as well? If I linger here any longer, and my mutation degree rises above 40, Will you not feed me to the star beasts? The enforcer with wavy hair looked apologetic, stating that the number of ships was insufficient and they needed to reserve opportunities for those in greater need. What kind of reasoning is this? Their injuries are their own issues. Why must I bear the burden? He pointed accusingly at an individual across the way, questioning the enforcer. That person has a mutation degree of 10 and is not injured. Why is he allowed to board? You are prioritizing ability users and the wealthy. It seems our lives as ordinary people without wealth or power do not matter. The wavy-haired enforcer reiterated, stating that there was no such discrimination. But the number of ships was critically low, urging him to understand. I will not understand. He protested vehemently. Just 3 days ago, the star beasts rioted again. How many were unable to escape and became aberrations? Who knows when the next opportunity will come? If I do not leave now, I may die here. And you expect me to understand? Bah! Few retained the energy to protest like him. Most stood numbly, witnessing the events unfold, returning to their own affairs, with hardly anyone noticing Qianhe's sudden appearance. Host run. There's an aberration behind you. Qianhe turned to see a creature crawling on all fours, its desiccated back covered in thick slime, with holes dotting its exterior. To her, it resembled a toad-like being. Overwhelmed by disgust, Qianhe prepared to unleash her powers, intending to rain down hundreds of thousands of cabbages upon it. Before the cabbages could descend, a luminous orb penetrated the aberration's still human-like brain, expanding and utterly consuming it. The one who attacked the aberration was a white-haired enforcer. She glanced at Qianhe, noticing her tidy attire and clear gaze, advising new arrival. If your mutation degree is not high, hurry and queue to leave. Do not listen to those pyramid scheme organizations. Qianhe surveyed the endlessly long line and then the 3 remaining ships. She surmised that it might take 3 or 4 days before it would be her turn. Qianhe inquired about a swift means to reach the center city of Qianhe Star. None exists. She then asked about the distance to the center city. It would take at least half a month. Disheartened by the thought of not being able to sell flowers to her loyal customers, she lamented the loss of 20 million star coins. However, her mission as a broadcaster was to disseminate knowledge about plants, not to sell them. Since her purpose was to spread awareness, it was imperative not to confine herself to a small locale. Qianhe raised the strawberry seedling in her hand, expressing gratitude. Thank you for saving me. This strawberry seedling is for you, and it is edible. As she extended the seedling, the silver-haired woman hesitated before exchanging it for a small luminous orb, advising, if you feel unwell, shatter it. May your soul find peace. The small orb resembled the one used to eliminate that aberrant creature, and her tone suggested a finality akin to death. After the woman departed, Qianhe surveyed her surroundings, observing dozens of individuals in a daze, claiming to be kings, monkeys, and even asserting they were not human. Conversely, another group, clear-headed, proclaimed themselves saviors, advocating for the world's destruction. Some even believed they possessed wings and leaped from tall buildings. A few individuals suddenly contorted on the ground, transforming into aberrant creatures, only to be slain by patrolling officers in deep blue uniforms. Had she been mistaken for a nearly expired lunatic? Qianhe, clutching her orange tree and glass ball cactus, sought refuge in an uninhabited cave. She accessed the star network, searching for the location of Star 117 within the Qianhe Empire. Star 117, one of the border stars of the Qianhe Empire, was once adjacent to the front line of the human-beast war, and in recent days has succumbed to being a front line itself. The local concentration of the X virus reaches 40. Every individual is a potential aberrant. Microbeasts may be concealed in the air, water, and soil. Unfit for human habitation. Unfit for human habitation. Unfit for human habitation. Chapter 21. Are you all in this together? Goodness. Broadcaster, where on earth have you run off to? It sounds perilous. With my years of experience, it seems the broadcaster is about to engage in monster slaying and expand a worldview. I senti it? Knock, knock, knock. Those people on the ground are so strange. Many don't even resemble humans. They're like monsters in human skin. Amidst these comments, Qianhe turned to glance at those outside the cave, confirming their bizarre appearance. Their eyes were either bulging, their mouths contorted, or their heads deformed, with limbs exhibiting an unsettling disarray. In essence, they were not to be gazed upon closely. Doing so would lead to immediate expulsion from humanity. "What are you looking at?" A girl's sharp voice pierced through the dark ruins, causing Qianhe's heart to race, her eyes momentarily frozen. The live stream erupted with excitement. "Ah, a ghost! Is there someone here? Alive or dead? Are they human?" So terrifying, it sounds just like a little girl from a horror film. Increase the brightness. "It's merely a child. What's there to fear? Ah, can this be human?" After awakening her abilities, her senses had sharpened, allowing her to discern clearly even in darkness. Qianhe lowered her gaze, spotting a striking red-haired boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to a doll. His features were exquisite, devoid of any blemish, evoking the uncanny valley effect in those who beheld him. His eyes were a blood-red hue, devoid of pupils, with the whites of his eyes entirely crimson, and his face was adorned with serpentine scales. Qianhe had to strain to hear his faint heartbeat. The eerie boy's gaze fell upon Qianhe's eyes. Within that gaze, there was no malice, only a faint curiosity. "What are you looking at?" Qianhe responded. "The star network." The boy tilted his head. "Star-117 has no star network." Unfazed, Qianhe replied, "I am an outsider. I possess my own star network." The boy remarked, "Star-117 can only be exited, not entered." "Little boy, do you know what smuggling means?" The boy, with a serious demeanor reminiscent of a porcelain doll, insisted, "Only the deranged would smuggle themselves here." If he did not exude the uncanny valley effect, he would have been utterly adorable, resisting the urge to pinch his cheeks. Qianhe observed the boy's legs, which appeared nearly fused together, and asked, "Let us not dwell on that. Little one, what is your aberration level?" 98. "And I am not a little one." "Very well, little one. At 100, you shall become an aberrant. You are in grave danger." The boy's blood-red eyes glimmered eerily in the dim light as he regarded Qianhe, earnestly stating, "If you are frightened, you may leave now, or you may send me away, allowing the enforcers to kill me." Qianhe sensed that the boy would not truly wish for his own demise. Propping her head upon her hand, she inquired, "It is said that the higher the aberration level, the greater the likelihood of rational individuals becoming high-order aberrants." "Little girl, that is common knowledge. Are you not afraid of becoming one of those terrifying aberrants?" The boy, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "It is merely a change of body to live in." "Such an optimistic little one you are." Qianhe plucked an orange from her tree, peeling it open, the sweet aroma wafting through the air. As she offered a segment to the boy, she asked, "What is your name, little one? Please have something to eat." The boy frowned at the orange thrust into his hands, declaring, "I do not consume unknown and peculiar items. Consider it my parting gift to you. After all, you are destined to become an aberrant and should not fear being poisoned, right?" The boy pondered for a moment, seemingly agreeing, and consumed a piece of the orange. "I will not become an aberrant." His eyes widened in astonishment as Qianhe could not help but chuckle. The sour taste exploded in his mouth, excruciatingly unpleasant. It was the most acidic and distasteful thing he had ever tasted, bar none. Yet, remarkably, this fruit reduced his aberration level. As the natural fruit entered his system, his aberration level plummeted to 60, and the patches of scales on his face morphed back into human skin, his mermaid tail transforming into 2 human legs. The boy stood up, staring at Qianhe as if she were a corpse, exclaiming, "You ruin my aberration level. I shall kill you." "Qianhe?" The boy's eyes. In the ruins of the building, walls, steel, floors, and even the swirling dust opened blood-red eyes, their cold gazes fixated on Qianhe. Qianhe felt an icy chill envelop her, her ability a green growth coalescing into explosive grass, ensnaring the nearest eyes, bursting them. To her surprise, the juice that spilled forth transformed into countless small eyes. Goodness, so terrifying, truly terrifying. I am mentally polluted. My sanity is depleted. What realistic effects? I would deem this the annual max. I implore future blockbusters to adopt this effect. Though I know it is fake, I still want to shout for the broadcaster to flee. Qianhe longed to escape, Yet the blood-red eyes would regenerate. For each one she crushed, more would appear, surrounding her in a dense swarm. "Consume her," the boy commanded. The eyes immediately became restless, each one splitting open, sharp, pristine white teeth lunging at each Qianhe. Most were deflected by cabbage, but some landed on each Qianhe, particularly the eyes on the floor, which clung to her pants, attempting to crawl upwards. Prepared for a few bites, each Qianhe noticed her orange tree emanating a faint glow, incinerating the eyes that touched her, dissolving them into a puddle. They no longer regenerated. Each Qianhe was taken aback, and the boy was equally astonished. He could hardly believe that you possessed a natural plant. Can you imagine? More eyes swiftly approached her, and each Qianhe, like a concocting alchemist, drew near these eyes using an orange tree, which indeed caused the eyes to dissolve into water one by one. The young boy's expression darkened, his hands radiating a faint purple-black glow that targeted each Qianhe, swirling ominously like a black hole, seemingly intent on drawing her in, exuding a foreboding aura. "You possess a natural plant. You must die." His blood-red eyes were as frigid as the Antarctic ice. The eyes began to stir, causing the very earth to tremble, and a glass ball cactus placed upon a strawberry seedling accidentally fell to the ground, swallowed by the eyes. At that moment, voices echoed from outside the ruins. "Xiaoling, Xiaoling, don't run around. How could that obsessive alien possibly be here? I can sense him. He is right here." The boy's face paled, retracting the purple glow and threatening. "Consider yourself fortunate. I will find you and kill you." In a blink, both the boy and the multitude of eyes in the ruins vanished. The dim ruins were uprooted, floating in the air, as if kicked like a ball, cast aside. "An alien!" The brown-haired girl rushed over, her fury palpable. "Damn it, he escaped again." Silver threads ensnared each Qianhe. The girl fixed a cold gaze upon each Qianhe, questioning, "Are you in league with an alien?" Chapter 22. Is it daytime now? Each Qianhe, an alien? If he is a red-haired, red-eyed little boy, then I believe I have no connection to him. He stole my belongings and even attempted to kill me. The brown-haired girl appeared perplexed. "Red-haired, red-eyed? That cannot be an alien. How could it be? I distinctly felt his presence." "Xiaoling, calm down. You severely injured him last month. An alien is surely half dead now, and the surrounding area is filled with dust. That obsessive alien cannot possibly show up here." A girl in a pink dress approached, releasing each Qianhe from the silver threads. Apologizing, I'm sorry. Xiaoling has a deep-seated grudge against that person. I got a bit too excited. I apologize. Freya, this person truly bears Andelian's aura. Ling Shuang, I, very well. Ling Shuang reluctantly apologized to each Qianhe. I'm sorry for my overreaction. But could you please accompany us to the spaceship for a check? Although you may not have seen an alien, that fellow is cunning and treacherous. I fear he may have left some mark on you. Is each Qianhe not a good person? Ling Shuang hesitated, her gaze evasive. He is the villain, a supervillain. In any case, you must come aboard the spaceship with me. Freya cast a light glance at Ling Shuang, who immediately added, "It's a paid service. I will give you star coins." Simultaneously, Ling Shuang presented her credentials, which read Ling Shuang, captain of the Linglong spaceship. The credentials, adorned with gold edges, appeared authentic. "All right." Freya walked beside each Qianhe, saying, "I apologize for the intrusion, but this is a vital check, crucial for your safety." "Huh? Aren't you from planet 117? Freya suddenly noticed that each Qianhe's clothing style did not resemble that of planet 117, where the attire was predominantly muted in color for concealment and fitted to prevent injury. In contrast, each Qianhe's clothing was vibrant in shades of pink and green, adorned with extravagant decorations. Clearly, only those far removed from planet 117 would dress this way. Indeed, I once resided in the central city of Qianhe Star. Living there for even a day counts as residing. Qianhe Star? What a coincidence. Tian is also from Qianhe Star. But Tian returned home a month ago due to family matters. There's been no word since. I wonder if he is alive or transformed. Freya, don't curse him. Considering Tian's horrifying transformation, Freya gazed at the distant, vast spaceship, lost in thought. Meanwhile, viewers from the Blue Star erupted in excitement in the live stream. Just as I imagined, An interstellar spaceship, like. Such realistic special effects. So imposing. I'm in tears. Even every tiny detail of the metal plating is unique. What divine special effects. I want to frame it. Dear experts, please have a sudden epiphany. Will I ever have the chance to board a spaceship? It's all up to you. Do you think anyone possesses the knowledge reserves of Fong Lao to have a sudden epiphany regarding special effects? Impossible. So, please let a genius invent a spaceship. It's so realistic that I'm starting to doubt whether the streamer truly traveled through the stars. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter at first glance. It truly resembles interstellar travel. She even perceives every speck of dust in the air differently. What is the film industry doing? What is the domestic entertainment industry being so pretentious for? Everyone should strive to meet this standard. Qianhe, who wished to conceal her genuine interstellar journey, felt regret that no netizen had recognized her. She gazed sorrowfully at the boundless, profound universe. This is the real world that only I know. How lonely reality is. Captain, who is this person? Xingran inquired, pointing at Qianhe. Picked up by Ling Shuang. She is Qianhe and Lolo. Ling Shuang may have had contact with an alien. TSK. You're picking up random people again. Xingran extended his hand toward Qianhe, his tone slightly impatient. Please present your citizen identification number. Qianhe did not have one. A person without a single citizen identification number. Xingran's brow furrowed, his expression disapproving. Captain, at this time, the crowd is mixed. I do not recommend bringing someone aboard who lacks a citizen identification number. All right, there are plenty of people without citizen identification numbers on the border planet. Xingran. Don't forget that your beloved Tian also lacks a citizen identification number. Suddenly, Xingran became agitated, his voice pitched. Don't mention him. His face flushed, and a pained expression crossed his features, leading Qianhe to wonder about this Tian who could frighten such a tall man. What has that Tian done to him? Qianhe quietly asked Freya. Freya covered her mouth, laughing. It's nothing, just a minor misunderstanding. A minor misunderstanding? Is it really just a minor misunderstanding? He deceived me into thinking he was. Ling Shuang and Freya each took Qianhe's hand, bypassing Xingran and leading Qianhe aboard the spaceship. The spaceship's soundproofing defeated the noise of 999 companions, and Qianhe did not hear Xingran's subsequent words. Freya apologized, saying, Xingran is a bit too cautious. He is certainly not discriminating against you for lacking a citizen identification number. No, I believe he is indeed discriminating. The disdain was palpable. In any case, let us first test the mutation degree. Following Ling Shuang's instructions, Qianhe placed her hand on a white handprint, which instantly turned green, accompanied by an electronic voice announcing, Mutation degree, 0. Mutation degree, 0. Ling Shuang knocked on the handprint. The handprint trembled, emitting a sound akin to a pig being slaughtered. I am not broken. I'm not broken. All right, you're broken. Ling Shuang groaned. Why must a malfunction at this moment? Handprint. I repeat, I am not broken. I'm not broken. Freya, concerned, said, it must be due to that A-level Thunderstar beast disrupting the handprint system. Come, let us head to the captain's room to retrieve the mutation testing device. Handprint, Freya. You must believe me. I am not broken. I'm not broken. Ling Shuang slapped the handprint, which flickered and crackled. Behave. Once we arrive at Union Star, I will send you for a reboot. The green handprint faded to a white handprint, trembling as Qianhe feared it might fall from a wall. No. You are committing murder. This is murder. Upon entering the spaceship's corridor, Qianhe was greeted by the strong scent of disinfectant mixed with a faint hint of blood. Within the spacecraft, numerous individuals are either seated or standing, many of whom bear various bandages, and one person even displays a crimson stain on their chest, raising grave concerns about their safety. These are the severely injured individuals from 117 Haoxing, with a distortion level below 40, whom we must transport to Wan Yinxing. Fei Ruya gazes sorrowfully out the window at the people awaiting the spacecraft, knowing that many with higher distortion levels are doomed to perish on 117 Haoxing. One individual hisses, expelling a tongue reminiscent of a lizard, only to be swiftly knocked unconscious by Ling Shuang's punch, after which a nurse promptly takes him away. Ling Shuang, shaking her fist, reflects on how the star beasts have become increasingly active in recent years. Enluo, come, let us measure the distortion level once more. A distortion testing device, resembling a thermometer, is placed in Qianhe's hand. Distortion level 0. Ling Shuang struggles to accept that the distortion testing device is malfunctioning. Is it possible that my distortion level is indeed 0? Fei Ruya, do you possess any wealth? Qianhe shakes her head. Do you hold any power? Qianhe shakes her head again. Are you a descendant of the affluent elite? Qianhe shakes her head once more. Is it daytime now? Qianhe shakes her head. Very well, without a capital star residence, lacking wealth, power, or dreams of grandeur, you still wish for a distortion level of 0. How is this any different from receiving a windfall of 300 million? Come, let us continue measuring the distortion level. Our spacecraft may lack many things, but we certainly have an abundance of distortion testing devices. Chapter 23. Who defamed whom? First, Ling Shuang wipes the dust from a box and opens it to reveal various styles and colors of distortion testing devices. Qianhe, there are many here. Did you unearth all of Sweet's spare distortion testing devices? Fei Ruya casually picks one up and points it at Qianhe's head, and it beeps. Distortion level 0. Fei Ruya. Ling Shuang's eyes widen in disbelief. She also takes a distortion testing device, points it at Qianhe's head, and it beeps again. Distortion level 0. Ling Shuang feels as though she is still dreaming. This defies logic, as even emperors struggle to achieve a distortion level of 0. Look, I have remained aboard this spacecraft for several days, and my distortion level is 30. Ling Shuang places her hand on the distortion testing device. 34. It has risen by 4 degrees. On this planet, where the distortion concentration is 40, even a robot would exhibit a distortion level. Fei Ruya speculates. Did you bring some sort of shielding device? Qianhe shakes her head. She feels empty and does not believe that anything from Lanxing could shield against interstellar phenomena. The technological disparity between the 18th century and the 21st century is immense. Though uncertain why her distortion level is 0, she asserts, I am indeed a genuine human. Qianhe picks an orange from the orange tree and hands it to Fei Ruya and Ling Shuang. Perhaps my distortion level is 0 because I consume these daily? What is this? Ling Shuang has never encountered such a small fruit before. It is orange, firm yet somewhat soft, and carries a sweet aroma. Since the near extinction of natural plants, all citizens of the Qianhe Empire have relied on photosynthesis, with only the elite affording the luxury of consuming real fruits. Ordinary people subsist on artificially synthesized foods, which vary widely in flavor, and one must tread carefully to avoid unpleasant surprises. After her experience with the metallic taste of a grilled cold noodle, Ling Shuang has been wary of synthetic foods. However, the aroma of this unfamiliar fruit is tantalizing. If it smells this delicious, it can't taste too strange, right? Ling Shuang cautiously bites into the pointed tip of the strawberry, and the sourness invigorates her. Dispelling the fatigue she has endured for 7 days and nights. Stretching her arms and limbs, she feels as if her very soul has soared. In her excitement, her hand inadvertently brushes against the distortion testing device. Distortion level 1. Ling Shuang. Has it suddenly malfunctioned? Fei Ruya places her hand on it. The distortion testing device emits a cold electronic voice. Distortion level 29. Fei Ruya, how could this be? She swallows the strawberry, and the device announces once more. Distortion level 1. Fei Ruya pinches her arm, feeling pain that is undeniably real, leaving her astonished and speechless. Beautiful sister, take a photo of me. This is hilarious. The distortion testing device looks just like a thermometer. Where did the streamer find such beautiful actors? I fear the streamer might be exposed for possessing natural plants and get caught. Oh, this is a script, then there's no problem. In reality, neither Ling Shuang nor Fei Ruya has recognized that this is indeed natural plant life. Once they confirm the authenticity, Ling Shuang's expression turns serious. Is this a new distortion level suppressant developed by the Empire? She has not left the border star for years. Has the distortion level suppressant outside evolved to this extent? Qianhe insists this is natural plant life. She holds up the orange tree. Look how green the leaves are, how vibrant and beautiful the fruit is, and how sour the taste is. This is indeed natural plant life. Ling Shuang, what is the name of this distortion level suppressant? Ling Shuang is far from convinced that this is genuine flora. She would sooner believe that her friend could transform into a wealthy heiress overnight than accept this as real plants. Furthermore, there are 4 more yellow-orange fruits on this orange tree, and including the 2 that she and Fei Ruya have consumed, that makes 6 in total. The most common distortion level suppressants on the market come in packs of 6, which would indicate that this is indeed a new model of distortion level suppressant, leading Ling Shuang to dismiss Qianhe's claims as mere deception. Is this a new invention of Yun Fan's distortion level suppressant? Qianhe's eyes glisten with sorrow. Why must it be Yun Fan? Can it be real plants? Because Yun Fan is dedicated to the research of distortion level suppressants. At 8 years old, his younger sister was bitten by a classmate and transformed into a distorted being, subsequently killed by the distortion management department. At 9, his father perished at the hands of a star beast, and his mother, in a bid to protect him, was severely injured and infected, becoming a distorted being within mere hours. Just as she was about to be consumed, the distortion management personnel ended her life. At 11, his adoptive parents, striving to provide for their family, entered an area with an X virus level of 60, only to become distorted beings themselves and be killed. At 12, his adoptive parents' biological daughter was devoured by a distorted being. He then entered an orphanage, but one fateful night, the orphanage was invaded by star beasts, which ate several children before fleeing, leaving behind X viruses that infected most of the children, resulting in only 10 survivors from over 100. At 13, due to his traumatic experiences, he was adopted once more, this time by a highly esteemed scientist. At 15, the scientist mysteriously vanished, leaving traces of star beasts in his home, suggesting he had been devoured. From that moment on, Yun Fan understood. All the horrific experiences of his childhood and adolescence were caused by star beasts. Star beasts, carrying the X virus, have made it so that every breath of air is tainted with the virus. The higher the concentration of the X virus in the air, the more likely humans are to develop distortion levels. And once these levels reach a certain threshold, they become hybrid beings, devoid of reason and preying on their former kin. Star beasts are inexhaustible, and the X virus is indelible. Yet we can enhance human resilience or mitigate their distortion levels. He proposed mechanical ascension, but the Empire dismissed him outright. Undeterred, Yun Fan devoted himself to perfecting distortion level suppressants, enabling more individuals to survive or prolong their lives. Decades have passed, and it can be said that in the current Qianhe Empire, 7 out of 10 people have consumed Yun Fan's distortion level suppressants. Is this a real-life version of death comes where everyone connected to him ends up dead? Yun Fan? That name sounds familiar. Is that the one who spent 20 million to purchase 6 plants of Fengyulan and a cluster of sorrel from a streamer? The host this time gifted strawberry seedlings. The glass ball cactus was snatched away, and the orange tree was given to others. Yet he spent 20 million star coins to purchase it. I am truly heartbroken. It is indeed tragic, so very tragic, I feel immense pity. Qianhe recalled the encounter with Yun Fan in the manor, and suddenly felt that having duped someone out of 20 million was utterly abominable. With a sense of guilt, she pushed the orange tree towards Ling Shuang, proclaiming it as a gift for you. Ling Shuang, blushing, hesitated, saying, "Is this really appropriate? Such an effective distortion suppressor, though its flavor is somewhat overwhelming, must be extremely expensive. How could I accept it so casually?" Qianhe clasped her hands together, her blue eyes sparkling with hope, asking, "Could it serve as my fare for the ship? It is my first time flying a spacecraft. You, an undocumented individual, wish to obtain a free ticket to Wan Yunxing." Ling Shuang exclaimed. Ling Shuang stepped on the foot of the newly boarded Shi Xingran, who clutched his swollen foot in pain, his eyes squinting in agony. "Ling Shuang, have you forgotten that you are an ability user of the gravity system? My legs are going to give way. Moreover, why would you allow someone who has interacted with Andrian onto the ship? Freya, whom are you slandering? And Luo is absolutely unrelated to Andrian. Shi Xingran? But who truly slandered whom first? Chapta Haimutu. Teabi Phantom bang bang bang, Zumba Dumba bang bang bang, Kraka Kraka. Qianhe tremblingly grasped the ability Phantom, pleading no. Don't go in. The ability Phantom wobbled its transparent head, inquiring. The white transparent Phantom floated in the air, its upper body resembling a circular ball, while its lower half bore the familiar ghostly tail. Upon catching a whiff of blood, the ability Phantom was drawn towards the interior. Qianhe swiftly embraced the ability Phantom, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I beg you, please do not enter." The master is furious once again. The ability Phantom trembled like a brush. It vanished into thin air. This little worthless creature, whose only purpose is to be adorable. If only you could muster some courage, you wouldn't be looked down upon by everyone. As Qianhe approached the doorway, he could hear the voices inside cursing about the trash of Bianxing and threats of death. Gathering his resolve, he timidly pushed the door open, revealing bloodstains splattered across the bed, sofa, and walls, accompanied by small bits of flesh. In the center of the floor lay the only surviving boy's head. If one were to piece together the blood, flesh, and this head, it would perfectly form a small boy. Qianhe, report your current task. The boy in question was none other than Andrian, whom Ling Shuang had mentioned. Despite his body being obliterated, only his head remained, his red eyes wide, his mouth opening and closing like a machine. "And Master, I have come to collect your remains. Report on your day's activities, as well as what you were supposed to do. In the morning, I scooped cat litter and played with your ability Phantom. In the afternoon, I accompanied the hostage for lessons, and now, I have come to collect your remains. Andrian, I have no use for you, this worthless being." Qianhe, feeling anxious, ventured to guess, for entertainment purposes. Andrian's remaining head exploded with rage, splattering Qianhe with blood and brain matter. Bewildered and aggrieved, Qianhe thought to himself that the master had never indicated such a volatile temper. The heavens must be compassionate. Just by uttering Andrian, the master became furious. Qianhe trembled, sensing his imminent demise, the air around him chill as his heart sank. "Qianhe, I am here, master." Qianhe quivered, kneeling amidst the blood and flesh towards the spectral form of Andrian. "What must you do? I shall collect your remains, then find you a clean new body." The spectral Andrian appeared youthful, though his true age was indiscernible. One could only deduce from his ghostly appearance that his demise must have occurred long ago. "Very well. What kind of body should you seek?" Qianhe recited the requirements that his predecessor had insisted he memorize. Between the ages of 635, male. A beauty rating of at least 8, recently deceased, free of maggots, preferably a healthy body that died a natural death. Upon retrieval, it must undergo high-temperature sterilization 10 times, alcohol disinfection 100 times, and bathing 300 times. The spectral Andrian nodded in satisfaction. "Good. What if the body did not die a natural death? Then create it. Let it die naturally." The spectral Andrian was more astute than your predecessor. "Remember, within 3 days, I want to see a new vessel. Otherwise," he glared coldly, "you will end up like your predecessor, feeding roses." Qianhe, on the verge of tears, replied, "Yes, yes, master. I guarantee the task will be completed. Take that natural plant on the floor to 002. You may leave." The spectral Andrian glanced at the glass ball cactus. That damned thing, which had disrupted his distortion, was encased in an eye, and had returned alongside him, perfectly suited for him to examine how to utterly destroy this natural plant. Damn it! There still exist living natural plants in this world. Qianhe scrambled to pick up the glass ball cactus and exited the room. His legs felt weak, and the ability Phantom emerged, nudging Qianhe. Startled, Qianhe nearly fell to the ground. Still shaken, he grasped the ability Phantom. "You! How is it that you are so useless, yet your master is so formidable?" The ability Phantom tilted its head, its large eyes filled with confusion. What if one day their organization collapsed, and they packaged this little Phantom as a cute item to sell? They could surely earn a significant sum. 002. The master instructed me to deliver this natural plant to you. Natural plant? 002 replied incredulously. Qianhe also found it hard to believe that Andrian was serious, as there were only a few types of living natural plants remaining in the world, which he could count on his fingers. This glass ball cactus appeared artificial. How could Andrian claim it was a natural plant? Had his grand aspirations driven him to madness? Qianhe internally scoffed. According to 21, the master stated this. You decide what to do with it. After handing over the glass ball cactus, Qianhe turned to leave decisively, needing to find a suitable body for Andrian. Alas, ever since his assistant was changed to him, the master had laughed less and less. He was determined to find a body that perfectly met the master's requirements, eliciting a genuine smile from him. 002, what are you doing? Handling garbage. The refuse in the incinerator was reduced to ashes by the high temperature. 21 scooped out the ashes, placing them in a separate bottle, and stored them in a dedicated room for experimental ashes. 62. This is the natural plant that the master ordered to be destroyed. 62 labeled the bottle, marking it as 5862, natural plant 78. Alas, it is said that after the master returned, he exploded once more. He has truly become somewhat deranged lately. 62. Be cautious with your words. This is for our grand ideal. How unfortunate. I am in it for the money. 62 had no intention of indulging 002's loyal dogma. Alas, were it not for the little money, I would not have come to this forsaken place, surrounded by graves, relying on star beasts for sustenance, with no water or electricity. Even the corpses have a better existence than I do. By the way, 002, have you noticed that the air in the storage room seems much clearer today? Has cleaning day been moved forward? No, it is merely your illusion. Indeed, in a place like this, one's nerves will inevitably fray. 62, I understand. Little pup. 62 waved a picture in front of 002, depicting a gruesome death. 002 recognized the individual, having seen him just the day before. Look. Another who couldn't bear it and tried to escape, and died in a most horrendous manner. It's quite disgusting. Wow, 002, how heartless and cold you are. That person was brought by you, and upon seeing him dead, you do not shed a single tear. He betrayed our supreme ideal. He deserves it. 002 departed, the broad sleeves of his attire slightly bulging, revealing a faint glimpse of green. However, the sole living soul present, 62, along with countless boxes of ashes, remained oblivious. Chapter 25. A study in loss. 62 connected with an online friend's voice call. How infuriating. My colleague, Sha Bei, wore a cold expression today. One might think I owed him 1,000,000 star coins. If it weren't for the resignation of a former colleague, he would probably still be rummaging for scraps. Such a detestable co-worker. Lulu, do not weep. Let us conspire against him. Yet, Lulu, why is the turnover rate at your company so alarmingly high? Alas, what can be expected from such an unorthodox establishment? Lulu, my dear, I endure overtime daily, working from 6 in the morning until midnight. So much so that my hair has begun to fall out from the sleepless nights. Online friends gasped in horror. What a heartless company. Lulu, why not switch to Lingguang Group? We could be colleagues. Lingguang Group? 62 pondered briefly, recalling it as a well-known corporation. Even on this long-abandoned, desolate planet, it boasts clothing stores, jewelry shops, gaming centers, and more. One of the few forms of entertainment left for 62. However, Lingguang Group only hires those with special abilities. A sigh escaped 62's lips. Lulu was merely an ordinary person without any powers. Online friends expressed disbelief. The anxious netizens from beyond the Empire's shores cursed the perpetrator who betrayed their friend. They quickly defended Lulu, stating that the Lingguang Group was unworthy of her. Moreover, isn't Lingguang a property of the Tu-Ersi family? Recently, the Tu-Ersi family was embroiled in a scandal. Given that Lulu resided on a lesser-known planet, she likely remained unaware of the rampant news circulating across the star networks. They continued, recounting the tale of the Tu-Ersi family's young lady, Qianhe, who had murdered her biological father and 7 brothers. How scandalous. 62 perked up. Furthermore, this Qianhe was only recognized by the Tu-Ersi family at the age of 8, previously thought to be an ordinary person. It turned out she possessed S-class abilities, rendering any legal punishment futile. In the past, while the Empire's laws favored those with abilities, they would not simply stand by as one of them committed murder. However, With the increasing frequency and scale of beast invasions, ordinary people faced imminent extinction without powerful allies. This consequently led to the Empire prioritizing the protection of the lives of those with abilities, particularly the higher-ranking ones. Unless the offense was egregious, substantial punishment was rare, especially in matters concerning noble families. The body of True de Two Heir C still hung at the entrance of the Two Heir C estate, recalling the sight of True de Two Heir C and his 7 sons hanging in a gruesome display, weathered into mummified corpses. 62 had found ample material for nightmares that night. What grievance could compel one to treat their own father and brothers with such cruelty? What would she possibly gain? Her father and brothers lavished her with affection. She had everything one could desire, even more than a royal princess. Now, having slaughtered her family, she could not enjoy her role as the beloved little princess and was burdened with the inheritance of the family business. Not to mention, it seemed she had no inclination to manage it. Rumor had it that Qianhe had squandered a significant fortune on a project. Can you imagine how absurd that project is? 62 wondered. What project could possibly be more ludicrous than her boss's belief that mutants were the future of humanity and that all humankind should transform into mutants? Online friends speculated that she aimed to create natural plants. 62 wished to delve into the mind of this young lady to grasp her reasoning. Natural plants exist as they are natural, and no human-created plant has survived even a minute. If she truly could invent natural plants, there would be no mutants left in the world. 62's eyes widened, feeling that Qianhe was 100 times more foolish than her boss, who wished for all natural plants to perish. 62 sincerely praised her lofty ideals, albeit finding her just as foolish as her employer. Unable to contain her sarcasm, 62 commented on how these individuals think. Her boss had insisted that a blatantly fake artificial plant was authentic. Online friends sighed. Who knows? Thankfully, Qianhe did not resort to any salary-cutting schemes. I hope to navigate my time at Ling Guang smoothly until retirement. Like millions of workers, 62 harbored a simple, unadorned dream: to serve the organization until natural death, of course, with the organization polished into a company. Just as 62 pressed the send button, a video call from her boss, the ghostly figure, came through. 62, journey to Wan Yunxing. There is a task I need you to undertake. Andrian regarded her with the cold, unfeeling gaze typically reserved for NPC robots. 62 gasped. Shabe, this boss does not treat people fairly. More overtime awaits. Farewell. My dear online friends. Ling Shuang, would you prefer to hear good news or bad news first? Freya emerged from her room, somewhat unsure of her sudden, idol-like demeanor. Her face usually adorned with a gentle smile. Xing Ran often remarked that this smile was feigned, but upon witnessing Freya's serious expression, Ling Shuang felt a surge of panic. Bad news? Freya had little to share. It seemed Tian had gone off to study law. Ling Shuang was taken aback. Freya shared Tian's transaction record from the Star Network with Ling Shuang. As the financial overseer of the Ling Lan ship, Freya gazed with concern at the 300 million sent by Tian. What could Tian possibly be up to acquire such a sum in such a short time? I do not wish to suspect him. Yet I saw him perusing lore-related texts recently. After all, the quickest ways to earn money are often laid out in legal texts. Selling blood, selling hearts, selling kidneys? No. Tian's organs wouldn't fetch such a high price. Could it be selling his abilities? But with Tian's S-class powers, no one should be able to capture him. Freya's face turned pale. Ling Shuang, do you think Tian believes our Ling Lan ship to be too impoverished and has sought the affections of a wealthy woman? Ling Shuang was petrified by the barrage of conjectures, realizing for the first time how vivid her friend's imagination could be. Freya, do not overthink it. That is impossible. While Tian looks quite dashing in male attire and charmingly lovely in female attire, what wealthy woman would spend 300 million on a pretty boy? Freya regained some composure. You are right. Alas, I will ask Tian later. I hope he has not truly pursued legal studies. Although S-class abilities are rarely constrained by law, it is always better to be cautious. Fearing that further discussion would lead Freya to concoct a plan to rescue Tian, Ling Shuang redirected the conversation. So what is the good news? Freya discreetly pointed to Qianhe, who was gazing out the window at the scenery, and whispered in Ling Shuang's ear. It is nothing much. I merely discovered that the plants provided by Luo seem to genuinely be natural plants. Chapter 26. Omissions amidst the clamor, Yishui Wei was diligently observing and Luo. She bore a striking resemblance to herself. Of course, anyone resembling and Luo could be found from Huagua to Paris. Her eyes were a beautiful shade of blue, possibly indicating mixed heritage. One cannot be certain. As modern makeup artists rivaled head-swapping techniques, perhaps she wore colored contact lenses. The actors, special effects, and modeling appeared remarkably realistic. The universe outside looked much like untouched cosmic images. Each brick and metal piece within the spaceship was unique, and every person's expression was vividly distinct, with no repetition. She even engaged technical personnel to investigate, who remarked on the intricacies of the studio, noting that every detail was different. A grand production indeed. Yishui Wei's eyes gleamed with fervor. Do you think it is possible that it is real? The technician laughed heartily. How could that be? Interstellar travel is such an ethereal concept. It is far too implausible. Indeed, Yishui sighed. Despite her extensive analysis and her efforts to engage others in research, it was not merely to validate the authenticity of Enloloa's live stream effects and modeling. In truth, Yishui harbored doubts about whether Luo had genuinely traversed dimensions. Although such a notion seemed far-fetched, her skepticism took root, growing like a towering tree in her mind. How else could she explain the altered surveillance footage and the precisely placed obstacles, cabbages, sorrels, and orchids, that tripped Qianhe? Yishui wished to attribute it all to mere coincidence. Yet it felt too coincidental to dismiss. She tentatively sent a barrage comment. Has the host truly crossed interstellar realms? This comment stood out amidst countless praises of the effects, the stellar modeling, and the beauty of the actors, quickly becoming the target of ridicule. Ha ha ha, are you a child? How old are you? Didn't your mother tell you this is fake? It's real. With a side-eye smile. I can't believe someone actually believes this is real. What a rare sight. Yishui retorted. But it really seems genuine. The netizens chimed in, 5-star effects, of course it's real. It's not that real. It can't compare to XXX movie. It's 3202. The technology for deception is so advanced. What's this minor effect? Exactly. I could do it too. Yishui insisted. But the host hasn't been caught yet. This time, the netizens hesitated for a moment. Indeed, this host had compelled all of Huagua to watch her live stream 3 times, spanning 2 weeks, and yet she remained unbanned. This was not characteristic of Huagua. Nevertheless, claiming that the live stream was authentic was implausible. Absolutely impossible. Interstellar traversal is simply not real. A friend of my father's friend works in the system and said this live stream is a hacker's doing. Their technology is impressive, and it hasn't been breached yet. So it's not the host who has crossed over. It's her live team that's too talented. Let us not forget the host's illegal intrusion into the national network. Host, truly I'm distraught. Why not shift careers while you still can? With your hacker skills, after the orange season, you might even be recruited. Yishui remarked. So you'd rather imagine an Luo stepping on a sewing machine than believe she really crossed over? If she truly were to hide during the orange season, I can't even fathom that scene. However, I would definitely watch her. Yiqian scanned the barrage. The dense stream of text disrupted her appreciation of the cosmic stars and the vast ocean. It was amusing. She had previously worried that someone might expose her. Yet no one seemed to entertain the notion of genuine interstellar traversal. Yiqian suddenly felt a kinship with her sole, clear-headed friend. Such intelligence and clarity were rare, as were those who could discern the truth at a glance. Shuriao chuckled. Crossover? Just wait until I catch you. I'll make you suffer 3 years without internet, ensuring you truly traverse. He had grasped the tail of the mouse. His black circle resembled a panda, eyes gleaming as he stared at the countless flickering emerald characters on the computer screen. For 2 weeks, 14 days, Shuriao worked tirelessly from 6 in the morning until 1 at night, 19 hours a day. He had completely evolved. He was on the brink of discovering the host's address. Colleague 1, noticing his vampire-like pallor, feared he might collapse. Sure, Yao, you should get some rest. We have plenty of time to investigate this host. Si Yao responded, no, I'm about to find her. Then I can take a 3-day vacation. Haha. With determination, Sure Yao entered the final digit. His eyes sparkled as numbers vanished and reformed on the screen, revealing the host's address. Come find me, Sure Yao exclaimed, what? This defies logic. His expression darkened as he demanded, who are you? Quickly abandon your intrusion into Huagua's network. If you surrender now, we can offer you amnesty, sparing you from the orange season. A 1T high during the orange season. Sure Yao scoffed, you're quite confident. I'm not human. Sure Yao felt a pang in his heart. What are you saying? A distasteful joke? Sure Yao insisted, provide your address immediately, or I will mobilize the entire nation to locate you. And let us see how long you can evade capture. You vile human, how dare you call the esteemed and magnificent Qianhe a mere mouse? Farewell. You're going on the blacklist. Sure Yao felt a chill. How could this individual have uncovered his real name? Impossible. His skills were among the finest in the world. Sure Yao typed furiously on the computer. The screen blacked out, displaying a message. Ungrateful, despicable human. Sure Yao thought, what childish behavior is this? Upon reopening the computer, he found his progress had plummeted from 999 to 0. The difficulty of locating the host's address had escalated immensely. If the current mode was challenging, the previous one had been child's play. With the progress reset to 0 and the difficulty increased, he would be forced to work overtime again. How infuriating! Sure Yao angrily typed, you've caused me to work overtime and expect me to be grateful? Shouldn't you? How much have you learned from me? Dare you deny it? Sure Yao hesitated. He couldn't truthfully deny it, as this mysterious hacker, who called themselves Qianhe, possessed unique skills far exceeding current technology. While deciphering, Sure Yao experienced both pain and joy, as new knowledge surged without any bottleneck. Moreover, all we wanted was to create a live stream that wouldn't disrupt daily life, spread harmful information, and showcase the beauty of interstellar futures for free. What gives you the right to ban me? Sure Yao clenched his fists. This was not a valid excuse for invading Huagua's network. I am Qianhe, from an alien planet. You cannot control me. Sure Yao fell silent. Do not act rashly. Their technology is superior. You cannot simply block them. Colleague 2 had already resigned, munching on chips and sipping cola. I doubt we can crack this in the near future. Come, enjoy some chips. Besides, this Qianhe could be considered half our teacher, right? Sure Yao couldn't help but retort, what kind of teacher is that? He moved his chair to colleague 2's computer. In the live stream, viewers were asking, host, what did you do? Those two people looked so strange watching you. Oh, why isn't Sure Yao looking at his own computer? Because he had been blacklisted, all of Huagua could see the live stream, except for him. Chapter 27. Those two looked so strange watching you. Host, what did you do? Those two people looked so peculiar watching you. Discovering that the host never delivers fakes, Ling Shuang, in a daze, pulled Qianhe into a separate room. Inside, on the table, a glass cover sheltered an orange tree. Ling Shuang, still in a daze, recalled Freya mentioning that Xing Ran had merely touched the orange tree and the shattered abilities were restored by the natural plant you provided, rather than the new model of distortion suppressor. Natural plants could heal broken abilities. In the Qianhe Empire, there was even a belief that abilities would not fracture until natural plants were nearly extinct. Most citizens of the Qianhe Empire were unaware of the reliability of this claim, as they had no opportunity to encounter natural plants. However, many believed in the efficacy of natural plants. Otherwise, why would nobles and the wealthy spend vast sums of star coins to cultivate them at home? Artificial plants might be more aesthetic and require less maintenance, but they were far cheaper. Qianhe nodded modestly. Ling Shuang cast a final glance at the vibrant green leaves of the orange tree in her arms, thinking it might be the first and last time she ever saw a natural plant. She returned the glass cover along with the orange tree to Qianhe. And Luluo, I do not know which noble or wealthy family's young lady you are, but such an extravagant natural plant should not be carelessly displayed. Encountering kind-hearted individuals like them leaves one conflicted about whether to resort to violence for their possessions. When faced with unkind people, one fears that nothing remains of them, not even their ashes. Her gaze toward Eno shifted from one of sympathy for the unfortunate to that of a wealthy, naive young lady. This is perilous. We will return it to you, but if you encounter malicious individuals, you might end up completely annihilated. Ling Shuang's voice involuntarily rose, and furthermore, didn't your parents tell you that natural plants should not be exposed to untreated air? Heaven knows she realized this was a genuine plant. Recalling how this precious natural specimen had been carelessly exposed to untreated air for dozens of minutes, if not longer, nearly left her breathless. It was akin to someone winning a lottery worth 100 million, yet failing to treasure the ticket, suffocating it with careless handling. Qianhe, the natural plants in my household are remarkably resilient. This is not merely a matter of resilience. Never mind, I must remember to protect precious natural plants next time. Qianhe pushed the orange tree toward Ling Shuang, stating, "This is my ticket." Ling Shuang felt the heat radiating from the pot in her hands. It was utterly disproportionate. You could purchase dozens of buildings with a single natural plant, while a ticket is worth so little. Keep your natural plant. We do not require your ticket. We can offer you a complimentary ride to Wan Yinxing. Which young lady ran away from her home on which planet? Ling Shuang glanced at Qianhe's face, finding it increasingly familiar. Had she appeared on Xingwang? I feel as though I have seen you on the Star Network. Beautiful people like Qianhe tend to resemble one another. Ling Shuang replied, "Not really, although I have thought of many who look like you. I still feel I have encountered you before. My instincts are quite accurate." Yet where exactly she had seen her, Ling Shuang could not recall. As there were simply too many who resembled Anluluo, "I will place your natural plant on the table. Remember to take it when you leave." Qianhe softly replied, "I have plenty of such natural plants at home." Miss Ling Shuang, I am aware your family is affluent, but do refrain from extravagant indulgences. Qianhe fell silent, realizing that if she mentioned the abundance of natural plants in her homeland, Huagua, Ling Shuang might suspect her of delusions. She followed Ling Shuang out of the room while glancing at the live stream comments. "Why must we give his plant to them? Please refer to my live stream title. I spread plants and stars. Thank you. Damn it, I almost forgot the host is here to spread plants and not to sell them. Giving away for free. How painful. Last time I spent 20 million star coins." Qianhe felt a pang of sympathy. Thus, she swiftly scrolled past that comment. However, there are so many patients on this spaceship, and they hardly seem wealthy enough to afford it. This special effect is truly realistic. The bones of that patient in front are almost protruding. Qianhe followed the comments and looked over. The person lying on the chair had a large skull on their chest, with blood-red bandages stretched over it, the bindings pushed outward by the bones within. Ling Shuang remarked, "Did that frighten you? Surviving an encounter with a star beast is already considered fortunate." Qianhe thought that such a wound could hardly be deemed fortunate. It seemed rather severe. He is a D-class ability user. This injury is trivial and can be healed on Wan Yinxing. It appears that ability users have quite robust constitutions. Qianhe pointed it. "Captain, come and take a look at this situation." Ling Shuang hurriedly departed. The Linglan spaceship was particularly large, equipped with excellent facilities, and Qianhe encountered Xingran in the collection room. Xingran was panting, evidently having just arrived. Moments ago, Freya casually placed what she believed to be a simulated orange tree aside, and Xingran accidentally bumped into it. A mere touch restored a fragment of his long-broken abilities, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. Though it was just a small amount for Xingran, it was as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope in the darkness. After finding someone to distract Ling Shuang, he rushed directly toward Qianhe. His deep-set eyes scrutinized her, filled with a blend of examination and subtle unease. "Enlolo, is that orange tree in your hand truly a natural plant?" Before Qianhe could respond, Xingran smiled. "Of course it is real. A natural plant capable of healing broken abilities. I've searched for years and encountered it in such a remote corner of the galaxy." Xingran swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "Do you have any other natural plants?" Qianhe replied, "I no longer have any." Xingran felt a slight disappointment, speculating, "So, you mean you have none at the moment?" Qianhe raised an eyebrow. "Do you desire one?" "That depends on what you are willing to offer, and you must make an appointment." "An appointment makes sense. Those willing to sell natural plants surely have no shortage of customers." He pondered how much it would take to acquire a single natural plant, considering his finances. He gazed earnestly into Qianhe's eyes and tentatively proposed, "I am willing to exchange a 5-star habitable planet for a natural plant." "How much? What did you say?" Chapter 28. Priceless yet unavailable. What? What did you say? Though I know this is scripted. Exchanging a single plant for an entire planet. Are you insane, or am I? She could have easily taken it by force, yet she still offered you a plant. I am moved to tears. Qianhe suddenly perceived that at this moment, Xingran radiated an astonishing brilliance. She had not anticipated that he was a hidden magnate. Qianhe joyfully declared, "Deal." She quickly found a piece of paper and began sketching blue star plants for Xingran. Thanks to her live streaming, she had seen many plant photographs recently and still remembered a great deal. However, it seemed her memory had improved significantly lately. Qianhe did not dwell on it. Her artistic skills were exceptional, and with a black pen on white paper, she drew a series of magnificent flowers. This is a crab cactus, this is a rose, this is cherry blossom, this is a bauhinia, and this is a peach blossom. For the sake of a planet, she even specifically illustrated many attractive and sizable plants. Balancing aesthetic appeal with practical value, Xingran was indeed entranced by the vibrant and unfamiliar plants depicted on the paper. He stared, utterly astonished, unable to fathom that this seemingly ordinary person possessed such a plethora of natural plants he had never heard of or seen before. Once, he had prided himself on his extensive knowledge and experience, but none of the plants before him resembled anything he had encountered. As Enluluo sketched, the dazzling earrings on her ears caught Xingran's eye. The earrings sparkled brilliantly, their beautiful design suggesting considerable value, leading him to a sudden speculation. Could Enluluo be a descendant of an ancient noble family? Since the invasion of star beasts 300 years ago, which nearly led to the extinction of natural plants, some once wealthy and powerful people could not bear the sight of a galaxy filled with simulated plants. They either hid away or took private spacecraft to leave the Qianhe Empire, hoping to find a habitable planet rich in natural plants in the vast cosmos. Indeed, some ancient noble families found a few scattered natural plants on planets far away from the Qianhe Empire. Could Enluluo be a descendant of such an ancient family? Only such families would possess so many unfamiliar natural plants. Xingran felt a surge of excitement. "What kind of gem is your earring made of?" "It is stunning." "Huh? What gem?" "This is made of glass." "Glass? What do you mean?" Qianhe scrutinized Xingran, observing the carefully styled curls of his hair, indicative of meticulous grooming. His face, strikingly pristine, bore no trace of blemish or freckle, hinting at possible cosmetic enhancements. Could he be a delicate celestial youth? "Do you fancy these earrings? I could gift you a matching pair as a token." Those exquisite, affordable jewels from Pin Shishi, priced at 199. She possesses an entire box. "No, I do not fancy them. You may continue your drawing." Xingran chastised himself internally. No wonder those earrings sparkled so magnificently. Feelings are akin to reflective glass. A fleeting glance at Qianhe's resplendent earrings confirmed they were merely glass. How had he devolved in just a few years away from the capital star to the point of failing to recognize jewelry? "Which one do you desire?" Xingran was taken aback by his own deteriorating eyesight, randomly pointing at the Zijing tree on the paper. He inquired of Qianhe, "When could you provide it to me? I am quite anxious." Qianhe tapped the system. The response was that the next mission would commence in 3 days at the Xingyan port on Zhuanyan Star. Qianhe stated, "In 3 days. We shall meet at the Xingyan port on Zhuanyan Star." Xingran nodded in agreement, promising that upon completion, he would gift her a 5-star habitable planet. "Furthermore, keep this confidential. Do not let Lin Shuang and the others discover that I am acquiring a natural plant from you in exchange for a 5-star habitable planet." Qianhe nodded vigorously, her round blue eyes fixed upon the impeccably adorned Xingran. Although she was the one profiting, Qianhe felt that exchanging a 5-star habitable planet for a mere plant was rather absurd. The thought of returning in 3 days and having to inscribe her name on a 5-star habitable planet made her eyes sparkle with excitement. "All right, I shall not disclose this to anyone. You are quite the absurd one." Xingran frowned, questioning her impolite musings. Absolutely not. Xingran suddenly regarded Qianhe with multiple glances, exclaiming, "Anloala, you are indeed a descendant of an ancient aristocratic family, are you not? Ordinary individuals cannot procure natural plants. You are merely concealing your identity to experience life as a commoner. That glass earring is simply a prop for your ordinary persona. I, too, left Guxing and my family solely to experience the life of an ordinary person, wishing to avoid disclosing my identity and risking the estrangement of my friends. You wish to conceal your identity as well, do you not?" Qianhe blinked in surprise. This Xingran certainly had a vivid imagination, conjuring an implausible yet somewhat believable backstory in mere moments. A script where a noble scion descends to experience life among mortals. Moreover, judging by his words, Xingran indeed appeared to be a noble scion in disguise. Qianhe could not help but exclaim, "You are truly a little genius. To experience the life of an ordinary person, one must venture to perilous fringe stars." Even though Qianhe had only been in the Qianhe Empire for a few days, she understood that the fringe stars were exceedingly dangerous. A wealthy heir choosing to forsake safety for the sake of ordinary experiences was quite remarkable. Xingran's cheeks flushed slightly, his gaze evasive. "I am not particularly intelligent. It is merely your acting skills that are lacking. Ordinary people cannot procure natural plants. In any case, do not reveal my affluent status. I wish to avoid estrangement from my friends due to my noble identity." Qianhe thought he was being overly dramatic. Netizens chimed in with remarks such as, "Isn't friendship acquired through deception more likely to result in estrangement?" At this moment, Xingran resembles the foolish son of a landlord. His thought process is peculiar, wasting his handsome appearance. Do not belittle Xiao Xingran. Though he may be a bit muddled, at least he is good-looking. Host, quickly ask if his character is that of a wealthy heir, a royal prince, or the son of tycoon. This individual seems a bit unhinged. Send him to me for an evaluation. So, are we going to chop down the Zijing tree on the roadside? Where is my 5-star habitable planet? Unfamiliar with the Qianhe Empire, Qianhe and the viewers, who could only perceive the empire through her perspective, remained oblivious to the exorbitant value of a plant with the potential to restore shattered powers. Chapter 29, S-Class Toxic Sand Slipper Star Beast. Minglan, it is time for your shift change. Hey, what do you have in your hand? A plant gifted by a girl. Minglan held a strawberry seedling. Its leaves lush and low, clustered together, complemented by small, raindrop-shaped red fruits, appearing rather adorable. A colleague leaned in for a closer look, wondering what kind of plant it was, remarking on its cuteness. Minglan shook her head. She had never seen it and surmised it was likely not a real plant. Indeed, those numerous black spots on the little red fruits were quite alarming, reminiscent of the flower heads bought for her daughter. As a shift change colleague continued to jest, she suddenly halted, sniffing the air. "Minglan, did you spray perfume? It smells quite sweet." Minglan shook her head, denying it. In the fringe stars, emitting a pleasant scent is a grave mistake. One could inadvertently attract sensitive star beasts or their mutated variants. A sensible person would opt for a scent so foul that even star beasts would recoil. Minglan was quite cautious, despite her love for beauty. She had not touched perfume since arriving at the fringe stars, and moreover, she did not favor sweet scents. Minglan inhaled deeply. Yet the pervasive scent of the X virus lingered in the air, devoid of any sweetness. "There is no sweet scent here. Where did you detect it? Perhaps I am hallucinating. I shall investigate during my patrol for any odd fragrances." The colleague laughed, agreeing, and quickly vanished into the crowd. Minglan took another whiff, still confronted by the discomforting odor, unchanged from before. She furrowed her brow. Could it truly be a figment of her colleague's imagination? In such a place, exercising utmost caution is never excessive. Some star beasts emit a strong odor. Given the location, Minglan worried that a star beast might have infiltrated Star 117. Star 117 had already suffered severe damage. She could not bear to imagine the consequences of another star beast invasion. Quickening her pace, she intended to inform the captain of her concerns. Just then, the ground began to tremble. Rumble, 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 each subsequent quake more intense than the last. A colossal shadow, accompanied by swirling yellow sand, rose ominously behind her. Ming Lan's temperature plummeted, her heart racing. What is that? Oh my, it is enormous. A hybrid of a centipede, caterpillar, and crab. Host, how could you script such a scenario? Qianhe stood up, gazing out the window to see a fissure opening in the sandy surface of Star 117, for which a 10-meter-tall, gargantuan caterpillar emerged. Though it resembled a caterpillar, its color was akin to that of a centipede, particularly with its centipede-like tail, where legs should have sprouted, crab pincers emerged instead. The S-class toxic sand slipper star beast gazed hungrily at the diminutive humans beneath it. Do not approach. Please do not kill me. Mother. Blood blossoms erupted in the sky above the planet. This is unbelievable. The Mediterranean man seated opposite Qianhe was paralyzed with fear at the sight, his legs trembling, breath quickening, his face pale as he uttered in a hoarse voice, Star Beast. An S-class toxic sand slipper star beast has appeared on Star 117. With a sudden shout, all those aboard the spaceship, whether awake, asleep, lost in thought, or absorbed in reading, were instantly stirred into a frenzy. They rushed to the windows, gazing out at the unfolding scenery. The S-class poison sand beast, akin to a scissor cutting hair, swiftly severed the necks of hapless humans, splattering blood into the air. A silent yet chilling reminder for the paralyzed onlookers to flee. The inhabitants of Star 117 frantically sought refuge. Yet the keen ears of the S-class poison sand beast ensured that no hiding place was safe. It would soon capture them with its pincers. The blue orb in Ming Lan's hand was hurled towards the S-class poison sand beast, while the abilities of B-class enhancers struck the beast, leaving behind a patchwork of pockmarks. Its pitch-black eyes fixed menacingly on the diminutive figure of Ming Lan, advancing step by step. Ming Lan lifted a fallen child beside her, unwaveringly standing before the beast, her gaze resolute and courageous. The poison sand beast, true to its name, exuded a lethal toxin from its entire being, and it spewed forth a pool of venom towards Ming Lan. With agility, she evaded the assault as other managers gathered around her, unleashing a variety of abilities upon the S-class poison sand beast. It let out a mournful wail. A colleague, having caught a whiff of the cloying scent, cursed their misfortune, realizing that the strange sweetness emanated from the beast itself. Her C-class ability, laser cannon, was aimed at the contorted creature, writhing in pain. The blast was intercepted by the beast's pincers, yet her colleagues remained undeterred. If an S-class beast were so easily subdued, the Qianhe Empire would not still be struggling to eradicate them. She observed the arrival of her fellow colleagues, 5 in total, each possessing abilities of at least C-class or higher. Though the odds were slim against an S-class beast, they might at least buy some time. One colleague pressed the emergency button, calling for the Enhancer Management Department to send assistance swiftly. Meanwhile, the 5 of them unleashed their diverse abilities upon the poisoned sand beast, creating a spectacle of colors and sounds reminiscent of celestial battles, leaving the viewers of the live stream from the Blue Star.Consequently utterly captivated. What incredible effects! I see no flaws. Streamer, with such abilities, why not pursue a different career? Under such potent attacks, how can that monstrous creature still stand? It appears only slightly wounded. Is this a minor boss? Someone was hit by the monster's spray and collapsed. His face is disfigured. Qianhe glanced over to see a black-haired man soaring through the air, only to be swatted down by the beast's pincers, accompanied by a splash of black saliva. The man shook his head violently, dislodging the viscous substance from his face, revealing skin that was now crimson, eroded by the beast's toxin. His injury marked the beginning of a cascade, as more managers began to fall wounded, inciting further unrest among those aboard the spaceship. The Mediterranean man who first spotted the poison sand beast trembled, urgently calling for the captain to accelerate and escape this dreadful place. Another voice murmured about their mother and daughter still on Star 117, but no one paid heed, faced with an S-class beast. The best course for ordinary individuals and lower-tier enhancers was clear flee. Returning to the ship now would only serve to feed the beast. The urgency grew as more voices urged for the spaceship to depart swiftly, for if the S-class beast feasted on Star 117, it would soon turn its attention towards them. and the distance between the ship and Star 117 would become trivial. This was already the maximum speed. Unbeknownst to her, Shi Xingran had approached. His gaze towards Star 117 tinged with pity. He quietly asked Qianhe if she was afraid. Chapter 30. The best strawberry seedlings surrounding them were cries, human and beast alike, mingling with the cloying scent of blood and the faint, insidious odor of the X virus wafting through every breath of air on the surface of Star 117. Minglan gasped for breath, a drop of crimson blood falling from her forehead to the ground. Her body was marred with wounds, abrasions, extensive burns from the beast's venom, old injuries, and collateral damage from her teammates. Support from the Enhancer Management Department was reportedly delayed due to complications with other beasts, with assistance arriving no sooner than 3 hours. The department had instructed them to find a way to handle the S-Class poison sand beast on their own. Ming Lan cursed the incompetence of the Border Stars Enhancer Management Department. She cast a cold glare at the sand beast, feeling the injustice of creation. They were in disarray while the S-Class poison sand beast bore only minor blemishes, oozing but a thin layer of blood. If not treated promptly, those wounds would soon heal. After all, it was an S-Class beast, noted for its formidable attack power and its toxic nature. Typically, only S-Class enhancers could hope to confront it. Why then should they? Mere managers responsible for overseeing the evacuation of Star 117 be tasked with dealing with S-Class beasts? Minglan once again derided the nonsensical management system of the Border Stars Enhancer Management Department. She retrieved a button containing the full force of an S-Class enhancer strike, an expensive gift from her parents before her departure to the Border Star, as they feared for her safety. Minglan recalled her fervent assurances that there was no danger. She was merely a civil servant. Life, it seemed, had a way of dismantling such certainties. Get back. As her teammates retreated from the sand beast, Minglan pressed the button, launching it with precision towards the creature. The S-Class sand beast erupted in a storm of energy, trembling violently, shaking the very ground beneath them. Yet, the towering beast remained standing, incensed, honing in on Minglan's location. Its dark eyes locked onto her, flickering with a ghostly blue light. Had its gaze been lethal, she would have perished countless times over. Minglan found her feet anchored to the ground, not from fear-induced paralysis, but from the beast's formidable ability to mentally immobilize her. It seemed her actions had thoroughly enraged the creature. With a wry smile, she concentrated her A-Class energy into her hands, but in the vast chasm between S-Class and B-Class abilities, the B-Class energy felt trivial, merely provoking a slight, prickling sensation in the beast. Soon, Minglan's energy was depleted, and she watched helplessly as the beast advanced, its cavernous mouth agape, revealing rows of sharp, yellow teeth. Was her fate to perish in the jaws of this S-Class sand beast? As she struggled against her immobilization, she recoiled at the thought of becoming the beast's grotesque excrement. Yet, with her feet firmly fixed, all she could reach were the scattered stones at her feet. She picked up the fragments and hurled them at the beast's eyes, but they merely brushed against its enormous orbs, akin to specks of dust, prompting only a momentary blink. With no more stones at hand, Minglan cradled the strawberry seedling gifted by Qianhe. The verdant leaves appeared almost alive, while the crimson fruits exuded a sweet, enticing aroma, yet they regrettably existed on planet 117. I am grateful for the additional second of life you have bestowed upon me. Minglan directed the strawberry seedling towards the eyes of the Shalu beast. The beast, unfazed by the feeble resistance of the diminutive human, which resembled a soft and delicate punch from a kitten, should have allowed the seedling and its pot to collide with its eyes. It ought to have merely blinked before swiftly swallowing the proximity of Minglan whole. However, inexplicably, the Shalu beast sensed a long-lost threat emanating from the advancing strawberry seedling. Its massive head turned, realizing that all threats should remain within its belly. Awoo! The beast opened its maw wide, swallowing the strawberry seedling whole, smacking its lips hungrily while focusing its gaze on Minglan. Just as it extended its pincers to consume her, an inexplicable, excruciating pain suddenly gripped its belly. The agony was akin to 1,000 cuts frying in oil and being minced into pulp, An apt description. Awoo, awoo. The Sha Lu beast writhed in anguish, unable to stand, curling itself up helplessly. Even its ability to control Ming Lan faltered. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly retreated to a safe distance, observing the beast's bizarre behavior. Had it perhaps consumed something bad? Certainly. Such an opportune moment to strike a formidable beast should not be wasted. Ming Lan picked up a weapon specifically designed to combat star beasts. She aimed at the Sha Lu beast's head. Bang! Her pupils widened in astonishment as a verdant beam of light struck the beast faster than the bullet. This luminous energy enveloped the S-class Sha Lu beast, casting a cool glow reminiscent of moonlight, yet causing fissures to appear all over its body where the light touched. The cracks expanded, deepened, and multiplied. In mere moments, the Sha Lu beast was obliterated before the eyes of onlookers, leaving behind only the strawberry seedling it had previously devoured. What a miracle! The surviving humans emerged from their shelters, awestruck by the spectacle. A single lethal blow. What level of ability must one possess to achieve such a feat? Not even a trace remained. How astonishing. Could it possibly be an SS-level ability user? This was the consensus among all, including Ming Lan. She too speculated that a powerful ability user hidden among the crowd or merely passing by had casually dispatched the S-class Sha Lu beast. As for the absence of a visible figure, perhaps a great individual, indifferent to glory or shame, who had long surpassed the desire for admiration. They might even find human accolades bothersome. Ming Lan and all the survivors shared a tacit understanding, silently expressing gratitude to this unknown benefactor without a single soul seeking to identify the hidden ability user. Huh, this artificial plant is still alive? Ming Lan picked up the strawberry seedling. A refreshing aura flowed through her body from the seedling, astonishingly healing her wounds at an incredible pace. Ming Lan widened her eyes in disbelief, and to her greater shock, the seedling in her hands suddenly radiated a green light, intensifying and swirling like tendrils in the air. It dispelled the blood left by the S-class Sha Lu beast and the XSX virus in the atmosphere. Chapter 31. Minister Audrey, what is that green light doing over there? The spaceship is too far to see. It must be some kind of ability. Detail enthusiasts would adore this live stream. Even the distant view outside is rendered with precision rather than a haphazard background image. She responded to Xingran, unperturbed. Xingran clasped his hands in affirmation, acknowledging that with natural plants, one need not fear becoming a mutated species. He glanced out the window, observing the vibrant green glow that reminded him of the color of orange tree leaves. Boldly speculating, he cautiously questioned whether she had given someone else natural plants. He then looked down at Qianhe, whose expression remained normal, which eased his mind somewhat. After all, even if Enluolua's family was extravagant, they would not casually give away natural plants, lest they deplete their resources. He had given his savior a natural plant. Xingran, could it be that your family is so affluent? Which ancient family do you belong to that affords you so many natural plants? No, that's not it. What has your savior done to the natural plants to make them emit such a green glow? Qianhe was equally perplexed. She was certain that on Blue Star, strawberry seedlings did not emit light. Could it be that in a different star cluster or country, the seedlings had mutated? The system promptly clarified, it is not a mutation, but an evolution. The plants that you, traverse to the Qianhe Empire would have undergone secondary evolution, gaining the ability to eliminate star beasts. Qianhe candidly admitted, I provided my savior with the latest evolved natural plants, capable of killing star beasts. Xingran dismissed Qianhe's claims as mere nonsense. While it was true that natural plants had effects against star beasts, if they were on the brink of extinction, how could there be so many opportunities for evolution? One should craft a more plausible story. He suddenly began to question the authenticity of Qianhe's possession of numerous natural plants. After all, her demeanor did not resemble that of someone who owned such a wealth of natural plants. The spaceship swiftly left planet 117 behind. On planet 117, this miraculous event was witnessed by all, yet no one suspected the credit belonged to the artificial plant in Ming Lan's possession. They all believed it was her ability. Ming Lan's teammates were curious about how she had suddenly manifested a green ability, and notably, they thought she had awakened another power. One capable of annihilating an S-class Sha-Lu beast without a trace was decidedly impressive. This, they believed, was what the teachers referred to as the sudden awakening of a second ability in dire situations. Colleague 1 remarked. And then they began to gather and manage those who still lived on planet 117. Xiao AI, I'm feeling unwell. I need to rest for a bit. Xiao AI was the first to detect the sweet scent. She nodded, and Minglan disappeared without a trace. The green glow emanating from the strawberry seedling in Minglan's arms gradually faded until extinguished. Yet another light ignited within her heart. Without pause, she hastened toward the small spacecraft she had procured, swiftly piloting it towards planet 116, the neighboring planet of 117. The two planets were in close proximity. Minglan successfully arrived at planet 116 3 hours later. She leaped from the spacecraft and rushed to the branch of the Ability User Management Association on planet 116. There resided one of the ministers of the Ability User Management Association, Minister Audrey, who had been transferred for the central city. Most importantly, he had once been Minglan's teacher and was now the only person she felt she could trust to handle this matter. Teacher, having expended considerable energy dealing with the Sha-Lu beast, even the most robust ability users would be breathless. Minglan was panting, half from running and half from excitement. She carefully wrapped the strawberry seedling in a coat, holding it close to her. Oh dear, my little ancestor, slow down, slow down. Do you have something important to discuss? Minister Audrey set aside his book, adjusted his glasses, and glanced at the time. Oh, Minglan, shouldn't you be on duty now? Is there something you wish to ask me? Teacher, I have something very important to tell you. Minglan cautiously placed the strawberry seedling, wrapped in her clothing, on the table, her actions reminiscent of handling something so delicate it might melt in her mouth or shatter in her hands. This careful demeanor elicited an involuntary chuckle from Minister Audrey. What is it that has you so meticulously cautious? Teacher, are you prepared mentally? Minglan's expression was serious. Good. A hint of curiosity also arose in Audrey. He had taught Minglan for 4 years and had never seen this spirited young girl so cautious. The black outer garment was gradually peeled away by Minglan, revealing a deep green leaf that was ordinary and unremarkable. Yet, Audrey suddenly felt the atmosphere around him shift, enveloped by an enigmatic aura. With a lifespan exceeding 2 centuries, Audrey quickly comprehended that this was fate, opportunity, and a turning point. His aging heart began to race. His elderly spine straightened, and he fixated on Minglan as she completely removed the black outer garment. Before him appeared a petite and adorable plant he had never encountered before. Its leaves were serrated at the edges, fragile and soft. Particularly striking were the 5 small red fruits dangling from the edge of the red pot. These seemingly mundane red fruits were most distinct for the yellow-black seeds adorning them. Yet upon seeing them, Audrey's first thought was that they must be delicious. He was taken aback. Having lived over 200 years, he had long since become indifferent to worldly desires. So how could he suddenly crave these small red fruits? Audrey scrutinized this lifelike plant brought by his student. What extraordinary qualities could this plant possess? Was it crafted by high-level, highly intelligent star beasts to annihilate humanity? Constructed from the precious materials prohibited by the Qianhe Empire? As Audrey placed his hand upon the green leaves, a rich vitality surged from them into his hand, swiftly penetrating his aging body. The essence of nature revived the dormant cells within him, and he felt ethereal, as if his mind had been rejuvenated. Having experienced 2 centuries of life, he had witnessed much, yet he had never encountered anything like this. Was this truly a natural plant? Teacher, you indeed feel it too. This is a natural plant. Minglan nodded and then shook her head. I do not know if it is a natural plant, but this robust vitality, I fear, can only be found in natural plants. Chapter 32, Rumors. After Minglan recounted how she had thrown the strawberry seedling into the mouth of an S-class sand beast, emitting a green glow that resulted in its demise, she expressed her thoughts. I figured if this is a natural plant, it must be significant, so I brought it to show you. Such a diminutive pot of natural plants, even if they exerted pressure on star beasts. How could it possibly kill an S-class star beast directly? Suddenly, Audrey recalled a piece of news he had heard a few months prior. feeling both excited and cautious. A rumor had been circulating in the capital star that natural plants believed to be alive were evolving. I did not know the veracity of this news, but if this represents the future direction of natural plant evolution, both Audrey and Ming-Lan gazed at the strawberry seedling with fervor. If these natural plants were indeed evolving to directly slay S-class star beasts, then eradicating star beasts in the future would not merely be a dream. Ming-Lan, you have worked hard. This natural plant is of great significance. I must take it back to the capital star for specialized examination. Audrey then inquired, did you find this natural plant on star 117? Is this the only one? Are there no others nearby? Ming-Lan shook her head. I did not find it. It was given to me by someone. As she spoke, she felt as if she were in a dream. It was a woman who gave it to me. Ming-Lan strained to remember the appearance of Qianhe, black hair, blue eyes, appearing to be in her 20s, dressed somewhat like a person from the star. The more she recalled, the more peculiar she found this woman. Not to mention, how could someone seemingly living in the inner circle of the Qianhe Empire appear on star 117? Noticing that Audrey had been silent for a while, Ming-Lan grew anxious, wondering if this person posed any issue. Audrey shook his head. I was just reminded of someone. This description made him recall a little girl who had recently awakened her powers, brought back by Fei Shi'er after completing a mission, notably named in Luo Luo. He did not remember all the details, but she too had black hair and blue eyes, appearing to be in her 20s. Audrey quickly dismissed this suspicion. The journey from TS star to star 117, a peripheral star, would take at least 10 days, even with the Empire's assistance. He did not believe in Luo Luo had the means to accomplish such a feat unless she were a spatial ability user, and at least an SS level 1. In any case, let us first investigate the individual you encountered. As for whether this plant truly represents a new direction of evolution for natural plants, Audrey contemplated whom he could trust to verify this information. Suddenly, he recalled another student of his, Fei Shi'er, who was currently in the capital star. An idea took shape in his mind. Hello, Fei Shi'er? Fei Shi'er had just departed from a scene involving the gruesome remains of a mutated creature, and the cleaning crew was discreetly covering the bodies with white sheets. Teacher, what do you need from me? Fei, I have something I need you to investigate. Have you heard the recent rumor circulating in the capital that natural plants believed to be alive are evolving? Why is there such a large white sheet behind you? There are bloodstains on the ground? A mutated creature suddenly exploded in the park, and the cleaning crew is currently handling the aftermath. Fei Shi'er maintained a serious facade, fabricating an excuse to deflect, as he certainly could not disclose to Audrey that his dear student had committed murder. He addressed Audrey's first question. I apologize, teacher, but I have not heard of this news. Audrey was not surprised. In fact, it would have been odd if Fei Shi'er had known. He sent Fei Shi'er an electronic invitation to the Obsidian banquet. Fei, please inquire about this at the banquet. It is all right if you do not manage to find out anything. Those who can attend such an event are either knowledgeable, wealthy, and powerful, or possess formidable abilities, remarkable individuals. Engaging with them will benefit your future. Do not confine yourself to your little nest. Teacher, I do not. All right, I know you well enough. Every time you return to the star, I suggest you meet with influential figures, and you always find an excuse to avoid it. When I ask why, it is either gaming or reading novels. Fei, you have grown. It is time to interact with those who will benefit your future. Moreover, you are nearing 30. Life is but a fleeting 300 years, and you have already lived 1/15 of it. If I'm not mistaken, you have remained single until now. Fei Shi'er closed his mouth, obediently listening to Audrey's heartfelt advice, vowing to complete the task and keep his eyes open to connect with individuals who could be advantageous to his future. He then decisively ended the call. As for finding a girlfriend, that seemed like a daunting task. Do not laugh. Yin Fan laughed all the more heartily, approaching 30 and still single. If you're looking for a girlfriend, I think you would be better suited as a beautiful girlfriend yourself. Hey, I am complimenting you. Do not be offended. Esteemed leader. Fei Shi'er was too lazy to engage with him, lifting the gender-neutral upper half of his attire and the splendid skirt below as he remarked. Teacher mentioned that natural plants believed to be alive are evolving. What do you think? Is it true? Yin Fan blinked, I am just an unremarkable individual. How could I know such rumors? Well, now you do. If you're referring to the pot of oxalis and the two storm orchids that Luo sold. Although their full effects have yet to be studied, they are indeed evolved natural plants. As for the other natural plants, all the flora in the Tully's family's greenhouse are rather ordinary, devoid of any evolution. He recalled that numerous influential individuals from the Qianhe Empire had recently approached him in a rather clandestine manner, seeking his assistance in researching matters that required utmost confidentiality. Qianhe found this arrangement intolerable, as it not only demanded secrecy but also required him to conduct research at their residences, leaving him devoid of freedom. He felt utterly trapped, and no one would be aware of his plight. Most importantly, the compensation offered was insubstantial, leading him to decline their requests under various pretexts. However, among the living natural plants in the Qianhe Empire, there exists the possibility of encountering evolved flora. After all, prior to the invasion of the star beasts, there were no extraordinary abilities. Alternatively, there's the possibility that Luo has sold her other natural plants to others. Facier deemed this latter scenario the most plausible. Would you still desire other evolved natural plants? Perhaps we could find Luo and confine her in a small black room, denying her the opportunity to distribute her natural plants. Facier, unable to contain his frustration, delivered a punch to Yunfan's chest. Yunfan, feigning distress and hissing, clutched his chest, a flicker of light flashing in his dark red eyes. The more he contemplated, the more eager he became. Hey, where are you going, esteemed leader? To buy tickets and pack for Zhuanyangxing. Yunfan was perplexed. Leader? The obsidian banquet is on Zhuanyangxing, and please refrain from calling me leader. All right then, benefactor. Chapter 33. The Color Transformation. Wow. If interstellar travel truly exists, this is the essence of interstellar. It's breathtaking. The Linglong spacecraft gradually approached the docking station, the vastness of the universe stretching out, serene and solitary, with various spacecraft resembling stars scattered across the sky, emitting a faint glow. They encircled the docking station, forming a grand luminous sphere, and from afar, countless tiny humans wandered within the docking area. Qianhe disembarked the spacecraft amidst the throng of people. Upon stepping out, Ling Shuang waved goodbye, exclaiming, "See you next time. Don't venture to the border star again. It's dangerous." Zixingran, both vigilant and warning, shot her a glance, as if to say, "You must not expose my noble identity," and simultaneously conveying that if she failed to arrive at Zhuanyangxing's Xingyun port in 3 days, her family would face dire consequences. Qianhe mused that he was indeed quite theatrical. System, how much time do we have left? 3 hours. Would you like me to recommend some delightful places? The system conjured a travel guide within Qianhe's mind, rustling as it perused. No need, I'll just browse casually. Before her lay the transfer station of the docking area, with various passenger vehicles hovering along the sides of the road, while the shops lining the street displayed an array of clothing, daily necessities, and an assortment of peculiar items. However, the shop attendants were not humans, but robots that bore an almost identical resemblance to people. Qianhe glanced over, and the robot cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello, lovely lady. Would you like to check out our toys?" The robot playfully winked, adding, "We offer toys tailored for adult tastes." The shop was filled with an array of oddities that neither Qianhe nor the citizens of Huaguo could quite identify. The robot skillfully tossed a blue cotton candy, and suddenly it pressed the candy to its mouth, transforming from a pale white robot to one with blue skin. This is our latest product from Luo Group. Color Change Cotton Candy allows you to alter your skin tone, far more effective than genetic modification. The most remarkable aspect of this product is its efficacy, which lasts for just 24 hours. You can change your skin tone each day. The robot produced a small box of cotton candy, containing approximately 20 pieces, each in a different hue. Before Qianhe's eyes, the robot consumed the cotton candy, its skin shifting from blue to orange, then to black, spring green, Aegean blue, moon gray, and gray-green. Qianhe felt a surge of excitement. The netizens from Huaguo were equally captivated, their enthusiasm palpable as they exclaimed, "Bye, bye, bye. Such a fresh skin tone. If only this were real, my mother wouldn't have to worry about me getting sunburned. While I know this is just a live stream effect, I must say, host, your effect is flawless. Come work for my company. In launching Huagua, Yang Qinglu observed the seamless skin color transitions and couldn't help but glance at her own complexion, which had remained unchanged for over 30 years. Still significantly darker than her fellow citizens, nearly resembling a different ethnicity. As the robot consumed a honey-colored candy, its skin instantly transformed into a healthy honey hue, contrasting starkly with Yang Qinglu's darker fingers as they touched the screen. The honey-colored robot appeared remarkably fair against her dark skin. Even after coming to terms with her complexion over the past 30 years, witnessing this blatant comparison made Yang Qinglu feel a pang in her heart. She typed, "I envy this so much. I've been dark since birth. Because of my color, I've been ridiculed, bullied, and ostracized for over 30 years. I truly wish this color-changing candy were real." Immediately, netizens comforted her, saying, "Don't despise yourself because of your skin color. Those who discriminate are merely ignorant. Yes, embrace yourself. Those who judge you for this lack foresight and will reap no rewards. It's their issue, not yours." Yang Qinglu managed a bitter smile, cognizant that at over 30, she understood this principle well. She had long been reconciling with her skin color and knew that the prejudices of others were erroneous. Yet, understanding did not alleviate her concerns. Much like many are aware that their biases against her are wrong, yet cannot help but harbor discrimination. With a sigh, Yang Qinglu expressed for the first time, "I truly wish this live stream were genuine." Across the land of Huagua, countless individuals dissatisfied with their skin tone, desiring the convenience of changing their complexion, echoed Yang Qinglu's sentiments, longing for its authenticity. Among them was colleague number 1 from Shuyao, who mused that having such a complexion would make it exceedingly convenient for the military to conceal themselves. Simply switch to green skin. Colleague number 1 envisioned himself, his friends, and acquaintances all transforming into green hues, quickly shaking those thoughts from his mind. Such notions were best left unthought. If one truly turned green, the number of river spirits in Huagua would skyrocket. Of course, he assured himself, he would not be among them. He considered himself rather attractive, though his brothers and friends were less fortunate in appearance. "What are you shaking your head at? Huh? Why are you trembling? Is the air conditioning too cold?" Shuyao inquired, a hint of concern in his dark eyes, the dark circles beneath them only enhancing his allure, making his complexion appear even more radiant without detracting from his beauty. Colleague number 1, momentarily entranced, nearly toppled from his seat upon realizing Shuyao had moved closer, gazing at him with concern. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. How perplexing." Shuyao resumed his seat, continuing his intellectual sparring with Amlilo in the live stream. Colleague number 1 discreetly stole another glance at Shuyao, marveling at how a programmer could remain so handsome without hair loss or acne, even while burning the midnight oil. Even if he turned into a river spirit, he would still be the most attractive river spirit. Thankfully, Shuyao remained unaware of his thoughts, or else he might have received a couple of jabs. Shuyao adjusted his wrist, lifted his coffee, and took a delicate sip, inadvertently catching sight of Qianhe's live stream titled, "I Disseminate Plants in the Stars." He coughed, his expression betraying confusion. The robot in the live stream was not limited to monochromatic skin. With great enthusiasm, it proclaimed, "This is our monochrome skin. Our color-changing candy can layer colors." The robot produced 7 pieces of color-changing candy in one breath and swallowed them whole. Before me, a dazzling array of lights flashed, with hues of fluorescent red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet continuously shifting across the robotic figure, resembling a veil of neon. Shuyao was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. Chapter 34. Conclusion of the third live broadcast. It is no wonder that Luoluo sought to infiltrate the entire internet for her live streams. With such a staggering array of effects, who would genuinely want to watch a serious broadcast? Shuyao couldn't help but critique. It was remarkable that Luoluo managed to maintain her composure without bursting into laughter. Alas, could there truly be individuals in this world who appreciate such garish hues? Suddenly, the comments section of the live stream erupted with activity, shattering historical records. Wow, how dazzling. Goodness, if I had this fluorescent multicolored skin, I would be so cheerful. Ah, which expert from Huaguo can hurry up and invent this? It deserves to be celebrated. Shi Yao found himself perplexed by the aesthetics of these viewers. Amidst the chaos, he glanced at Qianhe, who was fixated on the color-changing candy in the robot's grasp, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if they might burst into light bulbs. In that moment, Shi Yao felt a profound generational gap between himself and the youth of the new era. Shi Yao quickly managed the live stream. Was her live stream functioning well? What needed managing? Since the incident with the hacker who identified themselves as Qiao, Shi Yao, in a fit of anger, had temporarily abandoned the effort to guide Enluo's live stream. He intended to teach Enluo a lesson. Without their diligent moderation of the comments during her broadcasts and their relentless efforts to shape public opinion after she went offline, she would have been inundated with criticism online. However, to his surprise, Enluo's live stream remained harmonious, even more so without their occasional provocations. According to colleague 2, Shi Yao had experienced a moment of exasperation, during which 6 dots appeared above his head, leading him to vent his frustrations to his superior furiously. Does Enluo not require our assistance? This is clearly a coordinated effort. There must be at least 200 people behind her. Have you not identified a single suspicious character? The leader, with a humble demeanor, remarked, "Their skills are too advanced. We must rely on you." Shi Yao chuckled wryly, pondering the reasons behind the persistent challenges they faced. Despite the passage of many days, they had yet to uncover the root cause. The leader, appearing submissive, expressed his fear of losing such a talented individual, lamenting that finding them was exceedingly difficult. In truth, they speculated that she might be on a remote island across the ocean, entirely disconnected from Huaguo. Otherwise, how would they possibly fail to locate her? Shi Yao was astonished that the leader could utter such nonsense. Even a moment's thought would reveal the absurdity. In 3202, billions occupied a single planet. Where could such an isolated island exist? If such an island were real, devoid of internet, how could one conduct live streams? Shi Yao inhaled deeply, disinclined to converse with a leader who was clearly dismissive of the situation. He gritted his teeth and returned to his station, his fingers striking the keyboard rhythmically. Before the dimly lit computer screen, Shi Yao let out a sinister laugh. "Wait until I find you all. You shall be cast into the oranges." Little did he know, the leader muttered that such talents should be treated leniently, allowing them to redeem themselves. Look how much our national cybersecurity has improved in just a few weeks. We are nearly surpassing the new nation. Shi Yao, are you implying we lack our prowess? The leader stammered, "No, absolutely not. I merely believe that once we locate them, you might seek their advice." At that moment, Shi Yao felt utterly defeated. Now, the leader demanded he manage Enluo's live stream. Was it not enough that without their guidance, Enluo's stream had finally erupted into chaos? Upon inspecting the live stream, Shi Yao felt the familiar 6 dots reappear above his head. Why were they arguing over which skin color was more appealing? And you, why would you desire red and green skin? Are you Santa Claus? What that string of gibberish? Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to spend $1 million on a piece of color-changing candy? Shi Yao could only shake his head in disbelief, momentarily relieved that the live stream did not have a donation feature. Otherwise, countless naive individuals from Huaguo would have been deceived. He found it difficult to comprehend how they could believe in the existence of such candy. With an impassive expression, he typed, "Qianhe sure. Do you truly believe this color-changing candy is real? Use your brain. Qianhe sure. Even eating mushrooms wouldn't yield such a fluorescent complexion. Qianhe sure. A mere piece of candy can achieve this? Are you mentally unwell or just undermedicated?" A second later, he was met with a barrage of ridicule. "Teacher Qianhe sure. Why is it always you? Since Enluo's first live stream, you have never missed a single one. Is this what it means to be a fan to the point of criticism, and to criticize to the point of fandom? Love it. Teacher sure is so dedicated. He critiques the streamer more diligently than I clock in for work. How much for a comment? Count me in." After their mockery, viewers expressed their sentiments. "I truly adore this color-changing candy. For the first time, I hope the streamer-esque live stream is genuine. This way, my cosplay would be more authentic. I don't care. It's real. Streamer, look at me. When we return to Blue Star, next time you visit the Qianhe Empire, take me with you. And I'll gift you a villa. Sure Yao gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, feeling utterly disillusioned with the world. To make matters worse, colleagues 3 and 4 whispered to each other, believing they were discreet. Do you think there is a possibility that this live stream is real? I think so. Look at the special effects and the various modeling behind it. There are no flaws. In this world, there are no such things as flawless special effects modeling. Most importantly, so many people search for weeks and still couldn't find anyone who appeared in the live stream. They seem to have emerged from the crevices of stones, leaving no trace on Blue Star. Based on all this, it must be real. Sure Yao, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, felt utterly disillusioned. He then struck his fists against the heads of colleagues 3 and 4. Qianhe inquired about the price of the candy. The robot, sensing an opportunity, promptly declared, 300 star coins. Just then, a multitude of children entered the store, their eyes filled with envy as they watched Qianhe purchase the color-changing candy. Their expressions mirrored her childhood admiration for older classmates who would casually bring out multiple bags of spicy strips. Consequently, Qianhe, in front of them, consumed a piece of fluorescent silver-white color-changing candy. Upon tasting it, her skin instantly transformed to a silver hue, radiating a soft glow. The envious children gazed at her in awe. Qianhe, still in their view, opted to buy a tenfold enlarging lamp. This lamp, priced at 1,000 star coins, was an unattainable toy for the children, and their covetous gazes filled Qianhe with immense joy. She cheerfully exchanged 1 lamp and 1,000 star coins. And as she left, she didn't forget to consume another piece of color-changing candy, transforming her skin into a radiant rainbow hue. 3, 2, 1, 0. Congratulations, host, on completing the 3rd live broadcast mission and successfully returning to Blue Star. Huagua. Main objective: purify the Qianhe Empire. Current progress: 1. Your diligent efforts have resulted in slow progress. Sure. It seems something is obstructing you. Current points: 700. Countdown to the next live broadcast. 3 days. Can carry 4 types of plants. Unlock plants by Kai Flower. Feng Yulan, Zhajiang Chao, strawberry seedlings, glassball cactus, orange tree. The conclusion of the 4th live broadcast will unlock 2 major functions. Carrying the color-changing candy back to Blue Star will deduct 50 points. Carrying the tenfold enlarging lamp back to Blue Star will deduct 50 points. Currently, with a score of 600, Chapter 35 unfolds the thoughts of Qianhe, who genuinely perceives the system as somewhat stingy when compared to the extravagant systems often depicted in novels that boast 6, 7, or even 8-digit figures. However, in contrast to her previous company, this system feels like a pathway to effortless wealth. Yet, human nature is inherently greedy. Qianhe begins to calculate. With 1 point equating to 100 small coins, her 600 points translate to 60,000. She ponders when she might legitimately ascend to the ranks of the wealthy. As she engages in a battle of wits with a 3-colored cat, controlling a robotic vacuum that leaves behind a flickering shadow, she observes the machine's unwavering determination even against a mere feline adversary. In a fleeting moment, the thought of pursuing wealth through dubious means crosses her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed with a sneeze. The livestream has continued until the early hours, and it's time for slumber. Curiously, despite the late hour, the audience remains substantial. He also wonders at this phenomenon. Why is it that so many viewers are still watching at such an hour? His weary eyes strain to decipher the densely packed text in the livestream, finally distinguishing the words from the host. He is met with the blindingly vibrant colors of the host's appearance, leaving his heart feeling quite chilled. After managing to overlook the glaring hues, the host, and Luoluo, ends the stream. Yui reflects on the hours spent watching, only to witness and Luoluo embark on an adventure through a desolate planet that is yet to reach the development level of Blue Star Africa. Accompanied by an array of bizarre and unrealistic special effects. Taking a deep breath, a student rushes over to offer a shoulder rub, reassuring him not to be upset. Teacher, don't be angry. Considering it provided you with inspiration, please don't let it vex you. The truth is, he has derived no inspiration at all. However, he cannot voice this. It would be too embarrassing. Why is it that he can casually watch a live stream and have a moment of brilliance leading to a groundbreaking invention, while he finds his mind utterly blank? He internally scoffs at the sensationalism of the live stream, attributing its success merely to luck. Why not incorporate high-end technology-related special effects instead of the post-apocalyptic ruins and tragic human narratives that resemble a fantastical film? It feels as though the content is intentionally denying him inspiration. If he fails to conjure a revolutionary invention, he would deem this live stream the root cause of humanity's stagnation. The more he contemplates, the angrier he becomes, ultimately disconnecting the internet. Sleep is essential. After watching this disappointing live stream until 3 in the morning, his old bones feel as though they might crumble. Just before succumbing to slumber, he resolves not to believe anyone could possibly glean inspiration from this stream. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in the new nation, Kong Lianxi is bombarded with messages from her sister, Kong Shiming. The incessant notifications are not enough to satisfy Kong Shiming, who rushes to the school playground to envelop Kong Lianxi in a bear hug. Sister, look at the video I sent you. We've changed our experiment. Kong Lianxi, her head buzzing from the early morning commotion, inquires what nonsense her sister is spouting. Enough with the trivialities. Sister, listen. Together, we can create this. A monthly salary of $1 million is not a dream. Finding the playground too crowded, despite most being foreigners who do not understand Chinese. Kong Shiming leads her sister into a small grove to share the video of the color-changing candy. Qianhe's face appears, a host so renowned in Huagua that even a 100-year-old and a newborn would recognize her. Kong Lianxi feels a wave of pity for her naive sister. You think we can create this? Kong Shiming insists, it's not just me. We can definitely do this together. Kong Lianxi scoffs at her sister's daydreaming and warns. You don't genuinely believe that watching He's live stream will grant you the inspiration to invent something, do you? My dear sister, he has lived for over 50 years. His reservoir of knowledge far surpasses yours. After viewing the video, she notices a screenshot from Qianhe's second live stream, showcasing the books on the desk of the person sitting across from her. The text is minuscule, resembling ants, making it impossible for Kong Lianxi to discern the content. Below that, there is another image filled with Kong Shiming's densely packed formulas. She can't help but express concern. Is your mentor driving you mad? Meng, hang in there. Just a few more years until graduation, and you'll be free. Absolutely not. I've had enough of this scoundrel. Kong Shiming exclaims, her eyes shining brightly. Sister, together, we will create this color-changing candy. Let Rayloff kneel and beg for mercy, calling me his mentor. Let him exploit me. Let him put his name first on my thesis. Such lofty ambitions. Kong Lianxi worries for her sister's mental state as she scrutinizes the 3 pages of formulas and 2 pages of diagrams. Ultimately, she concludes that they might be able to produce a visually appealing but inedible candy. It appears her sister has not lost her mind after all, which brings her some relief. With a sisterly sense of compassion, Kong Lianxi agrees to assist Kong Shiming in the creation of the candy, a color-changing candy, not mere candy. All right, color-changing candy, she concedes, though she feels her sister is dismissing her sincerity. After all, it is quite absurd to believe they can truly create something so versatile, edible, playful, useful for military and civilian purposes, and a potential harbinger of peace for humanity. If they succeed, not only would Kong Shiming's mentor, Rayloff, be begging to be their student, but their parents would host a lavish banquet for 7 days and nights, welcoming all passers-by, be they feline or canine. Schools from elementary to university would hang banners in their honor for decades, and textbooks would surely immortalize their names. How'd you come up with this? Kong Shiming explains that the inspiration struck her while watching an luo in the library, where the individual across from her held a book brimming with ready-made ideas. We just need to string these ideas together and adapt them for the Blue Star version. The text from the live stream, initially dense, translates into a confusing jumble when mixed with the original. 1,000 people could not decipher the garbled script. I have quite the keen eye, Kong Shiming boasts. Kong Lianxi feels this is no longer a matter of keen eyesight. What if we tried doing it this way? She suggests. Kong Shiming readily complies, following her sister's guidance to improve their experiment. They gaze upon the color-changing candy they have successfully created. Kong Shiming bursts into peals of laughter, her voice sharp as a pixie's. Now who can tell the difference between us and Einstein? Chapter 36. The experimental lab rats are saved. Do not eat random things. Before Kong Lianxi can finish her sentence, Kong Shiming has already popped the color-changing candy into her mouth. Instantly, her flesh-toned skin transforms into a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors. Well, this is splendid. We've even saved on lab rats. Kong Lianxi remarks. Kong Shiming laughs even louder. I'm going to punch Rayloff and kick the world's richest man. Kong Lianxi concludes that her sister is beyond saving. In any case, let us return to our homeland. Why? Kong Shiming exclaims. How can I make Rayloff kneel and beg me to be his mentor once we return? Kong Lianxi gently ruffles her sister's fluffy hair. You want to unveil the color-changing candy, right? Kong Shiming nods vigorously. After the announcement of the new nation, what if they become envious and confine you to a dark room? What if they end your life with a single shot? Kong Shiming shudders at the thought of being imprisoned, enduring a torturous existence devoid of necessities, and imagines the gruesome sight of blood flowing endlessly from a fatal wound. The fear leaves her pale, her entire being petrified. Suddenly, with the weight of precious treasures in her possession, Kong Shiming exclaims, Buy tickets! Buy tickets! We must leave at once. It is no wonder that Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming harbor such disdain for the new nation. After all, it truly embodies such a nature. The two hastily purchase tickets for a flight 6 hours later and rush back to their dormitory to gather their belongings. Their roommates are preoccupied, one engrossed in a drama and the other engaged in an elaborate makeover. The blonde, blue-eyed roommate is taken aback by the sisters' frantic packing. As it appears they are preparing to flee. What on earth are you doing? Kong Lianxi changes her expression and lies, claiming there's an issue at home that requires their immediate attention. With that, they dash out of the dormitory and hail a cab to the airport. Their hurried exit resembling a flight from a perilous situation. Melissa, the blonde roommate, cannot help but remark to another roommate, Oh dear, does a family emergency really necessitate taking all those possessions? They must be running away because their family can no longer support them, unable to afford their studies. The feeling peaks when Melissa notices they even take their toothbrushes, leading her to exclaim, Are they genuinely abandoning their education? If they lack funds, they shouldn't have come to study abroad. Such narrow-mindedness. The other roommate, who is busy with her makeup, awkwardly smiles. Fearing that Kong Shiming and Kong Lianxi might indeed be leaving for good, leaving her to share a dormitory with Melissa, how awkward that would be. The roommate can only chime in, Yes, yes. With their yellow skin and poverty, what are they even doing studying here? Such a waste of resources. The flattery from her roommates greatly satisfies Melissa, who continues, in the future, we shall be the wives of wealthy men. They will not even dare to look us in the eye when we next meet. Alas, this farewell may indeed be a permanent one. The other roommate, begrudgingly, thinks that Melissa is simply envious of their academic success. After all, the sisters excel in their studies and have been awarded numerous scholarships, attending prestigious universities with ample tutoring opportunities. How could they possibly be unable to continue their education due to financial constraints? Perhaps Kong Shiming and Kong Lianxi are simply off on a journey. Yet, the roommate feels a twinge of unease. What kind of travel requires packing cups, toothbrushes, towels, clothes, and shoes? 6 hours later, as the sun rises in Huagua, Kong Jiang finishes his breakfast and prepares to leave for work. Suddenly, he hears the sound of luggage being dragged and voices chattering outside. Odd, as none of the neighboring houses around his villa have been sold. Normally, there would be no noise from neighbors. The sounds grow nearer to his door. Puzzled, Kong Jiang opens the door to find his two daughters, who should have been in the new nation, staring back at him. Dad, you're home? Oh no, shouldn't he have been at work by now? Why is he still here? Kong Shiming trembles, and Kong Lianxi realizes in their excitement they completely forgot to inform their parents of their return from the new nation. Their guilty expressions reveal their anxiety. Kong Jiang, witnessing their demeanor, feels a spike of alarm. Have they been expelled? Are they seriously ill? Are they pregnant out of wedlock? Or worse, have they committed a crime? Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming, however, are not in such dire straits. In unison, they exclaim, "Dad, that's not it. Can't you think of something good about us?" Kong Jiang grumbles, "Just looking at you two, I know something is wrong." Their mother, Tang Yunla, warmly welcomes her daughters. Having not seen them for months. "Oh my, what are you saying? My two little treasures must be homesick. Come here, let Mama see you, it's been ages." However, her smile falters as she pinches Kong Shiming's cheek. "You've surely gained 10 pounds, haven't you?" Kong Shiming covers her ears. She cannot bear such comments. The two sisters embrace their mother and, with their luggage in tow, rush to their bedroom. As they close the door, they call back, "Mom, we have something to do. Please do not disturb us." What on earth are these two up to? Kong Jiang is left bewildered. Tang Yunla shakes her head and smiles. "Children grow up. We must allow them their little secrets." Kong Jiang retorts, "Even so, they should not be skipping school to return home." He leans closer and whispers to Tang Yunla, "With all the discrimination and exposure at the new nation, do you think they might have encountered any issues?" Tang Yunla, momentarily losing her joy at their return, becomes concerned. But Lianxi and Shiming are both strong-willed. If they faced any trouble, they would surely retaliate. Yet she worries, knowing her daughters typically report only good news and not their troubles. Kong Jiang, once the sisters emerge, we must inquire. If it's true, they should not be allowed to study abroad. Mental health is paramount. Kong Jiang agrees. "I must head to work now. You talk to them about this. Their mental well-being is crucial. We can support them for life if need be. I never expected them to achieve much." As Kong Jiang departs for work, Tang Yunla continues her business online, unaware that Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming are preparing to unveil a remarkable surprise for them. Kong Shiming, gazing at the large box of color-changing candy she has created, wonders how they can inform the world of their invention. "Should we go live?" Kong Lianxi suggests. Kong Shiming opens a streaming platform, only to find all of them equipped with color-changing effects. The streamers on her phone quickly utilize the effect to turn themselves blue. Kong Lianxi realizes how swiftly they are capitalizing on the trend. An idea strikes Kong Lianxi. "We could hire popular streamers to promote our candy. I think this streamer is perfect. She has many followers and is quite attractive. I see her every day." Chapter 37. The breaking point for you, the streamer in question, is Qianhe. Upon receiving the commercial offer, Qianhe initially declines, thinking it impossible for such a candy to truly exist, especially created by two individuals under 50. The compensation offered is meager, less than her weekly allowance. However, her manager insists she accept the deal. Qianhe, don't underestimate this opportunity. It's a chance to ride the wave of the current trend. All the other streamers are capitalizing on it. Don't fall behind. In the past, she would have jumped at any chance for exposure. Yet now, as she examines the vibrant candies sent to her, she contemplates whether some trends are simply not worth pursuing. The brightly colored candies, crafted from vivid shades of white and black, appear more beautiful than deadly fungi. But can they truly be consumed? She fears a disastrous outcome. Ultimately, after her manager assures her of their safety, Qianhe reluctantly agrees. "Hello everyone, it's Qianhe. Today, I am introducing a color-changing candy. This candy is from a renowned Huaguo streamer, and Luoluo. The creators of this candy are two returning students, Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming, both studying engineering. They claim this candy can actually change your skin color." Qianhe squeezes the colorful candy in her hands, takes a deep breath, and swallows hard. "As for whether it's real, I cannot say. Let us all wait and see." Fans respond with excitement. "What? Qianhe, open your eyes wide. Does this candy even look edible? Has your family gone bankrupt? Why are you promoting such dubious candy? Don't eat it." The vibrant, multicolored candies. One cannot help but wonder how much dye and how many toxic minerals are included. "I genuinely fear that consuming one could lead to dire consequences." Qianhe also feels that these candies do not appear to be edible at all. She deeply regrets having agreed to her agent's request. In a hushed tone, she instructs her online followers, "If I were to suffer from poisoning or display any abnormal expressions, Please alert the authorities immediately. With that, she raises her head and swallows the candy. Student, what are you secretly looking at during class? Qianhe, with a worried expression, guards her phone. Teacher, I'm studying. In a public lecture, what are you studying with your phone? What are you looking at? He snatches her phone away, broadcasting Qianhe's live stream to the entire classroom. Laughter erupts, and Qianhe attempts to reclaim her phone, but He skillfully evades her while maximizing the volume. The sweet, youthful voice of the girl and the sarcastic tone of an older man resonate together. Oh wow, watching a beautiful girl live stream? And you call that studying? What could you possibly learn from this streamer? You will be better off paying attention to my lecture. Qianhe bows her head, but internally she thinks, it is precisely because of your meaningless, time-wasting, and youth-squandering course, which only yields academic credits, that even a casual live stream could be considered as learning. At least it brings joy. What could one possibly learn from you? The antiquated and regressive thoughts of middle-aged individuals? Such beauty! What is the name of this borderline streamer? Qianhe passionately defends. Qianhe is not a borderline streamer. Is you not a borderline streamer? Who would believe that? She is merely a borderline livestream sales host. All show and no substance. Can the candy she promotes even be eaten? Surely, they are laden with 100 types of dye. Only fools like you would enjoy watching her. Ever since her friend Fong, he gained inspiration from streamer and Lalawa's channel. Catapulting from a little-known scientist to a nationally recognized one, Yu has harbored malice towards the streaming community, spitting out harsh words like a cannon. Kulme, let us see what this student enjoys about her borderline streamer. Yu places Qianhe's phone on the projector, displaying a somewhat blurred image of Qianhe on the classroom screen. Is this in Luoluo? She has started streaming? Why hasn't she invaded my phone today? How nearsighted are you? Look closely. This is merely a streamer who resembles in Luoluo by about 80%. Rubbing her eyes and looking again, she confirms that it indeed is a streamer who bears a striking resemblance to in Luoluo. What is she doing? Eating poison? Oh my goodness. Why has her skin turned green? Student 1 is startled and questions whether she is consuming color-changing candy. Is this person really not in Luoluo? Isn't this just a color-changing effect? What's the fuss? How many streamers are using this effect now? Student 2 dismisses it. Qianhe, with wide eyes, gazes in disbelief at Qianhe transforming into a green-skinned individual. The color-changing effect is impressive and very popular. Yet today's color-changing effects are particularly exaggerated, and with a slight movement, one could easily lose the color. After browsing various live streams for hours, Qianhe has not encountered a single normal one, and Qianhe's transformation is all-encompassing. It is detailed enough that even the color of her ears has changed. Qianhe's live stream explodes with activity. Such an amazing effect. It has only been a few hours since birth. Has the color-changing effect evolved to this extent? Qianhe looks like a little sprite from the forest. I tried to live stream and test the effect, but it still looks the same as before. How is Qianhe achieving such realism? Is there a VIP service on this platform that I am unaware of? I need a tutorial. This is so incredibly realistic. If I didn't have common sense, I would truly believe this is the effect of eating color-changing candy. While the fans of the live stream merely view this as an impressive effect, Qianhe, who is directly experiencing her skin turning green, is utterly shocked beyond words. They think it is an effect, but she knows it is not an effect at all. It is the very real result of consuming color-changing candy. It is not an effect, not a scam, not an illusion. This color-changing candy has indeed been created. Qianhe struggles to articulate. This is not an effect. I assure you on my credibility, this is real. This is truly color-changing candy. Qianhe recalls that the two sisters who genuinely developed the color-changing candy only sought her for promotional purposes. After this live stream concludes, the authenticity of the color-changing candy will be verified, and just like in Luoluo, she will become a sensation. Qianhe excitedly exclaims, "This is genuine color-changing candy." The sisters Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming have created it. She pulls out another phone to record her live streaming phone, proving that she's indeed utilizing an effect. With a skip and jump, she consumes several other colors of the color-changing candy and attempts a few challenging movements. Yet, no matter how she moves, the altered color of her skin remains steadfastly intact. Various intricate maneuvers are executed without any photo editing or falsification. The viewers are astounded. Following the technology of limb regeneration, there is now color-changing candy. What marvels lie within Luolua's I spread plants in the stars livestream. Meanwhile, UE is utterly flabbergasted. No, this cannot be happening. This is impossible. Chapter 38. You are more capitalistic than the capitalists. Qianhe is a social media influencer with millions of followers, and her impact is significant. After the livestream, she tags Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming on their social media. They immediately share a recording of their process in creating the color-changing candy. The internet erupts. Is this real? Has color-changing candy truly been created? Praise the heavens. Goddess, you are my deities. Red, fiery, and dreamy. I feel as though I am in a dream. So how much does each piece cost? I want to buy them all, even if it costs me everything. Shi Yao, with dark circles under his eyes, irritably scratches his head. What is going on? Quickly contact Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming to verify if this is true. No, I will meet them in person. If this is genuine, the global market for color-changing candy would be invaluable. If it is a hoax, the ramifications of such a grand deception would be detrimental. Regardless, either scenario demands my immediate attention. However, until the truth is established, these two young women in their early 20s must be well protected. After all, human nature is unpredictable, especially since various foreign forces are probing for information following Luolua's livestream. The danger has doubled. Shi Yao is incredibly worried that if he arrives late, Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming may fall victim to ill-intentioned individuals. He boards a plane to J City, where the sisters reside. The helicopter buzzes through the sky. Qianhe, after finishing the color-changing candy from her live stream, excitedly jumps out of bed, consumes a color-changing candy of a different hue that she brought back from the stars, and then applies an outrageous disguise. Qianhe looks in the mirror and thinks, splendidly, even her mother would not recognize her as her daughter if she were to be reborn. Coupled with the unparalleled network technology of the Qianhe machine, Qianhe does not believe there exists anyone on this blue planet capable of locating her. If someone does, they must surely be an extraterrestrial. No rebuttals accepted. Finally, Qianhe activates a tenfold enlarging and shrinking device, pressing the cold light button that diminishes her to the size of a mosquito. If not observed closely, one would hardly notice her presence. Ultimately, Qianhe instructs the Qianhe machine to become transparent, positioning herself atop its head. To the Kong Lianxi, at the home of Kong Shiming, Qianhe is quite unwilling to engage in petty mischief. Master, if you wish to witness the spectacle, then unify the world and have them stand before you for an open display. Qianhe, do you understand? This is called the behind-the-scenes flow. Qianhe, with righteous indignation, retorts that while others in the behind-the-scenes flow secretly play the role of influential figures, your behind-the-scenes flow is merely a covert existence as an ordinary person. Peeking at the drama, it lacks any semblance of sophistication. Qianhe, with utmost seriousness, explains that the ability to unify the world and the genuine desire to do so are two entirely different matters. I relish the notion of others making wild guesses while I secretly enjoy myself. The little Qianhe, merely half a month old, is momentarily at a loss for words. Obediently, she serves as a flying vessel, soaring over mountains and rivers. During this time, a child points to the sky and exclaims to their mother, "Look, Mama, there's a little person up there." The mother glances up. The sky is blue. The clouds are white. Yet she sees nothing and can't help but doubt her child's eyesight. What little person? Xiaoyan, have you been staring at your phone too much? Are you hallucinating? No, Mama. There really is a little person, a little fairy, and she can fly. The mother, confident in her 50-year-old vision, scolds, "What nonsense. There's nothing up there. You must be imagining things from watching too many cartoons. If anything, it's just a mosquito." Upon arriving at the entrance of Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming's home, Qianhe has already been mistaken for a mosquito by 3 or 4 children. She tugs at Qianhe's ear, suggesting, "Shall we fly a bit higher next time?" Qianhe, the robot, looks utterly aggrieved. "This is my limit." Qianhe laments, I am but a humble sweeping robot, tasked with cleaning, safeguarding my master's network security, and moonlighting as an airplane. Woe is me, 24 hours a day, year-round. Who wouldn't he say I am more capitalist than the capitalists? Qianhe, feeling guilty, diverts her gaze. She leaps from Qianhe, clutching a crown tuft plucked from a large dandelion. Qianhe. Ah, Qianhe, are you throwing your life away? What will I do if something happens to you? Qianhe dares not look, covering her eyes with her round little hands. After a long while, Qianhe does not hear any cries of despair from Qianhe. She cautiously peeks through a tiny gap between her fingers, only to see Qianhe floating down gracefully, clutching the dandelion tuft, smiling cheerfully at Qianhe, mouthing silly Qianhe. Enraged, Qianhe retorts, did I just hear someone speaking? Kong Lianxi opens the door, glancing around but seeing nothing. Kong Shimeng, are you hearing things? Sister Kong Shimeng, we sought out internet celebrities to boost our fame and have released a production video. What is our next step? Shall we open a Taobao store? Directly sell color-changing candy? Kong Shimeng muses dreamily about the future, feeling as though since yesterday she has been walking on clouds, devoid of any sense of reality, as if in a dream. Kong Lianxi shakes her head, little pink book. The trending topics on Weibo are all related to our color-changing candy. The authorities will surely come to verify its authenticity. Kong Shimeng agrees, indeed. Such a groundbreaking creation must be inspected by the government. Kong Shimeng beams, holding her face with a sweet smile, filled with aspirations. Does that mean we can rely on a big tree for shade and effortlessly become wealthy? Clenching her fists, Kong Shimeng recalls her initial desire to create color-changing candy, to win several international awards, and to have Lei Erfu beg to be her student, so she could torment him mercilessly, extending his academic tenure. Qianhe trembles at the chilling laughter of Kong Shimeng, accidentally knocking over the Blue Star device where Qianhe is hiding. The device falls to the ground, startling both sisters. Wasn't this Blue Star device always in the center of the table? How did it suddenly fall? Kong Lianxi rights the device and picks up a fluffy white object. How did a dandelion end up here? And some sand? The concealed Qianhe remains frozen in place, terrified of being discovered by Kong Lianxi. Meanwhile, Qianhe, like a game of hide-and-seek, uses her diminutive form to stealthily hide behind a book. Fortunately, Kong Lianxi does not further investigate the table. Suddenly, Tang Yunle's voice booms from the doorway. Kong Lianxi, Kong Shimeng, what have you been up to abroad? Explain why the police are looking for you. Chapter 39. Come with us for a while. Shuriao intercepts Tang Yunle's hand, which is poised to pound on the door, smiling. This is good news. Your two daughters have done something remarkable. Tang Yunle is skeptical. Officer, please don't try to comfort me. I know these two little rascals returned from abroad with no good intentions. Despite Shuriao presenting his credentials as a cybersecurity professional, insisting he is not a police officer here to apprehend Kong Lianxi or Kong Shimeng, it proves futile. Mom, ouch, it hurts. My ear is going to fall off. Mom, show mercy, please. Kong Shimeng, with tears in her eyes, looks pleadingly at Shuriao. Clearing his throat, Shuriao steps forward. Let us have a word with these two children first. The four of them move to the living room, where three of Shuriao's colleagues, all dressed in black, exude an imposing presence. Kong Lianxi and Kong Shimeng begin to feel anxious. Kong Jiang, who was called back from work, brings them fruit and sits down to listen. Shuriao activates the recording device, initiating the conversation. Kong Lianxi, Kong Shimeng, we are here to ascertain whether the color-changing candy you posted online is real. Color-changing candy? What color-changing candy? Tang Yunle's mind races with worry. Having not seen Qianhe's live stream, her thoughts filled with fears of illegal products. You aren't involved with drugs, are you? Mom, what are you thinking? Of course not. Kong Shimeng, demonstrating her practical skills, pulls a piece of color-changing candy from her pocket and swallows it whole. Shuriao tries to intervene, but is too late, watching as she transforms from a warm yellow complexion to a radiant rainbow hue. What is happening? Witnessing this, even the usually composed Kong Jiang can no longer maintain his calm. Who wouldn't he be astonished to see a perfectly normal person suddenly transform into a kaleidoscopic being right before their eyes, particularly when that person is his own daughter? He is left dumbfounded, petrified, his finger tremblingly pointing at Kong Shiming. For a brief moment, Kong Jiang considers retreating to sleep, convinced he must still be dreaming. Meanwhile, Shi Yao is astonished, filled with excitement and joy. His three colleagues are equally exhilarated. This is indeed real. Just then, a gust of wind lifts the curtains, tousling Shi Yao's hair, and he feels a chill on his scalp. Looking out the window, a sense of danger looms. It seems as if there are sinister figures lurking to harm Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming. The authenticity of the color-changing candy is undeniable. The significance of the two sisters is evident. They are national treasures that cannot be allowed to come to harm. Please come with us at once. Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming are still in a daze as they are ushered onto a helicopter. Heavens, this is a plane sent by the state to pick us up. Had it not been for confidentiality reasons prohibiting photographs, the sisters would undoubtedly have captured the moment for their social media. Tang Yunle and Kong Jiang are equally incredulous, their ordinary daughters suddenly becoming key figures under national protection, especially that color-changing candy, something their daughters were capable of creating. Their ancestors must be smiling down from above. Even the residents in the community are abuzz with gossip. Whose children are these? Do we have such wealthy individuals here? They even have a helicopter. How ostentatious. It seems to be in the direction of Kong Jiang's residence. Oh, that is of no concern. The Kong family is quite affluent. Yet, isn't he typically very low-key? Why is he suddenly taken to flying a helicopter in the neighborhood? Blast! Those wretched mosquitoes. Qianhe, holding a tenfold size-altering lamp, whimsically illuminated her surroundings, treating her as if she were a mosquito. The person illuminated remained oblivious to the fact that they had unknowingly shrunk by 3 centimeters, enviously gazing at the helicopter soaring into the sky, quietly contemplating the years of toil required to afford a helicopter of her own. Qianhe rode her spherical robotic companion, following the helicopter into the capital. After 2 hours of flight, she leapt into the hair of her companion, concealing herself within a hairpin, appearing to the unsuspecting as merely a decorative doll. As the saying goes, the most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. Who would ever suspect that someone could shrink to the size of a mosquito? At mosquito size, Qianhe clutched a rubber band and boldly trailed behind the Kong Lianxi family into a lavish yet discreet residence in the capital. They were promptly greeted by an entourage awaiting Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming. A dozen formally attired individuals encircled the two sisters, among them Yu Yi, who had not been invited but had insisted on attending. Upon witnessing the remarkable achievements of these young sisters, he was the first to speak. Kong Lianxi, Kong Shiming, how did you create this color-changing candy? Kong Lianxi had drawn inspiration from watching the live stream of Anchor on Luolu, producing the candy after some exchanges with Kong Shiming. When Yui glimpsed a screenshot of Qianhe in a library, he nearly suffered a fit of rage. How could this be? How could he have overlooked the book detailing the method of making color-changing candy after watching on Luolu's live stream 10 times? Although the text was somewhat obscure, diminutive, and difficult to decipher, and the method required some modifications for production on Blue Planet, Yui firmly believed that if he had noticed it, he too could replicate it. Feng He, with genuine delight, congratulated the sisters on their accomplishments. The nation wishes to purchase this color-changing candy, and the profits will be split 60-40. The state receives 40, while you retain 60. Is that agreeable? Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming nodded in agreement, endorsing the proposal. Tang Yunle and Kong Jiang concurred, suggesting that they manage production themselves. Although the establishment of a production line posed a significant challenge, it was evident that the state recognized both the potential profits and the inherent risks associated with the color-changing candy. 10 robust and handsome bodyguards, each boasting an impressive physique, emerged. For your safety during this period, these 10 bodyguards will accompany and protect you until the excitement subsides. Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming had no objections. They discussed color-changing candy extensively, with individuals specifically coming to sample it. After Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming submitted their modified production methods, Kong Shiming could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired of Feng He, Is that live stream real? Did Onluolu truly traverse the stars? Her eyes sparkled with fascination. Initially, Kong Shiming had firmly believed that the live stream was merely a combination of special effects and hype. Yet now two individuals had drawn inspiration from it to create something beneficial for the public and the nation. Was the first instance merely coincidence? And could the second be so as well? Fong He shook his head. We suspect that the team behind Onluolu has already invented these items, simply seeking a means to disseminate them to the public, which is why they chose the method of live streaming. The notion of traversing the stars is far-fetched, not only traveling through the stars but also selling plants. How absurd! Furthermore, the existence of supernatural abilities in this star system is even more preposterous. Leaders across Huagua of a certain age do not believe this. Qianhe, feeling quite sober amidst the revelry, departed from Kong Lianxie's hair. Perched atop her spherical companion as she returned home and utilized the size-altering lamp to revert to her original form. Her phone chimed. Qianhe, the banquet tomorrow. Don't forget, you must come. Chapter 40. My sister's future depends on me. Qianhe promptly hung up and blocked the caller. The furious Ishue Wei, on the other end, trembled with rage. That wretched woman. I shall force you to attend. Once you marry the young master of the Wang family. Ha ha ha. No sooner had she spoken than she began to take action. Master, someone is investigating your address. Who? The spherical companion, Ishue Wei. Qianhe provided her a fictitious remote address. Meanwhile, she pondered the nature of this banquet that Kong and Ishue Wei were so insistent she attend. It was as if the event could not proceed without her presence. In light of this, she resolved to discover what this banquet entailed. Qianhe commanded her spherical companion to investigate the event at Building 11. 5 seconds later, a live surveillance feed appeared on Qianhe's phone. The spherical companion had infiltrated the surveillance system of Building 11, connecting it to her device. Inside, the opulent setting was adorned with an abundance of luxurious decorations, all glimmering under warm yellow lighting, perfectly aligning with Qianhe's stereotypical perception of the wealthy. These affluent individuals were undoubtedly extravagant. The setup crew, filled with envy and jealousy, marveled at the fact that any single item within was worth more than half a year's salary. Indeed, this was a banquet hosted by the Wang family. Do you know which Wang family it is? The Wang family of When the Weather Cools. Wang is defeated? Crew member 2 hush. Crew member 3, shh. Do not utter such words. If someone with ill intent hears, you may find yourself dismissed. The Wang family is the wealthiest in our city. However, it was unclear why they had suddenly organized this banquet. Although they had always been rather ostentatious, it had never been to this extent. Rumor had it that the Wang family had invited many affluent individuals to the event, especially the daughters of wealthy families. Crew member 3 mused. Could it be a selection of a consort? Crew member 3 shook her head. Impossible, impossible. It is 3202. This is not the Qing dynasty. She spoke softly enough that no one in attendance heard, and Qianhe, watching the surveillance, remained oblivious, gazing at the lavish and extravagant banquet of the wealthy. Qianhe suddenly felt a strong desire to broaden her horizons. As for the insistence of Kong and Ishue Wei for her to attend this banquet, was there a potential danger? Nonsense. If there were any threat, she would simply command her spherical companion to devour them as trash. Qianhe had tested the spherical companion's capacity. It could easily swallow 100 Building 11s. Not allowing her spherical companion to dominate all of Blue Planet was truly a disservice to it. With a sigh, Qianhe returned to her gaming. Meanwhile, Ishue Wei had received a fictitious address. XXX community? Where is that? I've never heard of it. Ishue Wei had no doubt that the address she obtained was false. She hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to XXX community. XXX community, understood. Wait, you want to go to XXX community? The driver's expression turned somewhat strange. Is there a problem? The driver replied earnestly, it's just a bit remote, that's all. Alas, I have no choice. My sister is there. No matter how far, I must go. The driver was astonished. What a remarkable bond between sisters. You are truly a blessing to your sister. Fortune is difficult to ascertain. Yet Ishue Wei believes that having her cousin Qianhe is truly a consequence of her own past misdeeds. She becomes increasingly engrossed in memories of Qianhe's numerous shortcomings, her expression growing increasingly sinister, oblivious to the fact that the pavement beneath her wheels has transformed into muddy earth. It is not until the driver calls out that she has arrived, reminding her to return home early, that she snaps back to reality. Qianhe is taken aback to find herself standing before a dilapidated residential complex, behind which lie a series of small earthen mounds, some new, some old, and even one adorned with pristine white chrysanthemums. This is hardly a livable community. It is clearly a graveyard for unfinished buildings. A bitter smile crosses her lips as she trembles with rage, declaring, Qianhe, our enmity shall never be reconciled. She completely forgets that it was she who had sought out Qianhe's address through illicit means. In this desolate wilderness, she is fortunate that the concrete road is straight. Had it been winding, she might have lost her way or ended up sleeping rough in the wild. After walking along the main road for over an hour, she finally reaches a populated area. By the time she hails a taxi and returns home, it is already past 10 o'clock. The living room light is still aglow. With a sense of trepidation, she opens the door to find her father, Qianhe, seated on the sofa with an unwelcoming expression. The housekeeper gestures silently to her, signaling that Qianhe is in a foul mood due to her late return. Qianhe, how many times have I told you that as a girl, you should not be out wandering about? You must return home by 9. Just look at the time. Qianhe, feeling less defiant in her own home, awkwardly retorts, but it's only 10 o'clock. Only 10? It is 10 o'clock. How can you claim to come home by 10 every day? What will others think of you? Utterly lacking in decorum, Qianhe mumbles. But Lan Lan and Xiaobai stay out all night, and their fathers say nothing. Lan Lan and Xiaobai are her close friends from the same circle, whose families are far wealthier than Qianhe's. Qianhe snorts. Their upbringing is their own affair. My daughter must not follow their example. And have you informed Qianhe? She must not be absent from tomorrow's banquet. I have informed her. Qianhe quickly retorts as she tries to slip away, though whether Qianhe chooses to attend is no concern of hers. After all, she has done her part. As she ascends the staircase, she encounters her half-brother, Qianhe, who is merely 3 months her junior. With his soulful eyes, he gazes at Qianhe with an amused expression. Sister Qianhe, you must put on a beautiful makeup and wear something lovely tonight. Although cousin Qianhe is far more beautiful than you still have chance. I will speak highly of you to young Master Wang. Who knows, he might want to marry you if he sees how lovely you look. What good words can you possibly say? Aren't you just a sycophant to the young master? Qianhe scoffs, brushing past Qianhe, a mere illegitimate child of no standing. Qianhe smiles, an unsettling blend of charm and menace. Sister, how can you say such a thing? I'm the only son of our father. After he passes, your future will depend on me. Qianhe feels a wave of nausea wash over her. Returning to her room, the first thing she does is pause the recording device in her pocket, having accumulated thousands of recordings of Qianhe's remarks. She eagerly anticipates the day when Qianhe grows old and she can play these recordings, revealing how his beloved son yearns for his demise to inherit the family fortune. Chapter 41. The live broadcast of the daily life of the wealthy Qianhe. Wake up. It's time to strive. Rise and shine. Do you know what time it is? It's 9 o'clock. In 10 minutes, it will be 10. Qianhe reluctantly pulls her flimsy blanket away from the fluffy creature. Qiao, covering her head with it. It's only 9:50. Let me sleep for another 10 minutes. Call me at 10. She clutches Qiao, who is pressing down on her, and thinks, so soft and fluffy. Meow, meow, meow. The little creature mews and playfully nips at her with its soft, barbed tongue. Qianhe opens her eyes with a grimace, staring into the round eyes of the calico cat. Meow, meow, meow. The calico cat shifts in her embrace, nestling into a different position, its tiny pink nose making soft purring sounds, akin to a little tractor, its belly rising and falling. Qianhe pinches it, finding it adorable. She lies back down, knowing well that one must not disturb a sleeping cat. Qiao, in a huff, seems to engulf the bed in its frustration. You have been a fish in the supermarket for 10 years. How can you be so cold-hearted? I could be even colder. Care to test me? Qianhe quickly gets up. On the chair lies an extravagant evening gown in white and light purple, and on the table sits a full set of cosmetics, the origins of which she does not know. The fabric of the dress is soft. She cannot discern its material, but it feels incredibly comfortable, unlike anything she has ever touched. Most importantly, the gown is adorned with various crystals and gemstones, shimmering brilliantly like clouds at dawn. Every detail exuding an air of noble elegance. This gown must be worth a six-figure sum, at the very least. Where did you acquire this dress? She asks. Qianhe rolls its eyes. I used my own little savings, purchased the fabric, the crystals and gems, designed the patterns, and worked late into the night to sew it for you. Qianhe is moved to tears. Oh, Qianhe, you love me so much. Get off me. Qianhe evades her embrace, shoving Qianhe onto the chair and tossing a cleanser into her lap. I'm going to give you the most beautiful makeup in the world, ensuring you dazzle everyone. Qianhe observes its round little hands and sincerely replies, there's no need for that. 10 hours later, as dusk falls, the golden lights of Building 11 begin to illuminate one by one. Expensive cars frequently arrive in front of the grand, white European-style villa. With each arrival, tall servants in suits step forward to open car doors and invite the guests out. Regardless of age, all attendees are adorned in tailored, fitted, and costly garments, accompanied by discreet, yet undeniably luxurious accessories. The men wear various suits, each adorned with watches, while the women don an array of exquisite dresses, all beautiful and elegant. That wretched girl, Qianhe, not only ignores my calls, but has even blocked me. She doesn't even know how to conceal her address. I cannot reach her. Ize's father grumbles. I have indeed spoiled her too much. If she does not come today, it will be her undoing. Calm down, calm down. Cousin Qianhe is eager to please you. She is merely materialistic. She will certainly attend such a banquet. Kong snorts. I sincerely hope so. If she does not show up, I shall unearth her family's grave. Qianhe secretly derides the father and son duo, sending a message to Qianhe, which returns with an exclamation mark. Ah, splendid, still blocked. She suddenly contemplates digging up Qianhe's family grave. Sister, why do I feel that you are not as beautiful today as before? Qianhe shudders, noting Ize's dark eyes, deep as the ocean, reflecting a chilling light. How dare you say, I am not beautiful? I spent 3 hours on my makeup this morning. Kong turns his head, surveying Qianhe like a product on display. Fortunately, as a straight man, he does not discern the nuances. He comments, isn't this the same as before? Ize, eager to please, smiles and adds, that must be my illusion. Sister is naturally beautiful, even without makeup. Kong proudly raises his chin. Indeed, just look at whose daughter she is. He gazed intently at Qianhe's exquisite features, her large, expressive eyes, elegant nose, and cherry-red lips, forming a visage that was both beautiful and pure, devoid of any aggression, radiating an aura of approachability. This face bore a striking resemblance to Qianhe, often evoking in him the illusion that he was nurturing the daughter of his deceased brother. However, he took solace in the fact that his daughter far surpassed the scruffy offspring of his late brother in terms of beauty and grace. Kong then recalled his brother's insistence on marrying a motherless orphan, who he considered the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, her only flaw being the pink contact lenses she frequently wore. Yet, in death, all imperfections were forgotten, leaving only her admirable traits in memory. Kong regretted that his stunning sister-in-law had perished alongside his brother. Otherwise, he might have considered inheriting his brother's wife and child. It was time to disembark. Qianhe elegantly stepped out of the car, holding her white and pink dress, and, guided by the servants, walked the red carpet into the villa. As she passed beneath a warm yellow streetlight, a miniature camera on her chest reflected light, beginning to document the lavish lives of the wealthy in Building Number 11, simultaneously streaming to her live broadcast. The majority of Huagua's populace consisted of ordinary individuals, and the live stream of the affluent captivated a large audience. Her streaming room buzzed with activity as viewers observed Qianhe's graceful entrance into the grand villa and her poised interactions with various elders and peers. With such recognition skills, I am humbled. Qianhe has greeted over a dozen middle-aged individuals, and she can name them all. I would just stutter. Would the world come to an end with one more wealthy person? Think positively upstairs. The wealthy young lady is live for free. If this were ancient times, such an opportunity would be unimaginable. An ordinary person, a rich lady broadcasting her life just to make me smile. The young lady, shwe, shares her daily life just for a little heart. In summary, we ordinary folks are the true champions. Don't you think shwe bears a striking resemblance to Enluo? More so than I do to my own twin sister. There are many who resemble Enluo, but the streamer next door, XXXXX, is practically a clone of her. Qianhe adjusted the camera at her chest slightly, and her closest friends displayed their most radiant smiles. All of them were cherished daughters in their families, and under Qianhe's guidance, they began their own live streams, constantly managing their images. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd. Her friend Lan glanced at Qianhe with a hint of disdain. Chapter 42. Qing Dynasty people are difficult to kill. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for traveling from afar to celebrate my 22nd birthday. Amidst colorful smoke, the fashionable young master Wang Qianhe stepped into the center of the banquet. Today is not only my 22nd birthday celebration, but also my engagement party with my lady wife. As for where my lady wife is, she is among every beautiful young lady present. I will reveal her identity at the conclusion of the festivities. A cascade of large red roses suddenly descended from the ceiling. Lan leaned in close to Qianhe and whispered about Wang Qianxing's unchanged greasy demeanor and his questionable mental state. Another friend, Xiaobai, dismissed the roses strewn across the floor, exclaiming that had it not been for his family's wealth, she would have long since sent him to the hospital with a punch. The online viewers expressed their astonishment. This thong, all these studs, these tattoos, he's more of a thug than the delinquents in my neighborhood. I used to think the red roses my boyfriend gave me were tacky. I never expected to encounter someone even more garish. This guy's so greasy in every sense of the word. The engagement party feels odd. It's as if there is no lady wife at all. Isn't that Wang Qianxing? I ran into him while studying abroad. He was quite the player. Upon hearing insider information, the viewers clamored for details about Wang Qianxing, revealing tales of him discarding girlfriends weekly, hopping from hotel to hotel, and engaging in countless brawls. I heard he has a certain condition. I can't confirm its authenticity, but marrying such a scoundrel would indeed be unfortunate for his lady wife. Qianhe was captivated by the explosive revelations, and just then, Lan tapped her shoulder. Qianhe looked up to see Wang Qianxing approaching with a large bouquet of roses. "Miss, what is your name?" His gaze lingered on Qianhe, filled with affection. "May I invite you to become my lady wife?" Qianhe's hands instinctively clutched her garment. Her smile forced. "Is this really so casual? You don't even know shwe and expect her to be your lady wife? Is this person out of his mind? I oppose this marriage." Strangers online expressed their disgust at Wang Qianxing's absurd behavior, while Qianhe's half-brother, Ize, approached, holding a glass of wine. He clinked glasses with Wang Qianxing, introducing Qianhe as his sister. He cast a warning glance at Qianhe and added, "My sister has admired you for a long time. It is her honor to have your attention." Kong, who had been attentively watching Wang Qianxing, also approached, cheerfully promoting his daughter. Yes, my daughter is particularly fond of you. To be noticed by you is her great fortune." Shwe, hurry and agree to Wang Qianxing. Is this really her biological father and brother? Could they be her biological father and brother? This must be your stepfather and half-brother. The viewers were left stunned by the absurdity of the scene. This was indeed the first meeting between Qianhe and Wang Qianxing, and her father was directly marrying her off. Others take their time with matchmaking, but they were remarkably swift. However, what shocked the viewers even more was yet to come. Qianhe's eyes were filled with resistance, her complexion pale, yet she slowly nodded in agreement. Not only did she agree, but she also stated that being noticed by him was her greatest misfortune of the year. Tap, tap, tap. Qianhe interjected, striding in her crystal-high heels. Tall and fair, adorned in a white and purple evening gown, the crystals and gemstones shimmering under the warm yellow light, akin to stars draped upon her. She was stunning, proud, and aloof. Upon her entrance, the entire venue fell silent, hushed in awe. "Who dares to interrupt my proposal?" Wang Qinxing found himself momentarily speechless, gazing at Qianhe as if she were a beautiful queen emerged from a fairy tale or a lifelike BJD. She appeared as if she had descended from the heavens. Wang Qinxing murmured, "You are my destined partner, my lifelong companion." The viewers remained entranced by Qianhe's beauty, which was stunning from every angle. Suddenly, they heard Wang Qinxing's banal declaration, prompting them to think he ought to take a good look in the mirror. This average guy should just vanish. Will this beautiful young lady actually agree? Based on the performance of Qianhe, it appears that this man, Wang Qinxing, possesses considerable power and influence. However, I must express my disagreement vehemently. If the enchanting being who has captivated my heart at first glance were to agree, I would rush to Building 11 to claim him for myself. Inside Building 11, amidst the collective gaze of all present, including those connected to the live stream through the miniature camera on Qianhe's chest, Qianhe seized a large red rose and hurled it at Wang Qinxing's face. "What do you think you are?" she exclaimed. "Do you even dare to look in a mirror? Are you handsome? Are you even 7 meters tall? Do you possess any genuine knowledge? With your disgraceful appearance, I wouldn't even want you to hold my shoes." Her scathing words left everyone in stunned silence, and Wang Qinxing's face turned crimson. It was the first time he had ever been humiliated in such a manner. This woman was indeed extraordinary, possessing a venomous heart. Yet, beauty often enjoys certain privileges. With traces of the rose's impact still visible on his face, Wang Qinxing inquired about her parents, stating that her marriage was not hers to decide. Kong, unable to bear it any longer, was overwhelmed with joy. His own daughter and niece were both being pursued by the wealthiest man in Jie Province, Wang Qinxing. "Her parents are deceased. This is my niece, Qianhe." "Qianhe, what nonsense are you spouting? You're an adult now, yet you are still so willful. This is Wang Qinxing, the young master of the Wang family, who will soon be your fiancé. How can you treat him this way? Is a no decorum left? Apologize immediately." Qianhe scoffed. "You people from the Qing dynasty are indeed hard to deal with." Pulling Qianhe closer, she raised her chin defiantly and addressed Kong. "The death of my parents does not give you the right to sell me off as you please. Don't forget, you have embezzled my parents' inheritance to attain your current status." Chapter 43. The Accident. Don't slander me. Qianhe, tell me honestly, has your uncle not treated you well all these years? Kong retorted, desperation creeping into his voice. Such matters should remain within the family. How could she dare speak of them publicly? He blinked at Qianhe repeatedly, hoping she would comprehend that family shame should not be aired out, lest he have to resort to drastic measures against her. Little did he know, the miniature camera on Qianhe, pulled close by Qianhe, was capturing every expression he wore, broadcasting it to the entire internet. What is happening here? There seems to be more to Qianhe's father's success story. A scoundrel who sells his daughter and embezzles his niece's inheritance. X Fruit Company, Kong's business, let us boycott his fruits from now on. Qianhe, unbothered, continued to voice her grievances. What kind of generosity is it to provide me with a mere 500 yuan for living expenses? To make me sleep on the sofa at home? To only allow me to eat vegetables? How could you even manage that? The crowd was astonished. Surely, even prisoners in jail had better conditions than this. Kong, you scoundrel, to embezzle your niece's inheritance and treat her like this? Kong, humiliated and enraged, rushed toward Qianhe, attempting to slap her. However, he stumbled and comically fell at her feet. "You owe me an apology. Don't bow at a 90-degree angle." "Dear uncle, I cannot bear it." Kong spat blood in his fury. Qianhe turned to leave with Qianhe. The onlookers were too stunned to intervene, and Qianhe, her mind in disarray, allowed herself to be led away. After walking for about 10 minutes, her high heels began to pinch her feet, turning them red. It was only then that she realized, incredulously, are we really walking back? "What else, miss? This desolate place is so remote that no taxis can be hailed. Indeed, it is a beautifully isolated location." Qianhe hesitated, suppressing her urge to criticize Qianhe's rustic speech, and murmured a soft thank you. "What did you say? Speak louder. I cannot hear you." "It's nothing." Just then, a car approached from the roadside. Qianhe waved, and the vehicle came to a halt. Qianhe, puzzled, asked, "Is this your car?" "No." Could Qianhe afford a car? Qianhe looked at her as if she were foolish. After all, she was a young lady who had never hailed a taxi before. "I didn't think of that, given everything we just went through," Qianhe replied, her mind still reeling. "Driver, to XXX community." "Sure thing." Upon entering the car, Qianhe realized there were two other passengers, Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming, the sisters who had previously contacted her for a livestream promotion. The sisters greeted Qianhe warmly, and upon noticing Qianhe, who bore a resemblance to her, they were captivated by her beauty. They inquired, "Is she your sister or your younger sister?" "She's my cousin." "Wow, both of you are so beautiful. You could easily enter the entertainment industry." Although the praise was directed at both cousins, it brought Qianhe joy. Simultaneously, she secretly thought, but soon, she won't be my cousin anymore. Clenching her fists, a glimmer of determination sparkled in her eyes. She resolved to break free from her family and forge her own path. Qianhe had managed to thrive without familial support. Even amassing several million followers on her live streaming account, she could lead a fulfilling life independently, even if it meant sacrificing some quality of life. Could Kong or Ize truly harm her? How had she almost been coerced into marrying the frivolous Wang Qianxing? Qianhe refused to acknowledge that the person she had just encountered was herself. Suddenly, she remembered the miniature camera, which had been recording the entire time. As she attempted to turn it off, she noticed a car speeding towards them from behind. On this wide road, this was the only other vehicle, and the oncoming car showed no signs of changing lanes, barreling straight toward them. Qianhe thought she saw Wang Qianxing's face. Before she could process anything further, Wang Qianxing's car collided with theirs, his face twisted into a brash smile. "Driver, someone is about to crash into us." The vehicle jolted as Wang Qianxing's car struck it, but fortunately, it did not flip over. Inside were Qianhe, Qianhe, the two Kong sisters, and the driver, 5 people in total, and miraculously, none were injured. The driver, furious, flung open the door, exclaiming, "Who the hell are you? Are you out of your mind? On such a wide road, you chose to crash into me, rushing to your own demise?" The driver was rendered speechless at the sight before him. Their car had only sustained a minor dent in the back seat, whereas Wang Qianxing's vehicle was utterly wrecked, as if crushed by a boulder. Wang Qianxing lay unconscious in the driver's seat, his face marred by cuts and blood from shattered glass. His face was ruined. "Should we call the police? Was he drunk driving?" Kong Lianxi stammered, trembling at the unexpected turn of events, reaching for her phone to dial emergency services. Qianhe shook her head, her voice hoarse. "I was live streaming just now. My viewers have already called the police for me." Qianhe sent a message to Qianhe, requesting it to alter the surveillance footage to prevent anyone from discovering that she had used her powers to crush Wang Qianxing's car. Although Qianhe was oblivious to why she had to smash a car at an event, it complied, only grumbling a few remarks before obediently executing her request. Qianhe then transformed her abilities to create 2 orange trees, placing one on either side of the vehicle, stealthily ensuring that Wang Qianxing's fate was sealed. Without surveillance and witnesses, who would know it was her doing? Moments later, the police arrived, but they were not ordinary officers. They were assigned to protect Kong Shiming and her sister Kong Lianxi. Unbeknownst to them, the sisters had just been involved in an accident. The 10 officers exchanged tense glances, and the more they looked at Wang Qianxing, the more they suspected him of being a spy with malicious intent. After all, why would one choose to speed behind another vehicle on a perfectly good road, if not to cause harm? This was the most compelling evidence. They swiftly placed Wang Qianxing in the police car, and as for his injuries, they deemed them well-deserved. When Wang Qianxing regained consciousness, he was astonished to find himself facing a grim fate. Chapter 44. The first encounter of 3 madmen. What is happening? Release me. Do you even know who I am? You can't just imprison me like this. I care not who you are. Confess why you attempted to harm someone. Officer 1 presented surveillance footage showing Wang Qianxing sneaking out of Building 11, driving recklessly to collide with Qianhe and her companions. The footage revealed not only his failed attempt to hit them, but also how he wrecked his own vehicle, shattering the glass and disfiguring himself in the process. Wang Qianxing's expression turned to one of disbelief. How could this be possible? He distinctly remembered disabling all the cameras beforehand. The content of this footage was entirely fabricated. His car did not collide with that taxi, but was instead demolished by a colossal cactus that fell from the sky. He recalled it vividly. Moreover, he was not disfigured by glass, but rather by the thorns of the cactus. Only after that did the glass fall, causing a secondary disfigurement. He vaguely remembered that his injuries were inflicted by 2 sticks. In summary, this footage is a forgery. Officer 1 took notes, so tell me, what about this footage is false? It was all the cactus's doing. That day, when Qianhe rejected my proposal, I was filled with dissatisfaction and driven by love. I pursued her. Wang Qianxing's meager intellect suddenly realized he should not be voicing such thoughts at the police station. Thus, he elaborated, I merely brushed against her car. Then, out of nowhere, a giant cactus fell from the sky and crushed my vehicle. Officer 1 chuckled apologetically. Normally, I do not laugh, but your story is simply absurd. He was too lazy to continue taking notes. Ahem, I just want to say, with your behavior, feigning madness will not save you. Wang Qianxing fumed, what madness? I am perfectly sane. Everything I say is true. A gigantic cactus, as heavy as a rock, fell from the sky and smashed my car, and someone broke my legs with 2 sticks. Recalling his injuries, Wang Qianxing was overwhelmed with despair, tears streaming down his face. You must investigate. Hurry up and catch that person. Officer 2, unable to bear it any longer, slammed the table. Speak properly. Stop pretending to be insane. You have no certificate of mental illness. It is too late to act now. You will face punishment, and your performance is exaggerated and false. I would be a fool to believe you. Speak properly. The clarity and innocence in Wang Qianxing's eyes were so striking. Believing him to be insane would be akin to believing oneself to be Qin Shi Huang. I'm not pretending to be insane. Officer 1 pressed, then tell me. Who instructed you to hit them? Wang Qianxing insisted, I did not hit them. I merely brushed against their car. Officer 1, losing patience, asked who the mastermind behind this was. What mastermind? You must find out who was throwing objects from above. Officer 1 pressed further. Who ordered you to collide with Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming? Which country are they from? Wang Qianxing protested, I don't know any Kong Lianxi or Kong Shiming. Just find the person who threw things from above. And the one who injured me. I want to kill them. Officer 1 took a deep breath, realizing he could not awaken someone pretending to be insane. He looked at Wang Qianxing, who was throwing a tantrum on the bed, and felt a strong urge to punch him. However, out of respect for his uniform, he merely threatened, rest assured, you are already guilty of crimes such as stealing state secrets and attempted murder, which could lead to life imprisonment. Wait, what do you mean by stealing state secrets? Wang Qianxing was taken aback. He only wanted Qianhe to know he was not to be trifled with, so she would obediently marry him. How did this become related to state secrets? Officer 2 scoffed, pretending to be ignorant. Huh? Enough of this charade. Officer 1 pulled Officer 2 out of the room, realizing that such a pretender would yield no results. Officer 2 was exasperated. This person is treating us like fools, just like that previous Qianhe, who spouted nonsense about cabbage and sorrel. Now, Wang Qianxing is claiming something about cacti. They must be part of the same faction. Their deceitful tactics are identical. Officer 2's chest heaved with indignation as he could not help but glance in the mirror, feeling keen and alert, and certainly not insane. Why do they all think they can fool them? Officer 1 hesitated to ask, do you think they both are like this due to encountering Enluoluo? Officer 2 gasped. How could that be? Enluoluo is a fraud. Besides, can abilities like that truly exist in reality? Officer 1 shared the same belief. The conversation drifted away from that topic. Meanwhile, Wang Qianxing met his 2 roommates, Qianhe and the fallen puppy. Let's get along well. You 3 surely have plenty to talk about, all considering others to be fools. The fallen puppy, now devoid of sorrel, became excited upon hearing this. Have you also been afflicted by Enluoluo's sorrel ability? Wang Qianxing retorted, what's sorrel? I was merely struck unconscious by a giant cactus and ended up here inexplicably. Hey, let me out. I am a young master of the Wang family. Let me out, and I will give you $1 million. The prison guard remained unmoved. The fallen puppy and Qianhe became animated. They had been told their experiences were mere illusions. It had led them to begin doubting whether they were suffering from some delusional disorder. Days had passed, and finally, someone shared their plight. It is not your fault. It was Nluolua's doing. That live streamer, claiming to traverse the stars. You must have encountered Nluoluo. Are you all insane? Do you truly believe that? Hey, officer, why'd you lock me up with real madmen? Without delving into the ensuing brawl among the three, they became acquainted with one another. A day later, Qianhe returned home with 3 plants in hand. The system announced, 4th live broadcast countdown, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 45, in broad daylight. Streamer, long time no see. You look so beautiful today. Comments flooded the screen, only to be quickly deleted. Qianhe was seen effortlessly carrying a 5-meter-tall bauhinia tree, which was both towering and robust, while she appeared petite and frail. The contrast was akin to Lin Daiyu, uprooting a willow. It cannot be said that she is not beautiful, but to label her as such would seem to diminish the very essence of beauty. What on earth are you doing? Nluoluo. On the bustling streets of Yunqing Port, Qianhe frolicked as though the 5-meter-tall Zijing tree on her back was but a mere paper replica. Passers-by cast strange glances her way, though the peculiarity of her presence was somewhat forgivable. After all, in these tumultuous times, with rampant star beast invasions, many had transformed into aberrations for various reasons. Uncertainty loomed over everyone's survival, leaving little room for judgment of others' eccentricities. Qianhe remained indifferent to the opinions of onlookers. Couldn't he tell? This was the Zijing tree desired by Xingran. The audience chimed in with laughter. This tree looks surprisingly lifelike. Indeed, as a florist for a decade, I almost believed it was a real tree. Qianhe refrained from engaging in debates with tasteless netizens about the authenticity of the tree. It was amusing. No one would actually believe her, after all. Her body, enhanced by extraordinary abilities, was indeed robust, and she felt the tree was lighter than her own backpack. She sought a prominent location, bustling with people to sit, eagerly awaiting Xingran's arrival with a planet in tow. She even chose a busy spot specifically for him. If Xingran couldn't find her, it would surely mean he was blind. In the lively Yunqing port, she stood out as the most peculiar figure. Meanwhile, 62, observing news on the Star Network, was vexed. Andrian could be clearer. Everyone looks strange and conspicuous. Where is that person delivering the items? Suddenly, she collided with a vibrant old man sporting a wild combination of purple, blue, and red hair, dressed in a flamboyant golden coat over a rainbow vest and sporting green shoes and dark sunglasses. The old man fervently apologized. It was difficult for 62 to categorize his style. He was both trendy and tacky. She thought he was the oddest person she had ever encountered, and it was suspicious that he had bumped into her. Then, her eyes caught sight of Qianhe, who was cradling a 5-meter-high Zijing tree. "Get away, old man," she shouted, realizing she almost mistook him for her target. The person carrying the large tree was truly the odd and conspicuous one. Qianhe had even opted for a lifelike artificial tree that aligned perfectly with the concept of Jiansheng, which sought to eradicate all natural flora. Surely, she was the one sent to make the exchange. There must be something within that artificial tree that Andrian required. 62 rushed towards Qianhe, extending her hand and demanding, "Give me the tree. You can leave." Qianhe, bewildered, stared at the black-haired woman who had suddenly appeared before her, demanding a robbery. "What robbery? Just give me the items. My time is precious." How could this person be so lacking in common sense? Every wasted second was a sign of her disrespect for life. 62, fuming, warned, "If you don't hand over the items, I'll kill you." Qianhe's expression was one of confusion as the audience in the live stream reacted with shock and amusement. "Ah, the streamer is being robbed. Such a cute girl. Why is she so violent? Robbery and murder. What an intriguing combination. Hey, stop dawdling. Hand over the plant, or I'll dismember you." Qianhe lifted the Zijing tree, and 62 assumed she was about to comply. However, as she stood still, watching the tree hover above her head, she frowned, ready to scold Qianhe for her audacity. Suddenly, a massive shadow descended, and the tree thudded against 62's head, rendering her unconscious. "I controlled my strength. How could she be so fragile? Qianhe carefully checked for signs of life, relieved to find 62 still breathing. At that moment, the eccentric old man materialized before her. His flamboyant attire and multicolored hair stark against the vibrant backdrop. He seemed to disregard 62, who was dressed in a luminous purple skirt adorned with a tail and sparkling accessories, declaring, "This person is far too normal. They cannot possibly be sent by Lord Andrian." The individual bearing the 5-meter tree, the one who had so brazenly struck a person, was undoubtedly an envoy from Andrian. The old man excitedly thrust a small box into Qianhe's hands, exclaiming, "This is for you, Qianhe." The old man vanished into thin air. When Xingran arrived, he discovered a large circle of onlookers surrounding a solitary figure. This person seemed vaguely familiar. As he approached, he saw Qianhe staring vacantly at a small black box, with a 5-meter Zijing tree beside her, its lush leaves and deep purple blooms resting on a fainted woman. Xingran felt a sudden reluctance to approach. His mind buzzed with confusion as he rubbed his temples, asking, "What are you doing?" Qianhe shook the black box, revealing the rustling sounds within. "Someone found me too beautiful and forced me to accept this gift." "And what about the woman under the tree?" "A thief. She tried to steal your Zijing tree." Upon hearing this, Xingran's expression shifted dramatically. "Someone dared to rob me in broad daylight. We must apprehend her and interrogate her thoroughly." "Wait." He covered Qianhe's mouth, lowering his voice in anger. "And Luoluo, how could you flaunt a natural plant so recklessly? Are you trying to get us killed?" No wonder he felt the air had cleared significantly. That towering tree was indeed a natural plant. "You must secure it properly." Before Qianhe, the Zijing tree transformed into a swirl of green and purple light, soaring into Xingran's ring. "Don't you have a spatial ring?" Qianhe thought, realizing she had none. This was a mythical golden ring that existed only in stories. Overwhelmed by the allure of the spatial ring, she suddenly embraced Xingran, exclaiming, "I feel I've been shortchanged for just one 5-star habitable planet. You must grant me another spatial ring." "Xingran?" He was taken aback. "You're raising the stakes here. Wait, let go of me. Everyone is watching." Xingran's ears flushed crimson. In a luxurious presidential suite overlooking the sea, Xingran caressed the Zijing tree, feeling the vibrant life force of nature coursing through his fingers. He was enamored, wishing to meld with it. Qianhe, unable to bear his infatuation, glanced at the unconscious 62 and inquired, "What will you do with her?" Xingran's gaze turned icy. An identity-less person, publicly attempting to steal a natural plant, must be thoroughly investigated. Within moments of arriving at the lavish suite, Xingran had uncovered 62's identity and was delighted to learn she was a black market dweller. In the current Starry Empire, only border planets had a significant black market presence. Those from border planets were typically assigned identities when visiting other planets. Without one, it meant they entered through illegal means. Under normal circumstances, as long as no serious crimes were committed, Xingran would turn a blind eye. Yet, she had dared to attempt to rob his Zijing tree. Speaking of which, he formally sent Qianhe a planetary transfer document via the Star Network, showcasing numerous images and comprehensive videos of a planet adorned in emerald and azure hues. This planet was twice the size of Earth and had been artificially constructed, yet remained uninhabited, with an average temperature slightly higher than Earth's. The aerial footage displayed vast expanses of greenery, with small creatures scurrying amidst the vibrant blossoms carpeting the expansive meadows. Different aquatic creatures glide freely through the water, while the spring water gurgles and the lakes ripple, occupying 45 of the planet with their profound tranquility. Qianhe was captivated by the sight. Although the audience of launching knew it was fabricated, they were nonetheless moved by the pristine beauty of this planet's natural environment. What a stunning planet! I wish there truly existed such a place in the world. Alas, one can only witness such a pristine nature in these fabricated videos. If such a planet existed in reality, it would have long been ravaged by humanity. The video is so realistic, every detail comes alive. For a fictitious planet, I find myself hoping that the streamer has genuinely traversed the stars. Wait, Is this not a planet with scarce natural vegetation? There are so many plants here. Streamer, you seem to be experiencing a glitch. Qianhe suddenly recalled and pointed at the plethora of plants on screen, questioning whether they were all bionic plants. Xingran confirmed that all the flora on this planet were S-grade biomimetic plants, so lifelike they could simulate germination, growth, flowering, and natural decay. Qianhe pondered. If your biomimetic plants have advanced to the level of natural plants, what need is there for real plants? Xingran chuckled lightly, noting that despite the remarkable capabilities of these biomimetic plants, they required solar energy for charging and were devoid of nutrition, rendering them incomparable to natural flora. Qianhe then inquired about the diet of the animals on this planet, as she had recently spotted many creatures. Xingran looked at her in bewilderment, explaining that they, like humans, relied on photosynthesis for sustenance. Surely, your family is not so traditional as to withhold chlorophyll implants, right? Astonishment. Future humans truly depend on photosynthesis. Qianhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, my family is incredibly traditional. Could you arrange for me a photosynthesis surgery? I am in dire need. Such a technology did not exist on launching. Xingran remarked on her numerous requests, wanting both a spatial ring and a photosynthesis surgery. However, he did not refuse. For after all, the purple blooming tree you provided was of utmost importance. By the way, what name do you plan to give this planet? Kaluo Air. Qianhe meticulously inscribed the name Luo on the planet transfer document before changing it to Kaluo Air. It is said that Kaluo Air is an ancient Greek term meaning coral, a radiant gem of vibrant colors, though this planet currently harbors no genuine plants. In her heart, it shone like a dazzling jewel, uniquely belonging to her. Qianhe, here is the spatial ring you requested. It boasts an area of 130 square meters. As for the photosynthesis surgery, may I schedule it for the evening? Qianhe nodded in agreement. At that moment, 62 suddenly began to snore, and the two remembered the individual they had forgotten. As Xingran hesitated between pouring cold water on 62 or waking her, Qianhe picked up a black box placed nearby and opened it. Instantly, a foul odor permeated the room, overwhelming them. And Luo, what are you doing? What is that horrendous smell? Xingran nearly fainted from the stench, which bore an oddly familiar hint, causing his heart to race with foreboding. I found a stone. Qianhe produced a smooth, round black stone from the box, clearly well-preserved and rather attractive. Upon seeing the stone, Xingran's expression drastically changed. This was not merely a stone. It was the heart of an SSS-grade star beast. He swiftly seized the stone and, with unparalleled speed, deposited it into his spatial ring. He then shut all doors and windows of the house, fearful of letting even a trace of the odor escape, spraying various air fresheners as if they were free. Qianhe, inundated with air freshener, wondered what was going on. Xingran's face was pale, beads of cold sweat trickling down as he solemnly demanded to know who had given Qianhe this object. Qianhe tilted her head, recalling a rather stylish old man. What is wrong with this stone? This is not a stone. It is the heart of an SSS-grade star beast. Xingran had come to understand the conservative background of Qianhe's ancient family, as well as her ignorance of contemporary society from growing up in such an environment. He did not expect her to know the significance of an SSS-grade star beast heart, which served as a natural enticement, attracting numerous star beasts to its location. Xingran's head throbbed. He suddenly realized the tumultuous experiences of his ordinary life, and wondered if she remembered what the person who had given her this heart looked like. He feared for the safety of the entire Yinxian star. When 62 awoke, she caught a whiff of the aroma described by Andrian, the scent of the SSS-grade star beast heart. The conspicuously eccentric woman was conversing with another individual. Remembering her own experience of being knocked unconscious, 62 felt anger surge. Hey, you dare to use the SSS-grade star beast heart given by the adults without permission, and you even had the audacity to knock me out? The eccentric woman and her companion abruptly fell silent, their eyes regarding her as though she were a ghost. 62 was bewildered. Why are you both looking at me like that? The scrutiny sent chills down her spine, and as she reached out, she suddenly realized that her hands and feet were bound. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Qianhe. You dare to betray us. What betrayal? Qianhe thought she had suddenly entered a different script. Xingran stepped from her side to face 62, retrieving a spray bottle from a spatial ring, and, meeting her terrified gaze, sprayed it directly onto her face. I will kill you. 62 mumbled incoherently before losing consciousness, her body being tossed to Qianhe. Check if she has any strange symbols on her. Xingran's expression remained grim as he exited the room, giving Qianhe space. Qianhe looked down at the soft body of the woman in her arms, feeling uneasy. Should she ask the system to conceal her body? The system replied that it did not have that function, but could develop it for her. Qianhe then proceeded to remove 62's clothing. The woman's skin was fair, akin to freshly minted white paper. There were no strange symbols to be found, not even a mole, a freckle, or a scar. Indeed, Qianhe scrutinized closely, noting she did not even possess pores. Qianhe concluded that this person was the strangest anomaly of all. Clearly, this was not the outcome Xingran had desired. Just then, a strand of hair fell onto Qianhe's arm. All the hairs were identical in color, as if mass-produced. Qianhe stared at the head beneath the dense black hair, suddenly struck with inspiration. In the live stream, viewers clamored, "Why is there a mosaic? I want to see the beautiful sister. Is she a porcelain doll? Cleaner than my BDJ. She looks like an immaculate princess from a fairy tale. Wait, what are you doing, streamer? What markings are on her scalp?" Qianhe resolutely continued to part 62's thick mane, and indeed, she discovered a deep blue mark on the scalp. Qianhe fetched a piece of paper and a pen, meticulously tracing the deep blue mark from left to right and sketching it. In the end, she depicted a circle made of waves, symbolizing the ocean, adorned with butterfly wings. And at the bottom of the circle, red droplets of blood fell. It appeared rather eerie. Qianhe dressed 62, summoned Xingran back in, and tossed the sketch to him. It's from her scalp. Xingran's expression turned grave. It was indeed indicative of the people of Jiansheng. Jiansheng? Qianhe felt that she had encountered that name somewhere before, her azure eyes fixed on Xingran, awaiting an explanation. A certain organization, resolute in its ambition to annihilate all natural flora and humanity itself, is indeed a nefarious and unremarkable anti-human entity. Xingran gritted his teeth, evidently filled with revulsion. In short, they are anything but benevolent. Meanwhile, on Yangqiangxing, in City A, separated from Xingyan Port by an entire continent, the simulated fruit here is surprisingly delectable. You should try it. Shi Chuanbai greeted his vacationing colleague with a smile. How did you know that my Xingran sent me something? His colleague, feeling somewhat superior, replied, I can endure it. He couldn't help but admire Yangqiangxing, the most habitable planet for humans, where the simulated tree stood tall and majestic, clearly the result of considerable effort. Sitting beneath its shade, Shi Chuanbai felt as if his very genes returned to an ancient past, and the air seemed remarkably fresher. Hey, how did you know this is something my Xingran planted in my yard? Shi Chuanbai exclaimed. His colleague, bemused, followed the lead of Shi Chuanbai's thoughts and began discussing Xingran, laughing. The little prince is truly filial. Shi Chuanbai waved his hand dismissively. Filial? That rascal is still a little hoodlum after all these years. This simulated tree, when he sent it via spatial ring, came with a handwritten note insisting that I not touch it, nor allow anyone else to. And yet you're so pleased, his colleague mused, finding it hard to comprehend Shi Chuanbai's peculiar perspective on his grandson. Nevertheless, he imagined the lively demeanor with which Xingran must have said those words, exclaiming, The little prince is much more vivacious than before. Shi Chuanbai gazed at the lush purple tree behind him, which was enveloped in a massive glass dome, meticulously protected. He sighed, realizing that this was the first time he had seen his grandson so spirited since his abilities had collapsed. His colleague jested, Former Emperor, has your grandson fallen in love? I've heard he has been gallivanting around the border star with several girls these past few years. Shi Chuanbai shook his head. He did mention liking a girl once, but suddenly one day, he forbade me from bringing it up. I suspect it ended abruptly. It would be wonderful if Xingran truly met someone he cherished. That girl I saw in a photo was indeed stunning, but alas, she seems uninterested in him. As Xingran teleported in, He was immediately struck by the topic that made his vision darken. Grandpa, not that again. Within the Qianhe Empire, her pronunciation was indistinguishable from his. Shi Chuanbai failed to notice that Shi Xingran was referring to a he rather than a she. Assuming that Shi Xingran simply did not wish to discuss his failed romance, both grandfather and grandson tacitly opted to bypass the subject. The colleague, being considerate, took his leave, granting the two some familial time. Little Xingran, what brings you here today? Shi Chuanbai smiled as he watched Shi Xingran rush to the purple tree, suddenly realizing, oh, so you didn't come to visit Grandpa after all. Where did you acquire this tree? It resembles a real plant. Shi Xingran opened the glass dome, and the air inside had been thoroughly purified. Merely standing within it made him feel as though his fractured abilities were gradually mending. He believed that within a few days, his powers would be completely restored. Grandpa, I bought this. It's a natural plant. Shi Chuanbai laughed heartily. Oh, Xingran is taken to joking now. Once a botanist, he was well aware of the characteristics of natural flora. This purple tree is certainly not a natural plant. He was pulled beneath the tree by Shi Xingran, and a surge of vitality flowed into him, gradually repairing the decline in his abilities due to age. What is this? Shi Chuanbai's murky eyes suddenly brightened. Where did you procure this natural plant? Shi Xingran explained that he had met someone on the border star, a descendant of an ancient noble family. Recalling how Qianhe dismissed the significance of natural plants, Shi Xingran continued, her family possesses many natural plants that should have gone extinct. Grandpa, would you like to meet her? She asked on Yunqiangxing. Chapter 48. A dire fate awaits. Qianhe was undergoing chloroplast surgery. Shi Xingran had arranged for her to have a VIP room in a 5-star hospital, the highest-rated medical institution within the Qianhe Empire. As he entered, he maintained a seemingly neutral expression, but his eyes sparkled with pride, exuding an air of come, marvel at my accomplishments. The sterile, icy laboratory was permeated with the scent of antiseptic, which was far more pungent than that of Blue Star, especially as the nurse applied disinfectant alcohol to her arm. The strong odor nearly caused Qianhe to faint. However, no one dared to voice any objections. After all, with the omnipresent X virus, it was essential to use high concentrations of disinfectant to mitigate the risk of mutation. Following the disinfectant came the anesthetic. The needle used for the anesthesia was thick, containing enough substance to paralyze an SS-level ability user, easily rendering an A-level user like Qianhe insensible to pain. Qianhe turned her face away, avoiding the sight of the imposing needle. Though anesthetics would dull the pain, the mere sight of the needle was still excruciating. She glanced at the livestream audience, who were fervently discussing her actions. Streamer, run away. This is all wrong for a legitimate hospital. Aside from black market clinics, no legitimate hospital would allow live streaming. But still, please, streamer, escape. That dosage of anesthetic could kill you. That needle looks larger than the one I had when I gave birth. It's terrifying. It's about to go in. I can't even imagine the pain if that needle goes in. I'm horrified. Coward. I dare to imagine. I even dare to think that the ignorant streamer could inject something random into her arm and die. Qianhe. She had hoped to ease the tension and fear of a live stream audience. Yet the more she watched, the more frightened she became. A chilling sensation crept from her alcohol-treated arm as she felt the needle drawing nearer, causing her to shut her eyes tightly. Fong He stared at the live feed, furrowing his brow. He called his colleague. Has there been any progress in locating an Luoluo's address? His colleague, startled by the question, stammered, that hacker behind in Luoluo. Qiao has such extraordinary skills. Where do we even begin to find her? Seeing a glimmer of progress, his colleague replied, after catching Fong He's suggestive glance. From 0 to 0. 00001 is still progress. He then inquired, do you need an Luoluo for something specific? Fong He gazed at the screen where Qianhe was being injected with anesthetic, his voice heavy with concern. The anesthetic she's being injected with is purple. There's no purple anesthetic on Blue Star. I fear she may lack the knowledge to avoid injecting something dangerous into her bloodstream. It could be fatal. What? Is it that serious? His colleague gasped in shock, looking helplessly at Shiryao, and Luoluo cannot die. Shiryao also felt a pang of anxiety for Qianhe, who had her eyes shut in the live stream. For the first time, he fervently wished for her safety. And Luo truly must not perish. Although her actions of infiltrating all of Huagua's electronic devices were quite condemnable, her team behind her was indeed formidable. Particularly the hacker known as Qianhe, who had engaged in a battle of wits with them, pushing the national cybersecurity technology to new heights, surpassing even the new nation. The regenerative technology and color-changing Qianhe hinted at in the live stream were genuinely practical, leading some to speculate that Luo was conducting this live stream to disseminate the innovations developed by her team. As for the notion of genuinely crossing galaxies, only a fool would entertain such an idea. Qianhe scoffed at the speculation surrounding communication technology, asserting that if one wishes to disseminate information, one should do so openly and boldly. Could it be that Huagua could hinder a genius? Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that, excluding the vexation of nationwide broadcasting, the benefits brought by Luo far outweighed the trouble she caused. Qianhe furiously typed on the computer, inquiring of the hacker Qianhe, who had been monitoring him, whether the narcotic was safe. The death of your broadcaster in a public setting could have adverse effects. Qianhe, ever watchful, immediately responded, questioning what he was doubting. After reaping so many benefits, how could he still question their technological prowess? Qianhe, indignant, felt that Qianhe's skepticism of the Qinghui Empire's technological capabilities was tantamount to questioning the systems and the esteemed Qianhe. I believe in your technological capabilities, but does a purple narcotic truly exist? Moreover, the notion of implanting chlorophyll into humans is indeed preposterous. Upon finishing his message, Qianhe clicked send, only to discover he had been blocked yet again. With a grim expression, he switched to a different computer, having been blocked dozens of times. Qianhe was no longer the same. He had evolved. Switching computers, he continued to argue with Qianhe, asking if she was a kindergarten child, blocking him at the slightest provocation. Imagining an infant, barely a month old, furiously typing on a keyboard, battling him in the digital realm, Qianhe felt a wave of nausea. He thought he was the brilliant daughter of a domineering female protagonist. After multiple tests, Qianhe confirmed that Qianhe was indeed a girl. While the success of same-sex endeavors was commendable, the remarkable achievements of the opposite sex fueled Qianhe's competitive spirit. However, he had no desire to engage in a 3-day debate with Qianhe over computer technology and other trivial matters. There was a broadcaster in the live stream whose life hinged on the principles of quantum mechanics. He asked, "Could you genuinely ensure that Luo would survive the operation? I'm not joking. Your methods appear rather unreliable. If she were to die, it would reflect poorly on Huagua and significantly impact your live stream as well." Qianhe huffed, insisting that he must not question their methods. If you have this much time, you might as well observe how the nurses operate. Strive to develop chlorophyll implantation technology in Huagua. This could lead to a monumental transformation for humanity. Unseen phenomena. This time, all of Qianhe's computers were compromised. Colleagues, numbered 1 through 20, wept, exclaiming, "Boss sure, have you angered Teacher Qianhe again? She has blocked us all. We can't see in Luo's live stream." Yes, she even implemented a collective punishment system. Petty-minded, Qianhe pulled out a backup computer. Moreover, do not address her as Teacher Qianhe. While we have indeed learned from her, is it not worth considering that she too could be in the wrong? Colleague 2 felt this argument was absurdly flawed and curiously asked Qianhe whether he believed the chlorophyll could truly be realized. Qianhe gazed down at the vast sea of people below, tirelessly striving for a livelihood. Perhaps. He then looked up at the cerulean sky, pondering that if this were to come to fruition, its inventor would likely offend many and meet a tragic fate. Chapter 49. Congratulations, the operation was a success. The chlorophyll was gradually infused into Qianhe's body. After a considerable time, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her, as if sunlight enveloped her entire being. She opened her eyes. The doctor smiled, exclaiming congratulations. The operation was a resounding success. The viewers in the live stream echoed their congratulations. The broadcaster is still alive. I was truly afraid you would die. Qianhe felt deeply moved. When Xingran arrived at the hospital, he He found Qianhe lazily leaning against the window, perusing a book. Outside the window were verdant artificial trees, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting delicate patches of light on her fair face, creating a tranquil and beautiful scene. However, Xingran had developed a psychological aversion to beautiful women. He approached her, inquiring what book she was reading. Qianhe turned the cover to reveal the title, 1001 Methods to Kill the Dead. Xingran's psychological burden intensified. He admonished that reading such a book was inappropriate. Qianhe immediately defended. How could it not be? This book has helped me discover the meaning of life. You uncultured being, your taste is indeed quite unique. Xingran presented Qianhe with an invitation, stating that the Wan Yunxing was hosting a planetary birthday celebration. And this was the invitation to the Obsidian Banquet, a sub-event of the celebration. Would you like to attend? There will be many things not found on other planets. Leaning closer to Qianhe, he sincerely suggested, the Obsidian Banquet typically invites affluent individuals. You could trade natural plants with them for valuable items. Qianhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observing her joyous demeanor, Xingran suddenly felt a pang of guilt. The Obsidian Banquet was exclusively attended by the wealthy invited by Wan Yunxing, comprising influential figures for various fields. Someone as obscure as Qianhe would hardly be permitted entry. The invitation he offered her was, in fact, bestowed by his grandfather, Qianhe, with the intent of arranging for someone to connect with her, gaining her favor, and ideally purchasing some natural plant from her in the future. As for why Qianhe did not meet Qianhe in person, although her natural plants were precious, allowing a highly esteemed former emperor to meet her without prior knowledge of her character would be exceedingly perilous. Qianhe deemed himself incapable of such a reckless act. Upon arriving at the Obsidian Banquet with his colleagues, he noticed that although the event had yet to commence, many attendees were already present. Each appeared to be at least 200 years old and recognized Qianhe, the former emperor, as well as his esteemed colleague, one of the 5 current marshals, Yi Wenyuan. They were all astonished by the prowess of Wan Yunxing, capable of inviting both a former emperor and a marshal. Fizixir glanced at Yi Wenyuan, and when their eyes met, he turned to engage in conversation with others. The host of the Obsidian Banquet was trembling with excitement. Little did they expect their routine invitation to these 2 esteemed individuals would yield such a turnout. This was an opportunity for promotion and a raise. The host personally went to greet them, but Qianhe waved his hand, stating, "I shall remain concealed. Simply find us a room with a view of the banquet." The host naturally complied, leading Qianhe and Yi Wenyuan to the top floor, where a one-way glass room awaited them, allowing them to observe everything outside while remaining unseen. Qianhe focused on the entrance, watching familiar faces enter one by one. Yi Wenyuan observed Qianhe. Having grown up alongside him, his gaze was far from innocent. Yi Wenyuan teased, "Look at your fervent gaze. Are you searching for romantic interest?" Qianhe shot him a glare, exclaiming, "Enough! How old am I now? What romantic interest?" Yi Wenyuan laughed heartily. "Your expression mirrors that of 16 years ago when you found a little saintess in the river. I wish I could find a saintess in Wan Yunxing, but alas, only a new saintess is born after the previous one dies." Qianhe shook his head. "Autumn is approaching. Has the saintess's health not improved?" Qianhe shook his head. "Not at all. She is still running a fever. Besides, this time of year, she always has a low-grade fever. I do not know what's wrong this year. It has lasted nearly a month already without improvement." Not improving was a euphemism. Unbeknownst to many, the saintess's low-grade fever had long since subsided, yet her body remained frigid. Qianhe touched her forehead, exclaiming, "Hey, it's as cold as ice." Ever since returning from the Zaitur's family, she had been gravely ill. Thinking of the saintess's illness pained Qianhe, recalling the sudden madness of Xia, whom he had seen grow up, who had killed her entire family, caused him further distress. He resolved to continue watching the banquet entrance, anticipating when Qianhe would arrive. This generation of the saintess lacked the resilience. Yi Wenyuan remarked thus. Yet he comprehended that the primary duty of the saintess was to expend her extraordinary abilities and her very life to dispel the X-virus from the capital star, thereby preventing further aberration. Regardless of her physical prowess, her condition would deteriorate in the end, This particular saintess merely fell ill every late summer and early autumn. Such occurrences would become more frequent in the future, and it was even possible that this precious saintess might meet an untimely demise. As a beneficiary of the situation, Yuan refrained from voicing these thoughts aloud. Suddenly, he noticed a golden-haired man with a wolf tail at the entrance, who bore a striking resemblance to Xia. Yuan pointed at Feisty Sierra and inquired, "Do you not think this person resembles Xia?" Shi Chuanbai, preoccupied with seeking Qianhe, cast a cursory glance and conceded that there was indeed a resemblance. Perhaps he was the illegitimate son of Telya Tulsi. Shi Chuanbai jested darkly. He then spotted his beloved grandson entering alongside a beautiful girl, whose amiable appearance struck Shi Chuanbai as hauntingly familiar. As if she were a close child he had watched grow up. Upon closer inspection, he noted her long, lustrous black hair and striking sapphire eyes, precisely as described by Shi Xingran. The individual Shi Chuanbai had arranged to approach Qianhe promptly advanced toward her. "Ah, little Xingran, it's a rare delight to see you out and about. Shall we converse?" The red-haired man brazenly seized Shi Xingran and led her away, disregarding her willingness. The rotund woman accompanying the red-haired man cast an apologetic glance at Qianhe, her own flowing red waves framing her face. "I apologize. Is she your companion, little Xingran?" "My husband has not seen Xingran in ages and is rather excited. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. May I?" Though the wavy-haired woman appeared to be at least 20 years older than Qianhe, she treated her with utmost sincerity rather than condescension. Qianhe followed the wavy-haired woman into a private room. "You sold a natural plant to Shi Xingran," she began. "Are you aware that the Qianhe Empire currently lacks any natural plants that have fallen into disuse?" Chapter 50. I am actually an alien. You may find it hard to believe, but I am indeed an alien. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, I bring natural plant from my homeland to you every few days, thus disseminating the essence of nature. Qianhe spoke earnestly. However, the wavy-haired woman scoffed. "Do you take me for a fool? Unless you show me the natural plant in your possession right now." The live stream erupted with raucous laughter. "Do you believe the host or trust that I am Qin Shi? Host, please refrain from reciting background lore. Alas, the darkness of society breeds indifference and mistrust. When she spoke the truth, no one in the Qianhe Empire or on Blue Star believed her." Qianhe felt a profound melancholy as she retrieved a bag of orange-flowered goldfish plant seeds from her bag. She took out a single seed and presented it to the wavy-haired woman. The elongated oval object, approximately 23 millimeters in size, was black and bore many intricate lines resembling winding grooves. It appeared to be an unremarkable item, yet when held in her hand, the wavy-haired woman felt a sudden warmth. A sense of unease surged within her. As the wavy-haired woman utilized her extraordinary powers to perceive the seed, she detected a faint green energy within it, an essence so subtle that it sent shivers through her very soul. "What is this?" Qianhe replied incredulously. "It is a flower seed." "Impossible. Has the plant life in the stars devolved to the point of lacking seeds?" She recalled that the people of the Qianhe Empire had evolved to rely solely on chloroplasts for photosynthesis. Could it be that the plants of the Qianhe Empire had evolved to reproduce without seeds? Qianhe was greatly astonished. In truth, the plants of the Qianhe Empire had not reached such extraordinary levels as to reproduce without seeds. However, the existing natural plants were in poor condition. Merely surviving was a cause for gratitude, let alone the hope of them bearing seeds. Such dreams were fanciful. The wavy-haired woman believed herself well acquainted with natural plants, yet she had never encountered a genuine seed. Yet Qianhe held a bag containing what must be thousands of seeds. Seeds, a vast bag of seeds. The wavy-haired woman could scarcely fathom the terror and despair this world would face once these seeds germinated and flourished. She must destroy these seeds. In that instant, the wavy-haired woman felt an urge to kill Qianhe. However, given the multitude of capable individuals present, she feared being discovered should she commit murder. She could not guarantee her own escape. The wavy-haired woman pondered, her expression feigning exaggerated surprise. "Oh my, these are indeed real seeds. Little sister, I would like to have this seed. Might you grant it to me?" The wavy-haired woman was not a woman at all, but rather an Andrian disguised in feminine form. As for why he did not don a male guise, the men present were either lacking in appearance or revolting in nature, and the difficulty of impersonating one was daunting. He dare not risk it. In any case, Andrian had received a distress signal from 62 and discovered that the individual who had abducted 62 was present at the obsidian banquet. Just moments ago, he had reluctantly donned this female disguise. Upon seeing Qianhe, he felt fortunate to have attended the obsidian banquet. The captor of 62 was none other than the person who had previously harmed him with plants. This individual must die. And before that, Andrian cast a dark glance at the flower seed in Qianhe's hand. He needed to obtain this seed and then ensure that a method to thoroughly destroy it was developed. Andrian, cloaked in womanly guise, said eagerly, "If you're willing to give me this seed, you may visit my home." In life, this woman had been a high-ranking official. With her connections and her approach to Xingran, she was bound to take the bait. Qianhe covered her mouth, ostensibly attempting to speak quietly. Yet her voice was remarkably loud. "Do you wish to take it for free?" The utterance of "take it for free" drew the attention of many nearby. "How could you say such a thing? What do you mean by free? I would never take anything from you." Andrian, infuriated yet compelled to maintain a gentle demeanor, replied, "I merely wish to take you home and see if I have anything you desire. After all, natural plants are exceedingly precious and worth the finest exchanges." He lowered his voice, ensuring that, apart from him and Qianhe, no one else could hear. Once he took her home, he would kill Qianhe. Andrian envisioned a blissful future. "I too believe that natural plants deserve the best." Qianhe agreed wholeheartedly. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, "Then how about you exchange a spaceship for the seeds?" "All right, wait. You want a spaceship?" "Yes, I desire a military expedition spaceship." Qianhe accessed the star network and found an image of a military expedition spaceship. The vessel depicted was comparable in size to a small nation on Blue Star. Spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of individuals, equipped with all necessary amenities and military armaments. Qianhe clicked on a video, revealing the spaceship unleashing its firepower to obliterate an entire planet. More destructive than an atomic bomb. "I find this one quite satisfactory. Let it be this." Andrian forced a smile, aware that this was the latest version of the military expedition spaceship from the Qianhe Empire. To say it was rare would be an understatement. He had scarcely seen it himself. "Is it so difficult to acquire?" Qianhe feigned ignorance. "If it is challenging, I shall not trouble you." Andrian observed Qianhe scanning the powerful and influential figures around her, exuding an air of mockery, as if to say, "Since I should not trouble you, I shall simply trouble others." Gritting his teeth, Andrian relented. "Fine, I shall give it to you. What is one military expedition spaceship?" Andrian has established the Qianhe for over 300 years. Could it be that he cannot wrest a single spaceship from the Empire's grasp? The future of the Qianhe Empire is undoubtedly his. Andrian selectively forgets his earlier promises, fearing that Qianhe might sell these thousands of seeds to others. The value of these several thousand natural plant seeds far surpasses that of a military expedition spaceship. Andrian harbors no doubt that upon learning of Qianhe's possession of these seeds, Qianhe would abandon all pretense and welcome her as a guest of honor in the Empire. At that point, he would have no chance to approach Qianhe and eliminate her. Qianhe sighs, expressing a yearning for a military expedition spaceship. Andrian quickly responds that he can procure one by tomorrow. Qianhe clasps her hands together, gazing at Andrian in admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you. You are truly kind." Faced with such praise, Andrian struggles to maintain his composure. Suddenly, he feels that spending the price of a military expedition spaceship for a bag of seeds destined for destruction is an egregious loss. The thought leaves him breathless, and he resolves to find a way to regain his footing. Chapter 51. A game with a wealthy lady. Andrian distances himself from Qianhe, twirling his alluring crimson waves and flashing a captivating smile as he approaches the solitary face sixer. This individual possesses a dazzling mane of golden hair and striking blue eyes, reminiscent of Qianhe's. The moment Andrian meets his gaze, he instinctively feels nauseated. He has been deeply wounded by those with blue eyes before. Yet, for the sake of currency, he endures. The reason Andrian seeks out Phase Sixer is that he knows him. He is a crew member under the command of the logistics officer Ling Shuang of the 3rd Legion of the Qianhe Empire, an S-class ability user relegated to logistical duties. Day in and day out, he finds himself either aboard a spaceship or transferring personnel across various border planets, or perhaps hunting the forsaken star beasts and aberrant species. However, none of this is sufficient for Andrian to remember him. Andrian remembers Phase Sixer solely because his captain Ling Shuang once nearly killed him, and Phase Sixer has repeatedly eliminated key members of Jinxing under Ling Shuang's leadership. Andrian grinds his teeth in frustration but finds himself powerless. After all, Phase Sixer is an S-class ability user, and Jinxing does not have an abundance of S-class ability users to contend with him. He originally intended to covertly eliminate Phase Sixer using his contacts within the 3rd Legion. Yet inexplicably, there is always someone shielding him. Moreover, Phase Sixer is documented as an orphan, his mother deceased, and his father unknown, an ordinary individual devoid of influence. However, he inexplicably manages to acquire various precious items. And recently, he has even purchased several planets, leaving Andrian to wonder what his intentions might be. Andrian rationally suspects that Phase Sixer has contacted his unknown father and received a significant financial windfall. Given his understanding of Phase Sixer, he knows that an ability user's growth necessitates substantial resources, coupled with Phase Sixer's avaricious nature. Andrian muses that he has stumbled upon a lucrative target. He is confident that his physical form and alluring stature will undoubtedly captivate Phase Sixer. She sits beside him, tapping the table to draw him from the world of the Star Network. "Darling, why aren't you playing with the others?" Phase Sixer, bewildered, gazes at the mature woman with flowing crimson waves. He recognizes her as a civil servant esteemed by the former emperor of the empire. How could such a high-ranking official suddenly take an interest in him? She's also on the list provided by his mentor, Ayodali. While Phase Sixer does not share this sentiment, he wonders if Ayodali has informed her of his arrival. After contemplating various possibilities, he finally replies, "I am pondering a few matters. My dear, are you troubled by something sad? Would you share with your sister?" Under the table, Andrian's feet gently brush against Phase Sixer's, her gaze fixated on his eyes, winking flirtatiously, her lips adorned with cherry-colored lipstick, resembling a blossoming rose. Andrian deliberately accentuates her feminine charm, emphasizing her voluptuous figure. Phase Sixer is taken aback, goosebumps rising on his skin, his heart racing. No, is this high-ranking official out of her mind? Wait, that can't be right. She must be competent to hold such a position. So, why would she consider him a mere kept man? Phase Sixer is astonished, but having lived for decades, he has encountered all sorts of eccentricities. He maintains his composure and states, "Madam, this is my private matter, and I prefer not to discuss it." "Oh, darling, don't be so distant." Qianhe approaches, overhearing the sultry words of the woman with crimson waves. She glances at the subject of such attention, and even from the side profile, it is evident that he is a golden-haired, blue-eyed individual, akin to a celestial being straight from an anime, both handsome and striking. This woman, clearly acquainted with the wealthy Xingran, and who possesses the means to secure a military expedition spaceship, must be a woman of considerable wealth. Understanding dawns on Qianhe. Who wouldn't want to keep a beautiful man? Hooray, a stunning pretty boy. He looks just like a character from an anime. He appears gentle and soft. From now on, the second male lead in novels has a face. What is this actor's name? I, the Dream-Making Entertainment Company, am willing to pay a handsome sum to sign him. I, the Dream-Making Entertainment Company, the most formidable company in the entertainment industry. Streamer, quickly release this young man. Come to our Xingyu Entertainment Company. You shall be the next film emperor. Ignore that third-rate entertainment company's words. Our Shanghai Entertainment Company welcomes you. Come to us. Agents from various entertainment companies in Huagua are fervently bombarding the live stream with messages, hoping to entice Phase Sixer to switch companies. Qianhe observes Phase Sixer's profile, thinking that if he looks this good from the side, he must be even more captivating from the front. If he were in Huagua, she would certainly keep him. Perhaps sensing the intense gazes of others, Phase Sixer turns his head in surprise. Enluluo, is this the Qianhe I met on Tsuye's star? Not a mere pretty boy. If not now, then when? Face Sixer addresses the crimson-haired woman. Apologies, my friend has arrived. I must excuse myself. Andrian notices Qianhe's earlier discontent with the situation. She grips Face Sixer's arm, exchanging glances with Qianhe. Is this truly your friend and not someone else? Qianhe, puzzled, replies, what friend? This is my pretty boy. Do you intend to steal him from me? Qianhe gazes at the woman with crimson waves, whose golden earrings and large gold shell necklace unmistakably signal her wealth. Thus, she is unreserved in her pursuits. I can offer him to you, but at a different price. Qianhe winks at Face Sixer, her expression seemingly conveying, let's play with the wealthy lady. We will split the star currency evenly. Face Sixer protests, bewildered at how he has become a pretty boy. Andrian sees no reason to hesitate. The thousands of seeds have already exchanged for a military expedition spaceship. As for a pretty boy, who knows what price he might command? Though Face Sixer may not be worth as much as the seeds, what if Qianhe, in her folly, decides he is worth even more? After all, she is the kind of person who could propose such an exorbitant and illegal exchange as trading seeds for a military expedition spaceship. Andrian has always refrained from engaging in reasoning with individuals who appear to possess a significant lack of sense. He understands such people all too well. Chapter 52. I am saving you. At this moment, Qianhe is perplexed as to why Annabelle has yet to return. Annabelle is the woman with wavy red hair whom Andrian had killed and subsequently replaced. Does it truly take this long to test someone's character? Through the glass window, Qianhe observes Annabelle conversing with Qianhe, her smile appearing genuine yet unnaturally rigid. In his memories, Annabelle is a person who naturally loves to smile, each grin emanating from her heart. Rarely does she exhibit such a disingenuous and extreme facade. Could it be that Enluluo lacks natural flora? Was the purple blooming tree that Xingran acquired merely a deception? Unable to suppress his frown, Qianhe ponders deeply, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Night Wenyuan, the marshal of the 3rd Legion, diminishes his presence, granting the former king ample space for contemplation. Peering out the window, Night Wenyuan catches sight of a golden-haired individual. The person's face remains obscured, yet Night Wenyuan feels an uncanny familiarity. He mentally runs through a list of acquaintances but fails to identify this person. Upon Andrian's entrance, he finds both the former king and the imperial marshal enmeshed in their own thoughts, oblivious to each other. For a fleeting moment, Andrian contemplates seizing the opportunity to eliminate them both, thinking that such an act would surely throw the Qianhe Empire into chaos. However, he dismisses the notion, realizing that neither of these individuals would be easily vanquished by his current state. Andrian drags his possessed form, Annabelle's exquisite body, before the two men and, drawing from his understanding of Annabelle, cheerfully inquires, what are you two pondering? Qianhe offers an apologetic smile and replies, oh, it's nothing. Does Enluluo truly possess an abundance of natural flora? At this mention, Andrian's mood darkens, yet he maintains control over Annabelle's body, displaying a mix of surprise and delight. Indeed, I can hardly believe there are so many natural plants in this world. She has thousands of seeds from various natural plants. He gestures, revealing a handful of elongated, oval-shaped black seeds. Andrian's hands tremble slightly, for he yearns to obliterate these seeds, while Qianhe and Night Wenyuan remain blissfully unaware, merely perceiving Annabelle's excitement. Nevertheless, such enthusiasm is understandable. Qianhe and Night Wenyuan gaze with fervent eyes at the seeds, scarcely able to breathe. This. Just a small handful yields so many seeds of natural plants, and this is merely one type. How many seeds must Enluluo possess? Excellent. Destiny favors our Qianhe Empire. Qianhe exclaims, unleashing the first genuine laughter he has felt in centuries. He carefully touches the handful of goldfish plant seeds, feeling as though he cradles the future hope of the Qianhe Empire. The seeds of natural plants can repel star beasts and aberrant species, reduce the degrees of aberration in people, and even restore shattered abilities. Shi Chuanbai cannot fathom the beauty that would unfold once these seeds take root in the soil of the Qianhe Empire. Summon Anlulo to me. I wish to reward her handsomely. However, Annabelle interjects. Anlulo is currently on a date with her charming companion. She likely won't have time to meet with you. As for the reward, she did mention wanting something in exchange for those thousands of natural plant seeds. Annabelle's expression becomes troubled. Shi Chuanbai waves his hand dismissively. What does she want? Our Qianhe Empire is vast and abundant. Can we not provide it? That is what you said. Andrian, in his possessed state, smiles subtly within Annabelle's form, while her exterior shows further distress, even sighing. Anlulo desires 10 military expedition vessels. Night Wen Yuan pounds the table, exclaiming, absolutely not. How dare she propose such terms for military expedition vessels? These are the best tools our Qianhe Empire has for exploring habitable planets and combating the insect race. We cannot simply give them away, let alone 10. There are only 100 in total across the entire empire. She cannot demand 10 as if she seeks to establish her own kingdom. Observing the uproar, Andrian feels he may have overstepped with his request. Just as he is about to suggest a concession of 5 vessels to Anlulo, Shi Chuanbai firmly states, give them to her, provided her natural plants are genuine. Indeed, those military expedition vessels are mere inanimate objects. How can they compare to the invaluable natural plants? They represent the hope of our Qianhe Empire. Well then, let Xingran handle the trade for the military expedition vessels. Shi Chuanbai proposes, stroking his graying beard. His grandson's shattered abilities are on the verge of restoration, positioning him to reclaim the throne. The Qianhe Empire still possesses a wealth of natural plant seeds, and the future appears bright. Years of suppressed emotions suddenly lift, replaced by a sense of joy. Andrian's long-restrained feelings also dissipate, and within Annabelle's body, his concealed soul beams with childlike glee. The task of negotiation falls upon Xingran, yet Andrian knows this individual to be a mere husk of shattered abilities, posing no threat and easily disposed of. Anlulo possesses some valuable items, but none can rival his own. Once, Xingran exchanges the military expedition vessels for the goldfish plant seeds. He can eliminate both Xingran and Anlulo effortlessly. Acquiring the expedition vessels would bring him a step closer to claiming the Qianhe Empire and annihilating all who stand in his way. Andrian's soul rejoices, and Annabelle's physical form reflects this joy. Shi Chuanbai cannot help but be influenced by her pure laughter, finding himself even more elated. He gazes affectionately at Qianhe as she converses with the charming companion, wondering if this child favors such handsome appearances. Night Wen Yuan, find out what this charming companion looks like, and send a few loyal and handsome individuals from your legion to Anlulo. He recalls Xingran mentioning that Anlulo hails from an ancient noble family, suggesting such individuals are typically loyal only to their kin and not to the Qianhe Empire. Yet, he remains undeterred. Under the guise of kindness, he believes Anlulo cannot remain unmoved. Unbeknownst to him, he has unwittingly become the charming companion, soon to face hundreds of lookalikes, leaving Fashir in a state of confusion over the conversation between Anlulo and Annabelle. However, he remains focused on the crux of the matter. When did I become your charming companion? Fashir's gaze sharpens. Qianhe, with tearful eyes, exclaims, truly, this person is not well-intentioned, if I do not say this. She will force you to be her charming companion. I am saving you. Chapter 53. The fourth live broadcast concludes, no, I do not wish to be saved in this manner. Fashir responds, rendered speechless. Yet, as he gazes into Qianhe's sparkling eyes, he finds himself unable to utter a word of refusal. When Yun Fan approaches clad in a black tactical jacket, he naturally draws attention, capturing the gaze of nearly everyone present. Who would not wish to cultivate a favorable relationship with such a young and renowned genius? Fist, what of Anlulo? Yun Fan inquires, astonished, having searched extensively for her in CS Star without success. He did not anticipate encountering Anlulo here on Wanyan Star, a planet near the border. Recalling the 3 specimens of Fingiolent that perished in his laboratory, he is left with only a cluster of oxalis and a single Fingiolent. He approaches her, asking Anlulo, Do you still possess any natural plants? Qianhe responds, Yido. What will you offer in exchange? Fan discreetly glances at Fashir and, with a silent gesture, indicates a number. Is 60 million star coins acceptable? Qianhe. The acquisition of these star coins is as effortless as collecting coins in a game. She is destined to become wealthy in the Qianhe Empire. Qianhe cheerfully agreed, producing a bag of hyacinth bulbs. These bulbs, resembling a fusion of onions and garlic, are not particularly attractive, yet Fei Sierra and Fan expressed no objections. The bag contained over 20 bulbs, plump and varied in size. The exchange of 60 million star coins for such a bounty seemed exceedingly worthwhile to them. Fan could hardly fathom the joy he would feel when these bulbs matured and multiplied into even more hyacinth seeds. Following the completion of the dissemination of the 3 types of seeds, the system task was fulfilled. Qianhe found a secluded spot and teleported back to Blue Star. The countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1, 0. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the 4th live broadcast task and returning to Huaguan Blue Star. Mainline purification of the Qianhe Empire. Current progress. 5. With your interactions with the elite, progress has begun to increase slowly. Current points, 1,000. Next live broadcast countdown. 3 days can carry 3 types of plants. Unlocked plants. Cabbage, flower, wind and rain orchid, explosive jelly grass, strawberry seedlings, glassball cactus, orange tree, purple blossom tree, goldfish grass, hyacinth. The 4th live broadcast has concluded successfully. Your broadcast range has been expanded to a new nation. The system mall has been unlocked for you. Carrying human photosynthesis technology back to Blue Star will deduct 50 points. After this broadcast, no one emerged claiming to have developed anything. Of course, Luo is merely a streamer who flouts the law to attract attention. Why would anyone believe her broadcast could yield any real findings? Primarily, during her previous 3 broadcasts, 2 did indeed result in genuine discoveries, making it hard for people not to believe. Exactly, the regenerative technology has restored many disabled individuals to normalcy. I have seen countless disabled people express their admiration for Luo, each one profoundly grateful for the inspiration she provided to Fong Lao. The color-changing candy situation is even more exaggerated. Many influencers, cosplay enthusiasts, and celebrities genuinely worship her. I must say, you all have gone too far. This is all mere coincidence. Without Luo, these 2 technologies would still have emerged. Let us not disregard the efforts of their creators. If Luo has produced 2 discoveries in 2 broadcasts, then this time, is anyone working on photosynthesis? This is incredibly important to me. 111. With this technology, I could cease worrying about sustenance and abandon my job, living a life of leisure. Indeed, if it weren't for the need to pay for food, who would want to work? If humanity could photosynthesize, I could travel freely and explore the wonders of the world. I cannot fathom how much time and money I could save to fulfill my dreams if humans could photosynthesize. Do you not think this technology is exceedingly unrealistic? Moreover, if humans could truly photosynthesize, the sunlight might very well be commodified by capitalists. For instance, the impoverished would be relegated to basements, compelled to pay for sunlight, with properties nearer to the surface becoming increasingly expensive, necessitating vast sums of money to reside above ground. Thank you for providing capitalists with new ideas. Applause, applause, applause. Wealthy humans may evolve towards becoming plant-like beings in the future. The impoverished may evolve into subterranean dwellers. How reasonable. I cannot agree more. This is laughable. It has indeed turned into a dark little mouse in the gutter. So, can this technology truly be invented? When will I be able to photosynthesize? At least a century from now. If this technology could be developed now, then Luo must have genuinely traversed the stars. I wholeheartedly agree. Given humanity's propensity for self-destruction, it may well be that before the technology is invented, humanity will have already met its demise. Superior Siyao, please monitor the networks closely, particularly concerning the human photosynthesis technology. After the superior departed, colleague number 1 expressed disbelief, questioning whether anyone could genuinely believe humanity could invent such a thing. Shuriao's superior was concerned that individuals might use this technology as a pretext to defraud others of their money. Colleague number one sighed, suggesting that those who believe in such things are likely the ones who slipped through the cracks of the 9-year compulsory education system. However, Luo and her team have indeed orchestrated quite the spectacle. Although they possess some genuine breakthroughs, they seem unafraid of being discovered. Colleague no. One continued to be misled in the online realm, believing he was engaged in a battle of wits with Qianhe. He assumed their technological capabilities differed by a mere 10, never realizing the vast chasm that separated them. Shuriao found it painful to witness and began typing rapidly on the computer, inquiring of Qianhe whether they had genuinely developed the human photosynthesis technology. Qianhe took a while to respond, which was uncharacteristic for this loquacious hacker. Shuriao grew increasingly suspicious that they had indeed created something extraordinary. If they have, they must stop immediately. No publication is allowed. This could lead to the destruction of all humanity. Why do humans work? For the most part, it is to secure sustenance. If the human photosynthesis technology were to come to fruition, Shuriao believed a significant portion of the workforce would be disinclined to labor. The sun will not vanish. Without the necessity of work, hunger would not threaten, so why toil? One could simply drift along. If people could forego food and drink, material desires would plummet. At that point, the majority would likely laze about, exploring and enjoying nature. With consumers absent, there would be no one to work, leading to a market collapse. The drive for humans to strive for a better life would vanish. Humanity's technological advancement would regress. All of humanity would be trapped on Blue Star, devoid of motivation to explore beyond, drawing ever closer to extinction. Shuriao took a deep breath, feeling a chill of fear at the thought. Qianhe recounted Shuriao's words to Qianhe. Chapter 54. What to do when a master goes mad late at night. Qianhe found his theatrics excessive. Block him. My precious Qianhe must not learn from such a person. The brilliance of Shuriao's incessant messages faded when he discovered he had been blocked once more. Qianhe, under the cover of night, utilized a size-altering lamp to shrink himself, allowing Qianhe to carry him towards the northern hemisphere. In the north lies the world's largest hub for electronic scams, where countless individuals from Huagua have been deceived by relatives and colleagues through various methods. Lured from all corners of the globe, the fortunate ones continue to perpetrate fraud from within factories, while the unfortunate lose their organs, becoming mere fertilizer in the wilderness. Qianhe, braving the cold night air, sipped sweet milk tea while perched atop Qianhe's round head, lamenting, Qianhe, I have come to realize that my moral compass inversely correlates with my dominion over Blue Star. Qianhe gazed solemnly down at the brilliantly lit cities below, reflecting on how he once was an ordinary worker in a second-tier city, and now he was poised to wreak havoc upon the distant northern hemisphere. Power corrupts one's morality. Qianhe assumed Qianhe was about to confess that he should not pursue such actions, and promptly wished to return to the comfort of sleep. It is midnight. Qianhe had no desire to stay awake as an all-human aircraft. To her surprise, Qianhe, with a pensive look, declared melodically, I adore power. Grant me even more abilities. I wish to become a deity of this universe. Qianhe, merely a companion. What shall be done when the master loses his mind in the depths of night? To obediently serve as a companion robot. What other options remain? Sighing, Qianhe resigned herself to continue her role as an automated aircraft and emotional receptacle. When the system presented it as a reward to Qianhe, it was not articulated in such a manner. A raise is an absolute necessity. Under the dimly lit night, Zhou Tanghua, Ganqing, and Fang Shang stealthily departed from the factory, which was merely a facade of a prison, once all the inmates had succumbed to slumber. Zhou Tanghua and Ganqing were each other's nemeses, having been lured into this predicament by one another. Fang Shang, the unfortunate soul awakened by their bickering, was begrudgingly compelled to join their escape endeavor. Zhou Tanghua, furtively moving about, whispered, It is all your fault that I ended up in this wretched place. Once I am free, I shall break your legs. Ganqing, undeterred, retorted, You blame me? I blame you as well. whose relative claimed that one could earn a fortune here. Zhou Tanghua found himself exasperated, exclaiming, "I never expected you to truly believe it. You believed it, and yet deceived me into thinking you had a way to make money. Not only did you deceive me, but you also took the initiative to buy me a plane ticket to Mianbei. Gunking, oh Gunking. At times, I truly question your sanity. The people in this prison-like factory treat you so well that I suspect you might be the illegitimate child of the boss, luring innocent souls like me into this trap." Zhou Tanghua, infuriated, declared, "I would never deceive anyone, especially not you, you fool. It is not my fault that this boss is a distant relative of mine." Reflecting on this, Zhou Tanghua chastised himself for even mentioning his wealthy relative in Mianbei to Ganqing. To make matters worse, the simpleton actually believed him, even suspecting he intended to hoard the money-making method for himself, purchasing tickets under the pretense of taking him on a trip to Mianbei. The bond forged over years between the two men suddenly seemed to dissolve into nothingness, their gazes crackling with animosity. Only Fang Shang trailed behind them, trembling in fear, genuinely worried that a brawl might erupt. "Please, both of you, I beseech you, do not engage in a fight here. If you must, wait until we are outside." If they started fighting, it would surely attract the patrolling guards in the factory. Fang Shang wanted to avoid a fate similar to the last escapee, who had suffered a gunshot wound to the leg, losing mobility, only to meet a gruesome end during the awakening of his senses. The thought of this made Fang Shang perceive the chirping of insects and the calls of birds as the sounds of people. His trembling intensified, filled with regret for having opened his eyes moments ago. Had he kept them shut, he would not have been forcibly dragged into this escape. Suddenly, the grim factory was illuminated, and Fang Shang turned to see the silhouettes of approaching figures, accompanied by the rustling sound of many footsteps. "Someone has escaped. Quick, pursue them. Capture them, or each of you will bear the responsibility." The cries echoed. "Kill them. Zhou Tanghua, Ganqing, Fang Shang, we have treated you so well, and yet you wish to flee?" Fang Shang, shedding tears, cried for help. "What should I do? They are closing in on us." Simultaneously, he shouted behind him, "I'm not escaping. I never intended to flee. They are forcing me to run. Hurry and catch them to save me." Zhou Tanghua covered the mouth of the traitorous informant, warning, "If you utter another word, I will silence you." Meanwhile, Ganqing forcefully pulled aside the barbed wire, revealing a long, deep, and frigid river, rumored to have claimed the lives of dozens who attempted to flee. The factory boss had previously mentioned that if several more drowned, the river's death toll would exceed 100 within 5 years. Realizing their intention to leap into the river, Fang Shang was terrified, exclaiming, "No, we cannot jump into the river. We will drown." Ganqing scoffed, "Drown? Drowning is preferable to being dissected. I would rather die than allow my organs to benefit those greedy capitalists." Zhou Tanghua pushed Fang Shang to the riverbank, the rushing water beckoning like an abyss. Zhou Tanghua reassured him, "Relax, you will float. Perhaps you might just save your life. It is better than being imprisoned in this living hell for eternity." However, the river appeared treacherous and deep, hardly resembling a sanctuary for lost lives. In a state of panic, Fang Shang flailed his limbs but was abruptly kicked into the water by Ganqing. As he experienced weightlessness, memories of his tragic childhood, anguished youth, and sorrowful adulthood flooded his mind, culminating in the dreadful thought of perishing in the river. Overwhelmed by despair, he felt colder than the river itself. What was this? The sensation of weightlessness vanished. Why had he not sunk into the river? Instead, he found himself floating. Chapter 55. Alien Abduction for Experiments. Fang Shang opened his eyes in terror, gazing at two shadows hovering in the sky. One was a round, small shadow, while the other resembled a diminutive human figure. The round shadow emanated an eerie blue glow, appearing particularly sinister against the night sky. The smaller shadow, akin to a human, emitted a voice that seemed surreal. "Capture these three. They shall serve as free experimental subjects." It was evident that this tiny shadow was unfamiliar with the Blue Star inhabitants, its laughter devoid of human warmth. Fang Shang, nearly fainting from fear, cried out, "Help! What wretched fate is this? Childhood abuse, bullying in school, exploitative labor in youth, betrayal in adulthood, forced to flee, kicked into a river, and now to be used as an experimental subject by aliens? Who has a life as tragic as mine, as despair engulfed him? Ganqing and Zhou Tanghua were equally horrified, their souls nearly departing their bodies. Anyone witnessing humans suddenly floating in the air with two unidentified objects above would react similarly. Aliens! They screamed in terror. Not only Zhou Tanghua, Ganqing, and Fang Shang screamed in agony, but the throng of over 500 factory workers trailing behind also gasped in astonishment. They stood in a dreamlike state, gazing at the two extraterrestrial beings in the night sky. Master, there are many more experimental subjects behind. The round shadow, glowing with an eerie blue light, spoke in a chilling, electronic voice, its gaze coldly surveying the humans below. Then let us take them all. All humans present suddenly realized their plight. They were not mere animals confined in a cage for alien amusement, but were destined to be captured for experimentation. Run, they shouted. But as they took their first steps, a violent wind swept through the air, akin to a tornado, swirling around them. More terrifying was the round alien opening its mouth, resembling an abyss with no bottom. The crowd gasped in horror, discovering themselves lifted off the ground by the fierce wind, witnessing their inevitable consumption by the round alien. Qianhe, quickly find a place to set them down. They taste worse than garbage. The little creature, Qianhe, expressed disdain. Its left eye inscribed with trash master and the right with human scum, eager to digest them. I cannot allow this. You are contaminating the air. Qianhe exclaimed in disbelief. She commanded Qianhe to devour all the overlooked individuals within this factory, and here I am, preparing to implant chloroplasts into each one of them. Qianhe recalled the taste of the 500 filthy humans in its belly, reminiscent of stale wax. And the thought of swallowing another 100 of such wretchedly distasteful beings rendered its heart heavy with despair. With a sigh, it flew into a luxurious chamber within the factory. In one swift motion, it swallowed the factory head, who was in the midst of a reproductive act, along with his current lover, whose number was unknown to him. Head! The factory head, engrossed in his work, lifted his gaze to find hundreds of eyes fixed upon him. Factory head! He hastily covered himself and his lover with a blanket, his fury igniting. How dare you intrude into my room at this hour? Are you all seeking death? Not a single one of you will survive until morning. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from above, and another individual fell into the room, his right-hand man, jolted awake by the sudden impact. As he opened his eyes, he saw the factory head glaring at him, while the hundreds of onlookers regarded him with the same dread one would reserve for a corpse. Had his misdeeds been exposed? But what exactly had been revealed to incite such a public execution in the dead of night? His mind raced through his own acts of betrayal, and clarity struck him. Each action had been a damnable offense. Head, I'm so sorry. I should never have had an affair with your third wife. I made you wear the green hat for 15 years. Factory head, how could you allow such a thing to happen? Watch me as a towering figure crashed into the room, landing directly on the factory head's back. He was today a patroller, known for his imposing stature. Panicking, he shouted, I've seen aliens. Where are they? I will kill them. No, wait. You're all aliens. Before anyone could intervene, he fired his weapon at the nearest individual. The man, blank with fear, braced for death, when suddenly dozens of people plummeted from above like dumplings. Bullets ricocheted, and a high-pitched scream pierced the air, awakening everyone. Where am I? How'd I end up here? Head, what is wrong with you, Head? Why aren't you speaking? The factory head, bleeding profusely, lay on the ground, extending a trembling hand as his vision faded. Get away. Do you wish to crush me so you can inherit my factory? The patroller, now aware, scrambled to his feet, but due to the darkness and his night blindness, he accidentally stepped on the factory head's head, causing further injury. Factory head, had I but my weapon, I would have slain you. With the taste of blood awakening him, he realized they were not in their factory at all. Where's this? The factory head grasped the collar of the nearest person, demanding answers. Head, we've been abducted by aliens. We've become their test subjects. What should we do? The factory head felt as if his intellect had been crushed, and with a cold laugh, he retorted, "Aliens? Abducted? Test subjects? Do you not find that utterly ludicrous?" Tears streaming down the man's face, he insisted, "Every word I say is true. Just ask anyone. We have truly been captured by aliens." Those who had witnessed the aliens nodded in agreement. The factory head, infuriated, declared, "I would sooner believe I am an alien than trust you lot. Head, look behind you." The man, eyes wide with terror, gazed at something behind the factory head, as if a monstrous creature lurked there. Trembling, he fainted, eyes rolling back. Upon turning, the factory head's demeanor shattered. Chapter 56. Am I such a cruel person? This shattering referred to the collapse of his worldview accumulated over the years. From the shadows, a dark humanoid figure emerged. Despite his keen eyesight, the factory head could not discern what this shadowy entity was, clad in a tight black top and loose black trousers. With flowing hair and a bizarre fox mask adorning its face, complete with 2 ears atop its head. The entity, seemingly concealed in darkness, spoke. "Let me see which little human to choose first." Its tone was light, indiscernible as male or female, whispering eerily in his ear. "Ah, standing so tall. You must be eager to become my test subject. It's decided, you shall be the one." This dark entity floated towards him, leaving the factory head with no escape. He stood out, the only one remaining upright, as others crouched or lay low. Who else would they choose? As the entity hovered above him, the factory head could only watch helplessly as it seized him as one would a chick, lifting him effortlessly. He struggled, but the creature's strength was overwhelming. No amount of thrashing could dislodge him. Reaching out, he attempted to strike the bundled Qianhe, but she was flung from Qianhe's mouth. Ah! The factory head spun in the air before landing on the grass, where he found himself facing a massive glass jar filled with eerie green liquid and various oddities. The sight of these substances conjured thoughts of alien experiments, reminiscent of monstrous births from countless films. The green liquid shimmered ominously, as if possessing cold. Watchful eyes directed at the factory head. The instruments surrounding him were chilling and terrifying. Pale-faced, he rose to flee, only to find Qianhe behind him, pinning him down. A fully grown man, weighing over 160 pounds, posed no resistance against her, as she slowly pushed him toward the glass jar. With a childlike glee, she sang, "Little bunny, be good. Open the door. Hurry and open it. I want to slice you up." This sweet, innocent lullaby was particularly unsettling in the pitch-black night, especially with the ominous glass jar before him. "Please, please, I'll give you riches. If you're human, I'll pay you. If you're an alien, I'll alert Blue Star. If you're a monster, I'll offer you humans daily. I beg you. I have an elderly parent and young children who depend on me. I'm over 50. My flesh is old and unappetizing. Please do not eat me. If you experiment on me, my body is unfit for accurate results, and I'm filthy. I would contaminate your supplies." The factory head rambled incoherently, not even aware of his own words. A chill swept through him as he heard Qianhe's soft laughter. "I find you quite disgusting, too." Yes, yes. I'm utterly repulsive. How could I possibly be worthy of being your test subject?" Qianhe opened the chloroplast jar, pushing the factory head inside, cheerfully declaring, "But I prefer disgusting subjects." His heart raced as he was engulfed in the green liquid, unable to breathe, desperately holding his breath until his face turned crimson. He dared not open his eyes, confined in darkness, sensing the approach of something frigid. Upon contact with various parts of his body, the factory chief involuntarily gasped, only to have a mouthful of chloroplast forced into him. He coughed, attempting to expel it, yet found himself swallowing it instead, a peculiar taste lingering in his mouth. The factory chief felt as if death was imminent. The machines clinging to him suddenly pierced his flesh, inflicting a sharp agony unlike anything he had ever experienced. Overwhelmed by the pain, he lost consciousness. The Qianhe human photosynthesis technology was, of course, equipped with anesthetics, and Qianhe had administered one at the time. However, she was unwilling to afford the factory chief such nauseating mercy, choosing instead to let him succumb to unconsciousness, as it would not affect the experiment's outcome, merely prolonging the subject's suffering. Qianhe hummed a tune while reviewing the factory chief's data. The chloroplast implantation was successful, marking him as a triumphant experimental subject. On to the next. Qiao swallowed the factory chief and regurgitated another individual. This time, Qianhe produced a video recorder, documenting the entire process and results of the experimentation. One after another, individuals were swallowed and expelled, while Qiao, the mechanical sphere, grew parched and weary of the cycle. At last, before dawn, over 600 individuals in the factory had received chloroplast implants. Qianhe instructed Qiao to regurgitate a few more subjects to facilitate photosynthesis. These individuals sat upon the grass, sighing in disbelief at the sight of the sun on a new day. Yet, it was not long before they too were drawn back into Qiao's dark belly. Qianhe had Qiao compile the experimental process, bodily data, and final results to send to Shi, inquiring whether he desired these subjects. Upon waking, Shi was incredulous that Qiao had taken the initiative to contact him. After reviewing the data, Shi exclaimed, "You truly managed to create such beings?" Faced with the unsettling realization, Shi felt a surge of indignation. They are humans, living, breathing individuals, not mere experimental subjects. Enough. Why am I even discussing this? Are they still alive? You haven't killed any, have you? They must not die. His concern did not stem from a genuine care for the individuals, for he would only lament their demise as a triviality. Yet the law mandated a fair trial, not direct abduction for experimentation. Should any perish, the repercussions for Qiao and the others would undoubtedly intensify. It was not worth compromising one's future for a few despicable individuals. Shi was also envious of Qiao's technology. Qiao, growing impatient, retorted, "What are you on about? Am I a cruel person? Just tell me if you want these experimental subjects." Shi perceived her as reckless, devoid of any legal awareness. He insisted on the necessity of living subjects. Qiao sent him a location. Chapter 57. The End of Men is Becoming Security Guards. At Qianhe Park, Shi hastily instructed his superiors to arrange for personnel to capture members of Enliliao's small team during this opportune moment. After so long evading capture online, their reputation was at stake. Visitors to Qianhe Park that day sensed an unusual atmosphere, as a multitude of tall and handsome individuals appeared, exuding an air of sophistication and vitality. "Who are you?" they inquired. "We are security personnel here for team building," came the response. The inquirers sighed, never expecting that such seemingly successful young individuals had resorted to becoming security guards. Indeed, the end for men often leads to such a fate. This revelation illuminated the path of life and career for those present, saving them from 20 years of misdirection. Meanwhile, a police officer diligently observed the surroundings, unknowingly earning the sympathy of all officers present with his remarks. Hundreds of police officers formed a tight perimeter around Qianhe Park, averaging one officer every 100 steps, with surveillance cameras every 10. Under this meticulous watch, even a mosquito's flight path was meticulously tracked. Shi was convinced that with such preparation, they would surely capture members of Enliliao's team. It was also plausible that the individuals sent were merely expendable pawns within their ranks. Nevertheless, even these pawns held value, providing insights into their movements. "When will you arrive?" Shi queried Qiao, asking if assistance was needed. Qiao sent a location. Hidden within a thicket of pine trees in Qianhe Park, interspersed with artificial rock formations, making it quite concealed. Shi chuckled softly, acknowledging Qiao's knack for finding obscure spots. He promptly dispatched the nearest officers to encircle the area. Thus, they lay in wait for Qiao and her companions. 1 minute turned into half an hour, then an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Still, Qiao's team did not appear, causing the officers to grow restless. Superiors began to suspect that Qiao's group was deliberately toying with them, even threatening, "The day we capture them will be their last." Yet, no one took such threats seriously, as the group's crimes were not severe enough to warrant such extreme measures. Given the technology revealed in their live streams, they could easily earn redemption. Shi tapped on his keyboard, asking, "Where are you?" Have you encountered any issues? Qianhe responded with a question mark. Shi Yao hesitated for a moment, pondering the implication. Surely they were not truly evading them? He replied with a question mark as well. Qianhe sent 6 dots, indicating, "We have long buried them." "Oh heavens! Let me see. You waited all this time." Shi Yao exclaimed. "Surely, you did not think we would meet you?" "Surely not." The tone dripped with sarcasm, and Shi Yao felt a rush of indignation. They dig fervently. The officers began to shovel diligently, questioning why they did not use a tractor, fearing they might unearth a gruesome sight. They suspected this was precisely the sort of act Qianhe's group might undertake. Little did they know how Qianhe managed to bury these individuals. The officers did not believe Qianhe would bury them alive, unless they truly wished to sever ties with Huagua. Yet, it appeared Qianhe and her team were merely reckless, still hoping for a favorable outcome for Huagua. After all, why else would their live streams only be broadcast there? Shi Yao felt a rare sense of comfort at this thought. Then, in the next moment, he nearly crushed his mouse. After digging 2 meters, the officers finally uncovered over 600 individuals, all confined within a large glass tank filled with oxygen, their hands, feet, and mouths tightly bound, resembling dumplings. The sight of these 600 dumplings brought tears of joy to their eyes. The officers were horrified, as if they had committed an earth-shattering act, while the 600 dumplings merely expressed their surprise. After all, Qianhe and Qianhe had wrapped them up and placed them in this enormous glass tank before burying them, without informing them that someone would come to dig them out. After spending hours in darkness, devoid of food and sunlight, these individuals had resigned themselves to their impending demise until the first shovel broke through the surface, allowing the first rays of sunlight to illuminate them. Suddenly, they realized. It turns out they are still alive. It seems they do not have to face being buried alive or starve to death. Shi Yao gazed at the immense glass tank, his first doubt regarding the capital S security emerging. Such a vast glass container, at least 300 square meters. How on earth did Qianhe and the others manage to excavate it underground? How could the police of the capital fail to uncover any issues? Upon seeing the 600 individuals within the glass tank, Shi Yao's frustration intensified. With so many people, if even one were to perish, Qianhe and her companions would be utterly doomed. Is our life worth nothing in comparison to these 600? Fortunately, these individuals were oblivious to Shi Yao's thoughts. This glass tank was voice-activated, although Shi Yao was unaware of how such a mechanism functioned. When a police officer inquired how they would extract these people, the tank automatically opened. He stroked his chin, a spark of inspiration flickering in his eyes. This was certainly a subject worthy of investigation. One by one, the 600 individuals were tossed into police vehicles. They were astonishingly compliant, offering no resistance, and instead expressing heartfelt gratitude. It was hard to fathom the extent of the torment they must have endured at the hands of Qianhe and her companions to feel such appreciation towards those who were to confine them. The officers almost felt grateful to Qianhe for providing them with such obedient prisoners to bolster their records. However, all gratitude turned to ashes during the interrogation. Officer 1, his forehead adorned with 3 lines of annoyance, demanded, "Repeat that. You were originally in a factory facing north." Nyoma, utterly bewildered, stammered, "Yes. We were engaged in illegal activities in an illegal factory." He pointed at the factory head, whom he wished to see punished, exclaiming, "Look, our boss is still here. But how could you be speaking Chinese? Do the police in the north now speak Chinese too?" Officer 1 chuckled. "Do you know where you were standing? You were in the capital of Huagua, a staggering distance of 100,000, 8,000 li from the north. Are you telling me that you were still in the north at dawn? It has only been 2 hours since dawn. Who could bring you from the north to the capital in that time, with enough to bury you underground? Aliens." Nyoma gazed in awe. "How did you know it was aliens?" "Yes, it was certainly the work of aliens." Chapter 58. This is absolutely not human. Aliens? I'm an alien myself. Upon uttering these words, Officer 1 was met with a chorus of horrified gazes from the interrogated, some fainting from fear. Officer 1 was bewildered. Am I really that terrifying? Officer 2 was shocked. Do they truly believe in aliens? This was merely a jest from Officer 1. Yet, it proved that these individuals genuinely believed his jest. They even knelt, tears streaming, pleading with the aliens, please, please spare us. We are willing to be your cattle and horses. Just don't confine us in that glass tank. Experiment? Oh, right. How is the other group sent for medical examinations faring? Officer 3 hesitated, as the doctor interrupted, asking if there were truly no vegetative patients in this world. Officer 3's phrasing was rather euphemistic. Shi Yao focused on the surveillance of Hospital 1. Hospital 1 had assigned specialized doctors to the 300 individuals sent for medical checks. Currently, these doctors appeared dazed, staring blankly at the medical reports of these individuals and then back at the individuals themselves. Their worldview shattered, utterly and loudly, leaving them questioning life. Director Xia, aged 60, trembled with age, yet her strength remained formidable as she grasped Officer 4, questioning whether these individuals were human. Officer 4 replied, "Should be. I suppose they are human." Shi Yao interjected, "Director Xia, do we have such a branch of humanity? Are they vegetative patients?" Officer 4 was utterly unable to follow Director Xia's line of thought, responding nervously, "I suppose there is such a branch. My uncle's wife's brother's wife's sister is a vegetative patient, and my teacher's sister's boyfriend's relative is also a vegetative patient, and my friend's Officer 4 recounted a dozen examples of vegetative patients in one breath." Director Xia was left questioning her life. After living so many years, this is the first time I have encountered vegetative patients. How many vegetative patients exist in the world? How ignorant I have been. Officer 4, puzzled, responded, "Aren't vegetative patients quite common?" He couldn't fathom why, in a hospital filled with vegetative patients, Director Xia, a seasoned doctor, had never encountered one. Shi Yao felt an inkling that something was amiss, yet everything seemed quite right. Officer 4, noticing Director Xia's expression, grew concerned for these individuals. They were their achievements, and none could afford to encounter misfortune. "Do these individuals pose any issues?" Officer 4 inquired. Director Xia pointed at the multitude of data on the medical report. "This person has low blood sugar, this one is anemic, and this one has XXX disease. However, their chloroplasts appear to be quite healthy." Officer 4 exclaimed, "Chloroplasts?" Director Xia, perplexed, replied, "Yes, the chloroplasts are healthy. What's wrong?" Officer 4 stroked his hair, feeling a nagging notion that humans should not possess chloroplasts, but seeing the doctor's professionalism and the nurse's silence led him to reconsider. Suddenly, he felt that it was entirely reasonable for humans to possess chloroplasts. No, it's fine. These individuals are not in serious trouble. I will take them all back." As he departed, he overheard Director Xia lamenting, "They are truly vegetative patients, genuine vegetative patients with chloroplasts." The officer found this statement increasingly bizarre. Yet none within the hospital exhibited any abnormality, including the vegetative patients he had brought along, who displayed no signs of irregularity. It was as if humans truly possessed chloroplasts. Two individuals, each operating on entirely different wavelengths, engaged in a conversation, both believing they were articulating the truth. Shi Yao's head throbbed painfully. He desperately wished to inquire who had summoned Officer 4. He was even more curious as to why, since in Luo's appearance, he had seldom encountered any normal individuals. Enough of these vexing thoughts. Shi Yao returned to the interrogation room, where 300 individuals were questioned repeatedly. Each one steadfastly claimed they had come from the north. They all wept, pleading to be confined in jail. "Please send more police. We do not wish to encounter aliens again." The officers present, 1, 2, and 3, were aware of the truth and could not help but grumble. "What on earth did Luo do to you that led you all to suspect you encountered aliens?" The factory head, in a moment of clarity, realized the truth. "So that's it. You know those two aliens. You sold us to the aliens. We merely scammed a few people, confined some individuals, and eliminated a few fools. You could easily sentence us to life imprisonment or even death." Tears streamed down his face as he lamented. "What have we done wrong to deserve being thrown to aliens for experimentation?" Officers 1, 2, and 3 wished to express that his actions warranted the loss of his human status. Being handed over to aliens for experimentation was simply a fitting punishment. However, acting on Shi Yao's orders, they inquired about the appearance of the two aliens. A sketch artist was brought into the interrogation room, as they sought to find Luo and others based on the factory head's descriptions. As for the appearance of Luo in the live broadcast, there were no records of such a person in the world, nor could they find any of the many individuals who had appeared in the broadcast. Yet with so many people, it was impossible for all to be untraceable. They must have been disguised with makeup or masks. No one expects to identify Luo and her companions solely based on the appearances in the live broadcast room. Shi Yao, alongside the police officers, fixates intently on the factory chief, hoping to extract a vital clue from his lips. However, the factory chief exclaims, "Yes, there's one that resembles a round ball. Floating in the air. It appears small, yet devoured all 600 of us in one gulp. It speaks. It must be an extraterrestrial. There is another alien that bears a striking resemblance to humans, but is entirely black. I suspect it might not even be a true alien. It could be a fox or a cat, or perhaps a hybrid between the two. It possesses cat ears and wears a fox mask, moving with remarkable agility. It even ominously sings a nursery rhyme, threatening to slice us into pieces." As he recalls this, the factory chief trembles in fear, crying out, "Cruel, utterly cruel." In any case, that creature is definitely not human. Through the surveillance, Shi Yao's voice resonates in the interrogation room, instructing, "Take this person away and have him examined psychologically. Look how terrified he is. He is hallucinating." The factory chief, being led away, repeatedly insists, "What I said is true. That is undoubtedly an alien." Officer 1, perceiving the absurdity, retorts, "How could it be? Is a person in black clothing with a fox mask possible? As for the ball, have you lost your mind?" For the first time, the factory chief feels a sense of concern for humanity's future, exclaiming, "You people are all in collusion with aliens. Ha ha! Humanity's extinction is imminent. I shall soon become alien food." In Chapter 59, titled Black Bear, Shi Yao finds himself destined for disappointment. In the pitch darkness, the factory chief, who had previously encountered and communicated with Qianhe, could only describe an alien resembling a blue-skinned being. Others, when discussing Qianhe, offered bizarre descriptions, ranging from mitochondrial worms to three-headed, six-armed beings, ghosts, and shadowy figures, with some even fainting from sheer stress. The expressions of Shi Yao and Officers 1, 2, and 3 were beyond description. When they attempted to describe the spherical entity, the absurdity escalated. A glowing bulb monster, a 10-meter tall creature. We live within its cavernous maw. They exclaimed, "Yes, this world is a fabrication. It is a game. That entity is merely a small creature. And I must defeat the final boss to return to the true reality." For the first time, Shi Yao and his companions confront the richness of human imagination and creativity. Is it truly so difficult to describe just two individuals? They lamented. Ultimately, they relinquished the endeavor and turned their focus to the chloroplasts within these human subjects. Firstly, in consideration of humanity's long-term development, Shi Yao was not in favor of all humans possessing chloroplasts. Secondly, for the sustained growth of labor and consumer markets. The majority of those aware of the existence of chloroplast-bearing humans were vehemently opposed to the idea of widespread chloroplast possession. Lastly, now that those capable of photosynthesis were right before them, even the most resistant had to concede that research was warranted, while no one desires others to possess such traits. Who would reject the opportunity to have chloroplasts themselves? Thus, a call from the higher-ups summoned Fang He, recently lauded with numerous awards, to the capital via airplane. Accompanying him was Yu Yi, who bore a stack of densely packed health examination reports. He surveyed the 600 individuals before him, who had not eaten for 3 days yet remain alive, even appearing fit enough to run a marathon. He was utterly astounded. This is impossible. Who has developed this human chloroplast implantation technology? Who has stolen my Nobel Prize? Who has obstructed my name from being inscribed in history? Fang, he was equally taken aback, pondering which genius was responsible for this. Shi Yao cleared his throat and, with a semblance of gravity, stated, "This must be kept confidential. But we have not developed the human chloroplast implantation technology. Perhaps Luoluo and her companions had surmised that this technology, regardless of its recipient, would only circulate among the upper echelons of society. This clearly contradicted Luoluo's ostentatious nature, leading her to decide not to share it with anyone. Yao, you are among the most brilliant scientists in our nation. This technology must rely on your development. Wealthy and powerful individuals are clamoring to utilize it. Disregarding the confidentiality issue, inquired about the origins of these chloroplast-bearing humans, pleading, please. I genuinely wish to know who has usurped my reputation. Yao, without a hint of hesitation, fabricated a response, claiming, we unearthed them from the ground. Does that not count as a form of finding? Oh my heavens, I must be a little genius. Florence was recording the content of Qianhe's 4 live broadcasts. Although the system restricted these broadcasts to the territory of Huagua, it did not prevent them from being disseminated through other means. Florence had hired a Huagua citizen to view the live replays and record them one by one, subsequently posting them online. The hired Huagua citizen, with tan skin, a prominent nose, and a face dotted with freckles, felt apprehensive as it was his first time engaging in such an endeavor. He timidly asked, will they really not discover that I am the one showing you this? How could they possibly figure it out? There is no name attached to the live replay. Florence replied dismissively. What are you worried about? If you're so concerned, why did you agree to record? The freckled man felt embarrassed by the ridicule, his face flushing crimson. That's not because of the generous payment you offered. Yet, despite only being tasked with recording, he remained extremely anxious. Recently, both overtly and covertly, personnel from various countries had urged Huagua citizens not to record for foreigners. While many Huagua citizens did record and share with foreigners, they had all been warned to delete their content. Those caught had faced attention, while the others, like him, were filled with trepidation. Foreigners who shared content online were often directly repatriated. The freckled man was genuinely frightened. Florence, on the other hand, was filled with delight. Do not fret. We are in this remote wilderness. The network is unreliable, and they cannot trace you. With that, Fei swatted away the swarming mosquitoes buzzing around him, exclaiming in irritation, where do all these mosquitoes come from in this desolate place? This wretched network. Why hasn't it uploaded yet? On his phone, the video spun endlessly, slowly uploading. Once Florence had satisfied the mosquitoes, the video finally made its way online. He stood up and patted the freckled man sitting on the ground, impatiently stating, we must leave, these wretched mosquitoes. However, the freckled man trembled as he took a step back, his face pale, eyes wide with terror as he stared behind Florence, as if there was some monstrous creature lurking. Florence, growing impatient, asked, what is that expression of yours? Hurry up and follow me. The freckled man stammered, be bear. His voice trembled, rendering his words indistinct. Florence, unable to comprehend, frowned and asked, what are you shouting about? Suddenly, a large, soft paw landed on Florence's shoulder, the furry fur brushing against his vulnerable neck. Florence glanced to see a pair of brown-black animal claws looming over him, casting him into the shadow of the black bear. Staring at the bear's shadow, he repeatedly whispered to himself, do not panic, do not panic, do not panic. Perhaps it merely finds humans amusing. It simply wishes to befriend us. There is nothing to fear. Remain calm, remain calm. Yet, who could remain unafraid in the presence of such a colossal black bear? Certainly not the freckled man. Gathering all his strength, he screamed and bolted forward, abandoning his unreliable companion. Florence, thrown into disarray by the chaos, clutched his phone tightly before fleeing. In a moment of sheer impulse, he inadvertently clicked into the largest live streaming platform in Qianhe and unknowingly initiated a live broadcast. Consequently, a multitude of viewers from Qianhe were treated to an unconventional promotional video today. However, none of this had any bearing on Fu Luolan. He shoved aside the paw of the black bear resting on his shoulder and sprinted with wild abandon into the wilderness, desperate to escape. Chapter 60. The baffled audience online. What is this? That's a colossal black bear. I came here to watch cute pets, not to be thrust into a wilderness survival scenario. This is terrifying. The black bear is almost upon us. This streamer is going to perish. Fu Luolan felt as though his demise was imminent. A mere glance behind revealed the bear was a mere 10 meters away. This bear was not ambling on all fours. It stood upright, racing toward Fu Luolin. Upon noticing Fu Luolin glance back, it even waved at him in a grotesque semblance of human mannerisms, exposing its gleaming teeth and gaping maw, framed by its dark fur. In sheer terror, Fu Luolin bolted forward, his arms flailing aimlessly. He wished fervently for wings to soar above this accursed place. Beneath his feet lay uneven mounds of earth, and not a soul was in sight. No human, no grave, not even a solitary dead tree. There was nowhere to hide, not even a sizable rock to wield against the dreaded bear. Regret washed over Fu Luolin. How could he have been so foolish? Chasing after ephemeral fame for the sake of fans in such a desolate wilderness? The sun blazed overhead, causing tears to stream from his eyes as he squinted into the brightness. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a small rise. With a startled gasp, Fu Luolin rolled down the slope like a snowball, the rough sand scraping his face. What he thought was a small mound turned out to be a living person, curled up in a ball, desperately trying to blend into the sand. It was the freckled man. The freckled man, trembling and weak, raised his head upon recognizing Fu Luolin, visibly relieved that it was not the bear that had collided with him. He extended a hand, pleading, "Help me. I can't run anymore. You won't abandon me, will you? Please?" Tears streamed down his face, his voice filled with fear. Fu Luolin hesitated, about to assist the freckled man, when he noticed the bear closing in from the distance. Now only 300 meters away. In an instant, he abandoned the freckled man, even giving him a shove backward. "I'm sorry, my friend, but the bear is coming. Farewell. May your flesh buy me some time. I will be eternally grateful." With that, Fu Luolin took off like a whirlwind, swiftly leaving the freckled man behind. The unfortunate freckled man could only crawl forward in despair, murmuring curses. The bear, disguised as a black bear, dragged the freckled man closer, devouring him whole without hesitation. As Fu Luolin glanced back, he witnessed the towering bear feasting on the freckled man, swallowing him in large gulps. In a surge of adrenaline, Fu Luolin quickened his pace, humorously contemplating that if he survived this ordeal, he would surely be an Olympic long-distance runner. The audience online was equally horrified. "Oh my God, is it really eating him? This can't be real. Fu Luolin is just a streamer documenting life abroad. How could he be acting? This seems all too genuine. Someone call the police. There might still be hope for Fu Luolin. He's in a foreign country. How can they call the police? Especially in a backward nation like Huagua. I truly doubt they have any law enforcement. Fu Luolin run. The bear is only 100 meters away." Unbeknownst to Fu Luolin, he had inadvertently activated the live stream and had no time to check the barrage of comments flooding in. He felt the chilling gaze of a predator upon him. The ground reverberated with the bear's footsteps as Fu Luolin yearned to run faster. Yet, his strength waned, his legs resembling limp noodles. Ultimately, he staggered and collapsed from low blood sugar, powerless beneath the shadow of the immense bear. As it opened its gaping maw, Fu Luolin found himself engulfed. This was his first encounter with a black bear, devoid of any experience, and all he could perceive was darkness within the bear's mouth. It seemed the bear had been starving for ages, and Fu Luolin felt himself being swiftly consumed. Inside the bear's belly was a suffocating darkness, with damp, soft things writhing around him. Fu Luolin trembled, uncertain whether to be grateful for not being mauled or to lament the prospect of being digested in the bear's sticky saliva. He could not discern which fate was more painful. Inside the bear's belly, he frightened himself into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream remained alert. Is this the inside of a bear's stomach? It doesn't seem like it, does it? Could a bear's stomach be this spacious? We're about to witness the tragic digestion of poor Fu Luolin. Quickly, record this. It may be the first documented instance of a bear digesting a human in history. This is profoundly significant. Fu Luolin, rest assured, we will remember your noble sacrifice for knowledge. Fu Luolin is going to die. Let us set off fireworks. The bear scores big. Qianhe, having tuned into Fu Luolin's live stream, couldn't help but marvel at his dedication. Even on the brink of death, he managed to bring joy to so many. However, Qianhe had greater plans to amplify that joy. As for Fu Luoluan's happiness, Qianhe mused that he would surely find it in the future. With a click, the machine ball, Qiao, illuminated the interior of its belly, revealing a cold, white room spanning hundreds of square meters, where Fu Luoluan lay atop the already consumed freckled man. The freckled man moved weakly, leading Fu Luoluan to believe he truly resided within the bear's stomach. Why? What? The audience online was utterly perplexed. Given 10 minds, they could never fathom that a bear's belly would contain such a vast chamber. They had witnessed Fu Luoluan and the freckled man being swallowed. How could this be? What sort of advertisement was this? Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a distance. Chapter 61. A small shock from a performative personality. Is there still someone here? Melissa murmured from her chair, wearing headphones, while her remaining roommate watched her cautiously. After Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming returned home due to a supply cut, Melissa and her roommate occupied the 4-person dorm, with Melissa luxuriating in the space once shared by Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming. What is this Xiaobei live stream? I must see what sort of advertisement they are promoting. I thought I would witness a bear devouring a person, but what she encountered was nothing of the sort. Melissa was on the verge of exploding with frustration, her mind swirling with confusion over whether this was an advertisement for a zoo, bear food, or a film. How dare they deceive her? She was not alone in her sentiments. Many netizens from Qianhe shared her bewilderment. What kind of advertisement is this? I'm blocking it right away. Negative review. Why is Florence still alive? I came to see the black bear, not some nonsensical promotional video. The barrage of insults in the live stream overwhelmed the comments of those with a sound moral compass. Unable to compete with the vitriol, they could only fixate on the screen. Suddenly, a woman appeared, sporting a sleek high ponytail, clad in black attire, adorned with pink and white cat ear hairpins, and wearing a fox mask. She was cloaked in mystery, her face obscured, making it impossible to discern her age, though she seemed quite young. She wore black ankle boots and wielded a spiked black whip, its sharp spikes promising pain. As she stood beside Florence, a chilling aura enveloped her, leaving the audience feeling unnerved. Her lips curled as she raised the whip, cackling, "Little human, perish." The woman spoke in halting English, reminiscent of a beginner, mispronouncing several words. Yet her tone was flippant and haughty. Just as the whip was about to descend upon Florence, she abruptly halted. "No, I shall not allow you to die so easily. That would be disrespectful to your flesh. Go on, strike her." A segment of the audience, entertained by the plight of the fallen individual, urged Qianhe to unleash the whip. Meanwhile, those with a sense of decency questioned, what kind of advertisement is this? Is it even permissible? Is this acting or reality? It cannot be real. Florence, this novice, lacks the acting prowess to pull off such a stunt. Otherwise, she'd be soaring high by now. With a sinister smile, Qianhe, her face shrouded in black fabric, resolved to deliver a shocking performance to the citizens of Qianhe. "Float," she commanded, her poorly spoken English conjuring a wind that swirled around Florence, lifting him into the air in a scientifically implausible tornado. The audience was left agape, bewildered by this display of black technology. As their astonishment peaked, Florence was carried to the chamber's end, where a 3-meter-high glass tank awaited. Inside was a shimmering green liquid, clear and luminous, enveloping an array of peculiar silver instruments, unlike anything found on Blue Star. If the factory heads were present, they would tremble, recognizing these instruments as tools for human chloroplast implantation, the very devices that rendered them half-human. The memory of the excruciating pain associated with the procedure would send them into a faint. Unbeknownst to Florence, he lay in a state of unconsciousness. The audience remained utterly clueless about the unfolding events. Their eyes widened as they watched Florence hover over the tank, witnessing its opening, and then seeing him plunge into the verdant liquid within. What was happening? Were they witnessing him drown before their eyes? How brazenly criminal. The woman in black remained oblivious to the live stream. As the strange silver tubes pierced Florence's clothing and entered his body, the viewers winced in sympathy. The pain jolted Florence back to consciousness. In that first moment of clarity, he mused, "This bear has poor digestion. Am I still alive after all this? He had no idea where he stood in the digestive process. With confusion, he opened his eyes, only to be blinded by a brilliant light, causing a few tears to escape. Light? Had someone rescued him? Overjoyed, he dared not imagine escaping the jaws of death. It would be a tale to boast about for ages. Slowly, he adjusted to the brightness. His smile faltered as he realized he was trapped in a glass tank filled with green liquid, numerous tubes protruding from his body. What was happening? He spotted the woman in black outside the tank and waved frantically, "Help! Help! Save me!" She remained unmoved, and he could even hear her emit a sound not quite human, a mocking chuckle. "Hey, did you put me here? Let me out, or I will report you." The woman remained silent, yet the silver tubes began to stir. Green liquid, identical to that which surrounded him, flowed through the tubes and pierced his exposed skin, injecting him with the very substance he questioned. "What are you doing? What is this stuff? Hurry, return me. Will my parents find you? I will make sure you regret this." Finally, the silent woman spoke, furrowing her brow. "Florence?" His vision darkened as he realized that she was a being who understood neither English nor Huan. Florence squirmed, enduring the warm sensations coursing through him from the green liquid. Resorting to a primal body language to communicate with the woman, he pointed at himself, then the tank, then at her, attempting to convey his desire to escape. She uttered another incomprehensible phrase, removed the black fabric from her face, revealing green skin. "Florence!" he exclaimed, terrified, realizing he was in the presence of an extraterrestrial. Chapter 62. The living king of hell on earth. Florence fainted once more, enveloped in agony throughout his body. He feared the awakening and forced himself into unconsciousness. His phone, firmly grasped in his hand, succumbed to the liquid's effects and powered down. The last frame captured was that of the green-skinned alien grinning ominously, a smile both eerie and captivating, causing countless viewers to dream of being abducted for experiments, much like Florence. Although Florence's live stream had ended, its content soared to the pinnacle of trending topics on foreign platforms. His vast following shared the video across their nations, igniting fervent discussions. Many flocked to inquire whether this was a performance or a genuine occurrence. Was the green-skinned being truly an alien? Was Florence alive or dead? News outlets were ablaze with headlines proclaiming humanity's first dialogue with extraterrestrials, revealing that aliens truly resembled little green beings. The narrative suggested that aliens had disguised themselves as bears, and the bear you encountered could very well be an extraterrestrial. However, a significant number of skeptics lambasted Huagua for its blatant human experimentation. "Oh my, I can't believe they are so foolish as to promote chloroplast implantation technology. Is that even possible?" They condemned it vehemently. These messages have been widely disseminated abroad, swiftly becoming a new sensation, and the overseas Huaguaran naturally took notice. Except for a handful of traitors, the majority expressed their indignation towards this deceptive promotion. However, the live stream indeed emanated from within the country, a fact that cannot be fabricated. Consequently, Huaguaran residing overseas fervently urged domestic authorities to locate this foreign influencer named Fuyuo Lunsai, to ascertain whether he was engaging in false hype or had genuinely been abducted by extraterrestrials. Nonetheless, most believed he had simply been kidnapped by someone masquerading as an alien. By the time Shuriao encountered this news, the video had already garnered considerable attention on Huagua's social media platforms. Upon opening Fuyuo Lunsai's Instagram account, Shuriao furrowed his brow in disbelief at the absurdity. How can someone who disparages other nations for fame find themselves in a remote wilderness, encountering a wild bear, and still place blame on us? He could only mutter that he deserved it. However, upon finishing the video, Shuriao found himself unable to utter such a phrase. "Enluluo, Chiyo, it's you again," he exclaimed, clutching his head in fury. Even in ashes, he could recognize them. The vast space mirrored precisely what the factory heads had described. The green skin resulting from the color-changing candy resembled the effects produced by sisters Kong Lianxi and Kong Shiming flawlessly. The container filled with chloroplasts and various instruments caused Zhou Tanghua, Ganqing, and Feng Shang to be summoned, leaving them breathless and nearly fainting from sheer fright. This ostentatious live streaming method unmistakably bore the hallmark of Anne Lilo and her theatrically inclined small team. Shuriao typed furiously, "You little troublemakers, can't you just wreak havoc in Huagua? Why must you extend your mischief abroad?" It wasn't that he believed they shouldn't wreak havoc overseas. Rather, even within the confines of their own country. It felt as though he were facing a decade of calamity. With the added burden of foreign affairs, Shuriao felt his life was prematurely extinguished, and he attributed it to them. This particular rant, as was customary, remained unsent. Shuriao deftly switched to an unblocked computer, retyping, "Where have you taken Fuyuo Lunsai? Is he still alive?" Chuyo responded with a location. Shuriao glanced at the new nation, Qianhe Beach, and nearly spat blood in anger. Such a person should be kept in the country for study. Why send him back to the new nation? Yet, Chuyo and the others clearly were indifferent to this concern. Chuyo even brazenly messaged Shuriao, "I think it's not good to keep stirring things up in our country. Farewell, we're about to explore new territories." "Hey, Shuriao, why did you faint? Are you all right? Do you need to see a doctor? You've clearly been burning the midnight oil. Rest a bit." Shuriao had no desire to rest. He gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. At that moment, he yearned to fly to the new nation and retrieve Fuyuo Lunsai. Alas, he was at Qianhe Beach, where Fuyuo Lunsai remained unconscious. Perhaps he would be swept into the sea by the waves and drown. If Qianhe were to hear this inner thought, she would undoubtedly retort, "She merely enjoys creating chaos for others, but you genuinely wish for someone's demise." The so-called living Yama in the mortal realm was nothing more than a fleeting notion. Ideals are beautiful, yet reality is stark. Shuriao's splendid fantasies did not materialize. Upon entering the new nation's Qianhe Beach, Fuyuo Lunsai was immediately encircled by onlookers. Anyone witnessing a living person suddenly drop from a clear sky would surely gather to observe, especially if that individual happened to be the focal point of a trending news story. Fuyuo Lunsai? How did he end up here? Wasn't he in Huagua? Oh dear God. Look at his pitiful state. He must have suffered terribly at the hands of Wagwaran. My poor child, bound for human experimentation by such a country. Wasn't he abducted by aliens? Do you truly believe that? There are no aliens. If they existed, they wouldn't resemble the little green men from movies. You're questioning the cosmos. Unless we are goldfish in a bowl, there must be aliens. No, I say there are none. It must be Huagua's madness, conducting human experiments and attempting to pin the blame on extraterrestrials. As a result, two individuals began to argue around the ailing figure, while those nearby hurried to mediate, insisting, "Stop arguing. We've called for a doctor. The truth will be evident at the hospital." When Fuyuo Lunsai groggily regained consciousness, he heard the words doctor and hospital. Doctor? What doctor? Hospital? What hospital? Fuyuo Lunsai sat up in a panic, exclaiming no doctors, no hospitals. His body was in a state of uncertainty about what aliens had done to him. How could he dare to visit a hospital? Fuyuo Lunsai feared that once he entered, he would never emerge again. However, his desperate struggles proved futile, only serving to reinforce the vile assumptions of some. Wagwaran must indeed be conducting human experiments. Just look at how frightened Fuyuo Lunsai is. Rest assured, you are back in your country. We will protect you. Once the assessment results are in, we will condemn Huagua. No, it is precisely because I am back that I am terrified. The assessment results indicated he had a 50% chance of not leaving the hospital alive. Fuyuo Lunsai's eyes were filled with resistance, but his weary body could only convey his defiance as he listened to the siren of the approaching ambulance. Chapter 63. Laughing to the point of losing teeth, not going. I refuse to go. No. Fuyuo Lunsai's anguished cries did not elicit any sympathy from the medical staff. They extracted his blood, a crimson hue with hints of green, a striking contrast that could not be overlooked. The medical personnel were taken aback. They merely spoke out of habit, slandering Huagua. Yet they never expected that Fuyuo Lunsai was indeed a living specimen. Their eyes gleamed with fervor as they fixated on his blood. This isn't a living being. This is a specimen, a living specimen. Hurry, go investigate. I need to see what this really is. Even the hospital director was drawn to the miraculous blood. He gently caressed Fuyualunsai's arm, tender and cautious, as though he were handling a precious artifact rather than a human. Fuyualunsai, that's your name, right? Don't be afraid. We will protect you. Fuyualunsai trembled. He did not believe that this person, who observed him like a specimen, would genuinely protect him. What kind of protection would that be? Would they confine him in a laboratory, preserving him as a specimen? It would be better to be devoured by a bear. Alas, who could have anticipated that the aliens of today were so trendy, choosing to cosplay as bears? Meanwhile, Fuyualunsai was mired in despair, while the medical staff in the hospital were astounded by the test results. This is chloroplast. He has chloroplast in his body. He is still alive. Goodness, unbelievable. This is undoubtedly the most astonishing invention in the world. A groundbreaking experiment. Our new nation is leading the global historical advancement. The hospital director was particularly exhilarated, hurrying to Fuyualunsai's bedside, anxiously asking, "Dear child, tell me, what did you experience in Huagua? What sort of experiments did they conduct on you? Good child, share with me, and I will seek justice for you." The hospital director even pulled up a recording of Fuyualunsai's livestream, urging him, "Look, we have evidence. Huagua cannot refute this." Livestream? How could it be a livestream? Where did this livestream come from? Upon witnessing the recording that documented his experiences during the experiment, Fuyualunsai felt his entire being turn cold. Fuyualunsai suddenly recalled that his initial intention for taking out his phone was to report an incident to the authorities. But he was interrupted. He was utterly unaware that he had been live streaming for such an extended period. Did this mean that the entire world was now aware that Fuyualunsai had been abducted by extraterrestrials for experimentation? It seemed not only the aliens desired to experiment on him, but now the entire world shared that ambition. In that moment, Fuyualunsai felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. He could not envision a future beyond the confines of the laboratory. This was not due to a lack of faith in humanity. Rather, he had never believed in humanity at all. Fate seemed to conspire against him. If he were to perish, he would ensure that the alien was brought down with him. Furthermore, the great nation of Huagua should not think they could escape accountability. How could a major power fail to detect the presence of extraterrestrials? What use were they then? Fuyualunsai employed the tactics of the spring and autumn annals. It was not the people of Huagua, but the aliens who were at fault. The citizens of Huagua had sold him to the aliens for experimentation. That day, he had merely been living a normal life in Huagua when his dear friend, the freckled boy, unexpectedly invited him to the countryside, claiming it would be an experience of rural life in Huagua. Out of a sense of camaraderie, he gladly accepted, only to find himself taken to a desolate wilderness. It was there that a bear appeared, which was not a bear at all, but an alien disguised as one. Every year, Huagua offered a few individuals to this alien to be devoured, all in exchange for advanced technology. He endured unimaginable torment in that place before finally managing to escape. His fate was dire. How tragic it was. The hospital director shared this narrative on social media, instantly igniting a fervent discussion in the new nation. Countless individuals questioned whether Huagua was disregarding human rights. Huagua? Were the citizens of Huagua blind? Could they not watch the live stream? Could they not compare the recordings of Fuyualunsai's live stream? In the director's video, how many of Fuyualunsai's words were truthful? The citizens of a new nation in Huagua found themselves at an impasse, embroiled in heated online disputes. Given the overwhelming number of netizens in Huagua, the new nation's users were at a disadvantage. Lacking numerical superiority, they sought to gain an edge in technology, asserting that Huagua was undeniably backward. Thus, those from the new nation, who believed Huagua was still in the era of the Qing dynasty, began to infiltrate Huagua's online sphere. As a result, the netizens of the new nation were met with a barrage of familiar remarks. Was this not the technology of limb regeneration? And what of this color-changing candy? Was this truly something Huagua should possess? Surely, these were not items typically found outside the realm of science fiction. How had they never encountered such things before? Who then was truly backward? The newly enlightened netizens from the new nation delved deeper into the online world of Huagua. They unraveled the truth. ultimately discovering that the technology of limb regeneration and the color-changing candy had originally stemmed from a live streaming room. This live streaming room was titled I Broadcast Plants Across the Stars, set against an interstellar backdrop, with the concepts of limb regeneration and color-changing candy merely fabricated within its confines. It was all a ruse. The netizens from a new nation mocked, claiming that Huagua scientists were gullible enough to mistake a sci-fi broadcast for reality. They could deceive others, but they should not deceive themselves. Moreover, their scientific prowess was genuinely lacking. A mere streamer had managed to infiltrate their electronic devices for over a month. How pathetic. The citizens of Huagua trembled with indignation, particularly as they realized there was no way to refute that final statement. No one in all of Huagua could counter the live streams of Enluoluo and her companions. Yet those two technologies did indeed exist, not mere self-deception. Many among the netizens of Huagua had purchased the color-changing candy, and numerous friends and relatives had benefited from the limb regeneration technology. The citizens of Huagua furiously typed away on their keyboards, asserting that their scientists could create tangible inventions merely from watching a fabricated interstellar livestream. If the new nation was so formidable, how had they failed to develop such innovations? Furthermore, that Enluoluo was indeed impressive. If the new nation were to take her on, they might not have any means to contend with her. Naturally, the netizens of the new nation were indignant, insisting that there was nothing they could not confront in the digital realm. How could there possibly exist something in this cyber world that the new nation could not handle? It was ludicrous. One particularly arrogant netizen from the new nation, typing furiously while gnawing on a chicken leg, suddenly bit down on a bone. With a crack, his front tooth fell out. The screen abruptly went black, then transformed into a scene of blue skies and white clouds, as a girl with black hair and blue eyes emerged. Chapter 64. The fifth live stream commences. The netizens of the new nation were left utterly astonished by this unexpected cyber invasion. While they had spoken boldly, the reality was now undeniable. Having watched Enluoluo's live stream 4 times, the netizens from Huagua, familiar with her methods of intrusion, skillfully minimized the live stream window, continuing their intellectual duel with the new nation's users. As for why they did not simply switch off Enluoluo's stream, well, watching her broadcast was quite enjoyable, with stunning visuals and effects. Even the minor characters outshone many celebrities. Why would I not want to watch? Amid the ongoing exchanges, the citizens of Huagua suddenly noticed, where did all these netizens from the new nation go? Why are they no longer responding? Could they be intimidated by the backlash? As the Huagua netizens waited, they were taken aback to discover that Enluoluo's live stream had gained millions of new viewers. The sudden influx of people was clearly not from Huagua. Judging by the numbers, it appeared that netizens from a new nation had joined the stream. In line with their suspicions, Enluoluo's live stream was now flooded with English comments, each accompanied by a Chinese translation. The system was evidently striving to ensure that everyone could comprehend one another's language, thereby facilitating even greater disputes. For instance, the netizens from a new nation were in sheer disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been engaging in a battle of wits with the Huagua citizens, asserting that their cybersecurity was so deficient that a mere streamer could infiltrate their national network. Little did they know, less than half an hour had passed, and now the new nation was also being invaded by this live stream. Who are you? Quickly shut down the stream. Huagua may be powerless against you, but we in the new nation are different. We can ruin you in an instant. Little beauty. Interested in changing your nationality? Oh my, the ostentatious acting and extravagant scenes. It was hard to believe that the intelligence of the Huagua citizens could be so low as to trust that the content within such a live stream was genuine. Indeed, it seemed that the less intelligent were only fit to engage with others of similar intellect. Sitting before the live stream, poised to watch Enluoluo's broadcast at the appointed time, Shi Yao was utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that Enluoluo was not only live streaming in Huagua, but had audaciously intruded into the new nation for a broadcast as well. 2 great nations. Indeed, Enluoluo and her companions were truly courting disaster. How could they dare to simultaneously invade both Huagua and the new nation? What were they thinking? Yet, more troubling than Enluoluo's actions for Shi Yao was the content within her live stream. What if the netizens from the new nation were to discover it? Although sure Yao did not believe the content to be real, he simply did not want the citizens of the new nation to be aware of it. Qianhe opened the live stream and was greeted not by the familiar language of Huagua, but by a dense array of the new nation's language, which she found exceedingly amusing. Greetings to all the audience friends from Blue Star. I am in Luo, the host of the broadcast plants across the Star's livestream. Qianhe winked at the camera, disregarding the derisive comments from the new nation's viewers. She turned the camera around, and this time the location of the livestream was still on the planet Yunxian, the same familiar planet, the same familiar departure point, with only the passage of 3 full days on the Imperial side as the sole change. Qianhe stepped out from the shadows, presenting to the newly arrived audience of Xingua the grand and magnificent creations of the Xinghue Digua, alongside various elements that starkly contrasted with those of Lanxing. Suddenly, an individual flew past Qianhe. The Xingua audience grew increasingly vocal in their criticism, exclaiming, "What is this? Is invading our network merely a ploy to promote your film? Are you out of your mind? Your filming lacks passion. Let me offer some advice. Add some fire here, some light there. This is too bland. Surely, it won't attract many viewers. This supposed to be an interstellar broadcast? You must incorporate some science into it. There is not even a hint of magic in your so-called magic. Exaggeration. Pure exaggeration." The Huagua audience, upon witnessing their reactions, could not help but chuckle, reminiscent of their former selves. One after another, they erupted in laughter, saying, "What is this? This isn't exaggerated at all. This is just the beginning." They were determined to ensure that the people of Xingua experienced the same creative journey. Not long after Qianhe departed from her spot, a video call arrived on the Xinguang. The video featured a familiar woman with wavy red hair. This was on Nabayer. She smiled gently at Qianhe and inquired, "On the law, have you been busy lately? Why haven't you checked your messages?" She had been anxiously waiting for 3 days, as Chuanbai had placed immense trust in her form, entrusting her with 10 military expedition spacecraft. Yet, On the Law had yet to make an appearance. Had it not been for the sheer rarity of military spacecraft, which no one could refuse, On Dalian would have begun to suspect that Qianhe had seen through his disguise and fled. Qianhe, unflustered, maintained her composure, stating, "My home lacks internet. The network of Xinghue Digua cannot connect to that of Huagua." She was not lying. Within Anabe or S form, On Dalian chuckled darkly. The Xinghue Digua, with its advanced technology, boasted a network that covered nearly everywhere except for the border stars. He found it hard to believe that Qianhe's home possessed no internet. Anabe adopted her most tender and considerate tone, saying, "On the law, where are you? Bring the seeds. I'm coming to fetch you, all right?" Qianhe relayed her location, a mere 1,000 meters from the site of the last Yao Shi banquet on Zhuanyanxing. "All right," Anabe replied, her smile betraying a veneer of politeness. "The driver will be there shortly." Within her form, On Dalian seethed with fury, wishing he could eliminate all of his subordinates. They had searched for On the Law for so long, only to discover she was right where they had begun. His subordinates had deceived him, claiming they had scoured every inch of Zhuanyanxing, insisting she must have left. Yet here she was, in a fit of rage. On Dalian abruptly terminated the video call. "What is the matter? Who has upset you so?" A familiar, cool voice resonated from behind. Turning, On Dalian encountered a figure with blue hair and red eyes. The individual spoke words of concern, yet their expression remained devoid of emotion, tinged with an almost sinister amusement, as if eager to discover who had provoked such ire and to commend that individual. Already irked, seeing Yunfan only fueled On Dalian's annoyance. "It's nothing. I'm just contacting an important client for this body." Yunfan, uninterested in the entanglements of On Dalian's form, was far more intrigued by On Dalian himself. "It's quite remarkable that you have taken on a female form, my dear Nin. Better than squandering billions of star coins to assist a woman in rising to power," On Dalian retorted coldly. "Who cannot strike where it hurts?" he added, recalling how he had spent billions on that woman named Xia, only to find himself relegated to a mere backup. He had been shocked to learn that Yunfan, his comrade in arms, had squandered so much for the sake of a pretty face. He had believed they would be allies for life, only to discover that Yunfan had turned his back for a woman. Despite the expenditure, Qianhe had ascended to the head of the Tuer family, a household whose wealth far surpassed mere billions. Yet Yunfan had done nothing further. It seemed he had simply purchased some baubles to win a smile from her. Out of loyalty to a long-standing friend, Dalian candidly suggested, "Honestly, I believe it would be more effective to simply confine Qianhe. Such love would be more steadfast and swift." Yunfan offered no explanation. In truth, he wished to keep Dalian oblivious to the fact that Luo possessed natural flora. With a smirk, he replied, "What do you understand? I have exchanged billions of star coins for the most precious treasure in the world." Dalian, baffled by the folly of romantic pursuits, was taken aback. How could love possibly outweigh the value of star coins? Star coins were, besides his aspirations, the most precious commodity in this world. "The important client for this body has arrived. You may leave," he stated dismissively. Chapter 65. Snap. On the wall, Yunfan found Dalian's obsession with star coins and his need to cater to this body's important client rather distasteful. He believed he could simply cultivate a wealthy patron, thus acquiring wealth with ease, rather than flitting about seeking various bodies for the sake of star coins. Although this wealthy patron might not fit the conventional mold, the ends justified the means. Departing through a hidden exit, Yunfan naturally missed the arrival of Qianhe, who was being escorted by a driver. Using Nabe or S form, Dalian donned his most charming smile, even feeling somewhat repulsed by his own politeness. "Ah, my dear, you've arrived. Come, let me show you the military expedition spacecraft you desire." Had Nabe been alive, she might have engaged in light conversation with Qianhe, nurturing a connection. However, Dalian had other plans. He yearned for Qianhe to feel as if she had accompanied him to acquire the military spacecraft. Then, he could depart with the remaining 9 spacecraft and relinquish this female form. Affectionately clasping Qianhe's hand, he guided her into a designated teleportation device. This device would transport both Dalian and Qianhe to a superlatively lifeless planet situated at a distance from Zhuanyanxing. The surface of this planet was desolate and silent, adorned only with a blanket of yellow sand and the mournful wails of the wind. 10 colossal military expedition spacecraft stood out starkly against this barren backdrop. They were grand, magnificent, exquisitely crafted, and imbued with an aura of advanced technology, their sharp edges reflecting radiant light. Qianhe was left in awe, unable to contain her excitement as she murmured to the viewers in the live broadcast, "Wait until I return to showcase the military expedition spacecraft from the stars." The Huagua audience had grown accustomed to her broadcasting style and had even appointed individuals to moderate negative comments. The barrage of messages in the chat was overwhelmingly harmonious. The special effects remained stunning as ever. We've seen them live in the broadcast, so reality can take a back seat. "What are you looking at? Are you planning to make a model of this spacecraft for us?" No models. I want to see the real spacecraft." "Ha, it's laughable. Loa could never manage that. If she could, the entire solar system would belong to her. I suspect she can't even create this model." Meanwhile, the newly arrived audience from Xingua unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks directed at the audacity of this broadcaster. "Is this it? Is this all it takes to earn your praise? How poor must you Huagua people be? Please indulge in some decent food. I implore you. These special effects are utterly unrealistic, lacking any aesthetic appeal. Does anyone genuinely believe this is real? If you do, perhaps it's time for you to consult a physician." As the Huagua audience prepared to retort, they suddenly noticed a significant decrease in the number of viewers from Xingua in the chat. As the citizens of Huagua clicked in, they discovered that all the accounts had been thoroughly banned. The audience from Huagua reveled in schadenfreude, while the viewers from Xingua cursed the streamer for their inability to handle the situation. Among them was Chapman, who, unlike the other Xingua citizens merely cursing Qianhe, possessed a certain prowess. His standing in the realm of internet technology in Xingua was quite elevated, akin to the status of Shi Yao in Huagua, and the two were bitter rivals. Chapman believed himself to be slightly superior to Shi Yao. Wasn't Shi Yao capable of shutting down this live stream? Absolutely. He could dismantle it in a heartbeat. With unwavering confidence, Chapman declared his intent to act, even rallying some friends and his apprentice to join him. He boldly sent a message to his nemesis, Shi Yao, claiming that he could defeat the person she could not. Upon receiving the message, Shi Yao felt a surge of confidence and hastily took a screenshot, fearing that Chapman might retract his words. He then heard Chapman lamenting that the unfortunate one encountering him was indeed an Luo. Shi Yao, with a mischievous glint, inquired what Chapman would do if he failed to defeat her. Chapman, brimming with confidence, declared that he would concede half of his assets and publicly admit his inferiority. Shi Yao swiftly captured this moment as well, anxious that Chapman might later deny his words. Unbeknownst to Chapman, Shi Yao was busy documenting his statements while he confidently booted up his computer and entered Qianhe's livestream, ready to attack her. The first 15 minutes unfolded smoothly, far easier than he had anticipated, as Chapman sneered, questioning the skill level displayed. In another 10 minutes, he believed he could confirm Luo's identity and uncover her entire life story. However, his confidence waned abruptly when, 5 minutes in, he realized he was in peril. Staring intently at the screen, he found himself nearly ensnared in a cleverly devised trap. His heart raced as he recognized the near loss of half his assets, and the looming possibility of publicly admitting his inferiority to Shi Yao was suffocating. Chapman continued clicking away, only to encounter another intricate trap that made his fingers tense. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from the livestream. Chapman flinched, nearly falling into the trap himself, casting a menacing glare at Luo, who was broadcasting her expedition ship launch. What a ridiculous display! Why would anyone livestream such a feigned effect? Did she truly believe she could pilot a spaceship? That nearly terrified him. Any misstep would have been blamed on Luo's laughter. As he persevered with his computer operations, his apprentice asked how much longer it would take. His friends, observing the complexity, questioned whether he could truly manage it. Chapman, offended by their lack of faith in his skills, assured them he needed just 10 more minutes. Internally, his apprentice scoffed, recalling how Chapman had previously claimed that 10 minutes would suffice to uncover Luo's lineage. Those who could be considered Chapman's friends were not without their own abilities. As they scrutinized the screen, the task appeared increasingly daunting. Yet, they remained silent. Witnessing Chapman's demeanor remain calm and composed, as if this challenge, which had stumped even Shi Yao, was merely child's play. In truth, Chapman was merely feigning calm. He was drenched in sweat. What was this? Was this truly something that belonged to Blue Star? How could it be so difficult? Disaster loomed. Half of his assets were at stake. He might have to publicly acknowledge his inferiority to Shi Yao. His reputation was at risk. At that moment, Chapman harbored thoughts of eliminating Qianhe. Meanwhile, Qianhe was blissfully piloting a military expedition ship on a desolate planet near Zhuanyangxing, generously handing over thousands of goldfish grass seeds to Annabelle, praising her as a great person whom she would always remember. Andrian, however, had no intention of being remembered forever. Upon receiving the seeds, he planned to depart, intending to destroy them and retrieve the remaining 9 military ships. Suddenly, he turned back to see Qianhe alone. Why not simply eliminate her? This way, the goldfish seeds could be destroyed, and he could claim all the military expedition ships, leaving only an unidentified woman dead. It was a guaranteed profit. Chapter 66. Those who frequently kill. No Andrian considered himself a genius. Without hesitation, he extracted a gun from Annabelle's voluminous skirt and aimed it at the eagerly engaged Qianhe. The bullet sped toward her head. At this velocity, if she did not react at the instant the gun fired, evasion would be nearly impossible. Andrian envisioned Qianhe collapsing, bloodied and bewildered, questioning why she had been suddenly shot, only to perish before she could reach a conclusion. A smile crept across Andrian's face, for soon he would possess thousands of goldfish seeds and a fleet of military ships. Moreover, he could inhabit Qianhe's body, annihilate her family's natural plants, and eliminate yet another obstacle to his plan of destroying all natural vegetation worldwide. Though she was a girl, disregarding gender, it was a beautiful and useful body. Andrian felt he could endure this. Just as the bullet was about to penetrate Qianhe's skull, a towering tree suddenly emerged before her. It was a bougainvillea. The bullet struck the sturdy trunk, failing to harm Qianhe and ricocheting back towards Andrian. Lost in his fantasies of possessing Qianhe's body, he was oblivious to the bullet's return. With a confident grin, the ricochet struck his head. Andrian instinctively clutched his bloodied wound, crimson fluid and white matter gushing forth amid intense pain. He glimpsed Qianhe observing him, her gaze reminiscent of a game NPC, proud and indifferent, strikingly similar to himself. In truth, Qianhe was bewildered. What had she done to provoke such animosity? Why did he wish to kill her? Her eyes glazed over as she murmured to the live stream, baffled by the sudden aggression from the seemingly friendly woman. The viewers, believing it to be a blend of script and special effects, chuckled and commented, "If some unscrupulous merchant offered me thousands of seeds for that military ship, I do want to kill her too. I don't know, but I'm saddened by the beautiful sister's death. Streamer, can I donate to bring the beautiful sister back to life? Unluo, can't you reflect on what you did to provoke such a beautiful sister? Those who frequently kill know this is a real corpse, not staged." Meanwhile, abroad, an escaped murderer from Qianhe, well-versed in the art of killing and dismemberment, stared in shock at the bloodied hole in Annabelle's head. Wasn't Qianhe considered one of the safest countries in the world? They prohibited robbery. How could a live broadcast suddenly reveal a murder? This streamer is absolutely audacious. Even if he were a fugitive burdened with numerous lives lost, he would not dare to be so brazen. A sense of admiration for this fugitive naturally arose within the broadcast room. Yet, his words were drowned amidst countless comments, with few taking notice. Those who did see it assumed it was merely a joke after all. They were not habitual killers and could not discern the gravity of the situation. The viewers were more concerned about a semi-transparent entity that emerged from the lifeless body on the ground. What has floated out from that corpse? Is it a soul? It must be a soul. This translucent, spirit-like figure had red hair and red eyes, appearing no older than 7. Despite its youth, one could unmistakably identify it as male. The beautiful sister is a boy. Is he a little boy? That sound was my heart shattering. Qianhe stared at the soul emerging from Annabelle's body, growing increasingly familiar. Wasn't this the little boy he encountered during his third live broadcast on the edge of the star? He recalled that although the boy's behavior had been peculiar then, he was still very much alive and had even exuded the aura of a villain long cursed. How had he transformed into a spirit in just a few days? Qianhe admonished the little spirit, explaining that possession was ill-advised. How about this? Tell me your name, and I will burn some paper for you and find a priest to guide you. Andrian, you are the true spirit. Now that he had assumed a spectral form, Andrian thought to possess Qianhe. He lunged towards Qianhe, bombarding him with various plants and objects, oxalis, glassball cacti, orange trees, and bauhinia trees, attempting to impede his advance. However, Andrian's soul was not an ordinary one. These abilities harmed him somewhat, but since they were not true natural plants, they merely momentarily hindered his progress. Andrian had already floated before Qianhe, locking eyes with him. Andrian cackled. "I am about to become you." He lunged into Qianhe's body, but was instantly rebuffed. And in that fleeting moment, Andrian glimpsed a blue stone within Qianhe's soul. It was the first time Andrian had seen a human soul harbor a stone. Yet that was inconsequential. What mattered was how could your soul be as heavy as reinforced concrete. Typically, a person's soul, untrained, would be light and easily displaced, allowing Andrian to take over effortlessly. Yet Iloloa's soul clung to his body like superglue. Perhaps it was because I, too, like you, have strengthened my soul through possession. Qianhe chuckled darkly, but this statement was a deception. Nevertheless, Andrian believed him. No wonder your body is filled with the vibrant life force of the goldfish plant seeds scattered upon Andrian's soul, igniting his panic. In an instant, Andrian fled, vanishing without a trace. On this vast, lifeless planet, only Qianhe remained, along with 10 military expedition ships and Annabelle's deceased body. Qianhe glanced at Annabelle's lifeless form. To his dismay, beneath Annabelle's heavy clothing, the telltale signs of death began to manifest. Wiping away her makeup revealed a pallid, ashen face. Even someone like Qianhe, unfamiliar with the dead, could discern that this did not resemble a mere recent death. He pondered briefly before accessing the star network to contact Xingran, stating coldly, "A person has died here." This statement could only convey that a life had been lost. And Qianhe thoughtfully added, "The person who accompanied your uncle at the previous banquet. You should know him." Upon hearing that someone had died, Xingran remained calm. But when he learned it was someone he recognized, he paused to consider who it might be. When Qianhe sent him a full-body photo of Annabelle, Xingran feared Qianhe would perish at any moment. Annabelle was a formidable S-class ability user. If she had met her demise, how could Qianhe, who appeared so delicate, possibly survive? Xingran panicked. Then, he saw Qianhe had sent another video. The video showcased how Annabelle had suddenly gone mad, firing her weapon in an attempt to kill Qianhe, only to be struck down by her own rebounding bullet. Xingran was bewildered by this surreal turn of events. Before the video concluded, he witnessed a semi-transparent spirit emerge from Annabelle's body. Recognizing this familiar apparition, Xingran was utterly terrified. "Enlilua, where are you? Leave immediately." Chapter 67. "Sister, it's all right. He has already floated away." "No, you must leave there quickly. Do you know who he is?" Xingran suddenly realized that Qianhe undoubtedly had no knowledge of this individual. He swore he had never felt such panic before. Xingran abruptly stood, disregarding Qianhe's puzzled inquiry. "What is wrong?" He anxiously addressed Qianhe across the star network. "Where are you now? I will come find you right away." Qianhe felt he need not be so alarmed. However, Xingran believed it was essential. He genuinely feared that Qianhe might perish in the blink of an eye. From Annabelle's residence, Qianhe inquired of the system and learned the name of the planet, the 79th planet adjacent to Zhuanyangxing. In this barren land devoid of even a single blade of grass, going missing was all too easy. Xingran swiftly located a teleportation point, transporting himself to this planet. When he arrived before Qianhe, only 30 minutes had passed since their last message. Vivingran anxiously scrutinized Qianhe, ensuring he had not sustained even a scratch before finally feeling at ease. He sorrowfully lifted Annabelle's corpse, which had been dead for several days, realizing that he had dared to possess her. How infuriating! Even more vexing was that not a single one of them had detected this over the past few days. Xingran was so furious he could have killed Andrian on the spot, though he could not. It did not prevent him from wishing to tear Andrian to shreds in his heart. Qianhe consoled him, "Do not be disheartened. It is not our fault. The enemy is simply too cunning." Generally, when a man disguises as a woman, they would be rather restrained. Yet Andrian utilized his female form with remarkable proficiency, revealing himself to be a habitual offender. In a live broadcast room, the streamer is doing a great job comforting, but next time, just skip the consolation. Haha, if you didn't mention it, wouldn't that imply Xingran has even more possessed and deceased individuals? Silly face. My beautiful wife, how did you become a man? I cannot accept this. Screenwriter, come out now. Knife, knife, knife. Xingran's gaze has changed towards you. Most viewers in the live broadcast room were unaware this was a reality, and they began to jest and laugh. Those who suspected the truth admired Qianhe and her team, for presenting such evidence to so many was undeniably eliminating any opportunity for self-justification. Qianhe's gaze shifted away from the broadcast room, only to see Xingran seemingly awakened by something. He cautiously asked, "What natural plants did you give me?" Qianhe, Perpliid, Ripliid, Bohinya. Xingran sighed in relief, realizing it was not Andrian. Qianhe darkly remarked, "What if I acquired the memories of this body?" Xingran insisted, "Then please accompany me for a moment." Qianhe followed Xingran to a teleportation point. After a blinding flash of light, Qianhe felt slightly dizzy. When he steadied himself, he found himself not in Annabelle's home, but rather in an opulent palace. The palace is magnificently adorned, shimmering with gold, and Qianhe, lacking in education, can merely express that this abode appears exceedingly opulent. If she were to work from the dawn of civilization until the year 3202, she could scarcely afford even a restroom within this palace. The very air is saturated with an aroma of luxurious gold, intoxicating in its allure. Wow, this scenery is breathtaking. It glitters as if it were made of real gold, Could this house possibly be constructed from gold? The upper floor certainly isn't made of gold. Gold is too malleable to build with. An elderly man with white hair, Ling Pu, emerged from the resplendent palace. Upon seeing Qianhe, he paused, rubbing his eyes. Xiao Yu, did you not go to the Tull's family? You returned so soon? Ling Pu Nai, she is not the saintess, but a friend of mine, Shi Xingran explained. Nai, could you perform a cleansing ritual for us? We just returned to the capital star from another planet and are concerned about potentially transmitting the X virus to you. Very well, very well. Suddenly, two pure white orbs of light appeared in Ling Pu's hands, enveloping the two individuals. Qianhe felt herself wrapped in warmth, a sensation akin to a cup of hot water on a frigid winter's day, comforting and delightful. Just as she was about to lose herself in the experience, the light orbs vanished. Noticing Qianhe's lingering expression, Ling Pu chuckled. This is your first time encountering the cleansing ritual, isn't it? It could dispel the X virus, which is how our capital star maintains a zero distortion rate. Ling Pu's face beamed with pride. However, what Ling Pu did not mention was that the ritual's most significant purpose is to expel foreign souls from within a body. Seeing that the cleansing ritual had no effect on Qianhe, Shi Xingran felt a heavy sigh of relief within his heart. Despite Qianhe's occasional irritations, he still wished for her well-being. After bidding farewell to Ling Pu Nai, Shi Xingran led Qianhe further into the palace, remarking, that was Ling Pu Nai. She is nearly 400 years old. In the Starry Empire, where the average lifespan is around 400 years, she is practically praying for a fortunate rebirth. Ling Pu Nai, slightly visually impaired, mistook Qianhe for the saintess. As he spoke, Shi Xingran found himself pondering how Ling Pu could have confused Qianhe for the saintess at such close proximity. Did they resemble each other that much? Well, perhaps just a little. But those who are beautiful often share similar features. Shi Xingran mused that he too bore a slight resemblance to Qianhe. It must be that Ling Pu Nai's age has rendered her vision more clouded. I often find that since my arrival in the Starry Empire, people mistake me for others. Qianhe mused softly. Do I possess such a common face? Well, Shi Xingran replied with a keen desire for self-preservation. Beautiful people often look alike. Just look at how we share some similarities. Do I resemble you with two eyes, one nose, and one mouth? Qianhe questioned. In a moment of quick thinking, Shi Xingran countered. You resemble the saintess by 7 parts. How could that be unfair? The saintess is the most beautiful person here. If you resemble her, it indicates your extraordinary beauty. Qianhe was not inclined to delve into such obvious truths that anyone with normal aesthetic sensibilities could discern. Her thoughts drifted to the saintess, who bore a striking resemblance to her, and whose name also contained the character Lu. Curious, she inquired, what is the name of this saintess? Shi Xingran, eager to correct her use of you, turned to consider Qianhe's lack of connection to the Starry Empire, a sentiment that had not arisen overnight. Sighing, he contemplated the possible grievances her family might hold against the saintess, especially since they had not even informed Qianhe of the common knowledge that a saintess should not possess a name. How futile. The saintess should not have a name. Shi Xingran explained. Qianhe regarded him with a skeptical expression. You seem rather superstitious. However, some saintesses choose names for themselves. For instance, our current saintess has taken on the name Lu. That is quite a common name, Qianhe remarked. Shi Xingran observed Qianhe, suddenly sensing her discontent regarding the saintess. Could it be that Qianhe's family disapproved of the saintess due to her origins? Had they spoken ill of her? Shi Xingran delicately probed. Are you particularly invested in the saintess? Not at all, Qianhe replied. It is merely that the saintess resembles my twin sister, both sharing the character Lu in our names, which feels rather endearing. Shi Xingran found this connection rather fortuitous. The journey to the imperial conference room was lengthy, prompting Shi Xingran to search for a topic. Your twin sister must resemble you quite closely, right? This was a question of likeness or unlikeness. Yet Qianhe offered a third option. I've forgotten. How could you forget the appearance of your twin sister? Shi Xingran surmised reasonably. Could it be that your parents divorced and each took one of you, preventing your reunion? No, they would not obstruct us. Shi Xingran was puzzled. Then why do you not remember your twin sister's appearance? She drowned in the river. Xingran's expression faltered. What a coincidence. The saintess was rescued from the river. Regret washed over him as soon as the words left his lips. He wished he could slap himself for such a slip. Why must you speak so carelessly? He watched Qianhe carefully, anxious that she might take offense. Qianhe observed his apprehensive demeanor with amusement, choosing not to tease him further. My sister has been gone for many years. All I recall is her face, blurred in my memories and our playful scuffles. The most vivid image remains a black and white funeral photograph. To him, she sounded like a stranger. Even if she were to resurrect before me, I might not recognize her. Xingran found it difficult to respond, having grown up harmoniously with his siblings, unable to comprehend the sorrow of losing a brother or sister. Inside, he silently pleaded for a miraculous intervention to shift the heavy conversation. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the palace's conference room. The current emperor of Starshine, Xingran's father, sighed as he regarded the body of Annabelle that Xingran had presented. Investigate this. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. He glanced at the Tull's family. Yunfan internally cursed his luck. The soul of Andrian, in a spectral form, also regarded Yunfan with disdain. Every time I see you, misfortune follows. Yunfan was selecting from a group of lab mice, arching an eyebrow. Shouldn't that be something I say to you? With a flick of his finger, he passed over the second ugliest mouse and selected the most grotesque one, tossing it in front of Andrian. The mouse squeaked in terror, and Andrian's face darkened. You want me to inhabit such a creature? Did I not provide you with a human body? Did I not offer a male form? Did I not cleanse you 300 times? Did I not eliminate 200 toxins? Did I not kill 100 bacteria? Alas, all I can offer is this poor little mouse for you to reside in. My sincerest apologies. Andrian's frustration intensified at Yunfan's mocking tone. Were it not for the fact that they co-founded the organization, he might have wished for the complete annihilation of all natural life. You are merely a ghost. How do you intend to assassinate me? Yunfan grasped the mouse, which squeaked frantically, perhaps sensing its impending doom. Did you hear the footsteps outside? Hurry, Qianhe and the saintess are about to enter. She was not particularly concerned. Even if she could not defeat him, she could join Yunfan to deal with that wretched wealthy lady. However, Xingnu and Li En was hesitant to confront this formidable individual possessing SSS-level abilities directly. Regardless of her reluctance, she was compelled to unwillingly inhabit the body of the unfortunate little white mouse. Yet, during the brief moments when Li En hesitated and looked down upon the little white mouse, Yunfan was unable to expeditiously dispose of it in the incinerator, mingling its body with the many other mice within, thus evading the watchful gaze of the Xingnu. The footsteps had already reached the doorway, just a push away from entry, prompting Yunfan to feign death as a last resort. The little white mouse and Li En fiercely bit down on Yunfan's finger, causing him to frown. If he were to contract rabies, he would tear you to pieces. As she, Fei Si Xier, dressed in a beautiful gown, entered with the Xingnu, she saw Yunfan holding a seemingly lifeless little white mouse with its limbs hanging limply as he mumbled to himself. Yunfan, the Xingnu seeks you for discussion. Xia's eyes inquired about what had transpired. After all, why would the royal palace send someone to find him? Yunfan's eyelashes fluttered 3 times, signaling through their invented code that all was well, to not worry. Though she felt a tinge of concern, she departed anxiously from the scene. Only Yunfan and the Xingnu remained in the house. Faced with the Xingnu, who was of similar age to Xia but bore an expression of profound compassion, Yunfan pointed towards the incinerator, smiling. Might I ask you to wait a moment while I dispose of this little white mouse? The Xingnu's pale pink eyes lightly scanned the little white mouse that Yunfan held, which hung limply, appearing undeniably deceased. Yet, she perceived a faint flicker of vitality within the mouse. A glimmer of life was shrouded in a pall of death, exceedingly tenuous. And the Xingnu did not observe it closely enough to discern. Compelled by a sudden wave of pity, she declared, "Please, give me this little white mouse." Yunfan hesitated, responding, "But this mouse is already dead. If the Xingnu desires a mouse, I have many others that are alive and even more splendid. Would you like me to select one for you?" The Xingnu shook her head, insisting I need this one. It is still alive. The little white mouse and Dalian felt its heart leap to its throat. The vitality, cloaked within darkness, suddenly surged. The Qianhe, naturally assuming that this particular little white mouse possessed a strong will to survive, resolutely stated, I wish to attempt to save it. The pure-hearted Qianhe's pale, pink eyes radiated a divine compassion that was truly dazzling. Yunfan decisively relinquished the little white mouse and Li into the Qianhe, expressing that it was indeed this mouse's extraordinary fortune to be chosen by her. He restrained the trembling little paws of the mouse, employing their encrypted body language. The little white mouse and Lian was still in shock that Yunfan would sell him so easily, although Yunfan was known for quickly abandoning his allies. This was remarkably swift, and Lian was somewhat incredulous, rationalizing that perhaps Yunfan intended for him to gather valuable intelligence while near the Qianhe. And Dalian deciphered the encrypted gestures, which conveyed 6 chilling words. You had better fend for yourself. Chapter 69. Yet I do not remember who she is. The little white mouse and Dalian seethed within his confines, appearing outwardly lifeless. The Qianhe tenderly cradled Dalian, her delicate fragrance imbued with a sacred essence wafting into his nostrils, causing his body to stiffen further. The Qianhe gazed at Yunfan, stating, We discovered that prior to Annabelle's demise, you visited her home. Did you notice anything unusual at that time? Yunfan shook his head, replying, I merely delivered the items Annabelle requested. I did not observe anything amiss. The Qianhe nodded, her expression calm, revealing nothing of her true beliefs. Yunfan was aware that this Qianhe could effortlessly discern lies. Yet, this time, he spoke the truth. Annabelle had indeed sought him out for a small purchase. And it was only upon seeing her that he realized she had been possessed by Dalian. Yunfan was astonished at the notion of Dali inhabiting a female body. Was he not known for his obsessive cleanliness and residual moral boundaries? Indeed, it seemed that cleanliness could be disregarded and boundaries could shift at will. Yunfan held profound disdain for such actions, mercilessly criticizing Dalian. With righteous indignation, he remarked, I have heard that the aberrant species emerging from the border star are increasing in number, each more peculiar than the last. And Dalian and the sinister forces behind him have truly gone too far. The Qianhe concurred, sharing her belief that the situation had escalated to an intolerable degree, with even high-ranking officials of the royal family falling victim. What was beyond their reach? However, the Qianhe had not come to vent frustrations about Dalian and the malevolent forces behind him. She entrusted Yunfan with some goldfish plant seeds, which were originally used by Qianhe to exchange for military expedition ships, ultimately landing in the hands of the royal family. These are seeds of natural plants. The emergence of star beasts, X-viruses, and aberrant species has persisted for too long. An increasing number of people are beginning to believe in the future that the sinister forces propose. Her calm pink eyes fixed on Yunfan as she tilted her head, adding, Among everyone, the royal family trusts you the most. I am now entrusting you with these natural plant seeds for research. You will not betray our trust, will you? Yunfan found the seeds somewhat burdensome, arriving at an inopportune moment. The Qianhe departed, cradling the deceased little white mouse as she bid farewell to Qianhe, who cast a lingering glance at the mouse in her arms and inquired, Did the Qianhe seek you for something? Yunfan displayed the hundreds of goldfish plant seeds he had just acquired, sighing, It is a heavy responsibility. I must ensure these seeds take root and flourish as swiftly as possible. Even Qianhe, witnessing such a vast quantity of natural plant seeds, noted that no one else had received any. It was evident that the royal family held great trust in him. Yunfan felt ambivalent about this trust. Reflecting on Qianhe's thoughts, he recalled how, within a few short years, his parents had perished, his foster parents had died, and even his beloved teacher had met with a tragic fate, all due to the star beasts, X-viruses, and aberrant species. And Dalian and the sinister forces he had established believed that humanity's powerlessness in the face of star beasts stemmed from their own inadequacies. The aberrant species, creations far more potent than humans, represented humanity's future. As long as one maintained rationality, this was the path to human survival. Thus, the sinister forces relentlessly captured individuals, aberrant species, and even star beasts for various experiments, subjecting them to X-virus infections, star beast bites, and aberrant species attacks, while forcing those with a high degree of aberration to retain their sanity, imparting knowledge to the aberrant species, and conducting all manner of perverse experiments, all in pursuit of their vision of humanity's future. This directly entangled Yun Fan with the very forces that had caused the destruction of his family. He was struck dumb, suddenly comprehending why the royal family placed such unwavering faith in him. Such profound enmity would undoubtedly foster a hatred that any rational individual would share. He would never be susceptible to the sinister forces' bribery or indoctrination. However, for Xia, this absolute trust born from deep-seated hatred was something he would rather forego. A wave of sympathy washed over him, and his tone softened as he asked, "How much funding do you require for your research on these natural plants? I can allocate it for you." Yin Fan felt goosebumps rise on his skin. "Do not speak to me in that tone. It is quite terrifying. Furthermore, do not pity me. I will naturally seek funding from the royal family for this research. There is no need for you to use the funds of the Tuer family." He harbored some doubts, wondering if during this time, he had nearly depleted the Tuer family's resources. She retorted confidently, "Not at all. I have only utilized 1/10. If Yun Fan Te Luda Tuer were to discover that the hard-earned family estate he built was squandered so swiftly by you, he would likely rise from his grave in fury. Fei Xier would not, for he has no grave. The ashes of Te Luda Tuer and his 7 half-brothers are commingled with those of laboratory mice, buried beneath the earth, nourishing the soil. After the saintess departed from the Tuer family, she swiftly returned to the palace. "Alu? Are you Alu?" The elderly Ling Pu ambled over, her eyes wide as she scrutinized the saintess. "Today, a person resembling you has arrived at the palace, but seeing this expression, I know it must be little Alu." Ling Pu took the saintess's hand affectionately, saying, "Our little Alu ought to smile more often." "Grandma Ling Pu, I have always been smiling." Ling Pu sighed inwardly. Indeed, she had always been smiling, yet this smile was manufactured in bulk. Since the first time Ling Pu encountered the saintess, she had worn this same smile. And if one were to measure its angle, they would be astonished to find it unchanged for over a decade. A feat even machines could not replicate was accomplished by a living being. Ling Pu vividly recalled asking the saintess 15 years ago why she always wore that smile. The saintess appeared momentarily lost, oscillating between anguish and confusion, before finally replying, "Someone once told me that any expression I wore would incite anger. So I thought this smile might suffice." Ling Pu had inquired who that person was. The little saintess, aged 10 according to her bone age, cradled her head in distress, her pallor stark, trembling all over. "Saintess, Alu, little Alu." Ling Pu hastily embraced the little saintess, deeply regretting her choice to broach such a distressing topic. The small saintess, having been dredged from the river, was icy to the touch, eventually calming after a prolonged silence. Her voice ethereal, "It was the one who named me, but I cannot recall who she was." Chapter 70. Gazing into the mirror, Ling Pu gently held the saintess's hand as they made their way to her chamber. "I mentioned to His Majesty that this matter could have been entrusted to anyone, yet he insisted you must personally visit the Tuer family. This matter is of great importance and cannot be delegated." Ling Pu countered, "It is not as though you were tasked with eradicating the X-virus. How critical can it truly be?" Ultimately, the emperor regarded the unestablished, powerless little saintess not as a figure deserving of respect, but rather as a daughter to be raised, thus losing the inherent equality of respect. Ling Pu cast a glance at the saintess, sighing inwardly. Previous saintesses were either the progeny of the last saintess or daughters of affluent families. At the very least, they had parents. Yet Alu possessed nothing. Perhaps, due to the title of saintess, heaven ordained their sanctity. It was common for each saintess to be short-lived, with 30 years deemed a long life. Ling Pu still vividly recalled the night when the previous saintess met her end at the age of 29. In that moment of her demise, her body transformed into flakes of white snow, cascading to the ground, forming a geographical marker that signified the birthplace of the next saintess. This location lay within a residential area of the capital Star, where it was assumed this new saintess, like her predecessor, hailed from an affluent family. For all residents of the capital Star were undoubtedly wealthy. Particularly, this residential area was among the most opulent. Yet, upon examining the eyes of all the girls in the area, none were found to possess the telltale pink hue. Just as suspicions arose that a family might be unlawfully imprisoning a girl, a child emerged from the frigid river, her body pale and seemingly on the brink of death. At night, she opened her pink eyes beneath the water. Ling Pu could not believe that such a well-behaved child as the little saintess would venture to play in the river. Alternatively, it seemed the saintess held no interest in games, nor in any person or object. The little saintess was the most divine among all the saintesses, looking down upon humanity. Her compliance with the emperor's directives was merely the result of 16 years of relentless indoctrination. Reflecting on this, Ling Pu felt a profound sorrow for the saintess, the child she had nurtured for 16 years. She could not help but feel immense anger towards the saintess's parents, who had not shown their faces even once in all these years, as if their child had perished. Ling Pu even harbored a malicious thought. Could it be that the saintess's parents abandoned her, tossing her into the river? Naturally, these were merely Ling Pu's cruel speculations. The emperor raised the saintess as his own daughter. Consequently, her chamber was situated adjacent to those of the princes and princesses, with several rooms connected by an expansive common area. In the distance, Ling Pu spotted Xing Ran seated on a sofa, playing a popular game with a girl who bore a striking resemblance to the saintess. Xing Ran was evidently unable to defeat Qianhe, continuously lamenting his fate. He assumed that Qianhe, coming from an ancient and esteemed family, would be inept at such games. Yet to his surprise, Qianhe proved to be even more skilled. Xing Ran was thoroughly disheartened, unaware that Qianhe was not particularly adept at the game either. She merely benefited from the enthusiastic guidance of seasoned players. Thus, Xing Ran found himself inadvertently discouraged by the very people he sought to impress. Rising to quench his frustration with a sip of cold water, he caught sight of Ling Pu approaching with the saintess. Ling Pu, nearing 400 years old, had witnessed his father grow up and now watched over him in the palace, earning immense respect. The saintess was also his half-sibling. Ling Pu, Goma, he called out, followed by a greeting to the saintess. As he gazed at her, the warmth of his breath fogged the glass, rendering her figure indistinct. He coughed. "You are so hasty with your water consumption." "No, it's not the water," Xing Ran replied, placing the glass down. He stared at the saintess. The mist obscuring his view had almost made him believe he was looking at a pink-eyed version of Qianhe. At that moment, Qianhe was jolted from the game by Xing Ran's sudden, violent cough. She glanced at him, then at the saintess. That gaze, didn't it resemble the saintess even more? Following Xing Ran's eyes, Qianhe turned to the girl, standing quietly beside Ling Pu. Upon seeing her, she froze, momentarily perceiving another version of herself in the world. The girl before her was of similar height, with the same black hair, aside from the color of their eyes. Some subtle facial details, and their clothing, they were nearly identical, as if gazing into a mirror. Not only were Xing Ran and Qianhe captivated, but Ling Pu, after greeting Qianhe, rubbed her eyes and observed both her and the saintess once more. "Oh dear, you two young ladies truly do resemble each other. Just today, you claimed my eyesight was failing. How could anyone not be confused?" In Ling Pu's nearsighted view, Qianhe and the saintess appeared not merely 7 parts alike, but rather completely identical. They resembled twins more closely than even her own relatives. Ling Pu enthusiastically took Qianhe by the hand and brought her beside the saintess. Upon observing their height, skin tone, and hair color, one could hardly discern any differences, save for their eyes and the subtle nuances of their temperaments. The elderly Ling Pu, with her myopic vision, overlooked the intricate details, particularly the stark contrast in their auras. The live stream erupted with excitement. Originally, the host was already stunning, but it turns out she has a twin sister. The sister is beautiful as well. They look so alike yet can be distinctly recognized. Are they identical twins? If so, they're the easiest twins I have ever recognized. I did a comparison, and honestly, they're almost identical. The 3% difference is all in their temperaments. It's simply astonishing. It feels like looking into a mirror. Viewers from countless star clusters felt they were witnessing an extraordinary resemblance, and those in closer proximity shared an even stronger sense of similarity. Ling Pu eagerly inquired of the young girl, "Do you have a sister?" Yiqian reminisced, "Yes, I once did." "Oh, has your sister gone missing?" Ling Pu's smile gradually stiffened. Having worked within the royal court for nearly 4 centuries since passing her exams in her 20s, she had mastered the art of language. The memory of her sister lingered, raising the haunting question of whether she was alive or deceased. After all, since the invasion of the star beasts 3 centuries ago, the conditions for survival had never been favorable. "I apologize for asking such a question." Ling Pu sighed deeply, her azure eyes gazing toward the distant horizon. Far beyond, the vast expanse of the universe had once been humanity's eternal aspiration, representing the future of their race's continuation. In her youth, she had relished stargazing with those she cherished, dreaming amidst the sounds of cicadas and birds on sultry summer nights. Little did she know that one day, the person she secretly admired would perish in the jaws of a sudden star beast, while the universe, filled with her beautiful and whimsical dreams, would transform into a haven for star beasts, the X-virus and aberrant species. From an indeterminate moment, every time Ling Pu gazed into the cosmos, she felt a bone-chilling coldness in the boundless darkness. Alas, the current environment is truly unsuitable for human existence, suppressing the memories of a more beautiful life before the emergence of the star beasts. Ling Pu cast a loving gaze and sincerely remarked, "If your sister is no longer with us, perhaps that is for the best. She would not have to wake each day facing star beasts, worrying about contracting a virus and becoming an aberrant species. Perhaps she has been reborn in a more beautiful world." Yiqian shared her sentiment, contemplating that although those living within the Qianhe Empire enjoyed advanced technology and longevity, the trepidation of daily life made existence there undesirable. She would prefer to live on Earth. "I hope she has been reborn into a wonderful world." Yiqian sighed deeply. "Let us not allow her misfortune to lead her to the Qianhe Empire." Yiqian resolved to offer incense for her sister after this live stream, praying for a stroke of good fortune for her unfortunate sibling. Ling Pu felt grateful she had not suggested that Yiqian test for any familial ties with the Saintess, given that the girl's own sister had passed. Being confronted with the Saintess would only evoke sorrow. How could she bear to touch another's pain? Ling Pu discreetly compared Yiqian and the Saintess once more. They certainly bore a striking resemblance. Yiqian also looked at the Saintess, noting that she bore a resemblance to the body the system had disguised her as, with 7 parts similarity. However, the likeness to her body on the Blue Star was only 6 parts. Given that Yiqian and her sister Anlu had never resembled each other, it was more fitting to say that the Saintess and her sister were akin to one another's clones. They looked almost identical, save for the difference in eye color. After contemplating their ages, Yiqian concluded that the Saintess was of a similar age to her, and she was certainly not the reincarnation of Anlu. A sense of relief washed over her. "Huh? Are you all here?" The Emperor approached with a radiant smile directed particularly at Yiqian, a genuine expression that Huixingran had not seen in years. He awkwardly called out, "Father." Yiqian pondered whether to address him as Emperor or Your Majesty. The Emperor, like a benevolent father, took her hand, as though they were not strangers meeting for the first time, but rather old friends reunited after many years. "Enluluo, it is a pleasure to meet you." Yiqian felt that had he not appeared, she would have been even more pleased. For few would enjoy interacting with a stranger who was decades her senior and in a position of great power. This conjured memories of the bothersome people she had encountered while working, whom she had been compelled to socialize with for the sake of survival. Having reigned as emperor for so long, he possessed keen insight and swiftly got to the point. "I will not say much more. I simply wish to inquire if your family is willing to collaborate with us." The emperor placed Anlulo's family on equal footing with the Qianhe Empire, showing them the utmost respect. "As long as you are willing to part with some precious natural plants from your family, I can offer you many things, including money, power, status, and weaponry, akin to the 10 military expedition ships I am prepared to provide." The emperor had learned from Hua Xingran that Yiqian's family undoubtedly possessed numerous natural plants. They intended for Enlo to exchange these valuable natural plants for military expedition ships, clearly indicating their demand in this area. The emperor was confident he would not be refused. Thus, when he observed Yiqian's inscrutable expression, a wave of uncertainty washed over him. Could it be that Enlo's family truly cared nothing for wealth, power, and status? Or perhaps if there were other desires, they could negotiate? The natural plants in Yiqian's possession were particularly precious. The purple blooming tree had already demonstrated its ability to purify viruses and inflict damage on aberrant species and star beasts. For such invaluable natural plants, the emperor's bottom line began to wane. He even contemplated that if Anluolo's family wished to bifurcate the Qianhe Empire, although difficult for him to accept, it was not entirely out of the question. With the star beasts growing more powerful, poised to initiate a new wave of large-scale invasions, humanity faced numerous internal and external threats. The extinction of humanity rendered discussions of empires moot. Should they eradicate all star beasts, human society's technology would regress to primitive times, turning them into monkeys leaping about in the primordial forest, a somewhat idyllic conclusion. The emperor's mind swarmed with dark speculations about the demands Anluolo's family might put forth, leading him to a pessimistic view of humanity's bleak future. Meanwhile, Yiqian was inundated with a barrage of comments flooding her screen. 10 military expedition ships? Didn't the host only request one? How did 9 more suddenly appear? It is known that Annabelle has long since perished. She was possessed by Andrian, who seems to be affiliated with an anti-human organization called Qianhe. Andrian seized Annabelle's body to interact with the host, and then with others. Ha ha ha. Why did you set the stage for the host for so long? Just say it outright. Enluolo, you have been cheated. Chapter 72, Evil Begets Evil. Oh my goodness. 9 military expedition spacecraft, almost lost. Even though I am aware this is a script, the mere thought of nearly losing these vessels stirs a painful sensation within me. And I'm not even a streamer. A direct multiplication by 9. This alien certainly indulges excessively in kickbacks. In 2 words, I am in awe. Qianhe solfli remarket. No worries for the future of all humanity. These sacrifices are necessary. Moreover, filling this Qianhe Empire with verdant flora was indeed her live-streaming mission. The system even granted her a wish upon task completion. Qianhe had already contemplated what wish to make. The emperor intended to commend Qianhe for her generosity and kindness, reflecting the consciousness of being human. However, he soon noticed her gaze, a calm fury, as she quietly inquired, "Do you know where that Andelian's lair is located?" The emperor felt a flicker of trepidation under her penetrating gaze, not due to cowardice, but because Enluolo's expression hinted at a desire to dismantle someone piece by piece. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he replied, "Well, we are not entirely sure where his lair is. If we knew the location of Jian Sheng's hideout, we would have obliterated it long ago. How could we allow them to frolic about until now?" The truth was, their lair was hidden too deeply, known only to core personnel, who were too fearful for their lives to venture out easily. Speaking of core personnel, Shi Xingran suddenly recalled the individual he had apprehended at Yunqing Hankong, a member of Jian Sheng, now confined in a basement guarded round the clock, incessantly cursing about being released or else facing dire consequences. This concealed basement had surprisingly captured a few unexpected Jian Sheng members in just a few days, albeit all of them were rather inconsequential foot soldiers. Yet this particular individual, identified as 62, might indeed possess knowledge of Jian Sheng's lair. Amidst the flurry of thoughts, he almost forgot about this person. The one with patterns adorning her head might have insight into Jian Sheng's hideout. Shi Xingran resolved to hand over this individual. Enluolo, if you wish to know, you can interrogate her in the questioning room. Qianhe nodded in agreement. It was not that she lamented the loss of the 9 military expedition spacecraft. Rather, she believed all these individuals deserved their fate. How dare they indulge in her kickbacks? How despicable! Truly, they were an anti-human malignancy, even down to their greed for kickbacks. Let me go. Do you have any idea who you are detaining? How infuriating! How dare you confine me to such a wretched place? Once I am free, I will flay you alive. Umph. That is only if you manage to escape. The first inmate had grown weary of this woman's incessant shouting. Even though she was undeniably beautiful, being locked in prison rendered her charms irrelevant. It was akin to a eunuch visiting a brothel, enduring a silent suffering. No matter how stunning her visage, under the relentless torment of time, it began to wear thin, even leading inmate number 1 to develop a distaste for 62. What are you shouting about every day? After all this time, your companions have yet to rescue you. The guards hardly pay you any mind. The inmate mocked, laughing derisively. Usually, guards would at least spare a glance at high-threat criminals, but aside from the first day, they had dismissed 62 entirely, deeming her insignificant. Indeed, inmate number 1 cast a glance at 62. This woman, like a child, was naive and feeble. Aside from her sharp tongue, she could hardly compare to his neighbor's daughter, who, at 3.5 years old, could easily overpower a white goose. Ah, you think so? My companions will undoubtedly come for me. Despite her situation, 62 held a firm belief that help would arrive. Even if they were not coming to rescue her, at the very least, given her knowledge of Jiansheng's lair, an alien would dispatch someone to silence her. 62 was not concerned about being eliminated. After all, she was a long-time, loyal employee. It would be quite the challenge to cultivate another individual as devoted to Jiansheng as she was. Cough, cough, cough. Just as 62 was about to resume her wailing, she heard a knock from below. 5 short and 4 long raps, a signal known only to their loyal Jiansheng employees, meaning, "We have arrived, open the door." 62's eyes widened in joy, nearly brimming with tears. After so many days, someone had finally come to seek her out. If they delayed any longer, she would truly have to sell out Jiansheng for her freedom. This co-ed prison, devoid of privacy, had become intolerable. 62 shielded the spot where the knock had sounded with her body. She pondered how startling it would be for the rescuer to emerge from the ground. Moving her bed over the signal, she ensured the shadows concealed the head that would soon appear. The other inmates had become quite accustomed to 62's erratic behavior, while the guards felt she should have been confined to a psychiatric hospital before entering prison. After all, she was the one who would haul chairs onto her bed, host grand funerals for leftover bones, and at midnight perform a bizarre one-woman show, leading them to believe in the existence of ghosts. Seeing 62's peculiar antics, the guards could only think, "Damn, this lunatic is at it again." The other inmates had ceased to critique her bizarre outbursts, trembling in fear that she might make them stand on their heads in glee. 62 was indeed capable of such antics. As for why the inmates did not resist, it was simply because the guard were watching. They even believed in the saying that evil begets evil, as they sat idly by, watching the spectacle unfold. Under the watchful eyes of several guards, what could the inmates do? They could not eliminate this woman. They merely sacrificed a bit of their time to accommodate her madness in exchange for a few hours of peace. Fortunately, this time, 62 did not drag anyone into her madness. She merely collapsed to the ground, writhing like a twisted maggot, slithering beneath the bed. The inmate let out a sigh of relief. There was still a breath caught in his throat. Chapter 73. Digging a tunnel. 62. Ahead, as solid as iron, emerged from the tunnel, revealing iron-gray eyes, calling out for 62 in a breathy tone. "How could it be you?" 62 exclaimed in shock, having envisioned numerous potential rescuers, yet never anticipated it would be 002. 002 retracted his head into the tunnel. "Do you think I wanted to come? If you don't want to leave, then stay in prison." Saying this, 002 began to shovel dirt back into the tunnel, attempting to bury it. "Wait, don't. Are you really leaving?" 62, quick as a flash, seized 002 by the hair, disregarding his pained yelp, as she stepped onto his head, inching down into the tunnel. As she cautiously descended, she kept her mouth moving. "Did you capture that traitor from Yunqing? How dare they betray me? Despicable. Am I alive or dead? I must punish them severely. Utterly detestable." 002, exasperated, replied, "There is no traitor. The person you traded with even came to ask us where you had gone." 62, you mistook the person. 62 became agitated. "Impossible. That individual is dressed in such an eccentric manner. She must be the one you all are talking about." 002 stomped on her foot and commanded her to be quiet. Can you keep your voice down? You do realize we are in the depths of a prison. If we are discovered, none of us will escape. 62 pouted her lips, proudly exclaiming, all right, I admit I'm a little excited. Do not worry. Those above have already been driven to the brink of exhaustion by me. They hardly pay attention to anything I do. Initially, 002 intended to mock 62's confidence, but suddenly recalled her astonishing capacity for destruction and fell silent. In any case, you have mistaken the person, 62. Rather than chatting here, you should ponder how to explain this to Lord Inelian. Instantly, 62's mood soured, her face fell, and her spirits began to dwindle. In her despondency, she inadvertently misplaced her footing. With a sudden slip, 62 plummeted to the bottom of the pit. During her descent, she covered her mouth, yet some shrieks escaped. Yet, overshadowing her cries was the thunderous sound of falling stones. 62 and 002 exchanged glances, both eyes conveying a single word, run. On the prison floor, inmate 1 lay sprawled, nonchalantly crossing his legs. What is that noise? 62, what are you up to now? He inquired, turning his head towards 62, who was hiding beneath the bed. After a prolonged silence, 62 did not respond. Inmate 1 found this peculiar. His cellmate, with her odd name, was known for her incessant chatter. She could carry an entire theatrical performance on her own, and with others' participation, she could create chaos. It was impossible for her to be so quiet. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it felt. He decided to overturn the bed and see what 62 was doing beneath it. However, he feared that this might incite her resentment, leading her to torment him later. Striking a compromise, inmate 1 shifted his body to lie flat, gazing beneath 62's bed, his mouth agape enough to swallow an egg. To his astonishment, there was no one there, only a hastily covered pit that suggested a tunnel. So, 62 truly had someone come to rescue her. Inmate 1 was taken aback. While his own failure was disheartening, the success of a peer was even more troubling. Without a second thought, inmate 1 betrayed 62, exclaiming, guard, 62 has dug a tunnel to escape. If there was blame, it lay in her failure to bring him along during her escape. The guards chuckled to themselves upon hearing this. The prison floor appeared to be made of dirt, and indeed it was, but this soil was no ordinary earth. Just 10 centimeters beneath the surface, it was harder than diamonds. This was designed to offer a glimmer of hope to those wishing to dig their way out, only to be met with immense despair, ultimately resulting in longer sentences for their efforts. This was the third inmate attempting to escape through digging this month. The guards were indifferent, suggesting she should dig more. The more she dug, the longer her sentence would be. When Prince Shi Xingran delivered 62 to them, he did not specify her crimes or her punishment, only stating that she was to be kept in confinement. However, those imprisoned here were all heinous offenders, such as serial killers, traitors to humanity, and purveyors of the X virus, individuals whose presence posed a grave threat to society. The guards believed that Shi Xingran had yet to find evidence of her misdeeds, but now they could not shift the blame when faced with the consequences of their negligence. The guards stared at the empty space beneath 62's bed, contemplating how best to impose a sentence on her. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the door, and the warden, with utmost respect, entered accompanied by 5 individuals. Among them, the guards recognized 3, the Emperor, who frequently appeared on the Star Network, the Saintess, known for publicly dispelling the X virus, and the Prince Shi Xingran, who had delivered 62. There was also a striking girl with blue eyes and an elderly woman with white hair. Their presence alongside the others indicated they were of significant stature. The guard had never felt such tension in his life, encountering 5 prominent figures at once. He straightened his posture. The Emperor, smiling broadly, addressed the warden. We wish to take 62, the one captured by Shi Xingran. Certainly, 62 is held here, the warden replied. But where is she? The guard, sensing an ominous premonition, pointed towards the bed's underside and reported, 62 is digging a tunnel to escape. Qianhe was taken aback. The absence of 62 beneath the bed astonished her. The livestream audience was equally shocked. Wait, the inmate is escaping, and no one is intervening? Is this prison managed so carelessly? Wow, it's still just dirt. The prison my ex-boyfriend was in was more upscale. Host, if you're short on funds, just blink. The entire populace of Hua will provide you with a real, reliable prison. Perhaps sensing Qianhe's shock, the emperor explained, do not worry. This dirt is specially formulated. 62 cannot possibly escape. Despite the emperor's confidence, Xingran was less assured, stating, Father, 62 seems to hold a considerable position. I fear someone may have found a way to breach this reinforced soil to rescue her. The emperor shared this concern and instructed the warden to extract 62 from the ground. Chapter 74, Technology and Ruthlessness. The emperor did not believe that 62 could escape. He had unwavering faith in the technology and the specially crafted soil of the Qianhe Empire. Most, including the emperor and the warden, were convinced that 62 was likely 10 centimeters deep, lying within the hardened soil, contemplating how she might escape. This thought eased Qianhe's worries, and she curiously observed as the guard moved 62's bed. Then, she witnessed the guard's complexion shift dramatically. This is bad. Someone is rescuing 62. The special soil has been breached. What? How do you manage prisoners like this? You let her escape so easily. Surprisingly, the one voicing these accusations was not the emperor or the warden, but another inmate. Inmate 1, in disbelief, felt as if he had missed out on a fortune and was filled with frustration. Still, the same sentiment prevailed. His own failure was painful, but another success was even more distressing. In a moment of desperation, Inmate 1 declared, Wait, I will bring 62 back. Guards, can this count as a mitigating circumstance for my sentence? Absolutely not. Inmate 1 did not wait for the guard to finish, and in front of everyone, he hurriedly leaped into the tunnel. It was preposterous to let such an opportunity for escape slip away. As for capturing 62, neither of them were virtuous. Why should the wicked trouble one another? Inmate 1 sprinted swiftly, following the footprints in the soil, pursuing 62. Having shared meals and quarters with her, he was certain that this tunnel was not dug by 62 alone. She must have had accomplices to aid her. Inmate 1 hoped that, by the time he arrived, 62 would not have ventured too far, preferably allowing her accomplices to eliminate the pursuing guards. However, he never anticipated that after running just 500 meters, merely 500 meters, he would encounter 62 around the corner. 62 sat leisurely on the earthen floor and, upon spotting him, cheerfully greeted, Hey, you're escaping too. Inmate 1 was stunned, utterly bewildered, as he glanced at 002, her companion. In the dimly lit confines of the prison, the voice of Inmate 1 trembled as she inquired about the commotion ahead. What has transpired? Why are you not fleeing? Inmate 62 grimaced, having just tumbled to the ground, her ankle twisted and swollen, a ghastly sight. Yet, this was hardly the moment to fret over injuries. Inmate 1 erupted in fury. Rest? The guards are approaching. Stand up and run. If you cannot, shout for your companions to carry you. Not only the guards are coming, but also the emperor, the warden, and those high-ranking figures. Inmate 1, recalling the efforts they had made to dig an escape route, offered a hurried warning before sprinting away. The thought of failing to escape before such esteemed company sent shivers down his spine. The sound of the guard's footsteps grew ever closer. Am I truly of such significance? So many have gathered to witness my plight. Inmate 62 pondered, momentarily stunned, until 002 grasped her and took off running. Whoa, 002, do not run so swiftly. My legs are going to break. 002, though tempted to abandon 62 in her moment of distress, found such an act inconceivable. Are you truly concerned about your feet? Do you not hear the sound behind us? If you do not run, you shall lose more than just your feet. You may lose your very life. Inmate 62 felt a swell of indignation. You come to my rescue, but fail to bring a teleportation device or flying carpet. I cannot run any longer. Do not be ridiculous. 002 exclaimed. Look at the dirt beneath us. It is no ordinary soil. It possesses the ability to block signals. Whatever devices you may have are rendered useless here. And do you truly think Andrian would expend resources for your sake? He could train several more like you with the funds required for such teleportation. The duo continued to run fervently, colliding with Inmate 1 in their haste. Inmate 1 pointed despairingly at the untouched earth ahead, where the tunnel that had been painstakingly excavated by 002 now lay collapsed. You have changed your digging location, have you not? Or was there some trickery at play here? Inmate 1's desperation was palpable, his eyes pleadingly fixed upon 002. 002 examined the soil, acknowledging. The Empire has upgraded this special dirt. It can now regenerate. Inmate 1 sank into despair, while Inmate 62 remained momentarily frozen. Damn it, 002. You and your companion must continue to dig. Without needing further instruction from 62, Inmate 1 resumed his futile efforts. Yet each attempt to disturb the soil only caused it to regrow at an alarming rate. Their efforts were so counterproductive that they found themselves retreating several steps. 002. Do you possess any weaponry? We must blast this dirt. I do not. Then what shall we do? Inmate 62 observed as 002 calmly produced a small circular device and pressed it. What are you doing? Summoning Lord Andrian for assistance. Inmate 62, dubious about the likelihood of Andrian coming to their aid, feigned optimism, nodding affirmatively. The device, however, was not linked to Andrian. 002, too, believed that their esteemed leader would not intervene. Instead, he reached out to Qianhe, who had issued the order to save 62. Andrian, the ostensible leader of the gang, remained blissfully unaware of 62's capture. It was a truth that could not be revealed to 62, for the revelation would undoubtedly infuriate her. 002 was anxious that 62 might inadvertently disclose Qianhe's involvement. Qianhe's reputation had soared within the Qianhe Empire, and he could not afford to jeopardize that. Meanwhile, 62, oblivious to 002's internal turmoil, gazed at the regenerating earthen wall before her. The hope of escape lay tantalizingly close, only to be thwarted once more. The prospect of remaining imprisoned in this devoid of freedom and devoid of connection was suffocating. It was all due to that peculiar individual. It was because of her that 62 had misidentified someone and ended up in this predicament. When next she encountered that person, she would ensure they faced dire consequences, envisioning a myriad of imaginative fates for them. As she turned in her sorrow, she found the very person she had been mentally condemning standing directly behind her. Chapter 75. The natural flora of the Qianhe Empire. Qianhe had initially intended to remain above ground while waiting for 62 to be apprehended. However, upon hearing of the miraculous properties of the special soil, her curiosity was piqued, prompting her to request a closer look. The Emperor, eager to please her, could hardly refuse such a modest request. He believed that since 62 was a member of the Jiansheng, it would be unwise to let a mere guard pursue her. Thus, the Emperor, accompanied by Qianhe, the Warden, and a throng of others, advanced towards 62, enraptured by Qianhe's presence. 62 failed to notice the guard standing beside her until it was too late. With a quick snap, she found herself in handcuffs. The Warden, concerned for the stability of someone as mentally erratic as 62, encased her 002 and Inmate 1 in a bubble of his psychic energy. As an S-Class Esper, the Warden's bubble resembled a translucent soap bubble, delicate yet remarkably resilient. 62's frantic attempts to break free proved futile, only resulting in her becoming coated in the scent of soap. 002 and Inmate 1, however, remained relatively calm. The former felt as if he were merely on a day trip to the prison and saw no point in resisting, while the latter realized that escape was impossible with so many witnesses present. Most importantly, Inmate 1 thought, "At least I am not alone in this predicament." Qianhe seized a piece of the special soil. Once they were returned to their familiar prison cells, 62 glared fiercely at Qianhe, who appeared entirely unremarkable. "Curse you! If it were not for you, I would not be here. Why did you have to behave so oddly that day?" The Warden, flicking his fingers, sent currents of electricity coursing through the bubble, causing 62 to feel a tingling numbness that left her without the strength to utter a word. "Silence," commanded the Warden. The Emperor interjected, "Do you know the whereabouts of the Jinsheng's lair?" Without hesitation, 62 replied, "I do not." The Emperor smirked, "Then you must know." 62 adamantly denied any knowledge. Although she was indeed aware, Disclosing such information would only lead to her demise at the hands of the Jiansheng. The emperor turned to 002. And you? You are merely here to rescue 62. There is no need to sacrifice your future for her. 002, fully aware they recognized his affiliation with the Jiansheng, began to feign innocence, stating, I am merely a pawn here to save 62. I know nothing. As 002's thoughts spun in circles, he crafted a persona of someone who would follow orders. At that moment, the saintess interjected, both of you are lying. The emperor regarded 62 and 002 with a smile. The empire's saintess can see through all deceit. I advise you to speak the truth, for we possess ample means to extract it from you. Qianhe cast a glance at the saintess, who responded with a gentle smile that curved at the corners of her eyes. There was something vaguely familiar about her features. As Qianhe shifted her gaze, it fell upon the individual designated as 62. Unfazed by the mystical proclamations of insight, 62 dismissed such notions outright, stating that belief or disbelief was inconsequential. Confident in her resilience against pressure and punishment, she felt no compulsion to divulge any truths. After all, silence could very well prolong their existence, while speaking out might render them devoid of value, leading to their untimely demise. 62 had yet to fully save her life, and had no intention of betraying her own happiness. As for 002, revealing their secrets was out of the question. Should their whereabouts become known, the multitude acquainted with Yunfan would undoubtedly spell disaster for her. 002 had vaguely heard Yunfan describe the saintess as enigmatic, possessing the ability to discern the truth behind spoken words. Consequently, 002 chose to feign silence. Faced with two steadfast individuals, what could the emperor do? He turned to the saintess, asking her to gauge the veracity of their statements. Alas, the two remained resolutely mute. The emperor cast a glance at prisoner one. Encountering such a prominent figure for the first time, felt a chill of foreboding. He wished to dissociate himself from the two, lamenting, please do not look at me. I know nothing. Was he thinking of the most notorious anti-human organization? To think he was imprisoned alongside its members, and yet still alive, was a source of bewilderment for him. He felt he could boast about this for a lifetime, if he had a lifetime left. The emperor commanded that the two be taken away for thorough interrogation, emphasizing, I require them alive. With 62 and 002 removed from the scene, the focus returned to Qianhe. The emperor led her to the 9 military expedition spacecraft that had been returned to her, even adding 2 more as a gesture of goodwill. He expressed his regret, saying, I apologize for the circumstances you have encountered. These 9 ships are rightfully yours, along with 2 additional vessels as compensation. Would this be satisfactory? Qianhe found the offer quite agreeable. However, she also recognized that their genuine generosity stemmed from her possession of natural flora. It astonished her that the emperor would be so magnanimous over mere botanical specimens, considering that natural plants have been scarce and expensive for over 3 centuries. Yet the inhabitants had not perished. They had even ingeniously created artificial plants that rivaled the natural ones. Qianhe felt they were somewhat exaggerating the value of natural flora. No, perhaps not. On Luoluo, would you like to see the natural plants within the palace? The emperor invited Qianhe. She had no reason to decline, as she had never before witnessed the natural plants that should flourish in the Qianhe Empire. In her perception, natural plants were simply clusters of blooms and leaves. Upon entering this specially treated greenhouse, she found the plants precisely as she had envisioned. The leaves were a vibrant green, and the flowers blossomed in abundance within the warm confines, all meticulously cared for. The natural plants exuded a fragrance uniquely their own, and with her eyes closed, she felt as though she stood amidst a lush jungle. Yet, she saw no withered branches or fallen petals. How is it that there are no fallen leaves? A poor review. Isn't it strange? Does anyone else find these plants odd? I can't quite explain it, but they seem so artificial and greasy. Now I see why they adore the broadcaster's natural plants. The heap on the ground resembles clumsy replicas masquerading as genuine flora. In Chapter 76, titled The Diary from over 3 centuries ago, Qianhe wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiments expressed online. The assortment of plants before her could not be classified as false. Yet to assert their authenticity felt disingenuous. She believed many artificial plants appeared more lifelike than these specimens. However, these were undoubtedly not mere imitations. The emperor of the Qianhe Empire could not be so easily deceived. This realization was even more unsettling. Qianhe crouched down, using her abilities to sense the sole distinction between authentic plants and their artificial counterparts, the vitality contained within. The natural flora brought from the blue planet, regardless of size or type, thrived with exuberance, their life force akin to a fountain, never ceasing. In contrast, the vitality within the Qianhe Empire's plants was faint and sporadic, like a flickering flame in a tempest, at risk of extinguishment at any moment. Qianhe handled the natural plants with utmost caution, fearful they might perish in her grasp. The emperor gazed through the greenhouse's transparent glass, which divided two worlds, one fraught with turmoil, where humanity faced extinction in the Qianhe Empire, and the other, a greenhouse housing feeble natural plants. He sighed, recalling that a decade prior, the natural plants within had flourished. Yet, over these 10 years, an unknown calamity had struck, and they too began succumbing to the X-virus of the star beasts, growing increasingly frail. He feared that with a single blink, they might all perish. Eliminating the formidable star beasts was no simple task. Otherwise, the Qianhe Empire would have long been rid of them. As long as these beasts existed, the X-virus would persist, posing a risk of infection to humanity, which could result in death or transformation into abominations. Initially, they believed the threat was solely directed at humans, but now, even plants were beginning to show signs of this trend. With so many planets in the cosmos, why not relocate to one devoid of star beasts? Qianhe suggested, not intending to imply a solution, but rather expressing a belief that humanity in the Qianhe Empire would inevitably meet their end in a realm so rife with danger. Perhaps finding a prosperous land and relocating the nation would be wise. Surely, the star beasts would have no reason to follow them. The emperor shook his head, recounting that 150 years ago, during the empire's most desperate hour, they indeed dispatched individuals to seek out habitable planets far from the star beasts. It was during that time that military expedition spacecraft were invented. However, every one of those vessels faced relentless assault from the star beasts, regardless of how discreetly they attempted to hide. Were these creatures concerned that their food might escape? Such an assumption was unfounded, as the beasts were massive and could not be satiated by consuming all of humanity. At that time, they were perplexed and even risked capturing numerous star beasts for study, discovering an SSS-level beast among them. This research, conducted decades after the emergence of the star beasts, represented the largest scale of investigation into their peculiar behaviors. Can you guess what we ultimately discovered? The emperor's expression was one of sorrow, tinged with anger. Star beasts cannot survive without humans. Star beasts are actually human treasure beasts. Star beasts consider humans a delectable treat. As a purebred inhabitant of the blue planet, Qianhe could not possibly know, yet the comments flowed endlessly, speculating on the forthcoming developments of the narrative. The emperor did not expect her to possess such knowledge. In truth, only a select few in the upper echelons were privy to the true origins of the star beasts. Because those Qianhe are artificial, their purpose is to bring about the destruction of humanity. As long as we, the humans, continue to exist, they will forever persist, serving their creators and obliterating us. Qianhe was astounded. Artificial? How could those towering Qianhe, so utterly different from humans, actually be man-made? Impossible. Who could be so anti-human? The emperor also expressed profound bewilderment towards the creator of the Qianhe. We had slain the captured SSS-class Qianhe, one of the first to confront humanity over 3 centuries ago. Within its bones was embedded a diary. The emperor recalled the contents of that diary, feeling that the Starshine Empire was enduring an absurd ordeal. It belonged to a young man over 300 years ago. The diary's owner, the creator of the Qianhe, had suffered from a terminal illness since childhood, doomed to die before reaching 30. He watched his peers thrive while his own life ticked away, leading him to deem the world utterly wretched, thus wishing for all humanity to perish alongside him. He was exceptionally intelligent and proactive, creating a destructive fusion of genes within 3 years. He collected plants, animals, and corpses of deceased humans smuggled from afar, transporting them to a desolate planet, where he melded them together, giving birth to the initial Xing Shou. After creating the Xing Shou, he was near death. Before he passed, he encoded their genes to make the annihilation of humanity their sole purpose for existence. After his demise, those plants, animals, and human remnants continued to merge on that planet, evolving into the bizarre beings we now know as Xing Shou. These creatures were oblivious to the cosmos. They only knew they existed on that planet, relentlessly seeking humans. Initially, we had a chance. Regrettably, one day, a human passed overhead, his flesh enticing the Xing Shou and directing them towards the Starry Empire. The Xing Shou commenced their assault on humanity, and the X-virus they carried, due to their hybrid nature, directly infected humans and even affected plants. And thus, we find ourselves in the present. Years later, the Emperor still struggled to comprehend why someone, faced with terminal illness, would create such monstrous beings with the intent to annihilate all of humanity. Had humanity indulged him in some manner? Qianhe gasped in disbelief. Who was this person? Was he mentally unstable? The Emperor sighed. Each time he recounted this tale, everyone believed the diary's owner was utterly deranged. Whenever the Emperor fretted over the Xing Shou, he yearned to traverse back in time to uncover the identity of this individual capable of such extremities. After hearing the story, Qianhe felt a profound sympathy for the people here. The Starry Empire was indeed unfortunate to be ensnared by such madness. As for who that individual was, I am uncertain. The diary did not disclose his name. Had it done so, the Emperor would have ensured his name was etched into history. The Emperor pondered further, recalling that he seemed to possess a pair of red eyes. He then remembered that the creator of Jiansheng, an alien, was said to also have red eyes. Truly, all villains bore a striking resemblance. The Emperor gazed sorrowfully at the pile of seemingly normal natural plants that were, in fact, utterly corrupted. Qianhe also observed the heap of natural plants. While she could not effect any change, she could act as a mediator, transporting flora for Blue Star. Reflecting on this, Qianhe recalled that the 3 natural plants she had brought this time had yet to be disseminated. She retrieved the seeds she had carried, as she had realized that bringing fully grown plants would limit her to a single specimen, whereas seeds would allow her to transport a multitude. Given the scarcity of natural plants in the Starry Empire, it was evidently more advantageous to bring a greater quantity of seeds. This time, she had brought 100 tulip bulbs, 6 whole pomegranates, densely packed with seeds, and a bag of live sunflower seeds, colloquially known as melon seeds. The tulip bulbs were purchased specifically, while the pomegranates were harvested from a tree in her community, which flourished and bore vibrant red flowers annually. The fortunate pomegranates that grew high enough evaded human harvesting and had a chance to drop into flower beds and decompose, allowing their seeds to sprout. Although Qianhe had only seen 1 pomegranate sapling in her community, she believed that under the tender care of the Starry Empire's royal family, 99% of the seeds within those 6 pomegranates would germinate. As for the sunflower seeds, they were grown from her own sunflowers. Although there were not enough to prepare a dish of roasted seeds, they were undeniably precious in the Starry Empire. The Emperor's hands began to tremble. He knew that the family behind Anlo possessed many natural plants, but he had not anticipated they would have such an abundance. This was no ordinary ancient family. They were benefactors of the Starry Empire. Anlo, henceforth, should you or your family face peril or desire anything, do not hesitate to voice your needs. We shall do everything within our power to assist you. Qianhe blinked. The latter was acceptable, but as for the former, she preferred to avoid it. Qianhe did not wish for Blue Star, her joyful homeland, to endure misfortunes akin to those of the Starry Empire. The countdown for the transmission began. 3, 2, 1, 0. Congratulations, host, for completing the 5th live broadcast mission and successfully returning to Blue Star Huagua. Main mission: purify the Starry Empire. Current progress: 50. Your interactions with the powerful have significantly accelerated progress. Current points: 2,000. Next live broadcast countdown: 3 days can bring 3 types of plants. Unlock plants: cabbage, flower, wind and rain orchid, balm grass, strawberry seedlings, glass ball cactus, orange tree, redbud tree, goldfish grass, hyacinth, tulip, pomegranate tree, sunflower. 12 military expedition spacecraft brought back. 1,200 points have been deducted. The points swiftly plummeted from 2,000 to 800. Before each Qianhe could lament the loss, she heard the broadcast system announce, "Host identity has encountered an exposure crisis. Protection mode has been activated, deducting 200 points." Each Qianhe exclaimed, "Can't your system reflect on its actions? Why was everything fine before? And suddenly there's a crisis of identity exposure. Is this my fault? It's your fault. Why should my points be deducted?" The system, feeling quite aggrieved, had not anticipated such an occurrence. However, this predicament could not be blamed solely on it. After thorough examination, the system concluded that this was indeed the host's issue. It retrieved a memory of each Qianhe mentioning having had a sister and then displayed a photo of the saintess. The 2 girls, one generated from a statistical average of humanity's most beautiful women and the other, a Starry Empire inhabitant with pink eyes, bore a striking resemblance. The system then showcased each Qianhe's current appearance, revealing that her true form also bore a resemblance to the saintess of the Starry Empire. Now, she understood where the exposure had occurred. The system continued, "Those in Huagua who are monitoring you are investigating based on your mention of having had a sister. Among those with a score of 7 or above, half of them have younger sisters, and from those whose sisters have passed away, only 1% remain. Thus, only 5 individuals are left, and you are one of them. However, I have altered your information and removed you from the list." The system did not anticipate that each Qianhe nearly faced exposure because of this, but fortunately, it detected the anomaly in time and amended each Qianhe's records. "Nonetheless, host, that saintess bears an uncanny resemblance to you." Even the system, upon encountering the saintess, deemed it too coincidental, and it does not believe in mere coincidences. It suspects a conspiracy. Perhaps the denizens of Qianhe have discovered your anomaly and are using this look-alike to test you? Each Qianhe shook her head, deeming it impossible. Such a laborious and time-consuming endeavor merely to probe her seems exceedingly unprofitable. Moreover, each Qianhe considers herself unworthy of such elaborate machinations. Rather than conspiracy theories, each Qianhe is more preoccupied with another matter. She retrieves a photograph from her desk, one that captures her childhood alongside her twin sister, and Liao. Even at a tender age, and Liao displayed a gentle, almost unchildlike smile for the camera, reminiscent of the saintess's own smile. Each Qianhe gently caresses the image of the miniature version of the saintess. The only distinction between them is that Liao possesses the dark eyes characteristic of the people of Huagua, while the saintess possesses the unique pink eyes of the saintess from Qianhe. Furthermore, both of their names contain the character Liao. If this is coincidence, it is indeed an extraordinary one. She cannot help but ponder whether it is possible that the saintess is her unfortunate sister. The system, however, leans more toward the notion that the people of Qianhe are conspiring against each Qianhe, with the likelihood of it being her sister almost non-existent. It notes that throughout the annals of cosmic history, very few have traversed time and space, and even fewer have merely crossed dimensions. The probability of you, the host, being bound to that particular dimension is even slimmer. Despite this, the chance of your paths coincidentally crossing remains negligible. Chapter 78. Guess where I am? This notion was merely an embellishment added by the system after it glimpsed in Liao's photograph, as the odds of such an extraordinary coincidence are infinitesimal. The system has encountered countless hosts and has never witnessed such a phenomenon. However, upon observing in Liao's photograph, it hesitated. The resemblance between the two is indeed striking. Could it be that the people of Qianhe have cloned a sister for you? For the sake of natural beings, it is conceivable that the denizens of Qianhe could achieve such a feat. Each Qianhe turned the photograph of an Liao away, dismissing the idea. How could that be possible? The saintess has lived a complete life in Qianhe, while she had not even existed at that time. Unless they possess prophetic abilities, how could they clone someone resembling her so many years in advance? Prophecies are evidently impossible. There are countless individuals who bear resemblance to her. She is certainly not unique in that regard. The search conducted by Qianhe yielded thousands of lookalikes, including hundreds who resemble her almost perfectly. If against all odds, her sister and Liao has traversed into Xinghui Digua and become that saintess, then Qianhe wishes her a prosperous life ahead. If she is merely another individual who resembles her, then the world has simply gained another person with a similar appearance. Qianhe chose not to dwell on this matter any further. She retrieved the size-altering lamp, instructing the system to reduce the military expedition spacecraft within the system's space before handing it to her. Otherwise, if she were to produce the military expedition spacecraft here, the very province beneath her feet would become a parking lot for the vessel. Qianhe shook her head. This was far too alarming. The military expedition spacecraft, once shrunken, measured merely 10 centimeters in size, resembling a small toy. Yet its functions remained fully intact and unaffected. Qianhe then diminished her own size and stepped inside the spacecraft. The military expedition spacecraft is equipped with autopilot, and Qianhe set its destination near Pluto, subsequently relinquishing control. She watched as the vast human cities outside shrank into insignificance as the military expedition spacecraft ascended, soon disappearing from her view. When she looked again, the spacecraft was surrounded by a sea of white clouds below, while above, scattered and solitary clouds drifted. Qianhe even brushed past an airplane. "Mom, there's a little airplane next to the big one." Hearing her son's innocent words, the mother could not muster a smile, her heart racing as she leaned against the window. "What little airplane? Are you seeing things?" After a prolonged gaze, she failed to spot any small airplane outside. She patted her racing heart and admonished her son. "You mustn't scare me like that. Son, colliding with other objects while flying is very dangerous. They say there was once an unfortunate airplane that crashed into a little bird while flying, and both the plane and the bird perished." The mother shuddered at the memory. The son remained perplexed, insisting, "But I really saw a little airplane. You must be imagining things." As this mother-son conversation unfolded, the military expedition spacecraft swiftly carried Qianhe to the vicinity of Mars. Mars appeared as a large, reddish sphere, slightly larger than Earth. Many inhabitants of Earth aspire to transform Mars into humanity's second home, although Qianhe believes she will not witness that day in her lifetime. After all, if humanity is dissatisfied with the Earth as hospitable ecological environment, how could they possibly thrive on Mars, a planet composed primarily of dirt and sand? Qianhe certainly does not wish to inhabit such a desolate world. In her youth, she had perused numerous pseudoscientific fabrications, and in her naivety, she firmly believed that Mars was once an alien planet inhabited by extraterrestrials who had all perished. Qianhe had even insisted on visiting Mars, prompting her helpless parents to hand her a pillow, urging her to sleep and indulge in daydreams while the sun still shone. On the surface of Mars, human probes continue to operate, sending images of the Martian landscape back to Earth at regular intervals. The military expedition spacecraft is specifically designed for extended journeys through the cosmos, complete with protective suits. These suits envelop the body in a transparent bubble, rendering them nearly invisible as long as one does not look at them. She instructed the military expedition spacecraft to transport her to Mars, whereupon she would enlarge herself after standing on Martian soil. As her feet touched the surface of Mars, Qianhe pinched the Martian sand, finding it indistinguishable from the sand of launching. A sense of disappointment washed over her. However, she was adept at finding joy in her circumstances. Qianhe called Qianhe. When Qianhe's phone rang, she was engaged in a live stream for her fans with another phone. Glancing at her phone, Qianhe felt a twinge of confusion as to why Qianhe was calling her, especially for a video call. Something must be amiss. Definitely something amiss. Qianhe promptly hung up, smiling at her fans in the live stream. "Apologies, my dear ones, that was just a call from a relative of mine, but she's not important. Now, let me continue sharing the tale of how I nearly fell victim to my scoundrel father and brother, only to awaken and reclaim my power as the leading lady." Ding, ding, ding. Qianhe called again. Qianhe hung up. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. As the phone rang repeatedly, The comments began to flood in. Qianhe, does your relative have an urgent matter for you? Is it a call from your scoundrel father or brother? Qianhe, answer it. I have 20 years of experience in cursing. I will help you scold them. Yes, yes. Let's curse them together. Those vile creatures who sell their daughters for glory. Qianhe observed the harsh criticisms directed at her father and brother by netizens. Yet she felt no turmoil within her heart. After all, upon severing ties with her family, she suddenly realized that the absence of their support had little impact on her life. The most significant consequence was that she could no longer reside in a splendid mansion. However, with the money she earned from her live broadcasts, she had sufficient funds to purchase one herself. Moreover, the scandal involving Kong's attempts to exploit her had inadvertently elevated her notoriety, transforming Qianhe into a tragic yet inspiring internet sensation. Thus, when she received another call from Qianhe, she found herself hesitating. Could it be that something truly distressing had occurred? After all, she had assisted in her departure from Kong, Zhe, and Wang Qinqing. Conscience pricking, Qianhe accepted the call, only to see Qianhe's cheerful face on her screen, exclaiming playfully, "Guess where I am?" In Chapter 79, Sci-Fi, Qianhe pondered the vastness of the nation, filled with lust, and wondered how she could possibly guess her location. Was this call merely to provoke her to guess? Qianhe thought Qianhe's antics were somewhat absurd. She reflected on how Qianhe had not always been this way. It was only through their recent interactions that she had changed. Feeling a sense of responsibility, Qianhe decided she could not disregard Qianhe, especially since she was live streaming. An admirable heroine adored by millions should embody integrity and kindness. She could not simply hang up on Qianhe in front of her substantial audience, no matter how tempting it seemed. "Are you playing in the Lust Plateau?" Qianhe exclaimed, feeling a sense of accomplishment for using such an endearing nickname. To utter such a sugary term in the presence of Qianhe without retching was a testament to her innate talent for performance. Yet, she idly speculated that Qianhe was not truly there. The barren backdrop of lust, devoid of greenery, appeared remarkably artificial, resembling a poorly crafted scenic poster. "Guess again." Qianhe teased. "The Sahara? Do not limit your imagination to Blue Star," Qianhe retorted, prompting Qianhe to roll her eyes in mockery. "Are you suggesting you could be on Mars?" Surprisingly, Qianhe nodded affirmatively. "You are rather clever," Qianhe said before abruptly hanging up. She turned to her live audience. "Apologizing, my relative just called. She has a few screws loose. Was she the one who helped me escape Wang Qinqing?" She continued. No. That was her identical twin sister. Unfortunately, the one who called is not quite right in the head." Qianhe gazed at the disconnected call, convinced that Qianhe was not destined to become a top-tier internet celebrity. She had presented the perfect opportunity for Qianhe to ride the wave of her notoriety. Yet Qianhe had the audacity to hang up on her. Meanwhile, Qianhe was rolling 6 circles on the ground, her large sapphire eyes widening as she noticed a tall figure approaching. This towering entity, constructed from various metals, bore the national flag of Huagua. It was the Zhurong spacecraft sent to Mars. "Quick, Qianhe, we must hide," Qianhe urged. "The Zhurong is coming to film us." On Blue Star, they had appeared in their true forms. Qianhe sensed that Qianhe did not wish to reveal her identity. To her astonishment, Qianhe scooped her up and marched towards the Zhurong. "You're not planning to conceal your identity?" Qianhe exclaimed in shock. "Is this still the Qianhe we know?" Qianhe playfully tapped Qianhe's head. "With military-grade spacecraft at my disposal, I can embark on cosmic travels at a moment's notice. Why should I hide?" Qianhe contemplated this realization. "Oh, that makes sense." Yet, she quickly corrected herself. "But previously, you hesitated to reveal yourself because you were concerned about your safety, despite possessing the ability to control global nuclear weapons." Feeling betrayed, Qianhe's spirits momentarily sank, only to be lifted again as Qianhe waved at the Zhurong. "Even though Qianhe hung up on me, it matters not. There are still people behind the Zhurong." "Come on," Qianhe said. "Tell them I'm the first robotic entity to land on Mars. I am the first human to set foot on Mars." After a moment of thought, Qianhe instructed Qianhe to dress her calico cat in protective gear and present it to the world. Still half asleep, The calico cat was pressed onto the Martian soil, leaving a paw print behind. Meow. It purred, nuzzling Qianhe's knee. Qianhe stroked its soft fur, delighting in the moment. You, dear cat, are the first feline to grace Mars. While Qianhe reveled in her joy, the scientists aboard the Zhurong were left in confusion. Where's my live feed from Mars? Who has substituted it with a science fiction film? The leader, outraged yet rational, recognized that such a blatant act was a direct provocation. Calming himself, he contacted the National Cybersecurity Bureau, stating, "Our computers have been breached, and the real-time footage from the Zhurong has been replaced with a sci-fi movie." In a small room at the National Cybersecurity Bureau, a weary hand reached for a phone. Shi Yao had just managed to catch a rare hour of rest after Qianhe's previous broadcast when he received the call from his superior. Shi Yao felt as though he might perish from exhaustion. Returning to his desk under the sympathetic gazes of his colleagues, he sought to discover the identity of the individual responsible for his sleeplessness. Upon examining the footage from his Zhurong, he saw a figure strikingly similar to Qianhe. Shi Yao's senses sharpened. It had been less than an hour since the last broadcast. Has Qianhe started streaming again? She typically takes several days between broadcasts. His first colleague sighed, "No, it is not Qianhe." The second colleague murmured, "It is someone who resembles her. I suspect she is attempting to ride on her coattails." Many individuals bore a resemblance to Qianhe, and some were indeed trying to capitalize on her fame. However, invading the Zhurong's feed to air a sci-fi video was rather uncommon. Shi Yao raised an eyebrow, disregarding the clamor for attention. "Let's see who it is." He delved deeper into the network, searching for the culprit behind the breach, only to discover that their methods were achingly familiar. In disbelief, Shi Yao pressed on. "Hello again, Qiao. Have you expanded your operations? No longer live streaming interstellar plant purchases, but now hijacking the Zhurong's feed for a sci-fi film?" Confused, Qiao responded, "There is no sci-fi movie. We have landed on Mars." Chapter 80. The three of them. Shi Yao was bewildered. As he continued to watch the sci-fi film, he saw a figure remarkably similar to Qianhe, holding a ball and a cat, declaring them to be the first beings to land on Mars. The sphere rolled round and round, floating in the air, chattering away with an unknown individual. Yet, observing its clever demeanor, it truly seemed out of place on the blue planet. With a trembling hand, he examined this science fiction scenario and discovered that it was not a mere illusion, but an authentic video from the Zhurong spacecraft. Meanwhile, no nation on the blue planet possessed the capability to send an individual to Mars, and even if they could, it was inconceivable to send a useless cat along. In a flash, a staggering hypothesis struck Shi Yao's mind. His fingers quivered with disbelief. "No, have you truly traversed dimensions? Are those live broadcasts genuine? Have you really made it to Mars?" The sphere responded with 3 words and a symbol. What else? After that, no matter how much Shi Yao messaged, the sphere ignored him, preoccupied with exploring Mars. On such a planet, the sphere had seen countless examples in the Qianhe Empire, rendering it utterly uninterested. However, after spending so much time on the blue planet, everything appeared novel to it now. On Mars, Qianhe played with the sphere and a calico cat, frolicking about. Back on the blue planet, Shi Yao feverishly searched for information on Qianhe, following his superior's lead. They were unable to uncover any detailed personal information or online records regarding Qianhe, and without a second thought, Shi Yao suspected that the sphere had obscured her identity. However, they did manage to locate Qianhe's living relatives. A colleague first contacted Kong, Qianhe's paternal uncle, inquiring, "Hello, I am with the government and would like to investigate Qianhe." On the other end, Kong erupted in a tirade. "Telecom fraud? You come to scam me? This ungrateful girl's number. Go ahead and swindle her. She's easier to deceive. Just make sure to take her somewhere far away." The colleague chuckled, noting Kong's keen awareness of scams. What kind of grudge could lead a man to wish for his niece to be swindled away? The colleague was baffled and taken aback. Unable to clarify over the phone, he waved his hand, and colleague 3 called the local police station where Kong resided, requesting them to escort him to the capital. Thus, Kong lay on the sofa, lamenting that Qianhe, the ungrateful wolf, deserved to drown alongside her parents and sister. while also bemoaning Ishiue's poor choices, not understanding her father's worries. Suddenly, several police officers burst through the door and dragged him from the sofa. Kong was bewildered. He recalled the earlier scam call and widened his eyes in shock. Were scammers now so bold as to show up in person? Officer 1 flashed his badge, disregarding whether Kong believed him, and led him toward the police vehicle. As the situation unfolded seamlessly, Qianhe, who had been watching in stunned silence, suddenly realized that if Kong were taken to a far-off place to have his kidneys harvested, no one would write a will to allocate his assets. Qianhe panicked, rummaging through a drawer for paper and a pen, then opening his phone to record. With all his courage, he pleaded with the officers, "Please, give my dad a few minutes to write a will. I beg you. It's crucial for me." Trying to sound more persuasive, Qianhe swore, "My dad is wealthy. We can split his inheritance 50-50. I can introduce you to many gullible relatives and friends. Unfilial child. You wretched child." Kong was infuriated, nearly dizzy with rage. Officer 1 was speechless, pointing at Qianhe, indicating he should be taken along as well for harboring misguided thoughts. Only after both were in the police vehicle did Kong and Qianhe realize that perhaps, just perhaps, these were indeed real police officers. Thank goodness. I'm still alive. I won't be subjected to having my organs harvested. But what crime had Qianhe committed to warrant such an interrogation? They must not let this affect their descendants. Qianhe's face turned pale. He had said those things to Kong. His inheritance was in jeopardy. Qianhe stiffly turned to look at Kong, who regarded him with icy eyes, as if he were a ghost, silently mouthing words. Qianhe could decipher a little lip reading and understood he was saying, "Once we return, I shall sever all ties with you." In that instant, Qianhe felt as though his world had turned gray, despite the sweltering summer. He felt an icy chill enveloping him. Qianhe cursed Kong for uttering such misleading words. If he hadn't spoken, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Kong, Qianhe, and Ishiue. Ishiue lived some distance away, but fortunately, Officer 1 discovered she was a social media influencer with 1 million followers. Surely, her comprehension would be adequate. Officer 1 promptly called Ishiue. During her live broadcast, receiving a call for the second time, Ishiue thought, "No. Did my broadcast collide with the call? Why is it that I never receive calls until I'm live?" She read the caller ID, National Security Bureau. This truly seemed like the National Security Bureau. Fans reacted with shock. Why would the National Security Bureau be calling Qianhe? Am I about to witness the first broadcaster to collapse live? Help! Qianhe, did you evade taxes or sleep with someone? Ishiue reflected on her life over the past 20 years, concluding she had done what she ought to and had not engaged in anything illicit. Reassured that it was not her fault, she confidently answered the call, even putting it on speaker. Thus, her audience heard her sweet voice, "Hello? What can I do for you?" The voice on the other end replied, "Hello? Is this Ishiue? Your father is Kong. Your brother is Qianhe. And you have a cousin named Qianhe?" Upon hearing those names, Ishiue's smile froze. "What have they done? Let me clarify. I have severed all ties with them. I have not participated in anything they did. On the contrary, they have not committed any illegal acts." The person on the other end insisted, their tone rising as if they were grasping at straws. Ishiue's heart sank slightly. Had these three truly engaged in some unlawful activities? She pondered whether Qianhe could no longer tolerate Kong and Qianhe, or if Kong and Qianhe were finally unable to resist seizing Qianhe's inheritance, or if Qianhe wished to escape being an unregistered child of the family in collusion with Qianhe against Kong. As she contemplated these possibilities, she felt an unsettling certainty that any of these scenarios could be true. Then she heard the voice on the line say, "You may not believe this, but the fact is, your cousin has gone to Mars." Ishiue's small mind was filled with enormous questions. Glancing at the caller ID that read National Security Bureau, she suddenly comprehended. "Do you think I'm easily deceived?" The voice on the other end, seemingly losing patience, began to defend. "It's true. I'm not lying. Look, your father and brother are here." Ding dong. Ishiue received a photo via text, revealing Kong and Qianhe, both looking rather unwell. Yet, This had nothing to do with Qianhe. She coldly replied, "Where do you intend to sell them?" "Sell them a bit further away. Let me tell you, Kong, that elderly man possesses rare panda blood, which is quite valuable. Extracting his heart and lungs all at once would be a tremendous waste. Instead, you could convert him into blood bags, which would be far more cost-effective." Following this, Qianhe ended the call. Staring at the disconnected phone, Officer number 1 found himself in a rather unprecedented situation. He patted Kong's trembling body, feeling a mix of pity and curiosity about how such two extraordinary children could emerge from him. One son wished to send him north for organ extraction, while a daughter intended to send him further away to be turned into blood bags. Filial piety, it seems, manifests in increasingly formidable ways. What manner of scoundrel must this father be to inspire such actions from his children? Kong fell silent, bowing his head, only for his body to suddenly convulse, causing him to faint from sheer anger. Officer number 1 patted his shoulder, sighing in sympathy. Meanwhile, after severing the call, Qianhe began to interact with her live stream audience. "My dear viewers, who understands this? It's my first experience with fraud, and the scam is that my cousin has gone to Mars. How absurd. Mars, indeed. My cousin has gone straight to Pluto. I suspect my intelligence has been insulted. This fraudster must have just graduated, lacking any professional integrity." Amid the chorus of laughter in the live chat, Officer number 1 sought out Qianhe's residence and forcefully entered. He brandished his police badge before her, exclaiming, "I am indeed a police officer, not a fraudster." Clad in his police uniform, he was perplexed by the suspicion directed at him. Although he too thought that the notion of someone going to Mars sounded like the utterances of a fraudster. No, even a fraudster wouldn't articulate such nonsensical claims. Yet, reality was indeed this absurd. Qianhe, observing Officer number 1 in his uniform, along with his imposing stature and the air of stability he exuded, felt hesitant. Officer number 1 had no choice but to reveal his trump card. Noticing that Qianhe was live streaming, he displayed his police badge for her audience, stating, "Your fans can verify whether I am indeed who I claim to be. If you remain unconvinced, you may broadcast everything live." As for the consequences of such a broadcast, that was beyond Officer number 1's concern. Qianhe then noticed a police car parked outside, with Qianhe calling out to the officers, prompting her to raise her phone, still streaming, as she approached the vehicle. Before entering, she wisely captured the car's license plate number, ensuring that if anything untoward occurred, her viewers could promptly alert the authorities with useful information. The police vehicle navigated through the bustling district, while Qianhe's viewers debated whether she was truly being taken north for organ extraction or if her cousin had indeed gone to Mars. Qianhe, a devoted fan of Qianhe, adored her passionately and, upon witnessing her in peril, was not one to merely spectate. Qianhe promptly dialed a hotline, prepared to report to the authorities should any misfortune befall Qianhe. Living in the same city, she anxiously monitored every movement on the screen, fearful of missing any detail that might lead to the loss of her beloved influencer. Then she watched helplessly as the vehicle meandered through familiar streets, ultimately arriving at the police station across from her neighborhood. That very police station was where she had once completed her homework as a child, and where her elder brother worked. A sense of relief washed over Qianhe. It turned out Qianhe was not being taken north for organ extraction. Rather, her cousin had indeed gone to Mars. Wait a moment. Qianhe's cousin went to Mars. Qianhe inquired of her brother, "Has our country truly advanced to the point of sending people to Mars?" Her brother, who diligently followed the news, looked bewildered, asking, "When did our nation send anyone to Mars?" Observing Qianhe tapping away on her phone, he assumed she had fallen prey to sensationalist news. "You should watch less of that fabricated nonsense and pay more attention to the news. We have just launched the Zhurong rover. How could we have progressed to sending people to Mars? Those unscrupulous editors will concoct anything." Qianhe retorted, "It's not fabricated. It's a live stream from an influencer." Her brother replied, "Oh, these influencers will say anything for attention." Qianhe could not accept the disparagement of someone she admired. "It's not a fabrication. The police said that influencer's sister has gone to Mars. They even drove out to find her and her scoundrel family. Moreover, The police car had just entered the station across from their neighborhood. Su Qian anxiously asked her brother, "Aren't you employed at the police station? Could you please investigate if this is true?" Her brother responded with certainty, "Of course it's false." However, seeing the hopeful look in her eyes, he relented. "I'll inquire for you this time." Chapter 82 Bluestone. Her brother quickly changed into his uniform and rushed to the police station, asking his colleagues if a car had recently arrived with several individuals. His colleague shook his head and replied, "I can't disclose that. It's classified." Perplexed, her brother pondered, classified? What could possibly be secret in such a small place? Glancing out the window, he spotted the same individuals who had just left in a different vehicle, heading towards the airport. They were being so cautious. Could it be that someone really was going to Mars? Even more bewildered were the online viewers. After all, anyone would find it rather unwise to believe that their favorite influencer had suddenly received a call saying her relative was on Mars. As news spread that the influencer's home had been invaded and she was taken away, many would surely feel a pang of concern for her. It wasn't until they saw her enter the police station that her fans finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to chatter excitedly, wondering if Qianhe's relative had truly gone to Mars. Without a doubt, I am curious about how she managed to get to Mars. Even if she did go, the temperature fluctuations on Mars, where it can reach 30 degrees Celsius during the day and plummet to minus 70 or 80 degrees at night, would freeze a person solid. Qianhe resembles Enluoluo. Could her relative who went to Mars be Enluoluo? Were Enluoluo's live streams real? How did this become linked to Enluoluo? Enough. This must be a publicity stunt. The police have arrived, and you dare to tell me this is a hoax? I merely wish to ask in my lifetime. May I visit Mars just once? My requests are modest. The moon would suffice. Qianhe, aboard the airplane, observed the barrage of comments in her live stream, feeling a profound sense of unease. She too was eager to discover how Qianhe had ended up on Mars. Qianhe did not believe that Enluoluo could be Qianhe, despite their superficial resemblance and similar temperaments. These two individuals could not possibly be one and the same. Otherwise, Qianhe would be infuriated. Wait, why was she allowing her mind to wander? Qianhe promptly dialed Qianhe's number. The phone rang, and just as it seemed it would go unanswered, it was unexpectedly picked up. "Qianhe, where are you?" "Where am I?" "Mars is vast and desolate," Qianhe replied, enlarging the military expedition ship to its original size. She then boarded, and as the door closed, the vessel hummed to life, setting off towards its next destination, Uranus. "I am preparing to leave Mars for Uranus," Qianhe stated. Qianhe questioned, "What have you done to give others the impression that you are on Mars?" Qianhe chose to disregard Qianhe's self-deceptive inquiries, promptly sending her several images of the military expedition spacecraft along with the desolate landscapes of Mars. The cool blue hues of the military vessel were unmistakable to Qianhe, who had attentively observed the live stream hosted by Enluo. How could she possibly fail to recognize it as a military expedition spacecraft? Gazing at the barren surface of Mars and the Zhu Ronghao probe, which was idly observing the spacecraft, she found the scene utterly absurd. What was even more exasperating for Qianhe was when Qianhe abruptly stated that she had no intention of wasting further time, assuring her that if she remained skeptical, she would come to believe after her return from Pluto to launching. Qianhe was resolutely unwilling to accept such claims. Yet, what did it matter to Qianhe? She was merely an ordinary individual wishing to traverse the solar system. Although Pluto, her ultimate destination, had been expelled from the solar system, her fascination with this ninth planet, cast aside by the celestial realm, remained undiminished. The color of Yuting was perfectly aligned with its name, a delicate shade of blue, rumored to be perpetually graced by diamond rains throughout the seasons. The military expedition spacecraft boasted vast floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing the expansive and profound cosmos, where countless twinkling stars of launching flitted by amidst enormous meteors. As Qianhe piloted the spacecraft into the depths of Yuting, brilliant diamonds of various sizes cascaded from the darkened planet like raindrops. Qianhe reached out towards them. In response, Qianhe extended her hand toward the enormous screen, which displayed the very moment Qianhe departed Mars en route to Yuting. Even though Qianhe had mentally prepared herself, Witnessing someone actually leave launching for the distant stars stirred an undeniable sense of envy and yearning within her heart. She was reminded that this intrepid voyager was none other than her cousin, who only months prior had been a poor relative, her fortunes vastly inferior to her own. This envy and longing swiftly transformed into confusion. Why her? That on Lualua? Could it truly be Qianhe? What gave her the right? In the conference room, the distinguished figures watching Qianhe's journey into Ting shared the same bewilderment. Why had this military expedition spacecraft fallen into Qianhe's hands? Reflecting on the events leading up to Qianhe's sudden foray into live streaming, Ishiwei racked her brain but could not recall any significant occurrence. Had she merely returned to her hometown? It had been 3 or 4 years since her last visit. The place where Qianhe had worked prior to resigning was quite distant from their hometown. What could possibly compel her to return? Ishiwei remembered that her father had suddenly contacted Qianhe's parents regarding some relics left behind. The questioner turned to Kong, who nodded vigorously in agreement. That relic was a blue stone, quite peculiar. The questioner sensed they had stumbled upon a key detail and inquired about the stone's appearance and its peculiar nature. Kong gestured, describing it as a beautiful round stone, seemingly quite valuable. Moreover, no matter how hard he struck it, it would not shatter. He had thrown it away. Yet no matter how far he cast it, it would reappear beneath his pillow come nightfall. Kong believed he had forgotten about this incident, yet upon reflection, he remained terrified, his face pale. Ever since acquiring that relic, he had repeatedly dreamt of Qianhe's deceased sister coming to consume him. Trembling, Kong became lost in his memories, momentarily envisioning the blood-red eyes of Leo and her bizarre mother. A bold thought crossed Kong's mind. Could there truly be ghosts in this world? That mother of Leo must surely be a ghost. A great ghost giving birth to the little ghost, Leo. That blue stone must also be a relic of the supernatural. Chapter 83. On Leo's grave, the questioner pondered whether Kong might be suffering from delusions, but then reconsidered. If Qianhe could traverse dimensions and embark on spontaneous journeys through the solar system, perhaps the notion of her being a descendant of a ghost was not so far-fetched. Such metaphysical phenomena could suggest that Qianhe herself possessed some otherworldly qualities, for how could she alone traverse realms while others remained grounded? The questioner seized upon this point, inquiring how Kong had come to suspect that Qianhe's mother was a ghost. At this, Kong perked up, insisting that they investigate. He challenged them to uncover the identity of Qianhe's mother, asserting that they could not even produce a single photograph of her. Moreover, her eyes were pink. He implored them not to mention cosmetic contact lenses, as they had initially deceived him too. But who in their right mind would wear contact lenses for 24 hours a day, 365 days a year? The thought horrified Kong. He realized he had lived alongside a ghost, one that bore no evidence of existing in this world. Fortunately, Qianhe's mother had passed away early, or else Kong suspected he would have been drained of his vitality daily, never reaching this point in life. As for Kong's newfound wealth stemming from Qianhe's parents' inheritance, he firmly believed it was not his doing at all. It was entirely due to Qianhe's mother being a ghost, her heavy aura suppressing his fortune. The questioner, upon hearing such terrifying revelations, immediately dispatched personnel to investigate Qianhe's mother. Aside from the 2 indistinct corpses retrieved from the river after their deaths, no information about Qianhe's mother could be found. How could a person exist in this world without leaving any trace? The questioner, too, was drenched in sweat from fear. The conference room's cameras rotated slightly, broadcasting their discussion to Qianhe. Qianhe exclaimed, "Qiao, you should also investigate my mother." Qiao complied, yet found no photographs or information regarding her mother, as if she had never existed in this world at all. However, Qiao excitedly reported to Qianhe that they had discovered a grave named Leo. It was located not far from her home, purchased 16 years ago, precisely on the 7th day after her parents' and sisters' deaths. I can assure you this grave was not bought by you, and it does not contain a corpse. Instead, it holds another robotic vacuum ball that seems to have power. My master, would you like to go take a look? Was this not a blatant invitation for her to investigate? Naturally, Qianhe was eager to go. At that moment, The military expedition spacecraft had just journeyed from Yuting to Pluto, and the appearance of this vessel had stirred a tempest across launching. Particularly abroad, many nations had no access to Qianhe's live stream, perceiving it as the sudden emergence of a colossal, ambiguous spacecraft resembling an extraterrestrial vessel. The ship's unexpected arrival on Mars raised suspicions that it might be an alien creation. This massive, deep black spacecraft ventured beyond the solar system, ultimately halting at Pluto before turning back toward them. Other nations speculated whether Martian aliens deemed the solar system devoid of value and sought to invade Earth. Huagua and Qianhe fared slightly better. The people of Qianhe wondered, was this not the very spacecraft that had appeared in the recent livestream? How could Huagua possess such remarkable capabilities to clandestinely construct such a massive vessel? The individuals of Huagua were left in sheer astonishment, realizing that the authenticity of Onla's stream was indeed genuine. They had never imagined that its reality lent such credibility. The prominent figures of Huagua exclaimed, "We too wish to embark on a journey through the solar system." As Qianhe made a swift return, the viewers from Huagua became increasingly exhilarated, chanting for her to hasten back to launching, their excitement palpable. "I wish to touch that spacecraft. It's absolutely magnificent." The military expedition vessel soared with remarkable speed, reaching the vicinity of the moon in just about 3 hours. Upon the moon, astronauts who had already received news from launching eagerly gazed out of their windows, locking eyes with Qianhe as she waved at them. To accommodate the sentiments of humanity on launching, Qianhe positioned her ship in the expanse of the Pacific Ocean, deliberately avoiding proximity to any nation. Suddenly, a colossal entity materialized above the Pacific, casting a shadow reminiscent of dark clouds over the city, causing those navigating the ocean to wonder if rain was imminent. Curious onlookers gazed upward, witnessing the emergence of a vast black spacecraft, their mouths agape in astonishment. Qianhe's military vessel hovered over the Pacific, creating ripples of astonishment worldwide. Using a light to enlarge a spherical companion into the size of a bed, she perched atop its round head, gazing at the boundless ocean beneath and the towering cities along the coastline. Flying fish leapt from the sea, one even landing in Qianhe's embrace. Under the cerulean sky, she gently returned it to the water, allowing it to reunite with its companions. As the spherical companion soared towards Huagua's borders, countless nations including Malai, Jinpu, and Yunnan passed beneath Qianhe's feet. Due to her altitude and speed, many who spotted her mistook her for a giant bird gliding through the sky. When she flew over Yunsheng, she descended in altitude, allowing those on the ground to finally glimpse her figure. In a park, innocent and adorable children spotted a beautiful young lady floating above, their excitement soaring. Magical girl, I want to make a pact with you. I want to become a magical girl too. Qianhe playfully called out, "If you can catch me, I'll let you become magical girls." The children, upon hearing her words, sprinted towards Qianhe. Their playful braids arched charmingly in the air, capturing the attention of their mothers. Yuan, Xiaolu, why are you running over there?" The two girls excitedly pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "We're chasing the magical girl. If we catch her, we can become magical girls." The mothers felt bewildered, particularly when witnessing most of the children rushing in that direction, even a little boy shouting that he wanted to be a magical boy. Their confusion deepened. Was this a new trend among children? Noticing the children glancing up at the sky as they ran, the mothers followed suit and were met with the sight of a pair of carefree feet swaying in the air. A youth with intricately braided hair tilted his head to look at them. It was none other than the live-streaming sensation, and Luo, whom the mother often followed. Mom. Chapter 84. I am off to find the grave of the children, unaware that they were pursuing the frequently live-streaming in Luo. Merely thought the magical girl soaring above resembled that pesky figure who often interrupted their cartoons. Qianhe, wishing only to tease the children, had no genuine interest in engaging in a magical girl game. Thus, she slowed her speed for a few moments, but as the children caught up to her, she suddenly accelerated again, calling out mischievously, "Goodbye. None of you have the talent to become magical girls." By the time the mothers reached the children, They were all in tears. Qianhe, unfazed, continued her journey, soaring through dense forests and over vast rivers, even flying alongside migrating geese. Wherever she went, there were always a few individuals capturing her movements and posting them online. Netizens expressed envy and jealousy, counting the provinces she traversed and speculating about her next destination. Where was Qianhe headed? Naturally, to the capital. While still in space, she had received numerous calls from people across the nation, and upon her return, the number of callers had only increased. Qianhe considered herself a law-abiding and benevolent individual. Huagua was her homeland, and she could not fathom neglecting her roots or allowing her success to sever ties with her country. Not to mention, the people of Huagua are undeniably delightful and melodious. She could not imagine living without comics, novels, or humorous anecdotes. Furthermore, Qianhe did not believe that anyone from her country would dare to trouble her. They lacked the means to do so. As the saying goes, as long as I have no moral constraints, no one can morally bind me. Though she viewed herself as law-abiding and benevolent, it was evident that others did not share her perspective. Thus, when Qianhe arrived at the designated meeting point established by the government, she was greeted by a group of individuals observing her with a mix of nervousness and caution. Among them, only 3 remained unperturbed. Yishui, who was utterly overwhelmed by Qianhe's presence, her emotions a whirlwind of resentment, shock, pride, and myriad other feelings. Qianhe found her gaze peculiar and waved cheerfully at Kong, who stood beside Yishui. "Uncle, have you missed me?" Kong rolled his eyes and fainted. Meanwhile, Zhe, who had been beaten black and blue by Kong, kept his head bowed, unable to meet her gaze. His heart seethed with resentment. The spherical companion analyzed, based on human behavior, that he was likely thinking, why not me? Why isn't it me who gets to traverse live streams? Why isn't it me who possesses a military expedition vessel? Why isn't it me who commands respect and trepidation from all? Qianhe chuckled at the analysis, finding it remarkably accurate. The spherical companion hovered 20 meters above the ground, a height sufficient for erecting a building. Qianhe, however, chose to drop from the spherical companion in full view of everyone. Thanks to her awakened abilities from the Qianhe Empire, her physical prowess and vision were exceptional. She easily discerned the fear in many eyes, some even rushing forward as if to catch her, clearly worried that she might plummet to her demise. When she landed safely on the ground, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Qianhe, that leap was far too dangerous. The first to speak was a plump man with a vaguely familiar face, whom Qianhe recognized from news broadcasts. "I am Yuanqi." The portly man, Yuanqi, did not expect Qianhe to remember his name and proceeded to introduce himself. As he attempted to introduce the individuals behind him, Qianhe quickly interrupted, "No need. Even if you tell me, I won't remember." If she wished to know anyone's name, she could simply ask the spherical companion for information. Yuanqi momentarily faltered at her bluntness, but quickly regained composure. "So, I will be responsible for liaising with you from now on." Yuanqi elaborated, "We mean no harm. We merely wish to ascertain whether that Qianhe Empire you mentioned in your live stream is indeed real." Qianhe confirmed its existence, stating that they could trace its IP address. Hidden among the crowd, Yao could not help but chuckle. While it could indeed be traced, the IP pointed to the Qianhe supercluster's Qianhe Empire. Faced with such stark reality, who would believe that address was genuine, even if this address is genuine? The Qianhe Chao Xingxi Tuan remains oblivious to its location within the vast cosmos, let alone the prospect of locating a Qianhe Empire within such an expansive supercluster. However, this is not the crux of today's discourse. Today's focal point is the matter at hand. Qianhe, might we discuss the possibility of temporarily stowing away your military expedition spacecraft? Yuanqi wore a troubled expression. "Ever since you unveiled this vessel, we have received numerous complaints from other nations, all suspecting your intentions of unifying launching." Qianhe mused. If she truly desired to unify launching, she could have accomplished it after her first live broadcast, upon acquiring Qianhe. Was there really a need to wait until now? Qianhe casually handed Yuanqi a silver-gray key meant to unlock the military expedition spacecraft, a key of exquisite beauty adorned with tiny, luminous gemstones that twinkled like stars in the night. The moment they glimmered, it felt as if the universe was cradled in one's palm. Since Qianhe, he had always verified her access through direct pupil recognition without ever using a key. Yuanqi was bewildered upon receiving it, his mind racing with questions. What is this? Qianhe nonchalantly explained that this key belonged to the military vessel stationed over the Pacific, and upon entry, it could register 5 individuals' pupils, thus gifting you the spacecraft. Yuanqi was utterly astonished by such an unexpected boon. Had it been someone else, she might have assumed they intended to hand the military vessel over to the state. Yet Qianhe, having lost her entire family in childhood and having struggled to survive in her uncle's household during her youth, clearly did not appear to be treated kindly by Kong. After enduring relentless exploitation from unscrupulous superiors, Yuanqi felt that Qianhe had retained a certain bitterness towards the world, a sentiment that was hardly commendable from an ethical standpoint. As for anything beyond that, they dared not even contemplate. After relinquishing what she had intended to give, Qianhe prepared to depart. I must seek the grave now. Farewell. The spacecraft is for you to manage. Chapter 85. Guarding against Qianhe. Seek the grave? Yuanqi clutched the key to the military expedition's spacecraft, yet felt no joy, silently repeating the phrase in her mind. A knot formed in her heart as Shuyao could not suppress her curiosity about Qianhe's intention to seek a grave. What normal person seeks a grave? Has she been afflicted with a terminal illness? They stood there in astonishment, failing to intercept Qianhe in time, merely uttering such a misinterpretable statement. Qianhe leapt onto Qianhe's back and soared towards the coordinates it had provided. The group, including Shuyao and Yixuai, gazed at Qianhe's receding figure in confusion. Is this the conclusion? They had anticipated a lengthy discussion with Qianhe, negotiating numerous conditions to ensure she would not utilize resources from her Qianhe Empire to harm ordinary people. As for acquiring anything from Qianhe, that was merely a distant hope, entirely dependent on her mood, with no expectations held. Yet they had directly received the military expedition spacecraft they so desired. Everyone present gradually succumbed to excitement. With such a vessel, they could traverse numerous planets, develop and transport the resources Huagua required. Witnessing Qianhe pilot the spacecraft at such astonishing speed, they could even seek out planets suspected of harboring life, expanding their horizons. Yixuai felt somewhat fatigued, having already prepared her words in case they needed her to appeal to familial ties. Although she doubted the efficacy of such an approach with Qianhe, who clearly had no concept of family values, she had already rehearsed her lines. Yet, Qianhe had disregarded her entirely. This was exasperating. Qianhe wished to keep the location of the grave inscribed within Lu's name a secret. So, as she ascended into the air, she utilized a size-altering device to shrink both herself and Qianhe. To those observing her, it appeared as though Qianhe and her flying companion vanished into the ether. The individual monitoring her rubbed his eyes, questioning his perception of reality. He then opened a bottle of water to reassure himself that encountering Qianhe was indeed a normal occurrence. Now that she had disappeared, he could indulge in leisure. The observer retrieved his phone, randomly opening a novel app, contemplating which story to delve into today. Perhaps the one titled After Crossing to an Alien Planet. I acquired a live streaming system. This genre had gained popularity even before Qianhe obtained her live streaming system. When Qianhe began her mandatory broadcasts, although they initially believed her to be performing, this phenomenon had sparked a slight resurgence in the genre. After Qianhe revealed the truth behind her situation, novels of this nature proliferated like mushrooms after rain. The observer grew enamored with such tales. Despite the implausibility, he too yearned to become the next Qianhe. Therefore, could you, the artifact enabling Qianhe's live streaming journey, spare a glance at me and grant me an opportunity? The blue stone, however, remained indifferent to the observer's pleas, preoccupied with its own feverish state. The grave inscribed within Lu's name lay nestled in the mountains behind their ancestral home. An area designated as a nature reserve over 20 years ago, dense with towering trees, a veritable paradise for flora and fauna, rarely trodden by human feet. Qianhe had grown up hearing tales of wolves, snakes, tigers, and bears lurking within, and upon witnessing the deep green forest, she was more inclined to flee than to venture inside. Thus, this marked her first close encounter with the forest. As she approached, Qianhe felt the blue stone around her neck grow increasingly warm, prompting her to remove it. Holding it in her hand, she noticed an arrow manifesting upon its surface. The arrow appeared to possess a life of its own, guiding her in the direction it pointed. Upon entering the forest, Qianhe suddenly exclaimed, "Master, I can't sense any signal here." Qianhe was unable to even take flight. Qianhe was taken aback, checking her phone and discovering full signal strength. Clearly, the signal interference was aimed solely at Qianhe. Qianhe realized this as well, drooping its round head in dejection and stating, "I shall not accompany you then." With a heavy heart, Qianhe departed. Qianhe did not intervene. The blue stone was a keepsake from her parents, and she did not believe they would wish her harm. She surmised that the items they left behind might contain information unsuitable for Qianhe. Without Qianhe, Qianhe followed the direction indicated by the blue stone. The journey consisted of uphill climbs, downhill descents, winding streams, and evading the playful creatures of the forest. After 5 hours had passed, as the cold wind atop the mountain tousled her hair, the temperature of the blue stone reached an alarming 80 degrees, compelling Qianhe to grasp it tightly. The arrow on the blue stone now pointed forward once more. However, Qianhe halted her steps. Upon reaching the mountain top, the trees had thinned considerably, revealing patches of sparse grass and large swathes of bare, yellow earth. The mist hung thick at the summit, especially when she stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing down at the expanse of clouds below. Now, the blue stone left by her parents was urging her towards the precipice. Qianhe's initial reaction was to dismiss it as a misinterpretation. Could stones indeed malfunction? Qianhe vigorously shook the stone. Yet the direction indicated by the guide remained unchanged. It was even more fervent, approaching a scorching temperature of 100, and the lens embedded in the stone rotated with increasing rapidity, anxiously urging Qianhe to proceed forthwith. Enduring the searing heat, Qianhe tapped the stone. "Little stone, are you certain you haven't led me astray?" The azure stone, of course, remained silent, merely guiding the way with its unspoken presence. Qianhe attempted to call upon the system, but it was as if the connection had been severed, resulting in an utter lack of response. The items she had brought from the Qianhe Empire were either stored within the system's grasp or held by Qianhe, none of which were available for use at that moment. Suddenly, Qianhe recalled her unique ability. She extended her hand, and a sorrel plant sprouted forth. Thankfully, her powers remained intact. She devised a plan. Should the chasm prove to be empty, she would use the sorrel to weave a vine and catapult herself back to safety. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward into the vast emptiness of the cliff. Chapter 86. Above the cliff, to Qianhe's relief, all her fears proved unfounded. The moment her foot crossed the precipice, a transparent staircase began to materialize beneath her, stretching upward. This staircase was remarkably considerate, complete with handrails, alleviating her worries of misstepping. With each step she took, the stair she had just traversed vanished, a clear indication that retreat was not an option. The intent was to lead her to the very summit. Qianhe's curiosity intensified regarding what lay above, compelling her parents to exercise such caution. It certainly could not be the grave of her sister in Liu. She traversed from dusk till dawn, crossing the veil of night until the sky began to blush with the light of day, navigating through the clouds. Ultimately, Qianhe arrived at a quaint abode fashioned from clouds. She pushed open the door. Inside, she found another cleaning robot, akin of Qianhe, nearing its demise. With barely a charge left, upon her entrance, it was diligently sweeping the already pristine clouds. Upon noticing Qianhe, this highly intelligent robot offered no acknowledgement, merely expelling a notebook from its mouth. Once it relinquished the notebook, its existence seemed to reach its conclusion, emitting a series of crackling sounds before it abruptly disassembled into a heap of scrap metal, its demise swift and unceremonious. Qianhe felt a twinge of guilt as she grasped the notebook, the last remnant of the robot's life. This diary was quite antiquated, its pages already tinged with yellowing. Qianhe opened it, recognizing her mother's handwriting, delicate and meticulous, filling the first page. She softly recited the words inscribed there. When you find this notebook, I shall have departed this world. Your sister has been returned to the Qianhe Empire, the place of her rightful birth. As for your father, my child, he is merely an advanced romantic companion robot. Qianhe was bewildered and utterly astounded. Upon reading this passage, her CPU felt as if it had overheated. Her expression was a mix of confusion as she turned to the next page, noting that her mother's emotions while writing these words were undoubtedly tumultuous, each sentence fragmented, revealing that she penned her thoughts as they came to her. From the moment I became self-aware, I have always been an oddity, possessing striking red eyes that starkly differ from those of an ordinary person. Most troublingly, I am frail and teetering on the brink of death. I am timid and fearful. Driven by a primal instinct to survive, I have resorted to actions that many would find unacceptable. For instance, I researched how to implant the genes of long-living creatures within my own body and how to transfer my soul into another vessel. Yet, each attempt was in vain, and I remained on the precipice of death. My anxiety escalated. I had but a month left to live, and I did not wish to perish. My parents suggested mechanical ascension, but I rejected that notion, believing it to be no true form of existence. Alas, all methods of prolonging life failed, plunging me into despair. I longed to take the entire world with me into oblivion. In that moment, the cleaning robot posed a question. Why not consider transforming into a plant person? Many trees can live for eternity as long as they're not felled. This sparked a new idea. I would replace animals with plants. I purchased an entire planet for experimentation. I succeeded, yet inadvertently caused a mutation among the flora, which, when consumed by animals, transformed them into monsters. These creatures escaped the planet, leading to the ruin of the entire Qianhe Empire. When the monsters were discovered, they sought to feast upon humanity. They were no match for the beasts, and I was responsible for the destruction of all humankind. Guilt consumed me. The revelation that these monsters were man-made incited a public outcry. With cries for justice targeting the one behind it all, they vowed to eliminate that individual. My parents suspected me, and fear gripped me. In a panic, I eliminated them. Anyone who posed a threat to my secret. Those individuals perished, and the world believed the monsters appeared spontaneously, granting me a semblance of safety. I transformed into a plant, and soon realized that every monster existed to prey upon plants, while I was the sole plant capable of vanquishing the monsters. They sought my life, intent on annihilating their natural enemy. Terror enveloped me. I could not defeat the monsters, and I had to escape the Qianhe Empire. I felt destined for longevity, and discovered a temporal rift leading to a habitable planet, located 100,000 miles from the Qianhe Empire, transcending both time and space. The civilization there was primitive enough that I could dominate it with merely a cleaning robot. I yearned for survival, not dominion. I fished a corpse from the river, and acquired a romantic companion robot to assume that identity. Thus, my robot became your father. I commanded him to pursue me, and in doing so, I established a home on the blue planet. To sustain this home, I genetically engineered a pair of twins, one being you and the other your sister. Your father and I raised you both, believing I would witness your growth before my departure, that I could endure until your father's obsolescence, and live to see humanity's end. Who could have predicted the existence of karmic retribution? What a surprise that a system would arise to ensure the propagation of intelligent species. Here, numerous black circles were scribbled, indicating her mother's profound agitation. Qianhe, upon reaching this point, felt an overwhelming urge to discard the book. It read like the delusions of a madman. Yet, this absurdity was penned by her very own mother. After 2 decades of existence, Qianhe had never fathomed that her mother was an extraterrestrial, that her father was a romantic companion robot, and that she and her twin sister were the progeny of an alien being. The inhabitants of the Qianhe Empire bore an uncanny resemblance to humans, yet the truth of their extraterrestrial origin remained undeniable. Qianhe continued to read. My experiments, driven by the desire for eternal life, altered the genetic makeup of the plants and animals of the Qianhe Empire. Together, they nearly brought about the extinction of humanity. As their creator, I must atone. I must save the people of the Qianhe Empire. The situation there is perilous, and I do not wish to engage. However, the governing system demands my compliance or face death. Reluctant to perish and equally averse to the task, I cast your sister and Liu into the temporal rift. She returned, yet her eyes were altered to pink by the rift, transforming her into a saint devoid of my genes. And you, my child, are the only one who bears my lineage. The system recognizes only genes. Although you are the child of my genetic editing, you are identical to a clone, possessing all of my genes. Therefore, I entrust you to the system. You shall save the Qianhe Empire. Chapter 87. An explosive revelation at Qianhe metro station. An elderly man glanced at his phone. The contents of this note nearly overturned her memory of her beautiful and gentle mother. As she continued reading, the subsequent revelations were even more shocking. Written in blood-red ink, each word conveyed a dire message. My child, you must help the system revive the Qianhe Empire. Otherwise, your sister Anlu and I, along with you, shall all perish. My dear, our lives rest in your hands. Qianhe suddenly felt an aversion to holding on to this life. She realized why her mother had been so wary of Qiao and even more so of the system. If they were to witness this, it would surely enrage them. Qianhe muttered to herself, nearly driven to madness. She suddenly felt as if she were an NPC in a game, awakening to the realization that every aspect of her life was predetermined. Fortunately, her psychological resilience was strong. Anyone else might have gone insane or doubted the sanity of the author of this note. Shaking the notebook, she addressed it, "Mother, can you see me?" Qianhe did not believe her mother could not perceive her, although she was uncertain how her mother had managed to block the system. This very blockade demonstrated her mother's formidable power. As she had anticipated, just 3 seconds after her inquiry, words appeared in the blank space of the notebook. "I can see you, my darling." Qianhe posed her most pressing question. "That night, you took my feverish sister to see a doctor, only to be struck by a sociopath and plunged into the river. Until now, I believe it was an accident. So, Mother, was this all part of your design?" There was a moment of silence before the response came. "Yes." Qianhe's voice trembled. "Why?" The writing hastened. "The system is searching for me. I must hide and ensure Anlu returns to the Qianhe Empire. This is the least disruptive method I could devise after careful consideration. Why did Anlu become the saintess of the Qianhe Empire? Why not send me back instead? Darling, you're my first child. I prefer you over Anlu. Saving the Qianhe Empire will undoubtedly be exhausting and troublesome. I hope you can remain an ordinary child. I made some modifications, intending for the system to bind Anlu and have her save the Qianhe Empire." The writing quickened further. "However, I did not anticipate that upon binding, the system would discover Anlu, who shares my exact genes, is merely a minor child, leading to her disconnection. The system, recognizing her as my bloodline, left her in the Qianhe Empire and transformed her into a saintess to atone for my sins. My dear, I'm truly sorry. Anlu is inadequate. You're still bound to the system and must rely on that live broadcast to save the Qianhe Empire. I have always felt guilty about this." Qianhe's trust in these words diminished significantly. While she spoke of love, of her precious child, and of guilt, it was evident that these were simply her own transgressions. She had first cast Anlu aside and, upon witnessing Anlu's failure, discarded her further. Such actions revealed little love in her approach. I suggest you stow away your feudal sympathy. I am quite content saving the Qianhe Empire. Upon completing this thought, the once gentle, kind, and beautiful image of her mother crumbled in her heart. Qianhe departed, descending the staircase step by step. As she reached the final step and set foot on the shore, a piece of paper fluttered toward her. "I do not know how you define love, but I created you so that you might atone for me once you grew up." Qianhe tore the note apart, and the stairs suspended in the sky, along with the cloud-like cottage, shattered into countless fragments, cascading like raindrops, quickly evaporating. When all was said and done, that which had blocked the system seemed to vanish as well. The system suddenly appeared, inquiring what happened. Why did you abruptly disconnect? I have re-established contact with my mother. The system fell silent. Oh, it was evident that the system was reluctant to discuss this individual. It consoled Qianhe. It's all right. I understand that your mother is difficult to assess. Though your genes are identical, her actions will not affect you. Qianhe raised an eyebrow. Isn't it precisely because I share her genes that I was bound to the system? How could it not influence me? The system stammered. We have not imposed upon you the punishments she ought to endure. In fact, if you save the Qianhe Empire, we can grant you a wish. Qianhe nodded reluctantly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. First, regardless of the circumstances, the current plight of the Qianhe Empire was a consequence of her mother's actions. Her mother had fled, and Anlu was unsuitable. Other than herself, who else could be bound? It was clearly impossible to bind her partner like robotic father, who might or might not still exist. Secondly, Qianhe found joy in her live broadcasts, lacking the desire to dwell on these matters. She realized that her internal conflict would only lead to self-doubt, while her indifference would ensnare others in their struggles. Rather than exhaust herself, she would rather cause others to do so. Qianhe felt remarkably liberated, and by the time she exited the forest, the impact of her explosive heritage had all but dissipated. In fact, due to the sheer absurdity of her lineage, she could not help but chuckle. Outside the forest, Qiao waited patiently, only to see Qianhe emerge with a beaming smile. What else with the Grandmaster? It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something amusing. Did you discover some good news at your sister's grave? Perhaps that Anlu is still alive? After all, 16 years ago, no body had been recovered from the river. Qianhe easily discerned Qiao's thoughts. She turned and mused that not only was her sister alive, but her mother was also somewhere out there, and as long as her father had power in parts that were not outdated, he could live on indefinitely. Her entire family was alive. Was this not a piece of good news? Chapter 88. Daily life on Blue Star when Qianhe found Qianhe in her rented apartment. She discovered Qianhe sprawled on her bed, clutching an enormous rabbit plush. One moment she was silent. The next she wore a peculiar smile. Qianhe, do you realize how much you resemble a madwoman in this state? Qianhe paid no mind to Qiao's judgment, but was curious about her sudden visit. What brings you here? At this, Qiao's anger flared. Do you know that because you revealed you are in Luoluo, I wrote thousands of words about my understanding of you? Qianhe did not lift her gaze. You do not understand me at all. Qiao thought to herself. Isn't that obvious? The two cousins had not spoken a word to each other for years, yet recently had been curiously in contact. Occasionally, Qiao found it rather strange. However, others did not share the same sentiment. Regardless of how Qiao articulated her thoughts, they merely believed that their bloodlines were intertwined with emotions. Even though they had not communicated for years, and their conversations often led to quarrels, they remained incredibly close sisters. In that moment, Qiao deeply felt the profound generational gap that existed between people. Upon seeing Qianhe, she was also overwhelmed by a sense of emotional exhaustion. She disdainfully regarded Qianhe's modest little rental apartment and mockingly exclaimed, "Oh, a superstar like you resides in such a place?" When the three-colored cat huffed at her, Qiao nearly jumped in surprise. You can barely afford to keep yourself, yet you have a cat. Strangely, the cat seemed increasingly familiar to her. As she looked down at it, memories flooded back. Wasn't this the very cat she had bought only to have it escape just days later? Initially, she had thought she had left the door ajar, allowing the little feline to flee. Now, it had reappeared in Qianhe's home. You stole my cat. Qianhe retorted. Are you blaming me for not keeping an eye on it? Qiao was merely seizing the opportunity to vent her frustration. She was far from lacking in felines. With a hint of their dwindling familial bond, she remarked, I must say, you've revealed your identity as in Luoluo. How can you live in such a crowded and unsafe place without fearing for your safety? Qianhe dismissed her concerns. It's fine. I'm in greater danger. You should be more worried about others. Qiao gritted her teeth in frustration and declared, do whatever you like. My goodwill is wasted on you. Enraged, she stormed out. Just as she stepped out the door, she suddenly heard Qianhe say, I too feel this room is too small. Just wait. The next time you see me, I will be living amidst piles of gold. Gold. What piles of gold? Qianhe pondered this for a long time. Could it be that Qianhe was planning a heist? Then she recalled that Qianhe possessed an abundance of military expedition spacecraft. If she desired vast amounts of gold, she could simply pilot her ship to a planet rich in gold for extraction. It would be no challenge for her, rendering a heist unnecessary. Qianhe tapped her pillow, cursing Qianhe's various utterances and actions that left her with no normal impression of her. Despite her thoughts, she couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation regarding the piles of gold. Who would refuse gold in this world? Certainly, Qianhe could not. Following Qianhe's revelation of her identity as an Luoluo and the delivery of a military expedition spacecraft to Huagua, she embarked on a new venture, randomly capturing hundreds or even thousands of people daily for human photosynthesis experiments. The location began in J City and gradually expanded outward. Initially, those captured were understandably terrified. After all, what would a normal person think when unexpectedly swallowed by a dark, ominous space while going about their daily life? This eerie space was filled with others equally frightened, and the only source of light was a canister emitting a green liquid. Who wouldn't be terrified in such circumstances? Qianhe was among the first unfortunate souls to be inexplicably swallowed into this dark realm. However, she recognized the canister as the one used in Luoluo's live stream for human photosynthesis experiments. Yet, she hesitated to confirm that it was Luoluo who had captured them. Huagua had not disclosed Luoluo's true identity, and most ordinary people continued to refer to her by that name. There is also no public acknowledgement of the authenticity of Luoluo's live stream. Only a select few knew it was real, while others debated its legitimacy. Those who believed it to be genuine argued that the enormous military expedition spacecraft that had suddenly appeared over the Pacific, visible to everyone, could not possibly be a fabrication. Conversely, skeptics contended that such absurd occurrences as time travel were impossible, let alone the transmission of plants to other planets. Qianhe oscillated between believing one side and then the other, ultimately feeling like a mere fence-sitter in the midst of it all. Now, this fence-sitting Qianhe found herself huddled within the crowd, frantically speculating whether the green canister before her was real or fake, and what had abruptly thrown her into this predicament. However, before long, the darkness of the space was pierced by sudden illumination. Qianhe no longer needed to ponder, for she witnessed the person in front of her being seized by the long metallic arm extending from the canister and then unceremoniously tossed into its depths, with countless tubes piercing their body to inject a green substance. Shortly thereafter, the metallic arm retrieved the person from within the canister, casting them out of its belly. The entire process mirrored what Qianhe had observed in Luoluo's livestream. She was left bewildered, her internal balance tipping precariously. Could it be that Luoluo's livestream was indeed genuine? Were the elements within it also real? Qianhe did not dwell on her thoughts for long. As she too was captured, she felt no particular anxiety. After all, when ensnared by such a massive and heavy metallic arm, there was little chance of escape or resistance. She was first administered an injection that caused a slight sting, a tranquilizer, and as the subsequent canisters were attached to her, her body became numb and pain-free, especially as the green substance was introduced into her system. A warm sensation enveloped her, lulling her into a desire to close her eyes and drift off to sleep. Yet, despite her longing for slumber, she found herself abruptly expelled from the canister, returning to the street before she had the chance to fully enjoy the experience. Chapter 89. The Natural Planet A Ghost. Upon being ejected, Qianhe opened her eyes to find a crowd surrounding her, screaming. Moments ago, this very path had been devoid of people, yet now it was transformed into a scene of chaos. Anyone would be startled by such an abrupt change. Qianhe waved her hands, her mind a muddled mess. She forced a smile and exclaimed, No, what are you talking about? I was just performing magic. Yet the onlookers, bewildered, were not convinced by her words. Who would believe her? There were no props, no actors. How could she possibly have conjured such a spectacle? The crowd encircled her, some even calling the authorities, recording videos. Similar occurrences unfolded in the streets and alleys of Huagua, gradually spreading abroad. At the eye of the storm, Qianhe once again heard the system summons. Countdown to the 6th livestream. 3, 2, 1. Please prepare for the live stream. Host. This time, she was thoroughly prepared, casually grabbing a large bag of seeds stored in a snakeskin pouch from the table. A brilliant white light enveloped Qianhe, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in the Starry Empire. However, the location she had traversed to this time was rather peculiar. It appeared to be a dead planet preserved in formaldehyde, its sky a pale azure, devoid of clouds. As she stepped onto the ground coated in plastic adhesive, which had solidified over time, Qianhe could hear the crisp sound of cracking beneath her feet. Beneath the plastic, vibrant green grass thrived, underpinned by fertile black soil. Beyond the grass, various plants of differing heights and densities flourished, alongside insects and small creatures. In short, there was no sign of humanity. The audience in the live broadcast room began to comment in a flurry. This time, the number of viewers was unprecedented, and soon the screen in front of Qianhe was filled with messages. Qianhe read them one by one. What place is this? I'm in tears, and Luo. Your dedication to filming is truly commendable. How much glue must have been used to create this effect? To the person above, this isn't filming, it's all real. Others seize the opportunity to inquire. Host, where will you capture people next time you return to launching? I beg to be caught. I want to experience alien technology. 11. Add me. My friend just got caught, and I'm so envious. What do you mean by caught? What is this about? A considerable number of people were confused, especially those from abroad. Their eyes were captivated by the forest ensnared in glue, silence enveloping the woods, with a faint mist visible in the distance. It was a forest imbued with a distinctly eerie atmosphere. The system's cold, emotionless voice resonated. Current location, Xinghue Digua Xiranxing. Xiranxing? A planet whose name she had never heard before. However, unfamiliarity was the norm for Qianhe. Initially, she paid it no mind until she walked further and suddenly noticed that each species of plant here existed in only pairs, with no excess. This struck her as peculiar. She inquired of the system what purpose this planet served. The system informed her that it was a repository of the natural flora once belonging to the Xinghue Digua. The glue had undergone special treatment, and if removed, the plants could grow normally. Upon hearing this, Qianhe felt a surge of excitement. She desired to peel the glue off these plants. Yet, she quickly reconsidered. If it were that simple, the Xinghue Digua would have done so long ago. Why would it fall to her? Were there restrictions in place? Qianhe asked. The system, however, did not provide an answer, but instead countered with a question. Can you guess who left this planet behind? The royal family of the Xinghue Digua? Qianhe replied without hesitation. No, the system retorted, its voice laced with tension. It was left by your mother. Qianhe chakrit akardli. Thinking her mother must have been rather kind, leaving a glimmer of hope for green plants in the Xinghue Digua. The system scoffed, recalling that she had once detonated this very planet, and it took considerable effort for the main system to restore it completely. The system reminisced about that harrowing day. Still shaken, your mother, it continued, implanted plant genes into herself on this planet, inadvertently contaminating the animal genes and creating the Xingqiu. Ahead stood a small cabin, the residence of her mother in the past. She could go take a look. While Qianhe discussed these matters with the system, she had muted the audience of the live broadcast. She had no interest in revealing to the people of launching that her mother was from the Xinghue Digua. The system also had no desire for the inhabitants of launching to uncover the dark chapters of its history. Thus, the viewers could only observe Qianhe mumbling to herself, unable to catch the substance of her words. In a live broadcast room, viewers expressed their confusion. What is she saying? What obscure language is that? I can't understand a thing. I'm curious. I want to know what the host is talking to herself about. What is the live broadcast's automatic translation feature doing? Why is it failing at such a crucial moment? Before the audience could finish their complaints, they saw Qianhe purposefully walking forward. She parted the lush leaves enveloped in plastic glue and stepped onto the only artificial path on this planet. Remarkably, even after 300 years, the path remained clean and unovergrown due to the plastic glue. The day the planet became coated in plastic glue was likely a rainy one. The path still felt damp, and faint footprints from over 300 years ago, left by her mother, were visible. Those footprints meandered into a nearby, small wooden cabin. This house, constructed entirely of wood, creaked as Qianhe pushed open the door. The subtle scent of aged wood, imbued with a tranquil fragrance from 3 centuries past, wafted in her nostrils, while tiny particles of dust danced freely within the cabin. The interior was simple, containing only a bed and a long desk cluttered with various jars and bottles. Qianhe's gaze froze. Beside the desk lay a xingqiu ensconced in plastic glue. Unlike the xingqiu of today, tall and nearly devoid of distinguishable features. This creature resembled a fox, measuring about 1 meter in length, with its head disconnected from its body. Even after centuries, the xingqiu's jet-black eyes remained as dark as ever. Chapter 90. Can she recognize what she wrote? The system suggested, you might want to check the desk for notes written by your mother. If you can comprehend what she wrote, perhaps you could alter the genes of the xingqiu and eliminate them entirely. The system brimmed with hope. Once the xingqiu were eradicated, all the plants on this planet could awaken, and there would be no need to transport flora from Lanxing to the Xinhui Digua. On her mother's desk, aside from the various peculiar bottles emitting indescribable odors, there was a stack of notebooks. Qianhe casually opened one, only to find the pages filled with black characters that appeared more like cryptic symbols than coherent writing. The letters were jumbled together, varying in size, with one character often inscribed over another, rendering the text indecipherable. Qianhe attempted to make sense of it, but ultimately failed. The audience in the live broadcast room, unaware of the significance of these notebooks, also began to mock the illegible script. What kind of writing is this? I've never seen anything that the automatic translation feature can't handle. My 3-year-old nephew writes better than this. Is this some sort of self-created script? Otherwise, how could we all be completely clueless? Qianhe found herself in perfect alignment with the viewer's sentiments. She doubted that even if her mother were present, she would recognize what she had once written. She believed the system's suggestion to reverse engineer the xingqiu based on her mother's notes was nothing short of fanciful. The system evidently shared this skepticism and attempted to console Qianhe, stating, even if you could recognize these characters with your current knowledge, you wouldn't be able to decipher what your mother wrote. Qianhe felt as though the system was mocking her, though she had no evidence to support her feelings. She suggested, why can't your system locate my mother? Since she wrote it, she should be able to recognize it, and then we can present this to those brilliant scientists. This way, we might devise a means to completely eradicate the xingqiu. Qianhe was convinced her proposal was quite sensible. However, upon hearing her suggestion, the system became even more sorrowful. Is it possible that your mother inadvertently implanted plant genes into herself? Furthermore, did she accidentally mix various plant and animal genes, contaminating the animals on this planet and creating the xingqiu? The system recalled how, over 200 years ago, the esteemed main system had finally captured Qianhe's mother, and Qianhe, and pressured her to review the notes she had written. When handed the notes, and Qianhe simply replied, I don't know how. The main system initially believed she was resisting and coaxed her gently. Isn't your pursuit immortality? Now, you can live like certain plants, as long as you're not cut down. You won't perish. Based on our understanding of you, you harbor no desire to annihilate the entire Xinhui Digua, do you? Why not eliminate the xingqiu and redeem yourself? And Qianhe's gaze faltered. Is it possible that I inadvertently contaminated the animals, transforming them into xingqiu? I have no idea how I turned them into xingqiu. The system was not present at the scene, but according to colleagues, the main system was nearly driven to the brink of despair. This empire, the system had once brought the Saintess and Lu here, yet in Lu failed to discern anything. An exclaims showed a marked favoritism towards Qianhe, and the system had presumed that Qianhe might share a similar thought process with an exclaims, perhaps uncovering some truths. Alas, it turned out to be otherwise. The system could not help but sigh. It seemed that the natural flora of the Xinhui Empire could no longer manifest in this world. Qianhe, you should continue to propagate the natural plants you brought from Lanxing. I shall now transport you to the capital of the Xinhui Empire, Xing. During the teleportation, Qianhe hesitated for a moment and casually took with her the stack of notebooks written by an exclaims. Her level of knowledge rendered her unable to comprehend a single word penned by an Qianhe, but among the multitude of people in the Qianhe Empire, perhaps someone would be able to decipher them. Qianhe also felt that relying solely on her efforts to disseminate the flora from launching would be too sluggish, and in the context of the Qianhe Empire, it would be utterly insufficient, as long as the existence of the Qing beasts remained unresolved. The Qianhe Empire would be inhospitable for plant growth. The evolution of those Qing beasts was swift. Although the natural plants brought from launching were not afraid of the X-virus contamination caused by the Qing beasts, what if one day those creatures could purify to the extent of contaminating the Qianhe Empire? After exterminating the inhabitants of the Qianhe Empire, would they seek other life-bearing planets? And perhaps, one day in the distant future, arrive at launching? Though the probability was minimal, it was not non-existent. Qianhe knew that upon realizing the authenticity of her livestream content, Huahua had been preparing to develop weapons against the Qing beasts. Danger must be quelled in its infancy. Therefore, upon her return to Qing, the first thing Qianhe did was seek out Xing Ran. Xing Ran joyfully exclaimed, "Luo Luo, where have you been these past few days? Could you not notify us before you leave next time? I sent people to look for you, and not a trace could be found." Heaven knows how anxious Xing Ran was when he suddenly found Qianhe missing. He feared she had met with an accident. Qianhe had gone to Xiran Xing. Xiran Xing? Xing Ran pondered. Zihong Xing. The main system had cleverly concealed Xiran Xing from both the Qianhe Empire and the Qing beasts, leaving both colossal entities unaware of its existence. Xing Ran was completely oblivious to which planet Xiran Xing was. He had never even heard of it, thinking it just another ordinary celestial body among the many in the Qianhe Empire. Thus, when he saw the stack of books left behind by an Qianhe, he could not fathom why he would give him such notebooks. What is the meaning of this? Are you suggesting I find someone intelligent to study these books? As Xing Ran opened the notebooks, he was immediately taken aback by the crooked, jumbled words within. Could the individual who wrote these texts even comprehend what she had inscribed? Clearly, she could not. So was this not an invitation for someone clever to decipher them? Qianhe astonishingly remarked, "By the way, this is the work of the person who created the Qing beasts. It is said that after she wrote this book, she created the Qing beasts the very next day. An Qianhe, you are aware, she is the creator of the Qing beasts, correct?" Xing Ran clenched the book tightly. "Of course I am aware. To prevent more individuals like an Qianhe from inadvertently becoming adversaries to humanity. The public had long believed that the Qing beasts appeared abruptly. However, the royal family knew the truth. The Qing beasts were artificially created, and the creator was none other than an Qianhe. Although the royal family was perplexed by how Qianhe had acquired these royal tomes, Xing Ran assured her, "Rest assured, I will find the most intelligent and trustworthy individuals in the Qianhe Empire to study these notebooks." Chapter 91. The most intelligent and trustworthy. As for who was the smartest and most trustworthy, Xing Ran contemplated and then contacted Yun Fan. This individual had lost his parents, sister, adoptive parents, and even his esteemed mentor to the claws of the Qing beasts. With such a deep-seated vendetta, Xing Ran believed no one could be more reliable than him. In the quaint villa of the Tulls family on the capital star, upon seeing who was calling, Yun Fan dismissed those around him who had been bowing in deference. Only after ensuring there were no outsiders present did he answer the call. "An Qianhe's diary?" Yun Fan frowned. "Little prince, are you sure you aren't being deceived?" "Absolutely not." Xing Ran insisted. "This is a gift from Luo Luo." Upon recalling the abundance of natural plants associated with Luo Luo, Yun Fan reluctantly accepted the possibility that ancient, venerable families might indeed possess an Qianhe's notebooks. "Such things still exist?" "Little prince, I will take a look, but do not harbor too much hope." Yun Fan internally derided Andrian, wondering how such items had not been destroyed by him. It was no wonder his influence had endured for 3 centuries without shaking the foundations of the Qianhe Empire. Despite his criticisms, Yun Fan decided to inform Andrian of this development. "Your abilities fall short," he added with a sardonic smile. "Far away," Andrian exclaimed, "impossible. Absolutely impossible. Over the past 3 centuries, I have destroyed 170 of an Qianhe's notebooks. She lived only 50 years. How could there possibly be any left? Unless she is an octopus. In another realm, an Qianhe was hurriedly writing her 1,000th longevity diary when she suddenly yawned, "Apologies, but I truly am an octopus." Enough. If you cannot handle it, then admit your shortcomings. Do not shift the blame. I will assist you in resolving this. The light-hearted, high-handed tone left Andrian seething. Yet he could not truly retaliate against Qianhe. Though his words were irksome, his intellect was undeniably sharp. His status within the Qianhe Empire had been earned through genuine effort and substantial investment. Andrian was loath to relinquish it. Little Qianhe, has that little scoundrel Andrian made you undertake any arduous tasks? Inquired a gentlewoman clad in a black fishtail dress. Brother Qianhe, have those fools from the Qianhe Empire burdened you with anything? Chimed in a charming young girl with 2 cute pigtails, speaking words that belied her innocence. Darling, we can help you overcome any difficulties. The loving couple's words were laden with concern. Child, have you encountered any troubles? They did not resemble Qianhe, yet their eyes brimmed with affection and worry. If someone deeply acquainted with Qianhe were to witness this scene, they would recognize these figures as his deceased mentor, sister, parents, and adoptive parents. Presently, all were bound by grotesque, non-human forms, their gazes vacant, their limbs stiff, existing in this world. Encountering a minor inconvenience is nothing. Perhaps it could even lead to a delightful surprise? Qianhe beamed at them, his gaze fervent and obsessive. If the content of the diary were indeed genuine, it might conceal information that could transform them into truly perfect aberrations. Thus, what manner of script is this? Qianhe was utterly bewildered, examining an Qianhe's diary from every angle, yet discerned nothing. The densely packed text resembled nothing more than a chaotic scrawl. The handwriting he had produced while dozing off in class as a child was more legible. We cannot comprehend what these characters signify. Witnessing Qianhe's expression grow increasingly grave, Ran feared he might simply abandon the task, leaving him to seek another intelligent and trustworthy individual. With admiration, Ran lauded, "You are the recognized smartest and most trustworthy person in the Qianhe Empire. You are the hope of the Qianhe Empire's future. This monumental responsibility can only be entrusted to you. We can find no one else." Qianhe, upon hearing those words, awkwardly constructed a castle in his mind. He found it hard to fathom the extent of flattery directed at him, wondering how many star coins had been spent to manipulate public opinion. Yet it was truly unnecessary. He was merely an ordinary individual. Frustrated, he stared at the words in his diary, increasingly convinced that they did not require his expertise, but rather sought a specialist in the study of arcane symbols. After gazing for an extended period, during which whispers began to circulate around him, he finally discerned the first symbol. The character was written in a crooked manner, and, as he focused intently, it began to morph before his eyes. Just as he was about to turn the page, he suddenly recognized the blurred, distorted symbol for what it truly represented. The everlasting leaves of the XXX plant, the leaves of the XXX plant that could thrive for millennia. While concocting a potion beneath the tree, a living XX insect had inadvertently leapt into the mixture. Fortunately, he had a backup potion. To avoid forgetting, he noted down the revised recipe, which included the roots of the multicolored herb, the snow-white stamen of the floating flower, and the bark of the tranquil book tree. How vexing! Yet another failure. He attempted once more, merging 300 plants that perfectly matched his longevity criteria, only to produce a dark, crawling abomination. Having deciphered the first character, the rest followed in quick succession, albeit still with some stumbling. He recognized most of the content, although many words were specialized abbreviations for plants or reduced forms used by an Qianhe. Thankfully, Qianhe's knowledge was sufficient. He could infer meanings even in uncertainty, quietly reciting from the diary in his mind. In truth, upon examining the contents of the diary, he dismissed any doubts regarding its authenticity. The diary contained detailed experimental records and methods deemed deranged by any rational individual, aligning perfectly with his understanding of an Qianhe. Based on the final entries in her diary, It was plausible that she had implanted plant genes to extend her own life. Regrettably, this individual had ultimately created a failed star beast. Yin Fan shook his head, recalling that an Qianhe had utilized contaminated plant genes. Had it been humans instead of animals, would they not all have become stable aberrant species by now? Upon hearing this, Xing Ran became animated, exclaiming, "Genius! You've truly grasped it. I also believe an Qianhe possessed such capabilities. Why pursue longevity when she could simply live as a person?" He cast a curious glance at Yun Fan. Chapter 92. The daily affairs of the main system. Yun Fan sighed, realizing that he and the young prince, who yearned for the complete eradication of star beasts and the demise of all aberrant species, shared little common ground. He had comprehended some aspects, but if they intended to reverse engineer the annihilation of star beasts based on her diary, it was utterly impossible. There remained a glimmer of hope in achieving immortality through the contents within. Reflecting, he could not recall whether an Qianhe had perished after creating the star beasts or continued to exist. However, considering her capabilities during humanity's early days, she had managed to create star beasts. If she were still alive, the Qianhe Empire would likely face threats beyond mere star beasts, given her propensity for self-destruction. It was likely that she had succumbed. Reflecting on the deceased, Yun Fan felt no reverence. The entries were filled with her opinions on which plant genes were advantageous and suitable for human implantation, along with descriptions of the sensations experienced during such procedures. The details were exhaustive, yet there was a conspicuous absence of any reference to star beasts. In fact, there was one notable omission. Yun Fan discreetly suppressed the final diary, which likely contained an Qianhe's notes following the creation of the first star beast. This page vividly described how the insect transformed into a star beast while struggling within her potion, detailing the metamorphosis of the green insect into maggots, its transition to black, the emergence of bizarre wings, the opening of bulbous eyes, and its eventual escape from the potion bottle to soar into the sky until it vanished from sight. An Qianhe even noted at the end that the potion exhibited remarkable potency, expressing relief that they could utilize it themselves. Otherwise, not only would they not achieve immortality, but she believed she would have perished by then. At that time, an Qianhe had been entirely oblivious to the fact that the small insect which fell into her potion had its genes contaminated, thus becoming the world's first star beast. Yun Fan pondered that perhaps only if an Qianhe were still alive could they ascertain which plant genes had been present when that green insect entered the potion. Thankfully, an Qianhe had died. With the sole knowledgeable individual in this world gone, Yun Fan felt no fear of any repercussions stemming from their discoveries. He relished the opportunity to gain further trust from the upper echelons of the Qianhe Empire through these minor incidents. He pointed to the indecipherable text, teaching Xing Ran and Qianhe one by one. This passage detailed how an Qianhe had concocted a potion by merging various plant genes, into which an insect had flown, transforming into a star beast. Did she mention which plant genes she utilized? Xing Ran inquired. Yun Fan shook his head, replying, "You would need to ask an Qianhe. It is not recorded in the book." Would Qianhe know if she asked? Yun Fan shook his head again. She probably wouldn't know. This was a potion she created on a whim, and besides, an Qianhe is as dead as can be. Xing Ran expressed her frustration. This Qianhe not only destroyed the Qianhe Empire in her quest for immortality, but left not a single clue in her diary. Did she mention where she died? Yun Fan shook his head. No, this isn't her last diary. The thought of such a person who lived for so long only fueled Xing Ran's anger. At times, she truly wished to exhume her corpse and whip it. Yet, she was merely venting. She understood that the dead cannot be revived. Even if she were to unearth her burial site and whip her corpse thousands of times, all she would strike would be bones, not an Qianhe herself. Meanwhile, Qianhe appeared contemplative. Questions directed at the dead yield no answers, but inquiries posed to the living may still bear fruit. An Qianhe is not truly dead. She thrives in another dimension. Qianhe glanced at Xing Ran and Yun Fan, suppressing this thought. Such notions of good people dying young, while evildoers live long, are simply too heart-wrenching. The system, overhearing her inner thoughts, interjected, "But Qianhe, our main system has already consulted an Qianhe, and she stated she had long forgotten the contents of that potion." He felt a tinge of skepticism. Could it truly be that she had forgotten? After all, it was a creation of her own hands. How could she possess no recollection whatsoever? Even if she did not remember the specific contents, did she not have preferences? From what Yin Fan had read from the diary, he recognized that aside from the plant genes that conferred properties like decay resistance, rapid regeneration, and self-repair, an Qianhe favored aesthetically pleasing petite plants. He remained unconvinced that an Qianhe could genuinely have forgotten. Her eyes narrowed slightly, sensing that the main system might betray its own interests while counting coins for an Qianhe. The system fell silent, recalling that in the past, the main system had also believed an Qianhe would surely remember, but was unwilling to disclose her knowledge. For the future of the Qianhe Empire, the main system had even promised an Qianhe numerous conditions. Ultimately, an Qianhe had not recalled anything at all. While most of the promises made by the main system had been fulfilled, albeit with a few exceptions, the system suddenly found itself agreeing with Qianhe's reasoning. Is this the blood connection inherent in mother-daughter relationships? How ludicrous! At present, it is not the time to ponder such matters. The system must urgently contact the main system, urging it to locate on Qianhe and inquire whether her amnesia is genuine or feigned. Far removed in another dimension, the main system exists as a transparent sphere, sorrowfully confiding in a colleague about a cluster of sentient beings under its governance. This cluster is known as the Qianhe, which harbors numerous intelligent life forms. Yet they remain oblivious to each other's existence. As the main system reflects on this, it feels a sense of relief that these intelligent beings are entirely unconnected. Otherwise, the star beasts would have additional targets to attack, which would only exacerbate its headaches. The thought of the Qianhe further troubles the main system. How unfortunate for this realm to encounter an individual seeking immortality due to a terminal illness, an endeavor that ultimately threatens the very fabric of the Qianhe. Regrettably, the main system had high hopes for this realm. All blame lies with Qianhe. Just then, a sudden call from a subordinate jolts the main system from its reverie. This subordinate, assigned to Qianhe, commands its immediate attention. If it were anyone else, the main system could indulge in further conversation and respond leisurely. However, the impending doom of the Qianhe and the fact that Qianhe is a descendant of Anshin compels the main system to respond promptly. Upon opening the communication, it reads, "Main system, you must find Anshin. She may have deceived you." The main system's mind reels in confusion. Who deceives whom? It certainly cannot be itself. Only when the system reiterates the message does the main system confront the issue directly. Calming its racing heart, it inquires of the system, "Do you possess any evidence? We cannot wrongfully accuse anyone." Lacking concrete proof, the system conveys the entirety of Qianhe's speculation to the main system. Preferences? Humans possess such a concept? The main system's mind is blank, struggling to grasp this notion. To it, as a creation of pure logic, preference is merely the optimal choice derived from countless calculations. Electronic beings do not harbor such emotions. The main system had never fathomed that individuals would make choices based on personal inclinations. Yet, upon reflecting on the term preference in relation to Anshin, it suddenly seems plausible, effectively persuading the main system. Given the gravity of the situation, it foregoes farewells to its colleague and hastily seeks out Anshin in her current temporal location. Upon its arrival, it is immediately besieged by a torrent of lethal forces. Various abilities and weapons rain down upon its incorporeal form. The main system silently expresses gratitude for its intangible existence. Had it possessed a physical body, it would have perished long ago under such relentless attacks. This temporal realm is a parallel dimension of the Qianhe, and the main system deduces that if Anshin indeed possesses preferences, she must hold a particular fondness for the Qianhe of over 300 years past. Conversely, should she harbor hatred, it would undoubtedly be directed towards that same time period. She has already annihilated dozens of parallel Qianhe. leaving the main system uncertain whether to feel relieved that she has only left this pivotal realm in a state of near demise, sparing it a fragment of life. The setting remains familiar, a magnificent and grand academy, flanked by towering blue-purple trees resembling the wisteria of the blue planet. Under the deep blue night adorned with twinkling stars, the ethereal branches sway in the breeze, their pure white blossoms filling the air with a delicate fragrance akin to magnolia. The main system, lacking the capacity to appreciate such beauty, disregards this tranquil scene and propels itself towards the Academy's observatory. As anticipated, it discovers Qianhe seated on a wooden staircase, gazing at the cosmos through a telescope. Her experimentation with superior plant genes has undoubtedly succeeded, as 300 years have passed without leaving a trace upon her. Her pale pink hair cascades onto the ochre wooden steps, and her crimson eyes sparkle with enthusiasm as she peers into the distant universe. Clad in a white shirt and black trousers, her fair skin, tall stature, and androgynous visage render her nearly unidentifiable in gender. At this moment, the main system observes a young girl stealthily peeking from the observatory door, her face flushed as she watches Qianhe. The main system recalls that this institution was once the finest school in Xinghue Digua, though it fails to remember its name. Nevertheless, admission is highly competitive, with only 2 or 3 candidates qualifying from an entire planet. Qianhe's acceptance into this esteemed academy speaks volumes of her intellect, albeit misapplied. This nameless institution generously invests in every building, with the observatory's walls lined with diverse books and astronomical instruments. The vast, empty space is filled with illusory cosmic images that move slowly. A mere touch reveals detailed information about any selected celestial object. Yet, Qianhe displays no interest in these marvels, instead contentedly using her outdated telescope to survey the stars. What can your ancient telescope possibly reveal? The main system, devoid of romantic inclinations, finds no charm in this scenario and desires a swift resolution. Thus, it envelopes Qianhe in a bubble, confining her. Qianhe, mistakenly believing the main system has once again descended into madness, Qianhe protests, "Why do you seize me without warning?" She struggles, but even her formidable prowess cannot withstand the authority of a higher dimensional entity. The young girl, hidden outside and startled by Qianhe's sudden, peculiar movements, emits a soft scream. "Did you hear that? You frightened my junior." The girl, misconstruing the situation as playful banter, hurriedly flees. The main system, coldly amused, remarks a junior, "Indeed, Qianhe, first consider how you shall explain your deceit to me." With innocent surprise, Qianhe widens her crimson eyes, her vampiric pallor enhancing her beauty and vulnerability. Were a human present, regardless of gender, they would undoubtedly soften at her sight. Fortunately, the main system is not human. It coldly retracts the bubble, and Qianhe finds herself in a pitch-black expanse. She recognizes this place. It is the core of the main system. Shortly, she will be cast into a higher dimension to face a barrage of probing inquiries. However, this should not be. As she reflects on her recent activities, she realizes she has committed no wrongdoing. Her daily routine consists solely of stargazing. Why would the main system suddenly accuse her of deception? Suddenly, a realization dawns upon her. She indeed has one transgression to confess: the lie regarding the contaminated plant genes that birthed the star beasts. She claimed to have forgotten entirely, yet she retains a significant memory of it. Too much time has passed without recollection, and as she attempts to recall, confusion and guilt wash over her. Is it this matter that has drawn the main system's ire? But how could an electronic being fathom such human complexities, unless there were beings of sound intellect nearby? Preferably humans to offer counsel. Qianhe could only lament the egregious arrogance of this main system, surrounded solely by electronic creations, devoid of any biological entity, let alone a human. How could it fathom that it was lying about contaminating the genetic makeup of the star beasts? Did Qianhe suddenly recall a daughter, Qianhe, whom she had forgotten and lost in the mountains? Chapter 94, the grand finale. Ah, indeed, just as you imagined. The main system chuckled ominously. urging her to disclose the plants she had utilized. Are you not aware that delaying by a single day doubles the peril faced by the star beasts at the edge of the Qianhe Empire? Does the danger of human extinction in the Qianhe Empire not deepen with each passing day? Are the remaining flora of the Qianhe Empire not rendered even more precarious? Yet, you would allow your own daughter to traverse star clusters, disseminating plants in such a perilous realm, and still refuse to divulge the truth. Qianhe muttered under her breath that it was not her intention to go, hence she would indeed allow it. Fortunately, her voice was so soft and indistinct that the main system did not catch it. Otherwise, a silicon-based entity might have been driven to the wrath of a carbon-based being. Qianhe, ever adaptable, feigned innocence, exclaiming she truly did not know. The main system countered that her daughter did not share such ignorance. Qianhe retorted that she was not her, so how could she possibly know her true lack of knowledge? The main system insisted that regardless of her truthfulness, she must disclose her knowledge now. If she cannot recall, then she shall ponder here for eternity. With that, it departed, and moments later, dozens of blank notebooks, hundreds of black pens, and thousands of botanical reference books descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Qianhe's face. Clutching her head, swollen from the impact, she turned pale. She could hardly believe that this easily deceived main system had finally taken action. It was evident that the state of the Qianhe Empire had become increasingly perilous. However, Qianhe gazed at the scattered notebooks and pens with distress. It was not that she did not wish to share, but rather that she had genuinely forgotten the majority. Consider the vast array of plants suitable for nurturing perpetual genes, alongside those that are merely beautiful yet useless, and those that, while neither practical nor aesthetically pleasing, she inexplicably adored. Qianhe calculated that she could recall over 10,000 species of plants, but after years of neglect, many names had escaped her memory, multiplying that 10,000 at least by 3. Thus, she was faced with the daunting task of recalling at least 30,000 species, while she faintly remembered having utilized only around 20 from that vial of potion. Just the variety alone was overwhelming, not to mention the precise dosages involved. How could she formulate a recipe from such chaos? As the saying goes, the more one attempts, the more one errs, leading Qianhe to resolve to cease her efforts altogether. For over 300 years, this had been her guiding principle. Yet, it seemed that this time the main system was genuinely serious, prompting Qianhe to sorrowfully jot down all the plants she could remember as a demonstration of her intent. As for the rest, let the main system fret over it. Alas, life is arduous. Unbeknownst to Qianhe, an even harsher reality awaited her. Qianhe remarked that she observed her fervently scribbling in her space, appearing anything but forgetful. The main system mused to itself, suddenly shifting expressions and pondering whether Qianhe's incessant writing implied that it had been duped for the past 3 centuries. Had it not suspected her at all? The main system, worthy of its title as the primary electronic creation, quickly reassured itself, doubting the completeness of her submissions. After all, 300 years had passed. It considered that Qianhe did not seem particularly gifted in memory, certainly not at the level of their system. At this juncture, the main system promptly delegated the task to another system, instructing it to ascertain whether Qianhe had developed a deeper understanding of humans after such prolonged observation. The system replied negatively. The main system interrupted, declaring that it seemed the system had gained significant insight into humanity. Therefore, it commanded the system to venture to the blue planet to seek methods for swiftly recovering memories from 3 centuries past. The system was aware that the memories of an individual from 3 centuries ago could not simply be retrieved, as they might pertain to lives lived across generations. On the blue planet, where humans typically live to around 100 years, how could it find a method for the main system? Furthermore, Qianhe did not resemble an ordinary human from the blue planet, nor did her entourage. The system sensed that this task was fraught with pitfalls, bound to end before it even began. Nevertheless, to preserve the precarious dignity of the main system, the benevolent system acquiesced, knowing it had no choice. Thus, It inquired of Qianhe whether there existed any special methods on the blue planet that could aid Qianhe's recollection of events from 3 centuries ago. The system, lacking hope, merely sought someone to share its grievances regarding the burdensome demands of its superior. To its surprise, Qianhe replied affirmatively, stating she had the right person for the task. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, devoid of any hint of deception. The system was elated and inquired what the method entailed. Qianhe instructed the system to procure a rope. The system complied, and Qianhe directed it to bind Qianhe to a wall. The system followed suit. Qianhe then instructed the system to place Qianhe's head upon the rope, ensuring her feet did not touch the ground. The system sensed something amiss, yet complied, questioning whether this was a peculiar ritual from the blue planet. Qianhe clarified that it was a hanging. The system was bewildered. Qianhe elaborated that it was said that just before death, one experiences a rapid review of one's life. Thus, once Qianhe recalled the events from 3 centuries ago, they could rescue her. The system found this reasoning compelling. It felt Qianhe was rather diabolical, embodying the essence of a living Llama. The system recognized that Qianhe had inherited her mother's cunning disposition. Later that night, the system, reflecting on Qianhe's words, deemed them not without merit, and duly reported to the main system. The main system considered the proposal and deemed it worthy of experimentation, reasoning that it would not result in death. After all, Qianhe had unleashed a star beast, causing the demise of countless individuals in the Qianhe Empire and many natural plants. What was her own discomfort in comparison? Consequently, Qianhe cried out in alarm, pleading for her to stay away, questioning what she had done to deserve such treatment. The main system, observing her vibrant demeanor, tightened the rope further, asking if she had reached the moment of her potion's creation. Qianhe's silence was deafening. Suddenly, she recalled everything, hastily writing down the plants along with their respective dosages for the main system, even formulating the recipe to eliminate the star beasts. This demonstrated that in the face of survival instincts, nothing is insurmountable. The main system, clutching the recipe it had awaited for 3 centuries, nearly wept with joy. Unable to manifest in the Qianhe Empire, it arranged for the system to have Qianhe procure the potion to vanquish the star beasts. 3 centuries after the emergence of the star beasts, a mysterious woman named Anlulo appeared in the Qianhe Empire, not only bringing precious natural plants, but also successfully developing a formula to obliterate the star beasts in the near future. A month later, with the combined efforts of the military and the potion, all star beasts were eradicated, the X-virus vanished, natural plants revived, and the nation rejoiced. A year later, during the imperial election, 99% of the populace of the Qianhe Empire voted for Qianhe to be crowned emperor.